Chapter 131. It seems you haven't reached an agreement. Seeing the change in the Horned Tribal Chief's expression, Sanson understood what was going on. Whether the conspiracy had been exposed was hard to say. If the people arriving now weren't another group of Sanshin Kingdom soldiers trying to intercept them, then it was the Lord of Neotronatia, their client for the mission. The second Sand Shoal team also stopped nearby, creating a delicate triangular standoff. A Horned Tribal member stepped down from the Sand Shoal team, the very person who had issued the mission, the Lord of Neotronatia. The Horned Tribal led by the Lord of Neotronatia was also fully armed, but unlike the Horned Tribal chief opposite him, his weapon was a whip. Horn Hiru, you are extremely rude. Attempting to kidnap my guest, what do you mean by this? The Lord of Neotronatia immediately launched into an accusation. Horn Hiru had clearly known the Horned Tribal chief's name first. Horned Gui, what do you mean by intending to possess the sacred relics of ancient Tronisha? The two questioned each other, neither willing to yield. Signs, slightly excited, spoke up. Hee, let me explain the rules of the Ion quests. If the quest giver dies during the quest won't be considered a failure. To prevent quest givers from breaking their promises and collecting bounties in advance, the rewards will be divided equally among all participants. In other words, even if you, Lord, die, we all get a sum of money, and then we can discuss the sale of the golden mask with this. Mr. Horn Hiru, but of course, there's another rule in Ion. Quest participants cannot kill the quest giver after accepting the quest, otherwise, if discovered, they will be permanently hunted down by Ion. So, our optimal solution seems to be to first observe the outcome of your life or death struggle, and then decide what to do next, right, Hiss? Sanson was truly adept at stirring up hatred. Her words caused both sides of the Horned tribe to glare at her angrily, but they still understood who the main conflict lay with. Sanson was right. The outcome of their battle was the key to who would receive the golden mask. Because Sanson's words could be simply understood as, you fight first, don't worry, we won't interfere. The battle between the two teams from Sand City on the sand, of course, had to be conducted in Sand City's unique way. Horned Gay, the Lord of Neotronatia, swung his whip, and the opposing Horned tribe leader, Horned Hiru, manipulated the sand to block it, and even tried to smash Horned Gay's whip into the ground with his axe. Horned Gui immediately put away his whip. As soon as the two exchanged blows, their respective sand sleds began to slide, each advancing towards the other in their own formation. Horned Gui and Horned Hiru used the momentum to jump back onto their sand sleds. These combat-type sand sleds differed from the ones used by the Steel Stone team for simple movement deep into the desert. These sleds were decorated with numerous magic arrays and inlaid with crystals. The sand sled Horned Hiru had dismounted from was clearly the heaviest of them all. After he jumped on, the sled rose into the air, its tail whipping up a blinding cloud of yellow sand. Sains, as expected of a support-type mage of the water elemental power rank, although the extremely dry environment of the yellow sand was detrimental to her magic, a spherical water escape formation had appeared around her, seemingly out of nowhere. As the sand was thrown near the squad, it was all blocked by water magic, then slid to the ground along the current. The fierce battle in the air continued. Horned Hiru's sand sled took to the sky, not for show, but because it had a magic circle within a magic circle on its front. A special mechanical sand sled with both defensive and offensive magic circles embedded within it. The magic from the offensive magic circle below the front was unleashed simultaneously, not a single spell, but a combination of spells. A whirlwind whipped up the sand, flames scorching it to a boiling point, creating the effect of a shotgun blast. Simultaneously, light magic flashed, affecting the enemy's vision. In an instant, the sand sled spun 360 degrees, unleashing a barrage of magical attacks. Horned Gain, with his guards, was able to confront the enemy, clearly prepared for the battle. He cracked his whip twice, and his sand sleds formed a Y shape, 3 sleds aligned in a row. This was actually the tails of the 3 sleds touching, capable of activating a powerful defensive spell. A defensive magical barrier appeared in the yellow sand, blocking Horned Hiru's attack. Horned Gay sneered, Horned Hiru, you're still as barbaric as ever. Then, Horned Gay cracked his whip a few more times. This wasn't random whipping, it was a command signal, but only his own guards could understand it. It's just taking off, right? What sand sled squadron can't do that? Horned Gay's sand sled squadron maintained their Y shape, 3 sleds rotating as they ascended. The dust kicked up by the rotating airflow was far more spectacular than that from Horned Hiru's sand sled. The portion of Horned Hiru's sand sled team remaining on the ground collectively sprayed water mist from their sleds, clearly activating the water magic arrays on them. This was quite interesting. Because water magic's power is diminished in the deserts of the Sand City, so few Horn tribe members would choose to commission sand sleds with water magic. Horned Hulu's thinking was different from the ordinary Horn tribe. Regardless of Horned Hulu's reasons for commissioning his sand sleds, this water mist was currently extremely useful for his side. Following the water mist, rows of spikes pierced the ground from the sand sleds. These spikes were shaped from yellow sand, but unlike ordinary sand, they were incredibly hard. This was a combination of fire and earth elemental magic, altering the texture of the sand. The sand sled chariots differed from flying vehicles. Their takeoff was for high-altitude magical coverage, much like the advantage cavalry had over infantry before the invention of anchor-point weapons, or the advantage aircraft had over ground troops. After a brief period of aerial combat, the sand sleds would glide back to the ground, and these large, sharp spikes would be a significant obstacle to their landing. Clearly, Horned Hero was very confident in the aerial endurance of his floating sand sled. Even with Horned Goi's sand sled formation surrounding him in the air, his sled continued to emit exhaust jets, actually rising another height. At this time, to avoid being caught in the crossfire, the Steelstone team members had collectively entered the watchtower, sitting in a circle around the top of the watchtower on the original wall, watching the spectacular battle unfold under the protective magic of Saintson. "It's been a long time since I've seen such a fascinating interracial conflict," commented Signs. "The scale isn't large, but the ones I've seen before were even smaller." Shinru realized that this seemingly 10 absolute spirit rank expert was just a cunning serpent who loved watching the drama unfold. Could all 10 absolutes be this type of being? Shinrua thought to himself, that's quite possible. It explains why someone of spirit rank, a force valued by any race and holding a high position in any nation, would form such a neutral organization. Jiao Hulu and Jiao Gei clearly had different approaches to the formation and combat strategies of their sand sled teams. Jiao Hulu obviously wanted his sand sled to be a powerful spearhead, maximizing various attributes on it, with the other sand sled serving as support. Jiao Gei, on the other hand, aimed for a more evenly distributed strength in his sand sled team, emphasizing a complete formation and unified attack and defense. Now, surrounded by Horned Goi's sand sled team, Horned Hero rose again from the ground, using the height difference to launch a barrage of magic from its sand sled. Horned Goi's sand sled team defended, while launching counterattacks, various magical lights and shadows exploding brilliantly in the air. Although Horned Hero's sand sled was being attacked by a group, it was extremely agile in single sled combat. The sand sled twisted in the air, tracing an S-shaped trajectory, and after the magical ripple subsided, several identical sand sleds appeared in the sky. This was an illusion, like a phantom mirror, created by magic during its movement, but it also forced Horned Goi's sand sled team to use attacks to confirm the actual location of the sand sleds. At this moment, Horned Goi decided against keeping his sand sled team aloft. Rotating light magic appeared at the base of his sleds, indiscriminately slicing through the hardened, strange needle-like forest below. Unable to overcome Horned Hero's uniquely powerful sand sled for the time being, Horned Goi chose to forcefully withstand Hero's attacks and launch a strong assault on his weaker sled team. As the needle-like forest crumbled, Horned Goi's sand sled team landed and quickly changed formation once again. This time, they adopted a triangular apex-piercing formation, charging towards Hero's ground forces like a sharp blade. Horned Goi's team deployed defensive magic at its waist, but even this couldn't completely block the enemy's attacks. Horned Hero had already discovered Horned Goi's objective and launched a counterattack from his sand sled, unleashing a barrage of crystal magic from the sled as if it were free. His ground forces were now using a large-scale, integrated ground offensive and defensive spell. Rows of sharp spikes rose from the ground, rolling and stabbing forward in a wave-like pattern, their lengths uneven, their purpose to block and damage or overturn the opposing sand-carrying team. "Who do you think will win?" Sainzen asked the other mission team members, still having the energy to do so. "Probably Horned Hero?" Zhizhaijiao wasn't entirely sure, but his judgment was based on evidence. So far, Horned Goi has been led around by Horned Hero's tactics. "I think it's Horned Goi." Shinrua surprisingly offered her opinion. If Horned Hero can continue to single-handedly keep Horned Goi's sand-carrying team occupied, then he have Horned Goi under control, but Horned Goi has already seen through his plan. "Should we place a bet?" Sainzen, as expected of a spirit rank behind the arena organizers from the Tower of Eternity, was extremely excited at this moment. Chapter 132. "Let's not bet anymore, okay?" Shinru refused. "I'm not short of money right now." "Hey, why do you act like you already won?" Shuja Aijiali's twin brother, Aijiaku, expressed his dissatisfaction. Is the outcome that obvious now? Isn't it obvious? Shinruo wondered. Jiao Hulu's choice in building his sand sled team clearly indicates a desire for surprise attacks, using unconventional tactics to create harassment and create a one-against-many situation. Such tactics, in essence, wouldn't be used when both sides are locked in a stalemate and one side has overwhelming strength. Jiao Hulu's choice of this tactical approach in building his sand sled team suggests he lacks confidence in their theoretical strength. Or perhaps, he enjoys the thrill of surprise attacks. But this is the desert. Those complex, individual surprise attacks aren't feasible here. The main variables in the desert are wind and sand, shifting dunes. Ultimately, it comes down to sheer, head-on pushing strength. If Horned Hyuru's reliance on his sand sledding tactics stemmed from a lack of confidence, then his strategy was commendable, provided his opponent's thinking was relatively simple and prone to impulsive actions after being harassed. As for his opponent, Horned Gay, who was already employing such a complex command method as whip language, could he really be the kind of person who relentlessly chased after Horned Hyuru? If Horned Hyuru was simply enjoying the thrill of surprise attacks, Shinruo shook his head. In the desert, such a thought was incredibly naive. It would be unreasonable for him not to lose. While Shinruo was speaking, Horned Goi's team selectively defended, while simultaneously advancing. They ignored attacks that couldn't overturn the sand sleds, wouldn't cause damage, or fatally injure the riders. Instead, they forcefully charged into the enemy's wave spike magic from the front corner of the triangle formation. Initially, Horned Goi's sand sled team maintained excellent rhythm, but halfway through their advance, the rhythm abruptly changed. They increased their speed, and the rear sides of the triangle surged forward, as if the triangle had flipped open into a fan shape. The difference in overall strength between the two sides caused Horned Hyuru's sand sled team to be thrown into disarray, their formation instantly broken and scattered. Your eye is quite sharp, huh? Someone with your talent would be very popular as a commentator in the Tower of Eternity, Sane said, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he might have revealed himself as one of the 10 greats to Shinruo, speaking as if it were unintentional. No, having good eyesight isn't enough to be a commentator, Shinruo said. Because it would lead to spoilers, although I don't actually have the ability to spoil anything. Hee. Wait, Horned Hulu just left like that. Horned Gay isn't chasing after him. Hiss. Looks like we have to negotiate with our quest sponsor. As an A-rank quest, the quest sponsor has a simple compensation mechanism for failed teams. Although it won't be a lot of money, a few 100,000 consolation coins are a must. As for the teams that were wiped out, the quest issuer can only apologize. The consolation coins are only necessary for those who survived. This is Waizhish's team, which left first, found Jiao Gui, while Gangshi's team was delayed further down below. During this time, Gangshi's team obtained the Golden Mask, and news that the special effects of loss of contact and direction in this region had disappeared had already reached Jiao Hulu. Clearly, Jiao Hulu had his own informants in Jiao Gui's castle. Jiao Gui probably also knew that Jiao Hulu had informants in his castle, which explains why the two sides arrived at the watchtower entrance above the sand at the ruins one after the other. Now, after driving away Jiao Hulu, Jiao Gui smiled and said, "Gentlemen, now that there's no longer any spoilsport interfering with the handover of the Golden Mask, may I invite you to ride in our sand sled back to Neo-Tranisha?" It must be said, this guy is quite formidable. He was clearly very dissatisfied with Saintson's remarks before, although he didn't say it directly. His change in expression and aura in an instant proved it. But once the real threat was gone, he became extremely polite and courteous to all members of Steelstone's team, as if the things that Saints had done to displease him had never happened. Of course, Jiao Gui's politeness might also be due to the fact that Zhizh's team had told him that Steelstone's team was a powerful mission team with 2 spirit-level beings. Unlike Saints, who seemed to enjoy watching the drama unfold, the stone spirits possessed some stone-like characteristics. While they sometimes had unavoidable choices, their essence was very much like stone. Of course, this didn't mean they weren't adaptable. Gems naturally possess a variety of colors, and after cutting, they can display beautiful fire. On Shinruo's home planet, Earth, there are also gemstones with vibrant colors, like opals. Steelstone, much like his rocky nature, would treat everything around him with unpretentious simplicity, and less cunning was absolutely necessary. At this moment, he jumped down from the watchtower and said to Horned Goi, "Thank you for coming to pick us up. We go back to Neo-Tranisha with you, and complete the quest handover there. That way, we can use our tokens to collect our rewards from the Tower of Eternity." Horned Goi gave Steelstone an approving smile, and then invited him onto his sand sled. Steelstone turned and beckoned to his teammates, instructing them to disembark from the exposed part of the watchtower and squeeze into their respective sand sleds. Once everyone was settled, the sand sleds spewed wind from their tails and began gliding rapidly across the desert. Compared to ordinary sand sleds, Horn Goi's sand sled team was significantly faster, reaching Neotronisha in only half the time it had taken the team to reach the outer edge of the designated area. The recording and obtaining of the quest completion tokens, according to the rules of the Tower of Eternity, proceeded smoothly. After everything was completed, Sains made another request. "Lord, shouldn't you send us out of the Sanshin Kingdom? You see, we were threatened by another Sanshin noble lord for obtaining this golden mask. He said we violated your Sanshin Kingdom's laws, and that the golden mask contains 3 sacred relics, yet your reward is so low, 2 teams were completely wiped out under the yellow sand. Of course, we won't break the spirit of the contract and demand any additional reward, but shouldn't you at least show some consideration and let us leave the Sanshin Kingdom safely?" At this moment, Sainsen's language became unusually polite, even using honorifics. This changeable personality drew frequent glances from the other team members. However, no one objected to Sainsen's request. In fact, they too were full of doubts about this mission, even though the real danger of the ancient city lay only in the dead, who vanished as stardust after the mechanisms were destroyed. It seemed they were overthinking it. Horn Goi readily agreed to escort them away from the Sanshin Kingdom. Along the way, not a single Horn tribe member intercepted them, as if the battle between Horn Goi and Horn Yur that day was merely a hallucination. The two sides parted ways at the border of the Sanshin Kingdom. After the escort team, personally led by Horn Goi, turned around and left, the mission team boarded the flying vehicle they had come from and headed towards the Tower of Eternity. The mission reward needed to be collected at the Tower of Eternity. To prevent mission issuers from creating fake missions, the Tower of Eternity always required mission issuers to pay the reward and processing fee in one lump sum. If the quest issuer cancels the quest, Ion will charge a handling fee depending on the circumstances, or compensate the teams that have already departed for a penalty fee, and only the remaining amount will be refunded to the quest issuer. After entering the Sand City Kingdom, Tianhu Tianxue rarely had the opportunity to speak with Shenrua alone. Now she, Shenrua, and Sainsen were in the same flying vehicle, driven by Sainsen. Tianxue, of course, knew that some things couldn't be said in front of Sainsen, so she chose a topic that could be discussed. Speaking of which, didn't we leave a little too smoothly? Although Sainsen didn't participate in the conversation, he had already perked up his ears upon hearing Tianxue's words. Shenrua gazed thoughtfully at the scenery rushing past the window. Perhaps it's not that the other Horn children didn't want to stop it, but that they couldn't. "Why do you say that?" Tianxue asked, puzzled. Shenrua took out the recording crystal. "I carefully studied all the murals beneath the ancient Tronisha temple, and recorded their images using this crystal." He pulled up several of the paintings. In some of these paintings, the main figures were clearly wearing golden masks, although Tianxue found it difficult to understand what the Horn children in the pictures were doing. Several other paintings depicted Horn children showing reverence or worship towards the being at the center of the scene. Although the story told through the illustrations Shenrua provided was disjointed, Tianxue, having once possessed a fragment of the heavenly fox jade, understood what Shenrua meant. "You mean, the Sandstorm Kingdom possesses a set of golden artifacts? If worn entirely, they could have an effect on the Sandstorm Kingdom's Horn children, similar to how a heavenly fox possessing the heavenly fox jade commands the submission of other heavenly foxes? But that's unlikely." As an outsider, Shenrua could only make bold assumptions based on the content of the illustrations. However, for the beings of the Dust Sand world, such conjectures were difficult to establish and even harder to imagine. Because, as Shenrua had previously learned, the beings on the Dust Sand continent held a level of reverence for the gods and a greater emphasis on the legacies left behind by them than he could imagine or comprehend. For them, the gods truly existed in the history of creation, and the will left behind by the gods could still be felt. All races, and even the entire continent, were created by the gods, their lives were bestowed by the gods. Therefore, they would not doubt or alter the legacies and inheritances of the gods. Some things are utterly rebellious, such as piecing together relics of different gods in a highly illogical way without the permission of the gods' will. In fact, in Tianxue and Sainsen's eyes, the golden mask was such a sacred relic. Chapter 133. Regarding Tianxue's disapproval, Shenrua didn't insist on explaining his guesses or providing a deeper analysis of the murals. He understood that as someone from another world, he couldn't reach a consensus with the beings of the Dust and Sand world on the topic of understanding deities. He respected the various races' perceptions and customs of deities in the Dust and Sand world, while naturally retaining his own guesses and opinions. The affairs of the Sand City still contained some historical elements that Shinruo couldn't fully decipher through the murals, but as an A-rank quest for the Tower of Eternity, the story of the Tronisha ruins was temporarily concluding his travels. Besides, he wasn't entirely without gains. The Heart of the Water element, yet another quest item. For Shinruo now, avoiding being discovered as a candidate by other beings was extremely important. Otherwise, given the quantity and rarity of the quest items he carried, other candidates would likely eliminate him without hesitation if they wanted to expedite the quest's completion. So Shinruo steered the conversation in the direction Tian Shui wanted to hear. Whatever the reason, being able to leave safely is a good thing. After all, we completed our mission. That's not what you want to talk about, is it? When you returned to the Tower of Eternity, were you hoping to see how Tian Shao is doing? I heard the wealthy merchant who bought Tian Shao lives in the Tower of Eternity. Speaking of which, if you want to save her, I think asking our teammate Saintsen would be faster than trying to find a way yourself. Saintsen had originally intended to hear Shinruo's thoughts on the affairs of the Sand City. After all, she was quite interested in this human race now. Who would have thought that before she even heard any information she wanted, Shinruo would single her out? How did this get to her? Hiss, don't drag your interspecies affairs into my Frost Serpent clan's business. Saintsen refused to be called out. I'm sure you know about the Celestial Fox auction. Shinruo smiled, ignoring Saintsen's refusal. The reason I asked you for help is, of course, because you're one of the 10 greats, am I right, Miss Saintsen? Could you please stop using such a cheesy title like Miss Saintsen? Saintsen expressed discomfort. Besides, how am I one of the 10 greats? Are spirit-ranked beings so rare on the continent? Shinruo said, we actually have 2 of them in our team. Perhaps that's the attraction between strong individuals? Saintsen forced a reason. Our team is super strong, isn't it? Look, didn't you also bring a near spirit-ranked celestial fox, the famous beautiful celestial fox, to our team? You are? Tian Shui was much more direct, her beautiful eyes already looking at Saintsen with anticipation. However, Signs, focused on driving the flying vehicle, didn't turn around to sense Tianshue's expectant gaze. Tianshue was an extremely beautiful celestial fox. Although her level was inferior to Gisilfa's, they were, after all, of different genders. Therefore, Gisilfa possessed an androgynous beauty, and a physique overflowing with masculine hormones, along with a domineering and alluring talent. Tianshue, on the other hand, lacked that extremely aggressive beauty, but possessed a gentle and graceful temperament. A celestial fox like her was more likely to arouse the desire of other beings to help and protect her, even though she was a powerful being near the spirit rank. Long Wei had been affected by such charm before, but it was clear that Tian Shui's charm was ineffective on many targets within the current mission team. Gangshi, needless to say, was naturally immune to the collective charm of the heavenly foxes due to his gem structure, and Gisilfa's charm had no effect on him whatsoever. Shinruo seemed completely oblivious to her charm. Although she offered her assistance, Tian Shui could sense that it wasn't due to the charm's influence. And now, Saintsen was clearly completely unaffected by her charm. Of course, this was related to Saintsen being a spirit rank being. It wasn't that spirit rank beings were completely immune to the charm of near spirit rank heavenly foxes, but the difference in level, especially between spirit rank and non-spirit rank beings, significantly reduced the effectiveness of the charm. Saintsen muttered, too troublesome, ugh, I'm not. So you really are right? I won't tell anyone, and I give you the reward. Tian Shui pleaded. Let's show some sincerity first. A blood-packed magic circle appeared behind Saintsen. Regardless of whether I help you or not, first sign the blood pact that won't reveal my identity. It would be best if you could charm this human and get him to sign as well. To directly ask Tianshue to charm me, and even tell me this charm will easily fail, Shinruo commented on Saintsen's remarks. Saintsen clearly didn't really need to silence Shinruo, otherwise, as a spirit rank cultivator, her methods wouldn't be to directly ask Tianshue to charm her. She was currently interested in Shinruo, and even wanted to invite her to join the organization Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes. However, Tianshue insisted on signing the blood pact because, after hearing Shinruo reveal Saintsen's identity, she knew he was the most likely person to help her rescue Tian Shao. After Tianshue signed the blood pact, Shinruo inquired about the whereabouts of the other female celestial fox. Previously, Shinruo hadn't asked much out of politeness and distance, but the situation was different now. Firstly, they were now teammates in the Steel Stone team. Secondly, Shinruo's question to Tianshue was actually an attempt to persuade Saintsen to help her. After all, to ask the Cold Serpent for help, one should first let the other party know the background, right? Although the Celestial Fox clan's affairs, even without being told, Saintson, as one of the 10 absolutes, should already know about them through the Eternal Tower's intelligence channels. Besides having arenas and betting, auctions, and centralized trading posts, the Eternal Tower was also a well-known intelligence hub on the Dust Sand continent. As one of the 10 spirit rank beings of the Dust and Sand 10, the organization representing the forces behind the Eternal Tower, if there was anything she didn't know, it would probably be the highly secretive matters of each race, or the events that occurred on the continent after she infiltrated Steelstone's group and went to the Sand City. However, whether Saintson knew or not was one thing, and Tianxue, as a party involved, actively revealing herself to Saintson was another. And Tianyao was clearly a painful memory for Tianxue. Tianyao is dead. Tianxue's voice choked as she mentioned Tianyao. She was torn to pieces by Gisilfa for trying to stop him. Wasn't it true that no heavenly fox could refuse Gisilfa? Shenruo was somewhat surprised. Tianxue possessed a special bloodline, so why was Tianyao also able to choose to stop Gisilfa? She is a descendant of Hehe and Tianhu from that legend, Tianxue explained sadly, but concealed the secret of her own bloodline from Saintson. In other words, Tianxue and Tianyao might be true sisters. Was Tianxiao a sister or not? But this was clearly not the right time to ask that question, because Tianxue obviously didn't want Saintson to know too much about the secrets of Hehe and Tianhu's descendants. It was only because Tianyao was dead that she could reveal her identity to Saintson. But Saintson wasn't someone who could be easily deceived. She flicked her tongue, seemingly intrigued by the new information. So the legend of Hehe having a child with a celestial fox was actually true? Hiss? The rule left by the gods, that different races cannot have offspring, actually has an exception. How interesting. However, this exception obviously comes at a price. But that's not my concern. What I'm more concerned about is Tianxiao, the one you're trying to save, also of this special bloodline? Is she important? Tianxue asked. Saintson shook her head. If she is, then she's only bound by the rule left by the gods that prevents her from harming the mark holder when their mark appears. That's different from whether she's still affected by the celestial fox jade, and then, due to the double influence plus Gisilfa's act of seduction, she couldn't resist and willingly became a celestial fox bee's slave, right? If it's the latter, I think it will be very difficult to rescue her. Even if Gisilfa's influence on her diminishes with distance and time, rescuing her is merely a means for her to be used again the next time she sees Gisilfa. To Gisilfa, she's like an object he can use or discard at will. And also, including you, if you don't have a special bloodline, then I have to consider whether our team should continue to allow you to stay here. Because Steelstone is clearly a strong candidate, and whether his relationship with Gisilfa is one of friendly cooperation or hostility is not addressed in the legends and rules left by the gods regarding candidates. That's a matter between the candidates themselves. Of course, I might not still be a member of this team afterward, but as long as I am, I have to consider the stability of the team. At this moment, Saintson transformed from a serpent who enjoyed ambiguous, gossipy, and somewhat impulsive interests into a cold, rational, yet incredibly reliable serpent. Perhaps both sides represent her true nature, but she simply adopts different attitudes depending on the specific situation. However, it's easy to see that Saintson is not a simple serpent. A person's spiritual rank might be simple, for example, Junja, although near spiritual rank and destined to surpass it in the future, is relatively simple. But Saintson is definitely not simple because she also possesses another identity. She was one of the 10 spirit rank leaders of the highly influential organization, the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand. How could the leader of such a complex place as the Eternal Tower be a simple character? Moreover, all the spirit rank beings Shenruo had encountered so far, except for Saintson, focused heavily on offensive capabilities, possessing exceptional individual combat skills. However, Saintson's training clearly emphasized support, indicating that he was a spirit rank being with a deep understanding of teamwork. Such beings often possess a more comprehensive perspective and the ability to observe the big picture. Her words, though cruel, were very realistic. Chapter 134. Sains was asking Tianxue to use her most important secret in exchange for a possibility. Just a possibility, not a promise. Tianxue hesitated, but after a moment, she made her decision. Just as you thought, Tianxiao and I also have special bloodlines. Sains was satisfied with Tianxue's honesty. Actually, the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes have always wanted to recruit several celestial foxes as members, and have been looking for suitable candidates. However, the appearance of Gisilfa has made things difficult for us. After all, the submission effect of the celestial fox jade fragment can cause celestial foxes affected by it to turn against them at any time. We had this concern before. Even if it wasn't Gisilfa, there would be other Celestial Fox leaders who possess Celestial Fox Jade fragments. But a member who is beautiful and possesses charm skills sounds very appealing. So, the price for helping you is that you and Tianxiao join the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes and swear not to do anything that would affect their interests. You shouldn't object, right? Tianxua looked at Shenrua with pleading eyes, slightly biting her lower lip. Shenrua, being looked at like that, felt she couldn't remain silent. However, Shenrua's ability to ruin the mood was off the charts. I think we should add a clause. Don't do anything that affects my interests. Sainzen couldn't stand it anymore and said, Human, although I was quite interested in you before, and admired you, aren't you going a bit too far? I promised to help her, and that's why I made her swear an oath. What did you do? Shenrua spoke the truth. If it weren't for me, she wouldn't even have joined this mission team. You wouldn't even know each other, let alone offer any help. Besides, you helped her, but your main condition wasn't that it wouldn't affect the interests of the Dust and Sand 10, but that she become a member of your organization, serving you faithfully, right? Signs retorted, on the Dust and Sand continent, many powerful beings are begging to join the Dust and Sand 10, but they lack the connections, you know? Besides, we get paid, don't make it sound like I'm using your kindness to make her work illegally. Shenrua remained non-committal, saying to Tianxue, ultimately, it's your decision. Joining the Dust and Sand 10, in my personal opinion, has both advantages and disadvantages. For example, you join this organization. Although it seems like a normal organization, I don't really understand why a normal organization would need a skill like charm. This made it sound as if the 10 absolutes of Dust and Sand would trick Tianhu into doing something bad. Signs, furious, suddenly accelerated the flying car. However, Shenrua's next words made her feel a little better. Of course, her invitation to join the 10 absolutes of Dust and Sand, from another perspective, is providing protection for you and Tianxiao. And there will likely be scenarios where you need to become a double agent. For example, Gisilfa will obviously be very interested in your identity, and the 10 absolutes of Dust and Sand will have you feign submission to him and provide false inside information about the 10 absolutes. But that depends on whether there's a conflict of interest between them. For you, you're already afraid of Gisilfa's rule but powerless to change it, aren't you? In short, it's not a bad thing for you. Alright, if you can help me save Tianxiao, both Tianxiao and I are willing to do as you say. Tianxua finally made up her mind and expressed her attitude to Sainzen. This was indeed not easy for her, because she was originally destined to become a near-spirit level being, the leader of a branch of the Heavenly Fox clan, and even harbored the ambition to reunify the Heavenly Fox clan. But now the Heavenly Fox clan was reunified, and its ruler was a tyrant like Gisilfa. From wanting to become the wise and virtuous leader of the legendary Heavenly Fox clan, to becoming a member of an organization, serving this organization, Tianxua felt somewhat saddened by her change in identity. However, Sainz didn't care about her grief. She had already achieved her first goal, and the flying car's driving had returned to a steady pace from its extremely frenzied state. She even had the leisure to ask Shenrua, although you're angry with the snake, I won't hold it against Hanshi. I still think you're quite interesting. Would you like to join the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes? I can be more lenient with your conditions. For example, even if you betray the organization, I won't have any objections. Don't you feel honored? This is an option I recommended and specially opened for you. Normally, the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes don't recruit people casually. You wouldn't object if I betrayed the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes because you think that compared to the racial characteristics of the Heavenly Fox and the near-spirit level strength of Tianxue, a human like me is just a consumable, or rather, a toy that temporarily satisfies your interest and provides novelty. Shenrua commented on Sainz's invitation, hitting the nail on the head. The reason you feel no objection is because powerful beings don't have objections to the dead. If I die, you won't feel any regret. Your leniency is based on the premise that my life is actually in grave danger, so please allow me to refuse your suggestion. Honestly, why are you speaking such blunt truths? Sainzen retorted, then withdrew her invitation. Because Shenrua was right, her invitation to Shenrua to join the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes was entirely out of her own amusement. It could be considered a toy that was still novel for a while. For her, Tianxue and Tianxiao, two beautiful heavenly foxes, who wouldn't be affected by the power of the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment submission, were the members the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes truly desired. Back at the Eternal Tower, more than 60 days had passed. Due to the need to travel, and the inability to use communication crystals to communicate with the outside world while in the team, even Sainzen was somewhat out of touch with the latest developments on the continent. She got off the flying vehicle and began to ride her snake body. Where did Dao Shang go? The other team members and Steelstone agreed that Steelstone would collect the mission rewards at the front desk of the Ion's mission area so the members could collect them individually, and after the rewards were distributed evenly, they would all disband. All members needed rest and to reorganize their understanding of the events that had occurred on the continent recently. Most of them were independent soldiers, earning money by taking on missions, so keeping their intelligence up to date was still very important. Steelstone handed his share of gold coins to Shinruo as agreed, tentatively asking, "If we go on another mission, will we go together again?" Shinruo accepted Steelstone's reward without much concern, replying somewhat lazily, "We see then. We just finished this mission. I need to rest for a while first. I contact you again later." Shinruo didn't give a definitive answer, which pleased Steelstone. He probably really needed a bit of luck from other beings to help him collect the quest items. After parting ways with Steelstone, Shinruo also found a hotel. He was feeling tired after the long journey by flying car. In Shinruo's opinion, staying in a hotel in the Tower of Eternity was at least safer than the special hotels on the continent that Long Wei had explained to him earlier, hotels that restricted the use of magic. After all, those hotels would show flexibility in their treatment of dignitaries from different countries depending on their location. Of course, Shinruo believed that if one of the 10 spirit rank members of the 10 Absolutes wanted to abuse their privileges and break the agreement in the Tower of Eternity, they certainly could. However, as a neutral organization not affiliated with any country, the Tower of Eternity needed a much stronger credibility to gain the acceptance of beings from different countries and forces across the continent. The impact of one of the 10 Absolutes breaking the rules on the credibility that the entire organization had worked so hard to build over the years would be catastrophic for the Tower of Eternity. Trusting that Ion was a safe and secure place, Shinruo went straight to bed after entering his hotel room. He slept for a full day and night, waking up refreshed and ready to begin planning his next tasks. Knowledge updates were crucial, a consensus shared by all members of the mission team, including Shinruo. Ion had a dedicated intelligence center where information of a corresponding level could be obtained for a fee. Public and simple information was inexpensive. Simply provide the approximate time frame for the information needed and pay between 1 and 10 silver coins to obtain information that was not a secret on the Dust Sand continent during that period, recorded by Ion's dedicated information-keeping staff. Of course, not every trivial matter is recorded. Only information that reaches the Tower of Eternity and is deemed worthy of recording by the recorder will appear on the public information log. Shinruo could purchase a brief, publicly available information about events that occurred during the 60-odd days his team was away from the Tower of Eternity for 3 silver coins. This information was displayed by a recording crystal, which was merely a loan and could not be taken away as personal property. Shinruo sat in the Trading Intelligence Center hall, browsing the crystal in his hand. There weren't many truly noteworthy events during those 60-odd days. Only a few could truly capture Shinruo's attention. First, the Lord of Neotronia had become the new king of Sands and Kingdom. This event occurred just over 20 days after they left Sands and Kingdom, making it arguably the closest major news to the present. However, Sands and Kingdom was located in a remote area, a country built on yellow sand, far from the centers of interest of various powers on the Dust Sand continent. Therefore, while this news seemed significant, it was not of great concern to most powerful beings on the Dust Sand continent. Shinruo's concern stemmed from her first-hand experience. She believed it was likely related to the golden mask their team had obtained. Another piece of news came from the Shishui branch of the Heshi tribe. The Zhizha tribe's initial battle at the Shishui border was met with overwhelming momentum, only to be thwarted by the Dark Fortress. Furthermore, the remnant will of the Dark Elemental God, who had been in seclusion for many years, manifested his totem avatar as a giant wolf, before returning to the Dark Wasteland. This event dealt a significant blow to the morale of the participating Zhizha. The recording crystal also displayed a star map of the day, proving the authenticity of the descent of the will of the God of Dark Elements. As a result, the return of the God of Dark Elements rallied the power of the Heshi race, and many scattered Heshi branches returned to the rare water. Centered on the Dark Fortress, expanding their defensive fortifications outwards, the rare water branch launched an attack on the bridgehead of the Zhizha city-state of the White Tree Kingdom, a fortress that was one of the key routes in and out of the rare water branch. The Heshi's objective was clear. That city-state of the White Tree Kingdom was far too aggressive, and the rare water branch had long tolerated its existence. Destroying it had become an urgent matter. As of now, the Heshi race had captured the bridgehead fortress of the Zhizha city-state, and formally declared war on the White Tree Kingdom. The rare water branch of the Hushi race demanded that the White Tree Kingdom cede the entire city-state, including the fortress, and its surrounding territory to the rare water branch. The redrawing of the White Tree Kingdom's borders is their war demand. If the White Tree Kingdom does not agree, the war will continue until the entire city-state is destroyed. This is certainly not good news for the Zhizha tribe. But in crossing the Shi River, the White Tree Kingdom and the Holy See were actually in the wrong from the start, having failed in their attempt. Although the White Tree Kingdom is still stubbornly stating that they are willing to fight, in reality, other Zhizha nations and the Holy See, out of respect for the will left by the gods, are unlikely to actually send troops to fight in the White Tree Kingdom. Chapter 135. Besides the King of Soldiers, He-Shi, another name familiar to Shenrua appeared in the recent major events record. That was Junja. He had already crossed the spirit rank, and the Qingza Kingdom had recently held a celebration for him. The King of Qingza prepared a considerable amount of gold coins to be randomly distributed among the subjects of Qingza Kingdom to show his respect and celebration for his younger brother's crossing of the spirit rank. After reading all the information, Shenrua returned to the inn, made a plan for what to do in the near future, and then picked up the communication crystal. He first contacted the King of Soldiers, He-Shi. In the approximately 300 days he had been on the Dusan continent, Long Wei and the King of Soldiers, He-Shi, were two of his close friends, but Long Wei and the King of Soldiers, He-Shi, were different. Long Wei was pure of heart, which was why they could become friends. After deducing the legends about the marks and the corresponding possibilities of the cataclysmic events in this world, as well as the fact that the competition among candidates differed from the legends, it became clear that simple friendships were not easy to find in this world. Shenrua's understanding of all interpersonal relationships is purely theoretical. It's difficult to avoid revealing flaws. Long Wei is simple, so being his friend can be simple too, and this can simplify everything else as well. However, Long Wei is ultimately a noble young master of this world, still young, while Shenrua's journey, whenever involving sacred relics, inevitably involves encountering powerful beings. Long Wei can happily practice catching flower-haired mice with him, but other powerful beings are not flower-haired mice. Therefore, Long Wei's return home is an inevitable outcome. The elite soldier, He-Shi, already knows Shenrua's identity, but not only does he keep it a secret himself, he also instructs other He-Shi members of the Shishui branch to keep anything related to him a secret, regardless of whether they have guessed Shenrua's identity. He even used a blood pact. Based on this alone, Shenrua felt she should congratulate him. The message was connected, and the voice of the soldier King He-Shi sounded from the other end of the crystal. I heard from Ling He that you decided to do the Eternal Tower quest. Did you complete it? Before Shenrua could offer his congratulations, Soldier King He-Shi asked about his affairs first. Yes. I think the Lord of Neo-Trinitia becoming the King of Sanshin Kingdom is probably related to our quest. Shenrua answered first, then congratulated Soldier King He-Shi. I heard you gained control of the White Tree Kingdom fortress. Congratulations. Soldier King He-Shi was silent for a moment before speaking. The battle is going quite well. But he wasn't happy. Because after conquering the city-states, and then expanding along the other side of the Eastern Human Fortress, the next step would be to establish a nation for the Hushi race. Raising his arms, and rallying the various branches of the Hushi to fight side by side, was something Soldier King He-Shi excelled at. But he knew he wasn't suited to be a ruler who could balance the relationships between different factions. Yet, he also understood that this was his inescapable fate. Even if decisions could be made collectively by the members of the Shishui faction's Joint Construction Legion, he had to remain the totem on the throne. Shenrua understood He-Shi's feelings from his pause, but comforting a friend wasn't his forte. The crystal was lit, but both sides fell silent. Finally, Shenrua spoke first. If you want to learn potion preparation or become a medical apprentice, where do you think would be suitable? The elite soldier, He-Shi, was taken aback. Shenrua was one of the candidates designated by the gods. His existence had been confirmed across the Dusan continent, and everyone was working diligently. For example, Gangshur had gone so far as to kidnap Jin He in search of something. The He-Shi candidate tirelessly worked for the Undying Valley, and was now reportedly part of a mercenary group specializing in exploring ancient ruins. Another example was the Zhizha candidate, who, suspecting items related to the cataclysm were among the relics of an ancient He-Shi elder, even defied divine rules by forcibly crossing the Shishui. Of course, this could also be because divine rules were ineffective for candidates designated by the gods. As for the candidate from the Heavenly Fox clan, he was even more flamboyant and high-profile, bringing his indiscriminate appearance and personality-driven style to places outside the Heavenly Fox clan. In comparison, Shenrua's thoughts and actions seemed very strange. However, Soldier King, she offered his honest opinion. There's a very good pharmacy in the Tower of Eternity, but it's run by the organization 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand. Without any experience or qualifications, getting in won't be easy. The 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand is both the name of the organization behind the Tower of Eternity, and represents 10 spirit rank beings within it. Hearing this, Shenrua found it easier. During this mission, there's actually a hidden member of the 10 Absolutes in the team. I wonder if I have some kind of connection with her now. Should I try to get her help? Soldier King, she was genuinely surprised. What? You actually know one of the 10 Absolutes? They all been shrouded in mystery for years. What kind of being is he? Shenrua thought for a moment, realizing he didn't truly understand Saintson, and could only answer based on what he was absolutely certain of. I don't think I know much about her personality yet. From what I can tell, she's a female member of the Frost Serpent clan, skilled in the application of support magic. A spirit rank skilled in the application of support magic. Such a spirit rank is rare throughout the entire Dust Sand continent. The Eternal Tower, standing tall on the continent, effectively controlling the special space left behind by the gods, and managing a vast neutral zone around it, is indeed not to be underestimated. The original plan was to congratulate the Soldier King on acquiring the fortress, but the conversation didn't focus much on the battle between Shishui and Baishu Kingdom. Instead, they talked for a while about Shenrua's experiences in Shachin Kingdom, before ending the conversation. Shenrua sighed after closing the communication crystal. The Soldier King told him in the communication that the Eternal Tower's good medical clinic was called All Races Inner External Wound Medicine Clinic. It has to be said, this name is far too direct. Whether it was the system that automatically handled all languages, or if this is just the typical straightforward naming style for the clinic, Shenrua no longer wanted to delve into it. After all, the last time he had such a direct name was for a healing potion. Now, Shenrua needed to find Saintson to introduce him. Finding a clinic in the Tower of Ion to learn from would also be a form of rest. Furthermore, if given the opportunity, Shenrua wanted to learn more about the physiological structures of other races. After all, although he mainly used the metal needles he crafted for himself, he was also quite interested in trying them out on other races. The 10 Assassins of Dust and Sand were holding their usual crystal ball meeting. The crystal ball representing Saintson, which hadn't been lit for a long time, lit up. Everyone, I went out for a bit, it was quite interesting, Saintson said. Soon, other crystal balls lit up as well. Although we did plan to send our members into that team formed by the Stone Spirit, I didn't expect you to go in person. While the 10 assassins rarely met in person, and not all of them knew each other, some had met and recognized each other outside of crystal communication. The speaker was clearly one of the 10 assassins who knew Saintson. So you don't understand the joy of watching us show up close, Saintson said. Watch out, the fire might burn your tail, said another 10 assassin who clearly knew Saintson's identity. It won't burn, Sion said. Do you still want to hear me speak? Go ahead. Sure, Jingjua believes the candidate possesses a book that reveals a great deal of knowledge, something beyond our current understanding. I believe it was a gift from God to the candidate. Signs began by stating his discovery about the candidate. If the candidate dies and the book falls, will picking it up turn you into the candidate? One of the crystal balls offered a rather unusual perspective. Your guess is incredibly audacious, but if a candidate really dies and the book falls, I like to try it. Another of the 10 absolutes, while criticizing the previous speaker's boldness, was already imagining the act of picking it up himself. These two were clearly evenly matched. After the other 10 masters, including Sains, shared their opinions, Sains then spoke of his findings. Tianxua of the Celestial Fox clan and her sisters have agreed to become members of our Dust and Sand 10 Masters organization. They are the legendary offspring of Hehe and the Celestial Fox, so they are unaffected by the Celestial Fox Jade submission effect. Her words immediately garnered praise from the other 10 masters. That's amazing. The Celestial Fox clan are all stunning beauties. Even if they don't contribute anything to us, just serving as guides or receptionists would be a feast for the eyes. You're going too far. Tianhu Tianxua is near the spirit rank. Don't even mention Tianhu Tianxua, even that Jasilfa, if you ignore his personality, is a beauty. You dare to call a candidate a beauty? No wonder you're one of the 10 greats. No, I'm just commenting from an aesthetic point of view. Please stop judging me based on my subjective opinion. Just as these powerful spirit rank individuals, whose thoughts were all quite unconventional, were exchanging words, Sains' voice suddenly rang out again. That human of Eastern blood is looking for me? Sains' voice came from the crystal ball, and several of the 10 greats perked up their ears. Don't close the crystal ball communication. We also want to hear what he wants to hear from you. Shinrua's communication crystal for contacting Sains lit up. Sainzen's voice came from the crystal. What do you want? Are you concerned about whether that female celestial fox's sister has been rescued? Shinrua was convinced by Sainzen's guess. He had only asked the celestial fox Tianxue to seek help from Sainzen at the time, and the rest was their own deal. He didn't care about the aftermath. So he got straight to the point and said to Sains, "No, I'm thinking of becoming an apprentice at the medical clinic. After all, you seem to have a part-time healer in Steelstone's team. You're one of the 10 spirit rank beings of the dust and sand 10 absolutes, after all. Can you really keep going on missions with him all the time? So I was thinking that I should learn some relevant skills now. Maybe they come in handy later. I heard that the All-Race Internal and External Injury Medical Clinic is quite good, and I like to go there to observe and learn. But as you know, I don't have any foundation or relevant experience. Could you help me put in a good word?" Sains was surprised by Shinrua's idea. "Didn't you refuse to join our organization before? Why do you want to join now?" Shinrua asked, puzzled. Although the medical clinic was run by the 10 absolutes of dust and sand, earning money there was a different matter from joining the organization like Tianxue did, right? "I don't want to join you. I just want to be an apprentice. Of course, I can forego the apprenticeship fee and even pay some tuition. Can you arrange that? Wait a minute, I contact you later." Sains ended the call with Shinrua and returned to the 10 Absolutes Crystal Conference call, which hadn't been closed anyway. The human with Eastern human blood, is that the one who defeated Wanlia before? The 10 Absolutes clearly remembered a human who could defeat the Wanlia and had such a rare bloodline. Yes, that's him. Very interesting. Sains briefly shared what had happened within the Steel Stone team. So first, he sold a sacred relic to the Stone Elf candidate at a bargain price, and this was a very useful necessity for the candidate. Now he's planning to learn to be a healer? Humans can't be healers, right? How would a human perform magical suturing? How would he maintain the dexterity of his hands while wearing special gloves? And then, there's potion making, that requires not only a formula, but sometimes magical treatment of the herbs. What was he thinking? He's even paying to learn himself. He's a really strange guy. One of the 10 masters couldn't help but say, "What did he tell you? To continue helping that Stone Elf candidate? If I didn't know, I think it was the Stone Elves, not the Celestial Foxes, who knew how to use charm." That's really interesting. How about this, have him come to the medical clinic. I'd personally train him. The one who spoke was clearly a 10 master who frequented the medical clinic Shinrua mentioned. In fact, he was the owner of that clinic, also a spirit rank expert known for his healing methods. Since he had already spoken, arranging for Shinrua to become an apprentice at the medical clinic was naturally no problem. Shinrua was unaware that he had already been regarded as an interesting subject of observation by this spirit rank. He had only received a communication crystal call from Sainzen, telling him that he only needed to go to the All Races Internal and External Injury Medical Hall and give his name, Shinrua. Chapter 136. Shinrua had always wanted to travel and explore the Dust Sand continent. His current desire to become an apprentice at the medical clinic isn't due to a change in his travel plans, but rather because in the 300 days or so since arriving on the Dust Sand continent, while he's spent a considerable amount of time traveling, he's rarely been in control of the pace. Therefore, even though there are still many places on the Dust Sand continent that Shinrua feels need exploration, he takes breaks to rest. The key point is that Shinrua hopes to be able to better control the pace when he embarks on his travels again. Originally, Shinrua chose to join Steel Stone's mission team, firstly to avoid an aimless and confused journey, and secondly, to participate in the lives of mission teams on the continent, which is also a way to experience the world. However, in reality, joining a mission team doesn't allow for effective world exploration, although the gains are still quite satisfactory. Shinrua doesn't necessarily want to be the winner among the god-designated candidates, but he now deeply understands the rules the gatekeeper told him about the world's god-designated candidates. Essentially, these rules are designed to create intense competition among these candidates. The talk of cooperation was just a pretext. Shinrua had absolutely no sense of mission-oriented thinking, but the other 7 candidates clearly didn't share the view. So he also needed to pause, otherwise he eventually be swept along by the rules. Changing his approach, briefly experiencing learning medical knowledge and understanding the physical structures of different races on the Dust Sand continent, seemed like a good way to relax. After receiving Sainzen's approval, Shinrua reported to the All-Race Internal and External Injury Medical Center the very next day. The all-race internal and external injury clinic was located on the edge of the trading area of the island, occupying a considerable area and bustling with patients. After all, injuries were common during competitive activities in the island. Although the clinic's name was simply all-race internal and external injuries, Shinruo, after entering and looking at the directional signs, realized that this clinic treated more than just internal and external injuries. It also had clinics for various other diseases, but of course, the most common patients were all sorts of wounded. Following Sainz's directions, Shinruo found a clinic. He looked up and saw a sign that read top-tier healer. This clinic was a stark contrast to the busy activity in the other clinics, making Shinruo somewhat skeptical of the sign's description. If it was a top-tier healer, why was this clinic so deserted? But since he was already there, he still reached out and politely knocked on the door. "Come in." A voice sounded from behind the door, a distinctive tone. Unlike the voice of a stone elf, it was something else entirely. Shinruo pushed open the door and walked in. The healer, who had a crystal ball on his desk, looked up from his work and met Shinruo's gaze. How should one describe this handsome plant spirit? Plant spirits possess completely inhuman faces. The reason Shinruo considered him handsome was because he had meticulously groomed his hair. Or rather, his canopy, giving him an elegant air. Plant spirits have human-like bodies, but their faces are not. Their bodies can adjust their size at will, and new branches can grow from their bodies at any time, provided they have the ability. While their bodies resembled humans in shape, their skin color was not human. The plant spirits' bodies were wood-colored, and just as the stone spirits, originating from different gemstones, possess varying shades of color, their bodies also exhibited different wood-like hues. Their bodies also displayed the distinctive grain patterns characteristic of wood. As for their faces, they somewhat resembled those of tree spirits or Groot, as Shinruo had learned about them from literature, but not entirely. Their faces were somewhat square, with features that appeared sculpted, yet were movable. The plant spirit before her, perhaps because medicine required delicate hand skills, hadn't chosen a very tall stature, opting instead for a build somewhere between a human and the Zhijiahushi race. He wore a plain-colored, trench coat-like garment that perfectly suited his chosen physique. "Hello, I am Shinruo, the human introduced by Sainz to be your apprentice." Shinruo introduced herself. Upon hearing Shinruo's self-introduction, the other party nodded and stated his name, top-tier healer Jimu. It was a completely unpretentious self-introduction, and Shinruo had, over this period, roughly understood how the automatically unified language rules of the Dust Sand continent allowed him to remember names. If a name contained a character that was the same as a character in a race's name, it was highly likely that the person was a noble of that race in this world or possessed some extraordinary bloodline. This person not only had the character Ji directly in his name, belonging to the plant spirit race, but Mu was also strongly related to plants. His bloodline was probably not low. He wondered why Shinruo hadn't pursued an important profession in the plant spirit clan's country or settlement, but instead come to the Eternal Tower to become a healer. Just as Shinruo was pondering this, Jimu spoke up. "The contact person from the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes has already contacted me, saying you want to come to our medical center to learn, but you lack both the foundation and the qualifications. As you can see here, there aren't any patients needing treatment. Why do you think that is? Is this some kind of entrance exam?" Shinruo never expected the first question to be like this, and was momentarily speechless. "It can't be because it's expensive, right? Even if it is expensive, there are always those who don't lack money and would demand better medical resources, right?" This one question exposed Shinruo's weakness of lacking common sense about the Dust and Sand continent. So, Shinruo honestly replied, "Well, because my experience in treating patients is very limited, and I never worked in a pharmacy, I can't determine why." Fortunately, Yuki didn't show any displeasure at his inability to answer the question, but instead directly told him the reason. "It's because we triage patients here. If it's unnecessary, patients won't be assigned to me. There are price barriers, and there's also the difficulty of treating their conditions. It seems you truly have no background knowledge. Here's what we do. Take this to the patient triage room first, and say it was arranged by me. When you gain the triage room's approval, come back here to see me." After saying this, Yuki signed a card and handed it to Shinruo. Shinruo took the card, and after leaving, based on his memory of the directional signs he had read upon entering, he easily found the patient triage room Yuki had mentioned. The patient triage area was large, and the staff inside were all busy. Some staff members made simple assessments of the patient's conditions, then affixed specific tags to their clothing before other staff members took the patients away. Besides a large outer hall, the triage area also included an emergency treatment room, a waiting area, and an inquiry area. Shinruo went to the inquiry area and handed the card that Ji-mu had given him to a staff member there. The staff member took the card, looked at him suspiciously for a while, then looked down to check the contents of the card before finally saying to Shinruo, "Over there, turn right. There's a room without a door number. Go there and find our supervisor to see how he can arrange things for you." Following the staff member's directions, Shinruo went to the room without a door number. Upon entering, he was surprised to find that the person in charge of this triage area was actually a human. Although, according to the encyclopedia, the discovery of crystals on the Dusan continent led to the development of crystal machinery and crystal weapon forging techniques, thus elevating their status, their actual status is reflected in many details. For example, in the places Shinruo visited, humans had no nobles, and in reality, no one among them could become a key pillar of any nation. Furthermore, wherever humans worked alongside other races, their status was relatively lower. In management and basic service positions, humans often only held positions at the lower levels. However, the person in charge here was human, and the staff busy outside, diverting and guiding the wounded to the correct treatment rooms, were also mostly human. The only staff member in the emergency room was an unofficial member of another race. The person in charge took the card Shinruo handed him, glanced at it, and smiled. "Hello, I know you. You're from the same race as Wanlia, the champion of the puzzle card tournament." This was the difference between the Tower of Eternity and other places. Most people living in the Tower of Eternity would check out the daily competitive events it featured. These were topics of conversation. While Shinruo's match against Wanlia wasn't the most noteworthy, it was one that the humans in the Tower of Eternity liked to discuss. Therefore, many humans living in the Tower of Eternity remembered Shinruo, especially his distinctive black hair and black eyes. Such Eastern human blood was rare throughout the entire Dusan continent. Unlike the busy scene outside, the person in charge seemed to have a much more leisurely job. Of course, he might also be busy, but clearly, even if he was, it wasn't related to the injured here. He even seemed interested in chatting with Shinruo. "Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Iev. Although I have high hopes for you, I won't slack off on the curator's requirements." Curator? Could Iev be referring to Yuki, the top healer of the Plant Spirit clan? He's the curator of this medical clinic? For some reason, Shinruo recalled Sains's expression, hissing as he watched the drama unfold. Could this Plant Spirit clan healer also be a Tin Master? The thought crossed Shinruo's mind, but he chuckled and shook his head. He'd been misled by Sains's unpredictable style. While that possibility certainly existed, and Shinruo didn't rule it out, it was just a baseless feeling. This didn't align with his usual way of judging things. Of course, this Plant Spirit clan member was definitely no ordinary person. While Shinruo was still pondering Yuki's possible identity, Iev had already begun explaining his specific work, as well as the situation and workflow of the patient triage room. Chapter 137. Iev's work was similar to a position called Personnel Department in ancient times on his home planet Earth. Although Earth was committed to returning to a simple, natural life, it didn't mean that the humans living there would make their lives redundant and cumbersome. Before the advent of information technology, personnel management was a practice that significantly impacted interpersonal efficiency and consumed social experience. After the advent of information technology, humanity completed the process of freeing itself from this meaningless ritual of self-pretense within a few decades to a couple of centuries. The Dusan continent hadn't developed the corresponding technology, so this ancient management method and system gave Shinruo a sense of having traveled to ancient times. However, the specific management methods differed from personnel management on ancient Earth. On the Dusan continent, such positions were considered service-oriented, essentially recording the work of other staff. Therefore, although they were called responsible persons, this position didn't actually have the considerable real power it did on ancient Earth. The recording crystal keeps track of the staff's daily work, and Iev's main task is to compile these records into a booklet, submit it to the payroll department, collect the money, and deliver it to each staff member. In addition, he's responsible for many miscellaneous tasks, such as requisitioning and distributing various necessities, and submitting requests on behalf of the staff. In short, he's more like a security guard watching the surveillance cameras, but worse off than a regular security guard because he's also responsible for writing all sorts of reports after watching and running errands. Iev also introduced the situation in the patient triage room. He led Shinruo to observe the staff working in the main triage room from a distance, explaining, "Look, some patients' conditions are quite simple. Well, things here are pretty straightforward. Look at that Herxie, he's covered in blood, so our staff sprayed him with hemostatic spray. Actually, many of them already receive some basic first aid before coming here, just by applying healing medicine directly to their wounds. That one over there is a demon, he's not injured. Some demons come here for surgery. Don't demons, like the Illusion Clan, can change their appearance? But their transformations aren't complete sometimes. A little bit of a tail or horns might show. At times like these, some demons like to come here and cut off the parts that often give them away during their transformations. Of course, not every part is easy to cut off. Oh, right. Their potion-making skills are very advanced, and they're extremely ruthless to themselves. So they keep the cut-off parts to make potions, which they usually drink themselves. TSK, I really have no liking for this race. Don't you agree? Shinrua thought of Geralt from the Steel Stone team, and the flamboyant, beautiful demon she encountered when she first arrived on the continent, and couldn't help but agree with If's opinion. Through If's explanation, Shinrua learned that on the Dust Sand continent, there aren't many comprehensive medical institutions like the one they were in now. Therefore, many people seek treatment for ailments other than internal and external injuries. And the most difficult to diagnose are the illnesses of races with flesh and blood. The illnesses of the stone spirits and the frost serpents are difficult to treat, but not too difficult to diagnose. The physical condition of the stone spirits is quite obvious. One issue is the formation of internal cracks. Stone spirits need to maintain themselves with a special medicinal oil because even the hardest gemstones will wear down due to their daily activities. Furthermore, as intelligent gemstones, stone spirits have a lifespan limit. This can be understood as follows. The finest gemstones, after developing sentience, will be even more beautiful than their original stone state if they don't mimic it, but this beauty is subject to depletion. Once they have exhausted the essence of the earth within their bodies, cracks will continuously form until they shatter or revert to merely a slightly more aesthetically pleasing stone. Most stone spirits usually maintain their health within their own country. Only a few stone spirits, such as members of merchant caravans or travelers, come here. Because they need to purchase the oil for stone maintenance, the stone spirit nation has always maintained foreign trade to earn money. Stone spirits, who seek medical treatment abroad, are generally very wealthy. Therefore, although this pharmacy doesn't usually have any stone elf customers, it has developed a series of stone elf maintenance oils, aiming to attract very wealthy stone elf individuals to come and maintain their stone bodies. However, these stone elf individuals, who come to the pharmacy for maintenance, are unlikely to take away the maintenance oils produced there. This is because the maintenance oils produced here are more expensive than those produced and circulated in the market, and since this isn't the pharmacy's main business, the production volume is not large. As for the frost serpent, the types of diseases it suffers from are limited. Aside from obvious external injuries, the frost serpent's bones are not easily broken. Of course, their bodies share a weakness with the snake Shinrua knows. Their transverse processes are relatively prone to fracture. Therefore, the frost snakes also suffer from bone diseases and can experience various types of fractures due to external forces, combat, and other reasons, although these symptoms are relatively easy to diagnose. Such frost snakes are usually taken to the triage room and then transported to a specialized treatment room by the staff there. Other diseases affecting the frost snakes also have very distinctive corresponding symptoms. The Illusion Clan never seeks medical treatment at the pharmacy, unless they interbreed with other races, thus changing their race, and no longer being part of the Illusion Clan, then they will come here like ordinary races. But in such cases, no one can know that they were once part of the Illusion Clan. The Plant Spirit Clan possesses a strong self-healing ability. If they wish, they can even secrete their own unique self-healing sap, dripping from their branches for emergency healing. However, each Plant Spirit Clan self-healing sap is different, including differences in taste, effectiveness, allergic reactions, and so on. Furthermore, the self-healing sap is actually the condensation of the plant spirit race's life force. Secreting this sap and giving it to other beings is, for them, akin to a lifespan exchange contract. The stone spirit race is actually the one who most needs this sap, but the plant spirit race cannot condense this self-healing sap without their consent. Even with force, if they are unwilling deep down, they cannot secrete this sap. Because of their special talent, the plant spirit race has many renowned healers, but they are very mysterious and dislike going out. In fact, when Shinrua met the director of this medical clinic, Shi Mu, it was only the second time she had encountered a plant spirit. The first instance occurred at the end of an auction, when plant spirits came to the Tower of Eternity to participate, and one of them was a candidate. Clearly, the plant spirits are generally uninterested in the Tower of Eternity's competitions and trades, yet they maintain interest in the Tower of Eternity's auctions. It is said that the best medicine shop on the Dust Sand continent is located in the Plant Spirit Nation, and the plant spirits are not a race that enjoys traveling. However, unlike the stone spirits, most plant spirits do not remain in their homeland for their entire lives. This is because the plant spirits travel to experience the environments of various lush vegetation areas outside their native habitat to stimulate the energy within them. This allows them to gain insights into life, thus continuously growing stronger. Besides this necessary travel, the plant spirits do not usually wander around. They choose to settle in places with abundant vegetation. Their houses are also simple and blend into their surroundings. The plant spirits like to be in contact with the earth, so they often walk barefoot to easily feel the condition of the soil beneath their feet. This is why it's almost impossible to encounter plant elves seeking medical help in the Tower of Eternity. Therefore, the medical clinic here doesn't have a dedicated treatment room for them. The more complex cases among the wounded who come here are those of humans, hera, shizha, horned beasts, and celestial foxes. External wounds are relatively easy to diagnose. According to IF, wounds brought here are categorized as either bleeding or non-bleeding. The depth of the wound and the location of vital organs are easily visible. For internal bleeding or bone problems that aren't visible externally, the companions who bring the wounded will usually provide a brief description of their injuries. Particularly urgent and life-threatening injuries will be treated in the emergency treatment room within the triage area. Patients arriving here with injuries that are internal or external, not pathological, simply injuries, whether bruises, hidden wounds, open wounds, or non-open wounds, must first drink a potion developed by this medical clinic. This potion is the product that generates the most revenue for our medical clinic. Ayub proudly told Shinruo. How could the revenue not be high? In the Tower of Eternity, daily competitions result in injuries for various participants, and these injured participants must seek treatment at the medical clinic. This clinic is renowned. Everyone who enters must drink a potion. The business is booming. Of course, despite this triage system, the constant stream of injured patients suggests that, besides the mandatory charge, this potion likely possesses considerable healing effects. However, that rich, beautiful blue color, in Shinruo's cultural context, easily evokes images of a reagent like copper sulfate. After these wounded patients drank this reagent, the staff in the triage room would massage their potential injuries. Shinruo wasn't mistaken, massage. This was utterly absurd, even more outrageous than witch doctors performing rituals. You see, thousands of years ago on their home planet Earth, people already knew that wounded patients shouldn't be allowed to move around too much, as this was bad for wound healing and preventing bone misalignment after regrowth. Why were they doing the opposite here? Was this really not a shady business? Unaware of Shinruo's suspicious gaze, Ayub continued his explanation. This potion has strong penetrability, and is attracted to bleeding. By the way, even internal injuries or fractures involve bleeding, it's just that this bleeding doesn't flow out of your body, so it's invisible to the naked eye. Once this magical potion is concentrated at the actual bleeding site, the magical power within it will envelop the wound, allowing it to be kneaded without causing further damage. Shinruo felt that this potion completely exceeded his understanding. It was simply too overpowered. It could even protect the body, preventing further damage to injured areas. If you drank a bottle before a fight, wouldn't you be invincible? Oh wait, it's attracted to bleeding, if you drink it before the bleeding starts? But this is too unreasonable. Is this potion's effect as fast as the magic of the Dust Sand continent, without any precast delay? Completely unaware of Shinruo's thoughts on this special potion, Ayub continued, this potion not only has a time limit, but the amount of kneading the body can withstand after drinking it is also limited. This requires our distribution team. The staff applies precise pressure during the kneading. Of course, this medicine has certain benefits for the body, so even though the injured patients know our rules, they are still willing to pay for it. Your first task is to learn the required pressure for this kneading technique, master that pressure, and then use it to assess the condition of the injured patient's wounds. You can look at our staff's information here and choose one as your temporary instructor. You will be responsible for any delays caused to their work due to your actions. Of course, the director has already instructed me to allocate half an extra staff member's working hours during your stay. After careful calculation, I can ensure that even if you take up half of this staff member's time, our pace will remain unchanged. So please be careful. If you delay more than the time I have calculated, even if you are one of the more skilled members of our human race, I will ask you to leave us immediately. Chapter 138. Shinruo reviewed the staff information in the patient triage room, matching them one by one with the busy figures before her, and finally chose a human triage specialist. In fact, All the staff busy triaging patients in this medical clinic were human. Other races were concentrated in the emergency treatment room. Shinrua had noticed this before, and now understood why it was arranged this way. Rays suitable for needing to assess the severity of illness need dexterous hands. While the frost serpent also has dexterous hands, it has more than one pair. Their tentacle-like hands actually use hand gestures to create shapes instead of the usual spellcasting animation, so their hands are truly unsuitable for kneading. The Horn tribe's fingers are thick and strong, unsuitable for this kind of work requiring controlled force, and they may not have the patience for it either. The Sky Fox tribe possesses a beastly instinct, making them less suited for this type of work. As for the Demon and Illusion tribes, one's personality is too unstable to be suitable for medical clinic work, despite their high level of expertise in potions, and the other is too rare. While the Plant Spirit race is perfectly suited for this role, their innate talent for becoming advanced healers means they wouldn't choose such demanding and exhausting basic medical work. He, she, and Zhe, if they worked here, they'd probably be constantly glaring at each other, their injuries worsening, and doctor-patient conflicts escalating. But the emergency treatment room is different. It handles extremely critical cases requiring immediate attention. There's a Plant Spirit and a Zhe healer in the treatment room. Shinrua has already witnessed the Zhe healer's ability to use light energy rays to suture wounds and stabilize bones to aid in repair, and it's highly commendable. The human streamer Shinrua chose was named Shanli. His build was similar to Shinrua's, which was one of the reasons Shinrua chose him. After Shanli saw off a wounded soldier, Aya beckoned him over and introduced him to Shinrua's identity and the purpose of his visit. After understanding Shinrua's situation, Shanli nodded. When new patients arrive, you can watch my procedure from the side. Shinrua didn't object, but he had his own thoughts. He asked Shanli, could you massage me a bit so I can feel it? That's possible, but it's not very intuitive because the pressure can vary, and you haven't taken our medicine. Shanli finished speaking and had Shinrua sit down, beginning to press and knead his hands and shoulders, explaining, this is the lightest pressure. After a while, he increased the pressure. If the previous pressure didn't elicit a reaction, we use this pressure because our medicine also has a pain-relieving effect. Seeing Shinrua nod in understanding, Shanli increased the pressure again. This is one of our heavier pressures. If the patient still doesn't feel anything at this pressure, either their symptoms are mild, or they are inherently insensitive to pain. These 3 pressures were actually quite light, avoiding the basic principle that fractures or internal injuries should not be touched to prevent aggravation. After demonstrating all 3 techniques, Shanli said, besides judging whether a patient has bone or internal organ injuries through pain, there are also some patients with non-internal or external injuries. In these cases, we need to judge by asking questions and observing their behavior. According to Shanli, such preliminary diagnosis wasn't a skill Shinrua could learn at this stage. Mastering the pressure of her kneading was more important. Furthermore, this was a medical clinic for all races, primarily treating internal and external injuries. Therefore, Shinrua's first day here was spent watching Lonley diagnose various fracture types and applying hemostatic spray to bleeding wounds. After Shanli finished his shift and handed over duties to the night shift's triage specialist, Iev approached. He patted Shinrua on the shoulder. Even though you're an apprentice, let's celebrate becoming new colleagues. Today is just a temporary adjustment. Starting tomorrow, you'll be required to follow the rules. So, before you suffer the hardships of work, let's grab a drink tonight. Shanli was still there when Iev said this, clearly indicating that Shanli was also included in his invitation. Shinrua understood a drink to mean something that included eating. Led by Iev, they found a restaurant that was supposedly good for drinks. The 3 of them, Iev, surprisingly ordered 5 dishes and 2 dozen drinks. Iev gestured for Shanli and Shinrua to start eating. We usually just eat whatever, but it's rare to be out for dinner tonight, so we should have a good drink. Oh, and let me tell you our work hours first, so you don't forget later when you're having a good time. While Shinrua watched Shanli work, Iev wasn't idle either. He arranged for the makeup staff to fill in Shanli's work schedule, and also made sure Shinrua's time was covered. After some conversation, Shinrua realized that the 3 of them were talking about completely different things. Shanli was interested in why Shinrua would pay for his own apprenticeship, wondering if he earned the money by betting on wins and losses in the arena, and hoped Shinrua would invite him next time. After receiving a negative answer from Shinrua, he was disappointed and said he deeply regretted not betting his entire stake on Shinrua winning his match. Goodness, this is a potential gambler. Iev, on the other hand, was focused on how to maximize his physical explosiveness and hoped Shinrua could teach him. After all, Shinrua didn't look like a warrior, which made him feel like his dream had gone from a pipe dream to a tangible one. His words revealed his desire to personally defeat the champion of a certain arena and experience the feeling of being the champion and the center of attention. Although they acted like worshippers, this incident told Shinrua that middle-aged men's worship was highly purposeful. Completely unlike the scenarios described in the history books he had read. Indeed, believing everything in books is worse than having no books at all. As for Shinrua, he came here to gain knowledge. But these two weren't healers. All they knew were common ailments among various races, how to diagnose them, and what other healing and elemental power restoration potions they knew from Junjia. These were incredibly boring topics for Aive and Shanli, who would think about improving their work standards and striving for perfection after get-off work. Shinrua had the ability to become the puzzle card champion. Wasn't that enough? This project was niche. As long as he remained the champion, the Tower of Eternity could provide for his basic needs. As for the clothes, if he were willing to teach, how many humans living in the Tower of Eternity would be interested? Just teaching how to train speed and eyesight would be incredibly lucrative. How could he possibly think of doing something so boring at the medical clinic? Aive and Shanli couldn't understand. They couldn't understand at all. Shinrua smiled. To facilitate his upcoming studies, he decided to approach his two human colleagues from a different angle. Think about it. Working at the medical clinic can actually be very helpful for what you want to achieve. Oh, I didn't know that. Shanli asked, puzzled. That's because you're too naive, only focusing on triage. Think about it. You encountered so many patients of different races there. What are their characteristics? Don't you know them perfectly well? Shanli was a little speechless, because he had simply followed the medical clinic's procedures step by step, meeting the patients, asking about their conditions, and performing simple triage. The racial characteristics of the injured? He really hadn't paid attention. But would paying attention actually help his ambition for wealth? How come he never known? Aive was pondering the same question. But Shinrua came to the medical clinic as an apprentice, and according to the director's letter, Shinrua didn't want money. The director even told Aive to find more reasons to charge Shinrua tuition, which meant Shinrua was truly wealthy. Could it be that Shinrua came here as an apprentice actually to learn the characteristics of these races, then switch to another arena and make a fortune? Aive and Shanli both felt they had figured out Shinrua's intentions. Especially Shanli, who insisted that Shinrua's source of income must be betting. He believed that in competitive sports, there must be some way to consistently profit by observing both sides. Shinrua came specifically to improve his winning percentage. That must be it. He needed to find a way to extract some secrets from Shinrua. His suddenly gleaming fighting spirit, coupled with his intense gaze fixed on Shinrua, left Shinrua momentarily at a loss. It can only be said that Shinrua, who had always lived alone, had a very shallow understanding of gamblers. Shanli became even more enthusiastic when explaining his work to Shinrua. After the patients were referred to other departments, he would ask Shinrua about the characteristics of each patient and his assessment. A few days later, Shinrua began to get the hang of it, and after a few more days, Shanli felt that Shinrua was fully capable of mastering the techniques. There weren't many patients with illnesses other than internal and external injuries, so Shanli could only describe to Shinrua what kinds of diseases different races had and what their symptoms were. Because he lacked empirical evidence, Shinrua believed his judgments about these types of illnesses couldn't be considered true understanding. Regarding human symptoms, Shinrua would grasp them much faster, whether they were internal or external injuries or diseases. This was not only because he could use himself to verify the information, but also because the island where he lived had readily available video materials and all necessary auxiliary equipment. People would visit the island periodically, and they wouldn't object to Shinrua's desire to learn about human anatomy and various medical knowledge. They would even proactively offer him simulation games that closely resembled real-life perception for him to experience. Shinrua had absolutely no interest in the kneading technique, as it was based on the unique medicines offered by this medical clinic. During this time, Shinrua also realized something. On the Dust Sand continent, every medical clinic used slightly different methods to diagnose illnesses. This clinic was the only one that had established a basic triage system. Other patients simply described their symptoms to a physician, and the physician would treat them if they could, and if not, they would find another physician. This displayed very rudimentary and primitive medical characteristics. Because of this, Shinrua held Jimu in even higher regard. He wasn't interested in the basic triage method because it was unreplicable and couldn't be empirically verified, but Jimu's triage system, while already considered ancient knowledge on his home planet Earth, was groundbreaking on the Dust Sand continent. However, compared to Jimu's innovation, the boring technique was easy to master. The reason Shenruo spent several days in Shan Li's eyes was that only when he appeared unskilled could he spend more time exploring on the bodies of other races. Shenruo wanted to confirm whether other races possessed anything like meridians or acupoints. Just as he began to grasp the basics, several somewhat unusual guests, whom Shenruo recognized, entered the triage room. Sainson was actually accompanying Tianhu Tianxue, bringing Tian Xiao to this medical clinic. Sainson and Tianhu Tianxue appeared perfectly healthy. However, Tianxue's face was haggard and melancholic, though this did not diminish her beauty. Even a beautiful celestial fox like Shishir clutching her heart possessed a unique charm. As Tianhu Tianxue entered the medical clinic, all eyes were fixed on her. "Come here for a moment," Sainson said, twisting her serpentine body into the triage room, calling Shenruo's name. "I already spoken to the curator." Chapter 139. Sain summoned Shenruo, not because he needed to see him for anything. Whether he had spoken to the curator beforehand was also questionable, but Shenruo was an unpaid apprentice anyway. The one who should truly lament Shenruo's dismissal was Shanli, who had become quite accustomed to receiving pay without doing any work these past few days. The anticipated troubles of mentoring newcomers hadn't materialized. If every human intern here were as carefree as Shenruo, Shanli would applaud. However, now that Shenruo had been summoned by a cold snake, he had to snap out of his leisurely state and return to his assigned tasks. "How are things going? Are you settling in?" Sains asked Shenruo first. "Fine. I think in a little while, I can go see the curator," Shenruo replied. "Hee, Tianxue's sister doesn't need to be diverted, and her condition isn't suitable for the diversion room anyway." Sainson's true intentions were revealed. She was just bored and wanted someone to chat with and share gossip. Why was it only delivered now? Shenruo asked abruptly, but Sainson knew why. That's because the wealthy businessman was constantly taking turns dealing with the heavenly foxes he bought. He was bewitched and spent far more than he wanted. Although buying these heavenly foxes is prestigious, he's driven by profit. Of course, he wants to get his money back. So, he's forcing these heavenly foxes to do things they don't want to do. Anyone who didn't know better would think this businessman had switched to some kind of special industry. But to get the money back faster, the key isn't increasing the frequency, but rather scarcity marketing. The wealthy merchant certainly understands how he amassed so much money. So the celestial foxes were initially in a relatively good position, but Tianxue wanted to redeem her sisters, so I offered a price that Tianxue could afford. However, the wealthy merchant might feel he'd been taken advantage of, so before releasing the foxes, he desperately squeezed their value one last time. Therefore, you humans shouldn't be underestimated. When you're suppressed by other races, you're always self-reliant and humble. But once you become the dominant race, the backlash can be truly outrageous. Shenruo frowned. Being suppressed and then rebounding is a very normal phenomenon. Isn't that what revenge spending is all about? And not everyone does it. There are always people who can make different choices. There's no absolute psychology. Your discrimination is very inappropriate, and most importantly, you included me in your calculations. Hiss. So you mind my generalization about all humans, huh? Sainson didn't seem bothered by Shenruo's rebuttal. On the contrary, she seemed a little excited. Her personality was truly unfathomable to Shenruo. In fact, not to mention Shenruo's limited experience with people, even other beings would have similar thoughts after interacting with Sainson. Seeing Sainson's excitement, Shenruo knew that Sainson was probably enjoying the feeling of him being slightly bothered, although he couldn't understand Sainson's source of excitement at all. Compared to Sainson's inclusion of her own pointless and morbid humor in her valuable sharing, Shenruo was more concerned about something else. Actually, I'm curious. These celestial foxes are all influenced by the celestial fox Jade, and I can understand their submission to Gisilfa's intimidation, but doesn't the effect of the celestial fox Jade submission gradually weaken with time and distance? Even disregarding this attenuation, isn't Tian Xiao of a special bloodline? The other party is just a wealthy human merchant. Why can't she escape or resist? Sainz flicked his tongue, revealing a smile that Shenruo perceived as ambiguous. Hiss. Yeah. Why not? I'm curious too. Sainz's answer to this question was essentially no answer at all. Moreover, one couldn't rely on observing Sainz, a cold serpent, to deduce possibilities through her words and expressions. The expressions of cold serpents were truly difficult for Shenruo to observe, and of course, he had little experience in reading human expressions either. Fortunately, Tianxue appeared at this moment, bringing the reason why Tian Xiao was still under control. On one hand, the wealthy merchant had hired specialized mercenaries to guard his residence in the Eternal Tower, and the Eternal Tower protected all races that came to it. The celestial foxes are safe, but they were auctioned off, and thus defined as commodities. This was rigorously confirmed before the auction began. Therefore, no matter how the wealthy merchant treats the celestial foxes after acquiring them, the 10 eternal absolutes will not interfere. The fate of the auctioned celestial foxes within the town of the Eternal Tower is solely determined by the wealthy merchant. Any other being who shows mercy or makes any move will be seen as coveting someone else's property. This extremely inhumane rule has appeared in the history of Earth, but it has long since disappeared into the annals of history. Shenrua never expected to witness such a thing on the Dust Sand continent, because this is hardly a symbol of civilization, especially after humanity migrated to interstellar space. Those remaining on Earth are more concerned with the individual survival experience. On the other hand, Gisilpha used a secret technique on these celestial foxes that they had never seen before to control them. Because auctioning celestial foxes was unprecedented in the Eternal Tower, as the auction organizer receiving the foxes, inquired about any potential problems that might arise. Providing intermediary guarantees and a stable trading environment, ensuring their neutrality, and maintaining control over the Eternal Tower's sphere of influence were matters of concern for the 10 absolutes of dust and sand. As long as the attributes of the auctioned item could be confirmed and after-sales service guaranteed, the 10 absolutes of dust and sand would not object to listing the item at auction, even if it was a living celestial fox. While the humanitarian ideas that Shenrua knew of weren't entirely absent on the dust and sand continent, they were certainly rare in the Eternal Tower region. Gisilpha's secret control technique was a form of after-sales service for the auctioned items. Tian Shui only learned of this cruel technique after rescuing Tian Xiao. It is said that Gisilpha could force a drop of blood from his fingertip, dilute it with water, and then draw magic circles on the brows, palms, and chests of the celestial foxes. He would then drip a drop of blood into the center of the magic circle, again, using some unknown method to force the blood from his fingertip. Subsequently, these magic circles would bind the elemental power of the celestial foxes. In reality, this secret technique had many more functions, but since the celestial foxes had already been auctioned off, Gisilpha only maintained this binding effect on their elemental power. Although Tian Xiao initially feigned submission to Gisilpha, Gisilpha's actions made it impossible for him to satisfy Gisilpha with his pretense. Thus, she became the first recipient of the Gisilpha secret technique. After arriving in this world, Shenrua sensed that so-called magic was not something baseless. All magical uses and sources of power have traceable origins, unlike the innate magical energy depicted in fantasy novels. The magical power of the Dust Sand continent increases with age and cultivation. Certain races differ, such as the Stone Elves, but their talent depends on the quality of the gemstone vein from which they developed sentience. In other words, how much essence of earth and rock they condensed. The elemental power within the earth and rocks is formed from special particles from the air that sink into them, and then, depending on the activity level of the elements, returns to the air in different ways. Earth elemental power, being less active, accumulates in greater quantities in the earth, thus giving rise to the Stone Elves race. Races that utilize active elemental power exist in the world in the form of flesh and blood. While the Horned Elves also employ earth elemental magic, their techniques are far less sophisticated than those of the Stone Elves. They are a race possessing immense physical strength. Having grasped the source of magical power, Shenrua found that Gisilpha's secret arts, involving the use of blood and performed at specific locations on the celestial fox's body, resembled witchcraft rather than magic. However, according to Tian Xiao's memories, Gisilpha had drawn magic circles on the celestial foxes sent to the Tower of Eternity. I initially thought we were receiving 2 powerful and beautiful celestial foxes to serve our Tower of Eternity, but now it seems one of them can no longer be called powerful, although she's still useful. Science commented with extreme coldness. Of course, she was a cold snake. It would be strange for a cold snake to be warm-blooded. Tianxue didn't give up. Even the curator can't help? I heard the curator here is an incredibly skilled plant spirit healer. Sane shook her head. Healers treat the wounded. Her problem isn't an illness. Do you think I don't want her to break the spell? But Gisilpha is a candidate chosen by the gods. His origins don't belong to our world. We can't break spells we don't understand. Speaking of which, you're quite interesting. You brought your girlfriend here for treatment, and you even thought of your human companion. I'm curious why you two joined the mission team together, but judging from your expression, you won't tell me. Oh well, I'm such a reasonable serpent. I ask him for leave so he can comfort you. Hiss. An ordinary, skinny human and a top-tier beautiful celestial fox's epic romance. Hiss. It would definitely be popular as a doujinshi. Sane's words would probably be a joke to others, but coming from her, It sounded as if she had discovered a very lucrative industry and was about to put it into practice. Regarding this cold snake, Shinruo believed that accepting it calmly was the best way to make her feel bored. Thank you, then I go home now. Sure enough, Shinruo interrupted Seizen's interest. She made an expression that Shinruo found somewhat strange, and then left the medical clinic. She didn't seem to ask for leave for you. Tianxue remembered this incident. She really needed someone to help her now, even if it was just psychological support. In Tianxue's opinion, Shinruo wasn't exactly an ideal confidant, but within her circle of acquaintances, it was better to talk to Shinruo than Seizen. It's okay, I'm not actually a staff member here. Shinruo didn't seem to mind. Where are you staying now? They arranged a place for me. It's not very big, but it's fully furnished. Come sit at my place later. Tianxue invited. Shinruo agreed to Tianxue's invitation, because he also wanted to see what the secret technique Tianxiao had mentioned was all about, but the medical clinic was clearly not a good place to confirm Tianxiao's situation. Chapter 140. After waiting outside the consultation room for a while, Tianxiao was wheeled out in what looked like a wheelchair. The pharmacist explained Tianxiao's diet, and the precautions needed to help her recover before leaving. Compared to when Shinruo first met Tianxiao, her spirits were much lower. Tianxiao used to style her hair very carefully, but now it was simply pulled back, and her clothing was no longer the same. She had lost a lot of weight, and her once bright, fiery red eyes, though not as striking as Tianxue's, were now dull. Physical and emotional wounds can heal with time, but the secret technique Geshilfa had left within her constantly reminded her of what she had endured. Shinruo was not a good, understanding, or empathetic confidant. This problem became apparent at times like this. After accompanying Tianxue and Tianxiao to the accommodations arranged for them by the 10 absolutes of dust and sand, he inquired about the secret spell affecting Tianxiao. Although it's a bit inappropriate to ask you to recall it now, I want to know what the magic circle Geshilfa drew after diluting his blood with water looked like, and how the magic was specifically activated at that time. Shinruo wasn't asking about Tianxue, but rather about Tianxiao, who seemed somewhat listless. Under normal circumstances, most people could tell that Tianxiao didn't want to communicate with anyone. She had just escaped her previous miserable product state and been taken to a medical clinic to treat her wounds. Even if it was just a temporary home, she should rest first. However, Tianxiao was still a celestial fox with strong willpower. She didn't show any aversion to Shinruo because of this. Tianxiao only had Tianxue find her a pen and sketched the approximate shape of the magic circle on paper, but it was just a rough outline. She could remember the approximate shape because Geshilfa used it repeatedly afterward. Tianxiao described Geshilfa's spell-casting process in detail. Do you mind if I touch your hand? Shinruo asked, actually wanting to perform a pulse check. Although for a time on their home planet Earth, the pulse diagnosis of Eastern medicine was categorized as non-mainstream empirical medicine, gradually becoming a marginal treatment method. Later information technology and tactile simulation achieved a major breakthrough in empirical medicine. After obtaining enough data, high-tech products could summarize and simulate pulse diagnosis, accurately reproducing the pulse patterns described in books through a tactile sensor, thus meeting the needs of those who wanted to learn traditional Eastern medicine. Of course, precisely because of this, the instrument data could also assist in judgment, and by Shinruo's time, pulse diagnosis was no longer a profound and unfathomable subject. The pulse of the Celestial Fox clan is clearly different from that of the human clan. Although Shinruo tried to glean insights into the pulse structures of other races, while at the medical clinic, his abilities were limited. He could only glean, through the clinic's materials and Shan Li's explanations, what the important organs of different races were, and how their locations differed from those of humans. He now wanted to feel Tianxiao's pulse, because he had seen a description of Tianxiao's condition, while waiting with Tianxue at the medical clinic. He wanted to confirm the differences in pulse between the Celestial Fox clan and the human clan under the same physical conditions. This was a learning opportunity. As for why Geshilfa's secret techniques were effective against these celestial foxes, Shinruo felt that directly examining Tianxiao's pulse would be helpful. Using the metal needles he had recently crafted might yield even more information. For Tianxiao, her life had been utterly devoid of dignity lately. Not to mention her hands, she had endured countless embarrassing situations. So when Shinruo gently asked if he could touch her hand, it evoked a sense of déjà vu, a deep sadness welling up within her, and tears fell onto his arm. Go ahead and touch it, Tianxiao said. Shinruo didn't know what he had said wrong to cause Tianxiao's tears, but since she had given permission, he let her place her hand on the table and placed his fingers on it. Unlike the pulse points on human hands, Shenhua couldn't find the same radial pulse on Tian Zhao's wrist. However, hand movements are crucial. Theoretically, pulses and meridians pass through this area. Shenhua realized the magic circle was drawn on Tian Zhao's palm, so she traced its path inch by inch until she felt a familiar pulse. Using human pulse patterns as a reference, Tian Zhao's pulse in this state seemed to be excessively strong. However, this excessive heat felt as if it were being restrained, and her meridians also felt blocked. Do you have anything similar in your magic regarding this magic circle? Shenhua asked Tian Shui. Tian Shui shook her head. Each of us heavenly foxes can use our own unique magic circle once the elemental power within our bodies has condensed to a certain level. You can think of it as a flash of inspiration, and the shape of the magic circle appeared. As for summarizing magic circles, that's something humans need to study when making crystal weapons. If you ask us, we can't answer that. Is it because they possess divinely bestowed talent that they don't learn from exemplary models? Shenhua sighed inwardly. He had witnessed many of the ingrained thought patterns of various races on the Dust Sand continent. In Shenhua's opinion, the Heavenly Fox clan was slightly weaker than Hishi, the Cold Serpent, and the Stone Spirit, who also used elemental power. They placed great emphasis on instinct, and their entire clan structure followed instinct. For example, a Heavenly Fox without the Heavenly Fox Jade would submit to a Heavenly Fox with it. After the Heavenly Fox Jade shattered, this submission became submission to the holder of the Heavenly Fox Jade fragment. This led to Tian Shui, even among the best, often exhibiting certain difficulties in her thinking. Even with her blind spots, she still has some areas where she's not quite right. Judging from Jessalife's ability to use painting magic circles, the celestial foxes of Jessalife's universe are at least more focused on repeatable magic practices than the celestial foxes of the Dust Sand continent. In Jessalife's secret arts, this magic circle is the first thing to take effect. According to Tian Shao, when a drop of blood from Jessalife's fingertip is pressed onto the brow, palm, or chest of the celestial fox being treated, the magic circle he previously drew with diluted blood, which had already dried, will glow, a sign that the magic has been activated. Seeing Shenhua's thoughtful expression, the celestial fox Tianshua's initial despondency was mixed with a strange sense of anticipation. After all, Shenhua was indeed a rather special human to her. He was immune to her charm. Is there any way? Tian Shui asked if there was any way to remove the effects of the Gezurfa secret technique. Shenhua shook his head, but before Tian Shui could even feel disappointed, she heard Shenhua say again, I'm not sure, but I want to try, it's just... Are you sure you're comfortable letting me try? No. We're not worried at all. Tian Shao smiled, her smile filled with bitterness. What could be worse? Then I give it a try. Shenhua said to Tian Shui, but I don't want to do it here. I want to take Tian Shao back to my residence, and you shouldn't come along. Although this world didn't have surveillance, there was something called recording crystals. Shenhua's actions had been recorded and observed, and he had purchased quite a few himself. Shenhua's understanding of the 10 dust and sand techniques mainly came from Dragon's Might, the encyclopedia's description, and his contact with Saintsin. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be crooked too. While Shenhua couldn't say Saintsin harbored any ill intentions, he certainly had no interest in becoming Saintsin's source of amusement. Adopting a cautious approach to the accommodation Saintsin had arranged, Shenhua simply pushed Tian Shao away from Tian Shui's residence. After all, he even suspected that if there were any crystals or similar items in the room that would allow Saintsin to hear their conversations, she would have someone expedite the arrangement of a hotel for him as well. However, Shenhua was overthinking it. Saintsin's pleasure lay in leaving some suspense for how things develop. With Tian Shui and Tian Shao already having formed a blood pact with the organization Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes, she was happy to give them some space of their own. Upon arriving at the inn, Shenhua washed his hands and said to Tian Shao, next, I might need you to lie down on the bed with your palms facing upwards. I use some tools to check the state of the secret technique on your body. Close your eyes. His voice carried an invisible power as he spoke. Tian Shao had just escaped a situation she didn't want to recall, one somewhat similar to this one, but filled with torture. Moreover, her previous master was a wealthy human merchant. Logically, she should have been very resistant to Shenhua's request. However, under the influence of Shenhua's voice, she surprisingly complied without much resistance. Of course, there was another reason for this. She was now a member of the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand. As a human, Shenhua couldn't possibly do anything excessive to a member of the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand in the Eternal Tower. This understanding was the premise for Shenhua's ability to make her relax, and comply with his requests simply through his voice. After Tian Xiao lay down, Shenrua took out the set of metal needles he had crafted. As Tian Xiao described, Geshilfa's blood illuminated the magic circle's core, and Shenrua inserted metal needles into Tian Xiao's brow, palm, and chest. In the Eastern acupuncture techniques Shenrua had studied, there's a method of acupuncture point selection called Ashi points, which, simply put, means inserting needles where there's pain. The way he was now inserting needles into Tian Xiao was also a similar method of Ashi point selection. Shenrua didn't feel a deep empathy for what Tian Shui and Tian Xiao had experienced. Because he hadn't directly witnessed the changes they had suffered, the Tian Xiao he saw, even though he looked haggard, wasn't the Tian Xiao who was tormented. He would administer acupuncture to Tian Xiao primarily because of her current state. She exhibited a desperate, last-ditch effort mentality, as he knew from common sayings. She was willing to try anything, as long as there was a sliver of hope to free her from Geshilfa's control. In reality, getting other races to accept his acupuncture treatments based on his own assumptions, and to examine their meridians was probably impossible. The medical clinic allowed him to gain a better understanding of the physical structures of these races, but there was likely no better setting or opportunity than now to put his ideas into practice on other races. Furthermore, he had a hypothesis about Geshilfa's secret techniques. This was also why Shenrua was eager to try. Shenrua pinched the metal needle between Tianxiu's eyebrows with her fingers. The brow is a crucial point in the human body's meridian system. She wondered if the heavenly fox was the same. This point connects to the Du meridian. If the Du meridian is blocked, a rapid needling technique is used to forcefully needle the brow. Regardless of whether it connects to the entire meridian system of the celestial fox, the fact that Geshilfa's magic chooses this location as an activation point clearly indicates its importance to the celestial fox. What Shenrua needs to do now is to channel his true energy into the needle. This is different from the effect he achieved by directly touching Tian Xiao's brow with his fingers. The needle is the medium, but it lacks sentience and life. Therefore, it won't cause any repulsion that would affect Shenrua's ability to extend his true energy to the metal needle, thus hindering the extension of his true energy. The other end of the needle pierces directly into Tian Xiao's brow, meaning that Shenrua's true energy can directly enter Tian Xiao's brow node through the needle, and then use the true energy as an extension of his own body to investigate the situation below the brow. With the continuous infusion of true energy, and as Shenrua slowly probes the meridians connecting Tian Xiao and his brow, using the brow as a node, the magic circle that was previously not visible on Tian Xiao's brow now faintly appears. Chapter 141. Shenrua took out the encyclopedia and opened it with one hand. However, facing the magic circle before him, the encyclopedia displayed no entries. Clearly, magic not from this world wouldn't have an entry in the encyclopedia. Shenrua thought for a moment, and decided to search for other entries. Water element binding magic circle. Shenrua decided to try this entry. This time, the encyclopedia showed a corresponding entry, including how to draw the magic circle and instructions for its application. This magic circle was very similar to the one before him. There are two ways to use the magic circle. One way is for races like the frost serpent or dragon, who can use water elemental magic, to apply such a magic circle. In this case, no embedding is needed within the magic circle, they only need to infuse it with water elemental power for the magic circle to be activated. The other way is a modified version used by human craftsmen in defensive magic circles. It's generally used on the ground outside city-states. The magic circle is also covered with camouflage and connected to the central hub of the magic circle complex, activated by the mage responsible for guarding the circle. Its function is to create water ropes to bind intruders. Both magic circles aim to bind their targets, but Geshilfa's magic circle is specifically designed to bind the elemental power within the celestial fox. Shenrua guessed it was a water elemental binding spell, because Geshilfa chose to dilute his own blood with water before drawing the magic circle. Another reason is that, according to Shenrua's understanding of Eastern metaphysics, water is an element that can restrain fire. But why drip a drop of blood from his brow, palm, and chest respectively? Could these locations correspond to different reactions on the heavenly fox's body? Putting away the encyclopedia, Shenrua speculated on the possibilities, then pinched a metal needle in Tian Xiao's palm. Shenrua could circulate his true energy from one hand to the other outside his body, as long as the two were connected. After trying, he discovered that the true energy injected into the needle between Tian Xiao's eyebrows couldn't be sensed by the other needle he was pinching. So Shenrua tried a different needle. When he pinched the needle in Tian Xiao's chest, Shenrua sensed the true energy he had poured into Tian Xiao's brow. The meridians in these two places were connected. Or perhaps they weren't meridians, But in any case, the energy could complete a cycle between these 2 points. Following his intuition, Shenruo increased the intensity of the true energy infusion. A pained expression appeared on Tianzhao's face, but she kept her eyes tightly closed and bit her lower lip, preventing herself from groaning. Fine beads of sweat appeared around the magic circle on her brow, dimming its faint glow. A small amount of viscous blood climbed up the needle in Tianzhao's chest. Shenruo used his true energy to envelop this viscous blood until it all gathered beneath his fingers. After confirming that no more blood was appearing, Shenruo removed the needle from Tianzhao's chest, continuing to envelop it with his true energy, even unconsciously using the remaining water elemental energy from the water flame lotus in his dantian. This energy made Shenruo's true energy viscous, enveloping the blood on the needle and preventing it from dripping directly. Shenruo retrieved a drinking cup from his storage ring, placed the needle in it, and just as he breathed a sigh of relief, the blood he had been holding onto the needle, which had been prevented from dripping, finally dripped onto the cup. After the drop of blood fell into the cup, it seemed to come alive, swirling around as if searching for something but finding nothing. However, being liquid, it couldn't bounce and helplessly return to its normal liquid state. What Shenruo didn't know was that there was a continuous connection between Gisilpha and the blood he had separated using his secret technique. His action made Gisilpha realize that his secret technique had been tampered with. He tried to make the drop of blood entwine around the recipient's meridians, but found no response. What on earth was going on? Which celestial fox had broken free from the control of his secret technique? Gisilpha was shocked and furious. In his rage, he stood up and smashed his luxurious throne. The celestial fox that had been pleasuring him was thrown to the ground by his blow, but Gisilpha showed no pity. He even coldly pierced the celestial fox that had been on his body just a moment ago with a fire magic sword. Now, Gisilpha completely ruled the Thousand Silence Plains. The celestial foxes controlled by his secret techniques not only find it difficult to use magic due to his control, but also receive a portion of the elemental power absorbed from air particles as a return to Gisilpha through their blood connection. Every drop of his blood used for his secret techniques is precious. In Gisilpha's original world, their fire element comes from fire veins, and all celestial foxes seek out fire veins to cultivate. Unlike the dust sand continent, where the air particles contain various elements, power can be naturally replenished through breathing. Therefore, in Gisilpha's world, there is competition between different celestial foxes. The entire celestial fox society of that world was structured around superior celestial foxes enslaving and controlling those of lower strength. In that world, there were also different celestial fox nations, but these nations were extremely far apart. Because celestial fox cultivation required the use of fire veins, the distance between these veins determined the distance between nations. Lower-level celestial foxes were relegated to the back-breaking labor of mining fire, or for the higher-level celestial foxes to cultivate in. The gap between the upper and lower classes was like an insurmountable chasm. This control technique was developed to prevent exceptionally talented lower-level celestial foxes from overthrowing the social status of the upper-level celestial foxes. It was a masterpiece of that world's authoritarian system. Through this technique, the upper classes could achieve absolute control over the lower classes, and the distributed blood beads had never been known to leave the body without the recipient's death, except for being retrieved by the caster. Who did this and how? Although Gisilpha directly executed a celestial fox in revenge, he did not lose his capacity for thought. He only used the secret technique on this batch of celestial foxes sent to the Tower of Eternity. To find out what happened, he had to start investigating from the Tower of Eternity. Shenruo was completely unaware that Gisilpha had already planned to investigate what had happened here. He focused on testing whether Tianzhao's palms could also be connected with his own true energy. Sure enough, as he had thought, there were indeed meridians connecting the celestial fox's hands. The acupoint connections within the celestial fox's body are different from those of the human race. To fully understand the principles behind these meridians, more experimentation and interaction might be needed. However, due to the location chosen by Gisilpha's secret technique, Shenruo easily discovered 4 acupoints in the celestial fox clan, where energy could be channeled between each other. Of course, the specific usage of these acupoints couldn't be determined from a single acupoint selection. But it was certain that these 4 locations were crucial acupoints for the celestial fox clan's body. Shenruo used her true energy to circulate outside her body, and retrieve the 2 drops of blood that Gisilpha had inserted into Tianzhao's hands. Although the blood was inserted into Tianzhao's body from 4 different locations, when all the blood was extracted and dripped into the cup, it only amounted to a single pearl-sized drop. Tianzhao opened her eyes. She had previously noticed that the inexplicable force that had been binding her body and draining her fire elemental power had disappeared. Turning her head, she saw Shenrua examining the blood droplet in the cup. Thank you. Thank you. Tian Xiao was genuinely grateful, but Shenrua shook his head. I don't want your thanks. I want you to keep your mouth shut. Either keep the secret, or die. In short, swear by a blood pact to keep what happened today a secret. Tian Xiao was taken aback, but then understood. Gisilfa seemed like a difficult person to deal with. If Shenrua knew that someone had broken his secret technique, it would likely be a fatal blow. More importantly, Shenrua appeared to be just a human. Even if he hadn't been bewitched and his martial arts skills were probably quite good, Gisilfa was a terrifying spirit-rank celestial fox who had unified the Thousand Silence Plains. But even if I keep it a secret, he can probably guess. If he knows my secret technique has been broken, Tian Xiao said uncertainly. Not necessarily. You were brought to the hospital by Saintson. I just checked on you, and don't know what happened to you. As long as neither you nor Tian Shui know, when you were no longer under control, no one will know that I did this. After all, among all the people who had contact with Tian Xiao, Shenrua was the least suspicious. As for Saintson, and the person she had Tian Xiao contact with before sending her to the hospital, Shenrua felt that they were not people that Gisilfa could interrogate now. Tian Xiao understood Shenrua's meaning. She said, I will keep the blood pact. I will also tell Sister Tian Shui that I am still under the control of the secret technique. After a while, I will pretend to find that the control has disappeared. The 10 absolutes of dust and sand, and Sister Tian Shui will all ask me to continue to keep it a secret. Because she didn't know if Gisilfa would know that her secret technique had failed, pretending to still be under the control of the secret technique would be a better way to deal with Gisilfa. In Tianxia's heart, although she dared not directly oppose Gisilfa, a seed of hatred for him remained. If she could give Gisilfa the wrong information and cause him to fall from his current position, Tian Xiao felt she would gladly die. As for how Shenrua managed to force Gisilfa's blood out of her body, Tian Xiao wanted to know, but dared not ask. She already felt a sense of relief at being freed from a nightmare. No longer under control, she truly wouldn't inquire further. Alright, once you completed the blood pact, I take you to Tianxia's place in a bit. Shenrua was satisfied that Tian Xiao hadn't pressed for details, and decided to browse the trading area after dropping Tian Xiao off. This was because after all of Gisilfa's blood in the cup had coalesced into a single drop, it hadn't dried up or dispersed, but maintained its beaded shape, occasionally swirling around in the cup. This made Shenrua realize that this drop of blood was very unusual, and he needed to go to the trading area to find a suitable container to store it. Chapter 142. Shenrua was already quite familiar with the trading area of Ion. Before the team quest began, he had browsed around to buy the items he needed for the journey. However, containers for storing a single drop of blood were truly a blind spot for him. If only I had a shopping guide. Shenrua muttered, then remembered the shop Ling he had taken him to. As a staff member of the Ion trading area, surely they could give him a good recommendation? With this thought in mind, Shenrua contacted the craftsman who had taught him how to use crystal weapons. A container for storing high-grade blood. How high-grade? What kind of powerful monster or evil creature produces it? This craftsman, who had taught Shenrua how to use crystal weapons, was indeed a craftsman. His professional instincts were incredibly sharp. When Shenrua mentioned containers for storing special blood, he immediately thought of high-grade auxiliary materials that could be used to forge weapons. It's probably very high-grade, Shenrua described helplessly. He couldn't very well say it was spirit-level blood, could he? That would be tantamount to revealing his true identity. The craftsman felt as frustrated as if he were stuck. Wasn't that the same as saying nothing at all? Fortunately, Shenrua added, money isn't a problem, just buy the best. With money, things would be much easier. Led by the craftsman, Shenrua arrived at the second floor of the backyard of a shop in the trading area. To enter this area, one must first show the gold coins in their storage ring. Only those who could prove they carried more than 60,000 gold coins could shop here. Although Shenrua had visited trading areas before, this was the first time he had heard of such an unspoken rule. Upon entering this area, Shenrua noticed that everything here possessed a subtle, understated luster, clearly indicating their considerable value. I heard you're looking to buy a small liquid container, the shopkeeper chuckled, covering his mouth. Actually, the core of a high-level container isn't about specifying a particular liquid. Yes, I have no experience buying these things, just helping a friend, Shenrua said. This perfectly matched his apparent bewilderment about the items here. The shopkeeper handed Shenrua a spherical stone, This is a sphere that can preserve many types of epic level or higher items, maintaining their state at the moment of acquisition. Many precious medicinal herbs require it for harvesting. However, the disadvantage of this stone is that the holder needs to continuously use elemental power to hold it to ensure the item state remains unchanged. Shenhua thought of the water flame lotus and asked, if I wanted to preserve a legendary quality flower like the water flame lotus, what kind of container would I need? Oh, your friend is going to harvest the water flame lotus? This won't work, it needs to be at least the same level. Even containers of divine relic level are needed to store it. No, that's not it, I was just asking out of curiosity. Shenhua shook her head. Is there a container that can isolate a liquid from any other external entity? Let me give you an example. I have a bottle of water here. What kind of container should I put it in so that a spirit-level frost snake can't sense and manipulate the water inside? Your friend wants to store something that a spirit-level frost snake would fight over? The shopkeeper explained in surprise. To prevent a spirit-level frost snake from sensing it, especially since it's liquid, you can only choose my most expensive one, and I can't guarantee success. According to Tian Shao, Geshilfa's secret technique, after the blood droplet enters the bodies of the celestial foxes, not only continuously drains their elemental power, making them feel as if bound by a rope, but also triggers the effects Geshilfa desires. Tian Shao had personally witnessed a celestial fox kneeling on the ground, like a beastly slave under Geshilfa's secret technique, and Geshilfa even nodded in satisfaction. Furthermore, the blood droplet retained its bead shape and rotated after leaving Tian Zhao's body, which Shenhua believed indicated a connection between the blood and Geshilfa. How much is the most expensive one? Shenhua hesitated. If it was too expensive, he would have to find another way. After all, even the most expensive one wasn't guaranteed to work, according to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper took out a necklace. The pendant was a crystal-clear, teardrop-shaped stone. Our most expensive storage gem here is this divine relic level teardrop stone. It's a stone specifically designed for storing precious raw materials. The water flame lotus you mentioned earlier can also be stored in it. After giving a thorough introduction, the shopkeeper finally mentioned the price. We already made the stone into a pendant. The price is 80,000 gold coins. 80,000 gold coins for a necklace? Shenhua felt it was too expensive. Although it was a divine relic level item, Shenhua had learned about the pricing of many valuable items after attending 2 auctions. In his opinion, this price seemed somewhat presumptuous, as it targeted the buyer's urgent need. The shopkeeper was a little disappointed, but since the customer had enough gold coins in their storage ring, he maintained his good manners, smiling as he saw Shenhua out of the shop. Back at the inn, Shenhua took out his encyclopedia. Besides checking the encyclopedia's interpretations of the new things he'd seen that day, he also planned to look up entries he overlooked while shopping. Opening the encyclopedia, Shenhua first looked up the ridiculously expensive stone in the shop. Entry: Water Drop Stone. Category: Storage Gem. Quality: Divine Relic. A divine relic level storage gem. Storage gems are numerous, but its greatest advantage lies in its ability to preserve energy without being detected by other beings. Unlike ordinary gems, the water drop stone is a unique combination of owner and stone, requiring activation through a ritual. After activation, the owner can infuse it with elemental power to make it function like a storage container. However, there are historical legends of water drop stones being retrieved after the owner's death, but the specific methods of retrieval have not been passed down. Shenhua closed the book, thankful he hadn't bought it. To use the water drop stone, a ritual must be performed first, followed by the infusion of elemental power. He was a human, and he didn't know if true chi would have the same effect. It was possible that he wouldn't be able to use it at all after buying it. Although Shenhua could circulate the elemental power provided by the water flame lotus within his body, he still hadn't figured out how to apply magic or directly activate crystal weapons or machinery. After the water flame lotus's energy left his body, Shenhua could briefly condense it using the extension of his true chi, just like when he gave it to Junjie, but this condensation couldn't last long. Junjie was prepared when he did this, so he was able to store the energy using a special item. Without doing what Junjie did, the energy of the water flame lotus would quickly dissipate once forced out of the body, preventing Shenhua from utilizing it for magic like other gifted races. Is this the chasm between talents? Perhaps the shopkeeper intentionally concealed this, or perhaps no human had previously purchased it, and the shopkeeper assumed it was his friend who needed it, with Shenhua merely acting as a middleman. The water drop stone was likely unusable, but Shenhua didn't feel disappointed. He was now looking up another entry. His finger hovered over the encyclopedia, and new text quickly appeared on the page. Entry: Spirit Rank Celestial Fox Blood. Category: Celestial Fox Blood. Quality: Divine Remnant. Blood taken from a Spirit Rank Celestial Fox, purpose unknown. Divine Remnant quality, but no usage explained? Shinrua was taken aback, but then realized that the Celestial Fox race, according to the previous descriptions, wasn't a race active throughout the Dust Sand continent. Due to the war with Hihi over 1,000 years ago, in the Thousand Desolate Plains, the Celestial Fox Jade shattered, and the Celestial Fox clan hasn't produced a Spirit Rank being for a long time. Spirit Rank beings are already extremely rare in the Celestial Fox clan, and they're also rare in this world. It's just that he encounters Spirit Rank beings rather frequently. That's probably a matter of luck. Long Wei said that only Spirit Rank beings can truly understand the difference in strength between themselves. Junsha told Shinrua that Spirit Rank and Non-Spirit Rank are two completely different concepts, and only by understanding the laws can one bridge the gap between them. To harm a Spirit Rank Celestial Fox, causing it to lose health, and then use that blood to develop medicines or other products would be far too extravagant. Since it hasn't been studied, its unknown purpose is understandable. If Longwei were here, using dragon fire to burn this drop of blood and see if it would dry up would be a good experiment. Thinking this, Shinrua took out an object inlaid with a fire element crystal from his storage ring and put on gloves. Without dragon fire, he tried ordinary fire. Of course, the flame created by this fire element crystal item could be adjusted in temperature and size. Shinrua bought it just in case, but after buying it, he remembered that its application in the wilderness of the Dust Sand continent was far less widespread than on his home planet, Earth. Here, light crystal items were the primary means of illumination at night, and during the day, in some underground areas and dense forests, as long as there was enough air, there was no shortage of light. This little gadget was very cheap. Although Shinrua would resist buying a water drop stone worth 80,000, he didn't need to consider the price of ordinary things. And the item he bought out of habit could now come in handy. Shinrua used the gloves to light the fire, then adjusted the flame to a jet-like state using the button on the prop. He then pressed down on the flame outlet to burn the drop of blood. The blood drop didn't evaporate, instead, it spun continuously with the force of the flame's jet, appearing as if it were coated with color, shimmering and iridescent. Truly amazing. Shinrua put away the fire crystal prop, unaware that far away in the Thousand Desolate Plains, Gisilfa felt a burning sensation in his chest. He knew that someone had tampered with his blood, but he still couldn't control the burning and restless feeling. I need to vent my frustration on a Celestial Fox, Gisilfa thought. If I find out who it is, I skin him alive. But when Gisilfa grabbed a passing, unfortunate Celestial Fox, intending to violently relieve his annoyance, he realized that thinking the fox would only give him a slight burning sensation in his chest was far too simplistic. That who took his blood, whoever it was, after burning away his heart's blood, now wanted to freeze the Celestial Fox's blood? Chapter 143. In Gisilfa's world, no Celestial Fox had ever been able to break the blood-binding technique. Only the Celestial Fox casting the spell could reclaim its own blood from a Celestial Fox of the next level. This technique never included a method for severing the connection between the caster and the drop of blood. After all, this technique was designed to maintain the social structure of Gisilfa's world, striving only for absolute and long-term control over the next level of Celestial Fox. Therefore, the connection between blood and its master was designed to be a strong one. Of course, Gisilfa's connection to this drop of blood didn't cause any serious discomfort. For example, right now, he only felt a cool sensation emanating from his heart, instantly calming his agitated mind and body. Although he felt physically calm, Gisilfa was even more furious. This meant that the other party was manipulating his heart's blood at will, first heating it with fire, and then freezing it. This made Gisilfa feel that his dignity had been severely challenged. The instigator, however, was unaware that he had severely challenged Gisilfa's dignity. Shinrua, meanwhile, was observing Gisilfa's blood droplet, finding it merely intriguing and novel. This droplet of blood didn't deform in ice, and even after the ice melted, it simply floated in the icy water, maintaining its pearl-like shape. Ming Tianxiao had clearly stated that Gisilfa had diluted her own blood to draw magic circles on their bodies, and that, after Shinrua twice forced blood drops from Tianxia's body, the two drops eventually merged into one, indicating that they could fuse. However, when he experimented with ice, after the ice melted, this merged drop of blood didn't dissolve in water. Shinrua picked up a metal rod and stirred it in the water, but he still couldn't dissolve the drop of blood. It seemed that the blood Gisilfa used to dilute the blood for drawing magic circles was different from this drop of blood, This drop of blood might have undergone special treatment within Gisilfa's body. The ability to treat one's own blood in a special way was a secret technique that Shinrua found very worthy of study. Shinrua repeatedly tested the drop of blood, and as darkness fell, drowsiness finally overwhelmed him. He put down his tools and began to face his pre-existing dilemma: where to put this drop of blood. Even a divine quality storage stone might not be usable for storing it, and as for something that could isolate detection. Shinrua suddenly remembered something that was top tier in isolating detection. That was the initial item he carried with him when he entered the Dust Sand continent, the earring. However, this earring seemed to only be able to store encyclopedias and quest items. The reason for saying seemed was that a bird, the embodiment of a god's remaining will, had also entered it. Later, this bird-like being led him to a sword, a short sword he found particularly handy, which was now also inside the earring. So, Shinrua wasn't entirely sure if the earring could hold anything else. With a try-it-and-see attitude, Shinrua enveloped the drop of blood with his true energy, mentally chanting receive, as if storing an encyclopedia or quest items. Then, the drop of blood vanished. Gisilfa's heart's blood had actually been contained by the earring. This was truly unexpected. If the bird was an embodiment of a god's will, capable of doing the unbelievable, that was normal. If the sword was a special sacred relic, essentially compensation for the initial weapon, that was barely understandable. But what kind of logic was there in containing this drop of blood? Shinrua pondered for a while, but couldn't figure out the underlying principle, so he finally gave up. His designated bedtime had arrived. After all, Shinrua had only left the pharmacy on his way to work because of Sains's visit. Even though he wasn't a formal employee of the pharmacy, nor did he go there as an apprentice for money or future convenience. What's that old Eastern saying? A monk rings the bell every day, meaning he had to follow the pharmacy's rules and work as an apprentice the next day. Gisilfa finally calmed down from the various sensations transmitted back to his heart by the drop of blood. However, the sense of crisis hadn't subsided, because he had no idea what this madman, who was roasting, freezing, and stirring blood, would do next. Isn't there a saying, the calm before the storm? Gisilfa waited and waited, both annoyed by the other party's antics and annoyed by the anticipation of them doing something. But this time, the connection between him and the drop of blood seemed to have completely disappeared, with no more ripples or fluctuations. A new day dawned, and Shinrua once again threw herself into her work at the medical clinic, temporarily forgetting about Gisilfa's drop of blood. Soon after, Shanli reluctantly granted Shinrua permission to use the triage room. Shinrua, holding the permission, knocked on the door of Yuki's top-tier treatment room again. It took about the same amount of time as I expected. Yuki smiled slightly, then smoothed the already perfectly neatly arranged canopy of the tree. Now you have two choices. She actually had a choice? Yuki was truly the most polite person Shinrua had been so far, given how short their acquaintance. It seems that Sains's influence as one of the 10 spirit rank members of the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes is indeed effective. As Shinrua thought this, Yuki spoke again, this time explaining his options. As you can see, what we lack most here are healers who treat internal and external injuries, but it's very difficult for humans to become such healers. You can only assist with auxiliary tasks, such as disinfection and administering medicine. This is the first option I mentioned, a healer's assistant. But I think that since you found such a high-level being to introduce you to us, you probably don't want to just learn something that can be learned by observation. So now there's another rather risky job you can choose. So this was what Yuki was waiting for Shinrua to do. Based on his knowledge from books, it was clear that Yuki wanted Shinrua to choose the latter option. Yuki said, actually, to gain a deeper understanding of other races' bodies, deconstructing their bodies is a very good option. But you must know that such opportunities only arise in the midst of battle or warfare. As a plant spirit, our race's talents are inherently suited to becoming healers, so we rarely get such opportunities. As for me, my opportunities are always more numerous than others. In the decades I've been away from the plant spirit race, I studied the physical structures of many other races. Race with flesh and blood, or races like stone spirits, plant spirits, and frost serpents, have easily understandable physical structures. Their bodies are quite uniform. The races I can't understand further are those like the illusion race and the demon race, who can change their bodies. The illusion clan is rare, and you can't know their true appearance. I haven't studied them yet. But the demon clan, now there's a good opportunity to understand them thoroughly. Demons, like the illusion clan, can transform. Perhaps by understanding the demon clan, we can boldly speculate on the principles behind the illusion clan's transformations. So, would you like to be my deputy and come with me to study the demon clan? Yuki's light brown face, with its wood grain, maintained an elegant smile throughout his speech, as if there was nothing chilling about it. Shinruo sensed a subtle, terrifying aura emanating from this plant spirit clan curator. He frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then cautiously said, "The good opportunity you mentioned. I'm afraid it's not an opportunity delivered to the doorstep of the medical clinic, is it?" Yuki smiled slightly. "I knew you'd be concerned about that. After all, your appearance is exactly what the demon clan loves. But there's no such thing as gaining knowledge and experience without taking risks, human. Telling you is fine. In this world, some places were originally the exclusive domain of certain races, places demarcated by the laws and will of the gods, places that other races could not enter. But now these places can be entered by other races, as long as you are willing to take the risk. Shortly after you came here to work, a major event occurred on the continent. The human race cooperated with the Holy See to attack the demon abyss of the demon race. There is the only country established by the demon race there. Do you know why?" Shinruo shook her head. "As you can see, I've been here as an apprentice all this time. I didn't even know such a war had happened, so how would I know why they were fighting?" However, after processing the information Yuki had given him, Shinruo had his own thoughts on why the Holy See would attack the demon race. The flame coral was the only quest item belonging to the demon race. That Jija candidate could cross the Shi River, and of course, he could attack the demon race. However, according to Shinruo's understanding, the Holy See's reputation had also been affected after its setback in crossing the Shi River. Under these circumstances, Shinruo couldn't quite understand why the Holy See would attack the very homeland of another race. But perhaps because of Sainz's prior instructions, Yuki didn't show any impatience despite the difference in their status. He explained to Shinruo, "The Holy See's cooperation with the human race this time is perfectly legitimate. Because humans and demons have a long history of hatred, you should be well aware of this, right? Even with the common agreement among the various races, demons still frequently poach and eat humans. As for demons, their whereabouts are actually very mysterious, and they often incite conflicts between nations and races. The ingredients for their potions are often living beings, including intelligent races from various species. Therefore, there have always been rumors that demons actually originated from the evil wills of the gods, who govern the wind and fire elements, are like the evil creatures that roam the dark depths of the continent, born from evil that the gods were unwilling to unleash. To exterminate the demons is to exterminate the evil will abandoned by the gods. In the past, the demon abyss was an inaccessible demon territory, untouched by the Holy See. But now, the laws of the gods have changed. So, when humans are abducted to the demon abyss, isn't this war a natural consequence?" While saying this, Yuki observed Shinruo's expression, but he found that Shinruo, aside from politely listening attentively, showed little emotional fluctuation. It seems he's at least not a young man who has directly confronted the conflict between demons and humans. Chapter 144. Yuki had no doubt about whether Shinruo had the courage to go to the demon abyss. Even if Shinruo was a very popular Eastern human among the demons, the deadly kind. For Sainz to find him interesting, and even give him the evaluation of being quite useful in missions, Yuki had no doubt that Shinruo's martial arts skills were on par with the highest level that humans could reach, the high level. He believed that with the help of crystal weapons, Shinruo would definitely be able to perform at a level equivalent to the ultimate level. However, Sainz had also said that Shinruo's martial arts skills were indeed good, but while precise, they lacked power. This was obviously because Shinruo hadn't used his true energy in front of the other members of the Steelstone team. Because the biggest trouble they encountered in the Tronisha ruins was the endless stream of Horn Tribe dead. And those dead had their own way of identifying enemies. When Shinruo was with Sainz and the others, because he tried his best to conceal his aura, his presence was very weak, and those dead didn't prioritize looking for trouble with him. As the core player at the time, although her primary role was support, the situation required a spirit-level expert to control the battlefield, so she couldn't pay too much attention to what Shinruo was doing. Therefore, she could only see Shinruo occasionally make moves, mostly simple attacks using crystal weapons. When Shinruo used light crystal weapons, her speed and power were quite impressive, but when using heavier weapons, her speed decreased, which could only be explained by insufficient power. You must remember, in the puzzle card competition, Shinruo's speed even surpassed Wan Lia's. Combat strength isn't the only way to evaluate a human's level. Therefore, Shimu believes that Shinruo, with the aid of crystal weapons, could reach a level equivalent to the top-tier races of other races. The demon race active on the continent, however, has no spirit rank members. Not only do they not exist now, but they are also absent from historical documents and the heavenly poems. The reason such an unpopular race, lacking spirit rank members, can still operate on the dust sand continent without being wiped out by other races is simply because some will always want to utilize the power of demonic potions, and they can rely on the demon abyss, a place inaccessible to outsiders. Although both are ancestral lands, the demon abyss and the rare water are vastly different. The demon abyss stretches for hundreds of miles, with flames flickering on the cracked earth. A deep abyss fissure, radiating blue-purple light, runs through the demon abyss. This is the abyss that corresponds to the demon abyss. One reason the demon abyss is inaccessible is its extremely harsh geographical environment. The earth on both sides of the demon abyss is hot and cracked, with razor-sharp winds sweeping across it. The demon realm, known as the abyss, is like the dark wasteland, a place where the demon's power is amplified while the power of other races is weakened. Just as the will of the dark elemental god, who dwells in the dark wasteland, has been trapped among the dark undead for millennia, the dark wasteland remains a place that races other than the Hershey are unwilling to tread. Another reason is the divine law that the birthplace of a race is its final resting place. However, this law is not universally known. Only high-ranking clergy of the Holy See, such as Zhezhe, or those who are passionate about studying the history of the laws left by the gods, have some understanding or speculation about it. On the continent, there are only legends about other races who went to search for the birthplace of the Illusion clan and none survived, or legends about divine will forbidding other races from freely crossing the rare water. Most beings, out of absolute reverence for the laws left behind by the gods and the legends, would not cross this line. The one who directly faced the change of the laws was the Zhezhe team that raided the rare water branch, and Liege among them even heard the threatening voice of the god who governs the dark elements. But in the end, they still activated the cataclysmic law. The Zhezhe's crossing of the rare water ultimately had a profound impact on the dust sand continent. Although the appearance of the dark fortress made most people still willing to believe that the laws left behind by the gods still protected the last ancestral homelands of various races. However, higher-level beings noticed that although the Zhezhe team was refused entry to the rare water landing point and suffered a defeat in battle, they were not wiped out. This is the domino effect after the cataclysmic law is activated. There will be entities that continuously break through the laws left behind by the legendary gods. Candidates need to collect specific mission items and travel to places that were previously considered inaccessible. Shinruo didn't immediately choose the option presented by Yuki, although both he and Yuki had their own answers regarding his final choice. Shinruo didn't want to give Yuki the impression that he was overly adventurous, and also felt he should have more time to prepare. Yuki, on the other hand, believed that Shinruo would definitely choose this dangerous and challenging option, and his medical team was not yet fully assembled. Shinruo was given a chance to participate because both Shimu and Saintsen found this human interesting, but currently, this human showed no intention of joining the 10 Dust and Sand Masters. Shinruo, coincidentally, guessed Saintsen's identity. Although he seemed unlikely to publicize it, there was nothing wrong with publicizing it. Unlike Tianhu Tianxue, if a human were to mysteriously claim to know who the 10 Dust and Sand Masters were, the scene would be comical, and the audience would likely think the person was showing off unnecessarily. The 10 Masters didn't want people to know they were 10 spirit-rank beings controlling the Eternal Tower because they each had their own interests, and didn't want to be bound by a certain identity, thus losing their freedom. Otherwise, with their achievements, they could be extremely influential figures within their own races. As for Shinruo, Saintsen described him as interesting, wanting to see what surprises he could bring, while Saintsen also harbored resentment. Because Sains, as a cold serpent whose magical energy source is water elemental power, truly covets the heart of the water elemental. If danger arises during the mission, Sains and Yuki share similar thoughts regarding Shinruo's life or death. If conditions allow, lending a hand to save him wouldn't be a big deal. If the situation is critical, they simply abandon him. Therefore, in Yuki's view, having Shinruo join the medical team is a surefire win. As an Eastern human, Shinruo's allure to the demon race is undeniable. If truly necessary, he can be used as bait, and if they're forced into a trap and need to break out, they can sacrifice Shinruo, thus increasing their chances of escape. Because the medical team heading to the abyss consisted of healers, whom Yuki highly valued and wanted to cultivate, Shinruo was the one he felt least guilty about abandoning. Shinruo was a little puzzled as to why Yuki would invite him to join the medical team to the abyss, but he wanted to go. Since he wanted to go, Shinruo would accept Yuki's invitation regardless of Yuki's motives. Yuki was forming the medical team to go to the abyss under the name of the Eternal Tower Team. Although such a team didn't follow the official quest accepting process, it still had to abide by the rules of the Eternal Tower. Yuki's medical clinic was located within the Eternal Tower, so Shinruo didn't think he would do anything detrimental to him, like killing him outside the Eternal Tower to brew medicine. A pact prohibiting team members from killing each other was established when forming a team within the Eternal Tower. The reason Shinruo wasn't protected by this pact in the previous mission was because he hadn't registered in the Eternal Tower's quest area and officially become a member of the Steelstone team. Therefore, during the mission, Steelstone was quite worried that the demon Goliath might not be able to resist taking a bite out of Shinruo to satisfy his craving. After talking with Yuki, Shinruo bought an extremely expensive 3D projection map made of earth crystal. This map was expensive because it depicted the abyss and its surrounding terrain. Other races who entered the abyss in the past never returned, and to map the abyss, one could only do so from afar, high in the sky. Even flying vehicles couldn't travel stably in that area. The map could only be completed with the cooperation of dragons. Therefore, the map's value lies not only in the craftsmanship of its earth element crystal inlay. In the ancient Eastern human fortress, the remnants of the gods of wind and darkness personally acknowledged in a dialogue that the birth of the demon race was related to the god of wind. However, looking at the map, the blue-purple light within the abyss of the demon abyss, and the invisible flames on the surrounding land, all seem closely connected to the fire element. Importantly, the map shows that upon entering the demon abyss, there are no cities, vegetation, or animals. Perhaps the demons have some means of sustenance within the abyss, or perhaps they don't need conventional food. This is possible, because as far as Shinruo knows, stone spirits like Steelstone don't require food, only maintenance. The expeditionary force heading to the demon abyss is primarily human, with the Holy See recruiting some Shizha soldiers on a voluntary basis. The recruitment notice also aligns with the Holy See's consistent style. The announcement raised the banner of righteousness. The will of the gods no longer wished to protect a race that indulged in cannibalism and disrespected the covenant made by all races. The Holy See, an organization established to uphold the traditions and laws left by the gods, was willing to step into the abyss of demons, even though the will of the gods no longer protected the demons. This was not invasion, but rather upholding the gods' will to ensure the continuation of humanity. Those of noble character from all nations and races were welcome to join. Shinruo felt that the righteousness behind this recruitment announcement was not entirely convincing. A mere reading of the history of the Dust and Sand continent would reveal that the most difficult period for the continuation of humanity was definitely not now. As for the recruitment details, although it was said that only those with ambition could join, the Hersher tribe probably scoffed at the idea of working with Shizha. Among the other races, the Stone Spirits and the Frost Serpents disliked venturing out, and the Skyfox tribe was currently ruled by Gisilfa, who didn't care about other races on the continent, or even the life or death of the Skyfox tribe itself. It was uncertain whether the Horn tribe and the Illusion tribe would respond to the Holy See's call. Shinruo wasn't sure whether Yuki intended to go to the Demon Abyss as a skirmisher, collecting corpses for research, or also collect fees from Shizha and the humans, or perhaps both. After all, Yuki described this trip as a good opportunity to study the physical structure of the demon race. It sounded a bit like a medical madman, but in the Dust Sand continent, Yuki probably wasn't quite mad. After all, he wasn't actively seeking out research subjects, was he? Shinruo finished studying the known information and the map of the demon race, and checked his supplies again. Last time, Shinruo bought a backpack full of storage gems at the Tronisha ruins. He shared his food and water with his teammates, so they could search the underground for longer. His teammates, after finding a considerable number of high-grade gems, artifacts, and sacrificial items, compensated Shinruo with some gold coins. In the end, the gold coins his teammates returned to him were several times more than what he had spent on food and water. Now, he once again filled those storage gems with rations and water, and replenished his favorite weapons. After checking his equipment, Shinruo finally found Jimu, and gave him his reply. Chapter 145. Yuki's medical team accepted the Holy See's commission, but they weren't officially employed by the Holy See. According to Yuki, the medical team's actions within the abyss were entirely free as long as they didn't harm the army. The dangers beneath the abyss were only just beginning to be explored by the army, explorers, and scattered units. Communication between the abyss and the outside world was impossible via communication crystals. Therefore, teams venturing into the abyss could only rely on sending small teams back from within to request support or report findings. Information transmission was inefficient, and updates were untimely. In other words, Shinruo couldn't obtain much information about the abyss's current state from the Eternal Tower's intelligence center. However, Yuki clearly had connections with the Holy See and the human army, and his information far exceeded what could be obtained through monetary means. According to Yuki, those currently in the Abyss included officially enlisted human troops and a volunteer team organized by the Holy See, led by Zhizhi. In addition, numerous small, but extremely powerful teams are also heading to the Demon Abyss. These small, but extremely powerful teams are driven by various reasons. Some aim to improve their own strength, some to advance to the Spirit rank, and some Spirit rank members who wish to use the Demon Abyss to gain a deeper understanding of the laws of nature. While no Spirit rank demons have ever appeared among the demons operating outside the Demon Abyss, no one has ventured there to test the extent to which they could become powerful under the Demon Abyss's influence. However, at least outside the Demon Abyss, Spirit rank members are completely unafraid of the demons. On the Dust and Sand continent, the higher one's level, the more adventurous they are. Even the Frost Serpent and Stone Spirit races, who prefer to stay in specific areas due to their racial attributes, are no exception. Therefore, these powerful beings who venture into the Abyss are primarily there to explore territories originally inaccessible on the continent. As for the idea of accepting a recruitment offer from the Holy See to subjugate the demons who stole human medicine, such a thing doesn't exist there. They see the Abyss more as a place to hone their abilities, which is why they travel there in small groups. These beings dare to enter the Abyss not only because of their formidable martial prowess, but also because of their other considerable abilities. Providing basic first aid is certainly not a problem. What truly prompted Yuki's decision to go, besides the Holy See's polite inquiry and invitation, was the description of the illness appearing among the wounded soldiers in the Abyss, reported back from there. It was an infection not recorded in medical books, appearing only among the wounded. This piqued Yuki's interest. Was this a specific illness caused by the geographical environment of the Abyss, or was it caused by some special creature capable of infecting him? He was very concerned. Moreover, this meant that adventurers of various races traveling in the Abyss would need more professional rescue teams. This was not only a good opportunity to make money, but it would also allow his healers to gain invaluable, complex on-site treatment experience that was difficult to obtain in a medical clinic. For Yuki, this was a win-win situation. Yuki was going to the Abyss to solve this intractable infection that even the top-tier healers traveling with the army were said to be unable to handle, so he made extremely professional preparations. Shinruo inwardly exclaimed, "Wow, that's expert." He only bought a backpack full of storage gems, and the previous mission team had already found it baffling. But Jimu's preparations made him realize there were always higher levels of expertise, and even more powerful plant spirits. Each healer in the medical team carried a square woven frame, which opened to reveal layers of compartments, each filled with numbered storage gems. In comparison, Shinruo, carrying a small backpack, suddenly felt like he already lost. "Don't feel pressure," Jimu said, observing Shinruo's expression. "You can get more food and water from us when you run out. You can't carry too much, I'm sure your companions understand." Was it a matter of physique and strength? Shinruo didn't mind the disdain. Being underestimated was more likely to catch him off guard. What he cared about was that Jimu's preparations made him realize he still had a lot of room for improvement in packing. But in the current situation, it wasn't a good time to ask Jimu what he brought. With the flying vehicles already lined up, the medical team members boarded them in an orderly fashion. Their destination was a market town near Rolling Stone River, the closest point outside the Abyss to any accessible terrain. This market town was now filled with all sorts of visitors. Many of the town's residents were originally demons who sold potions, but they had been driven out of the town by the Holy See and the human army, and their houses had been taken over by members of the Holy See. Upon arriving, the medical team received the latest news about the war in the Abyss and about this market town. It said that due to the large number of visitors to this town, many demons have returned, disguised as other races. While demons can sometimes have parts of their bodies that don't completely transform, making their disguises obvious, there are two exceptions. First, there are demons like those Shinruo encountered, who underwent plastic surgery at the clinic. These demons, when transforming into other races, often reveal a specific part of their form, so they undergo surgery to make that part less conspicuous. Second, there are some high-level demons whose demonic characteristics cannot be completely eliminated after transformation, but they don't need surgery. For example, some high-level female demons retain fair skin after transformation. Some humans on the continent naturally have fair skin, and Zhizhi, for instance, has mostly fair skin. Therefore, even if these demons haven't undergone surgery, they won't be detected. These demons disguise themselves as other races as visitors, but their true purpose is to attack and harm them. Others do so to gather intelligence on visitors, allowing the demons to better deal with them in the abyss. If visitors don't intend to venture deep into the abyss, reach the core of the demon kingdom, or wage war, but merely wander and explore, then the demons are actually less interested in attacking them. After all, most beings who can reach this place are quite powerful, including humans, provided they have sufficient crystal weapons. The human armies entering the abyss aren't actually from any particular nation, rather, they represent a cross-border network established by humans for their survival and status. Scattered throughout the various nations of the continent are warriors, who adhere to a racial cooperation agreement. They unite to form an army. Normally, the army is divided into cooperative teams based on region, primarily responsible for maintaining the security of human towns in various nations, and conducting joint training to demonstrate human strength. However, because the time for joint training is relatively short, although this human army maintains a military formation during marches, in actual combat it primarily operates as small, independent units. Hey! Long time no see. Shenruo, walking with Ji Mu through the town, suddenly heard a cheerful voice. The person, seemingly afraid he would ignore him, moved several spaces forward from their original position, half blocking Shenruo's path. It was Zizha, whose personality clashed with his race. The last time Shenruo and Gangsher's team saw Zizha at the Eternal Tower before heading to Tronisha was when he was preparing to take up a post at the Holy See. Shenruo felt there was no need to display his excellent memory at this moment, and decided to pretend he didn't know Zizha was calling him. Because Zizha possessed an ability to instantly draw everyone's attention, Shenruo felt it was comparable to a magical effect. After all, their Zizha specialized in light magic, and Zizha only needed to speak to create a spotlight effect. Wasn't that comparable to magic? Sorry, I don't think I know you. Shenruo tried to steer the conversation away. As you can see, I already have a team. Trying to pretend she didn't know her, to make herself look like Zizha looking for a team, haha. Zizha chuckled inwardly. Trying to team up with a skinny human, and being rejected so coldly. If this happened to any other Zizha, they'd be incredibly embarrassed. Not only would he fail to pull it down, he might even be humiliated. Normally, a typical Zizha would have been either furious or blushing. But who is he? Zizha's thick skin is clearly not comparable to that of an average Zizha, and in this situation, he feels no shame, but rather pride. He seemed completely oblivious to Shenruo's unwillingness to stop and communicate, wearing the same smile Shenruo had only ever seen on the faces of top salespeople in the video footage of their home planet, Earth. Oh dear, don't you remember? Let me give you a hint. The Issue Highway, the time you met Hihi, you had a dragon with you then, and also, the Tower of Eternity. That night, I was with Junja. Junja, do you know Junja? Zizha. Yuki clearly knew or recognized the name Zizha, accurately calling him by name. Don't try to poach people from my medical team, it's useless. Get lost. No, Director Yuki, how could I dare to poach people from your team? Zizha's words lacked genuine politeness. I was just welcoming your team members. With that, Zizha stepped aside. Yuki gave Zizha a deep look, then led his team away. Yuki had long heard of this peerless Zizha. As one of the 10 spirit rank beings of the dust, and San 10 absolutes, the amount of information he possesses is unimaginable to ordinary people. Although Zizha, with his unconventional personality, doesn't have a portrait in Shenruo's encyclopedia because he's only an absolute rank being, his portrait, as the son of the Grand Archmage of Light of Qingze Kingdom, has already been circulated among the dust and San 10 absolutes. What caught Yuki's attention was that while the Holy See's offer of a position to Zizha wasn't unexpected, and their purpose was clear, what was surprising was that Zizha had accepted. In Yuki's view, given Zizha's well-known personality, he shouldn't have accepted the Holy See's invitation. However, Zizha readily accepted, and in the approximately 80 or 90 days since Shenruo and Dongsher's team went to Tronisha to complete their mission, Zizha had thrived within the Holy See, seemingly without any discomfort. He was a difficult to assess, even though he was only at the ultimate rank. Yuki mentally assessed Zizha in this way. When the medical team arrived at the accommodations arranged by Zizha, they found a wounded person already waiting there. This wounded person was a near-spirit rank Zizha. He was shirtless, and the wound on his shoulder wasn't bandaged, as it was said that bandaging wouldn't help. Because he was a noble Zizha and of a relatively high rank, he was able to be sent back to the town, and he had survived until Yuki's arrival. The squad that escorted him out also brought back valuable intelligence from the depths of the abyss of demons. Shenruo then learned that there was a reason why the war, spearheaded by the human race, and even the Holy See, was merely following along out of human anger. The intelligence gleaned from the Eternal Tower using money was too simplistic, only stating that humans had been abducted by the demons, but failing to reveal more crucial information. The demons were extensively searching among humans for those who fit their needs, because they had discovered changes in the abyss of demons. On the dust and sand continent, when a race's birthplace changes, that race often seeks help from the gods who protect them, even though the god's lingering will doesn't always respond. Therefore, the demons initially went to the temples of the wind god and the fire god to pray. And the divine pillar in the fire god's temple, outside the demon king's city, responded to their prayers. Of course, this is information gleaned from fragmented conversations by those who were abducted and then escaped, and its veracity remains to be examined. Chapter 146. The news wasn't actually relayed by humans. Initially, humans were being abducted by demons, including relatives of wealthy individuals. Therefore, a bounty was offered to bounty hunters to resolve the situation. Many bounty hunters accepted, but none could uncover the demons' true motives. Demons are warlike. If intercepted on the road, they would often kill their captors before engaging the bounty hunters in battle. Until a member of the Illusion clan, using his shape-shifting abilities, first disguised himself as a human, feigning abduction, and then escaped from the demon abyss, bringing back valuable information. The first piece of information was that the demon abyss was no longer exclusively demon territory. Demons had previously hunted humans, and also had personal grudges with various races and nations, including but not limited to instigating conflicts for their own amusement and raiding other races for the purpose of crafting potions. Yes, while humans are undoubtedly the best alchemy materials in the eyes of the demons, especially Eastern humans, they also use other races in their potion research, aiming to develop potions with more uses. Since no one can enter the abyss of demons, no one knows what this abyssal kingdom is like, or how the demons within establish their relationships. Once the abyss of demons is no longer exclusively demon territory, it's uncertain whether the demons can continue to live there safely, launching attacks at will and returning to the abyss of demons after hunting to escape other races. Therefore, they believe the demons need to consolidate the power of the abyss of demons. The demons' constant plundering of humans is related to consolidating the power of the abyss. The demons are unaware that the change in the abyss is due to the arrival of the cataclysmic era on the dust sand continent. They believe this is due to some unknown event that altered the will and energy left behind by the gods protecting the abyss. Therefore, upon receiving a response from the temple, they ruthlessly plundered humans for sacrificial purposes. The demons' actions enraged humanity. Although weak, after years of research and development in crystal machinery and weapons, they have acquired considerable fighting strength. The representatives of the human army, existing for the sake of humanity's status, decided to gather their normally independent warriors. Merchants generously donated funds, all with one goal, to attack the abyss. Members of the human army, working for the Holy See, collectively recounted humanity's plight to the high-ranking clergy member Zhizhe, emphasizing the traditions left by the gods regarding the protection of humanity. Although this tradition was essentially just to ensure humanity wouldn't become extinct, to preserve a spark of life. The Holy See, of course, wouldn't organize a formal army to assist humanity. They were accustomed to their superior position. However, for Zhizhe, the candidate within the Holy See, it presented an excellent opportunity to obtain a quest item, the Flame Coral. Moreover, there might be a second quest item beneath the abyss. A place untouched by other races, the Zhizhe candidate intended to go there to complete his quest. Furthermore, he needed a victory to soothe the anger of his defeat at the edge of the rare waters. Regarding whether the chosen one of the Zhizhe can truly become the one who leads all races out of the great cataclysm, after the war at the edge of the rare waters, differing opinions exist within the Zhizhe community. A portion of the Zhizhe are more convinced that their own race's candidate is the future left to the dust sand continent by the gods. The defeat at the rare waters was merely a result of the conflict between the god of dark elements and their protector, a deliberate attempt to sow seeds of intimidation. Otherwise, how could the division of the rare waters be explained? Many more Zhizhe, believing all candidates have a chance, lean towards their own race's candidate. After all, no matter how arrogant the Zhizhe are, they wouldn't believe that the gods, having already chosen a Zhizhe, would need to find other competitors to compete for. On the dust sand continent, all races believe that everything the gods leave behind must have its reasons. A few Zhizhe harbor an unspoken feeling towards the chosen Zhizhe candidate. They believe that this outsider, despite being chosen by the gods, is disrespectful to them. Even though the god who governs the dark elements is the protector of the Heshi race, who have contended with them for countless ages, he is still one of the creator gods, who must be revered. With the manifestation of the god's remaining will, the Zhizhe candidate chose to force his way through the rare waters, which evoked very complex feelings in them towards him. The Zhuzh candidate was certainly aware that the Zhuzhs now held a different view of him. So when the humans came to report on the demon race's actions, he offered a voluntary assistance to the humans. The Zhuzh candidate omitted details about the flame coral and the quest items, because the legends surrounding the marks left by the gods on the dust sand continent were actually vague, reflecting an information gap between the two sides. However, after confirming the contents of the similar book Shenrua had seen, he proposed to the Holy See that they possess 3 items crucial to preventing the Great Cataclysm, hoping they would entrust them to him for safekeeping. However, the Holy See refused. If the time truly comes when these items are needed, and you have become the one acknowledged by God as the one leading us out of the Great Cataclysm, we will give them to you, they said. This was because the Wind Spirit Gem and the Frost Flower were already embedded in artifacts of great importance to the Holy See, each held by 2 high-ranking members. As for the Star Disk, it belonged to the most powerful celestial priest. These items were extremely important to their holders, and Zhuzh, the candidate, did not possess the same personality as Jasilfa. He did not choose to kill the holders, nor did he intend to directly take over the Holy See, because he knew from the gatekeeper the immense power the Holy See wielded on the dust sand continent. Unlike the weakened celestial foxes of the 1,000-mile plains, the Holy See possesses a greater number of spirit rank members than many nations. He needs to integrate into their ranks to better utilize them. After learning about the customs and traditions of the dust sand continent, the number of races, their approximate distribution, and the general relationships between them, the Zhuzh candidate set his sights on Hushi as his first target for obtaining the quest items. This would make it easiest to persuade the Zhuzh to assist him. After failing at the edge of the rare waters, the Zhuzh candidate sought solace in the vast Holy Sea's heavenly poetry. The item scroll confirmed the existence of several more quest items, and he obtained 2 of them, including a Star Spirit Gem. Afterwards, presumably as compensation for not handing over the 3 quest items, the Holy See helped him acquire the Phoenix Feather. Therefore, the Zhuzh candidate now possesses a total of 3 quest items. While the Holy See cannot give him the 3 items now, the Zhuzh candidate isn't in a hurry. He only needs to maintain track of the Holy Sea's Zhuzh members possessing these items, and he can take them later. If they still refuse to give them, then he considered taking action. As for the fragment of the Heavenly Fox Jade, it's said that a Hushi candidate has obtained one. The Zhuzh candidate plans to wait until he's confident, then find a way to defeat and kill the opponent. This way, he can collect all the opponent's quest items, while also building his own reputation. The opponent's portrait is no longer a secret, so there's nothing to fear. The Zhuzh candidate already considers the Hushi candidate as his quest item collection tool, so he's not in a rush. But the flame coral is different. The encyclopedia describes this quest item as existing only in the Demon Abyss, a sacred relic of the Demon Kingdom. Since no other race has entered the Demon Abyss, no one outside the demon race has actually seen the flame coral. This item might be unique, or perhaps a large quantity grows deep within the Demon Abyss. Regardless of the possibility, the other candidates cannot possibly ignore it. By setting out with the human army, he should be among the first to reach the deepest part of the Demon Abyss. Afterwards, no matter how strong the other candidates are, it's impossible for them to arrive late, then slaughter the entire human army and Zhuzh's group just to obtain the flame coral from him. Within the Holy See, several near-spirit rank Zhuzh held the Zhuzh candidate in high esteem, and the Holy See would occasionally guide their cultivation in his spare time. These Zhuzh were all noble Zhuzh, each with their own private guard. Thus, at the call of the Zhuzh candidate, a small Zhuzh team was formed. The Holy See was willing to issue a public announcement. The Holy Sea's Lord, the Star Spirit Priests wielding the Star Disk of Light, and other spirit rank powerhouses, including Lija whom Shenrua had previously met, could not possibly be unaware of the onset of the cataclysmic era. In fact, they had intentionally used the altered laws to suppress the growing strength of the Hushi clan. This attack on the abyss of demons was a perfect opportunity to subtly distance themselves from the onset of the cataclysmic era and their crossing of the Shishui River. In short, regardless of the Holy Sea's or the Zhuzh candidate's individual intentions, the team was thus formed. After the Holy See issued its recruitment notice, not only did Zhuzh's team expand, but other teams also joined. Even some members of Zhuzh were volunteers, who hadn't joined the Holy See and had come specifically to experience the abyss of the demonic abyss. After understanding what had happened, Shenrua looked at Zhuzh, who was lying on the bed groaning in pain. His wound glowed with a bluish-purple light emanating from the abyss of the demonic abyss, and the skin around the wound had been corroded into a bluish-purple color. No blood flowed from the wound. It was said that wounds sustained beneath the abyss of the demonic abyss would exhibit this change. This bluish-purple light felt hot to the touch, like a low-temperature flame burning away the blood flowing from the wound. The injured person would continuously feel blood loss, but no blood would flow from the wound. "We're no longer in the abyss," Yuki said, looking at the injured Zhuzhe. "That means there's no luminous substance in the air like in the abyss. If we just cut away all the flesh and bone that's turned blue-purple, his wound should bleed normally, and then heal." Yuki's assessment was the same as Shinrua's. However, the expressions of the other beings around them changed upon hearing this. The wound was on the shoulder, and the blue-purple color had already spread. To cut it off, they would have to start from the side of the neck, severing the collarbone, and cutting all the way down to the armpit. What near-spirit level noble like Zhuzhe could endure such mutilation? Of course, given Yuki's abilities, none of the beings present doubted that he could perform this operation while simultaneously saving Zhuzhe's life. Chapter 147. Although Shinrua had fought against other beings more than once since arriving on the Dust Sand continent, and had never witnessed a situation where a single mistake meant certain death or serious injury, the feeling of facing death without mercy and the anticipation of an impending blow were completely different. Zhuzhe, the injured man, ultimately chose to amputate his arm to survive. After drinking the medicine specially prepared by Yuki, he still bit down on a piece of cloth. Yuki drew a line at the point where the incision would be made, and then gave his instructions. This cut must be as fast as possible, ideally so fast that the blood doesn't have time to gush out. "I do it." A Zhuzhe healer stepped forward, a beam of light appearing in his hand, clearly intending to use the light to bypass the part to be amputated, pulling it from both sides to ensure an extremely fast amputation. "Hemostatic spray," Yuki instructed. "Ready." Another healer was already prepared. "Help him onto a stool," Yuki instructed. It was a backless stool. Shinrua wondered, is this for supporting an injured person? That wouldn't be convenient. But he quickly realized he was overthinking it. After the injured Zhuzhe was helped onto the stool, Jimu demonstrated his magic to Shinrua for the first time. Vines sprouted from Jimu's body, like roots and branches growing from a plant, quickly filling the entire room. After discovering that the Plant Spirit Clan also had candidates, Shinrua had already looked up the Plant Spirit Clan in the encyclopedia. The Plant Spirit Clan's magic wasn't elemental magic, but a kind of life magic. There were 6 elemental energies in this world: light, darkness, wind, water, fire, and earth. The plant spirit's magic differs from the ancient Eastern metaphysics of their home planet, Earth, which uses the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and their system of mutual generation and restraint. However, the plant spirit's magic, visually, is wood-based, and their bodies easily evoke images of trance, even though they don't physically resemble the trance of Western stories on Earth. More subtly, the plant spirit's magic has a certain suppressive effect on Earth elemental magic. Of course, this doesn't mean that a plant spirit of the same level is necessarily stronger than a user of Earth elemental magic, but Earth elemental magic is less effective against them. This is somewhat reminiscent of the wood restraining earth principle in the 5 elements. But the plant spirit's magic is not simply about growing long vines. Their magic is incredibly rich and profound, a fact that cannot be fully described in any encyclopedia. The creator god who created and protects the plant spirits is said to be the god of life, a deity who possessed the laws that gave all things sentience. This deity's image also exists within the core of the Holy See, at the colossal statues of the 8 gods. Shinrua had seen a similar image in the Tower of Eternity. It was the pumpkin unicycle messenger, except that, as a colossal statue in the form of a god, he didn't ride a unicycle. He was simply a god with a pumpkin-shaped face and a human body. Unlike the somewhat comical and cute appearance of the pumpkin unicycle messenger, although pumpkins reminded Shinrua of the ancient and bizarre Halloween festival on his home planet Earth, the colossal statue's pumpkin face appeared very serious. The statue wore a top hat and a very ceremonial robe, making it impossible to feel even the slightest bit of a smile while gazing upon it. Now Shimu resembled a tree. A tree Shinrua had only ever seen in books, the kind that could form a forest from a single tree. Branches sprouted from the roots that coiled between the ground and the ceiling of this tree of wisdom. These branches perfectly controlled the Zhuzhe tribe's wounded body and arm, helping him assume the most suitable position for amputation. The air seemed purified. It was unclear whether this was some kind of magic Shimu possessed. Shimu then had another healer prepare a box, filled it with liquid, and only after completing all these preparations did he signal the Zhuzhe healer to begin. Light bypassed the Zhuzhe patient's armpit, following the amputation line drawn by Shimu. Then, the Zhuzhe healer pulled sharply, and the patient bit down hard on the cloth in his mouth. Before the arm even touched the ground, it was already wrapped up. The branch was delivered to the box prepared by Yuki. Almost simultaneously, a top-grade healing spray was applied to Zhuzh's wound, maximizing its pain-relieving effect. Despite this, he was still covered in cold sweat. Yuki's branch pierced into Zhuzh's wound. What followed resembled a mechanical connection, but because it was operated by plants, the mechanical part was replaced by Yuki's branch. The scene was similar, but because it used tree branches, these branches, despite being newly grown in an instant, easily made one wonder, doesn't it look a bit lacking in disinfection? However, Yuki appeared extremely focused. He coordinated with the piercing branch, directing Zhuzh's healer to use light to wrap and weave around the branches he had conjured, which had pierced Zhuzh's wound. Finally, Yuki cut off the branch and wrapped a special medicated bandage around the junction of the branch and the wound on the injured Zhuzh. After doing all this, Yuki returned to his normal appearance, though he didn't look relaxed. Although the branch he cut off wasn't much compared to the branches and roots that filled the room he had conjured, was he using a part of himself to help Zhuzh heal? Shinrua couldn't be sure if this treatment would harm Yuki, or if it was just a kind of magical drain. Yuki clearly didn't intend to explain what he had done, but his medical advice explained his choice of this treatment method. With this branch of mine as an aid, you can find a human mechanic to customize a mechanical arm to attach to you later, and your life will be affected much less. The injured Zhuzh weakly nodded, and Yuki asked his attendant to push him away, because this inn was now their medical team's rest area, and since the treatment was complete, he wouldn't allow the injured to stay here like they did at the Island Medical Center. This treatment process was far beyond Shinrua's comprehension. The role of the plant in the treatment seemed irreplaceable. If it weren't for the plant spirit race, there wouldn't be a way to implant the branches into the wound, right? Shinrua asked. The sap of the plant spirit race was already a life-saving, miraculous substance. Shinrua didn't bother to consider whether the medical common sense of rejection, like on her home planet Earth, still applied here. Of course, but other healers developed their own treatment methods based on their own types of magic. Yuki answered Shinrua, not surprised by the question. On the Dust Sand continent, no human had ever truly become a healer. Without prior medical experience, it was normal to be unfamiliar with certain magical healing methods. As Yuki pointed out, unlike Shinrua's home planet Earth, where treatments had become highly standardized, healing on the Dust Sand continent was extremely personalized. Senior healers of the same race and type could provide better and more suitable guidance, but not everyone who decided to become a healer would happen to encounter such a mentor. Even using the same type of magic, there would be differences in execution, and without magic, they would find it difficult to imagine performing complex treatments. On Shinrua's home planet Earth, technologies such as drug analysis, basic gene deciphering, and artificial organ cultivation had reached a high level of sophistication. Compared to the healing methods of the Dust Sand continent, Shinrua could only conclude that each has its advantages and disadvantages. For example, the fractures and contusions Shinrua suffered underground in the ruins of the ancient city of Tronisha would never have been fully healed on her home planet, Earth, but the magical healing methods of the Dust Sand continent could achieve this. This is because on Earth, no matter how much repositioning and care is used after a fracture, it's impossible for the bones to heal completely, and it's crucial to ensure that there is absolutely no displacement between the repositioned bones during the healing process. However, the combination of magical healing and medicine on the Dust Sand continent achieves this. Similarly, for situations like the one Yuki just experienced, there are better options on Earth. Even as a top-tier healer on the Dust Sand continent, Jimu couldn't regrow flesh and bone from the severed area. However, on their home planet Earth, a combination of scaffolding and stem cell technology could guide the regeneration of bone and muscle. While it certainly wouldn't be possible to completely restore the hand to its original state, at least the shoulder would remain part of the body, and the collarbone could regrow. With bone and flesh regrowth, a custom-made, intelligently controlled prosthesis would likely yield better results than Jimu's method after treatment. While Shinrua was still mentally comparing the medical conditions on the Dust Sand continent, Jimu had already begun his next task, treating the arm severed from the shoulder. More precisely, he was going to melt away the arm, leaving only the bluish-purple substance hindering healing. This substance clearly originated from the demon abyss. Understanding this substance beforehand would greatly aid their subsequent actions. Shinrua wasn't sure if the Dust Sand continent possessed devices capable of understanding the microscopic world, and observing Jimu's actions was also very helpful. Yuki poured 2 vials of potion into the container holding the severed arm. The arm began to melt without any contamination. What a terrifying potion! This was probably the most unsettling sight Shinrua had witnessed since arriving here. Fortunately, Yuki's potion worked quickly. Yuki covered the container before the arm completely melted. After the arm melted, the bluish-purple glowing object now appeared as a ball of light, drifting within the container, seemingly trying to leave. Looks like it's alive, Yuki concluded about the ball of light, then took out a funnel with a lid and slammed it against the container's lid. Finally, he used magic to completely seal any gaps between the funnel's edge and the lid. Alright, now go and collect some blood from various animals, Yuki instructed Shinruo. After all, everyone else in the medical team was a licensed healer, while Shinruo was just an apprentice, doing odd jobs. How many kinds? Shinruo felt she needed to understand the specifications. It would be best to have several kinds, so we can compare them. Jimu thought for a moment. However, resources are limited. There aren't many flesh and blood animals living here, so 2 or 3 kinds should be enough. After saying that, Jimu handed Shinruo a box containing a set of sampling bottles and droppers, along with labels and a pen. His professionalism was astounding. It has to be said that Jimu's baskets of storage crystals were definitely not brought for nothing. Chapter 148. Shinruo walked out of the hotel, and Zhizha from the medical team actually followed her out, handing her some dried plant stems and leaves. Chewing these will make you feel better. I felt a bit overwhelmed the first time I encountered something like this, Zhizha told Shinruo. Shinruo took the leaves with some skepticism, but didn't chew them immediately. Instead, she smelled them. They had a spicy aroma. This was probably something like betel nut from her home planet Earth? Just smelling it is enough. I'm not used to chewing it. Shinruo didn't actually know the plant's effects, but didn't want to reveal her unfamiliarity with dried stems and leaves. Indeed, you don't look like someone who chews on aromatic leaves and stems. We pharmacists chew a lot. Shinruo replied, then asked, aren't you staying inside? Shinruo thought he was the only one sent out to collect blood. Did he really deserve the attention of the other pharmacists in the medical team? Unexpectedly, Zhizha didn't answer him directly, but instead started another topic. That guy who tried to talk to you on the way here, do you really not know him? Huh? Shinruo didn't understand what he was talking about for a moment, then realized he was referring to Zhizha trying to chat her up. I don't think so. Shinruo replied, we were eating by the roadside once, and he was at the next table. Does that count as knowing him? Okay, if you're not lying. Zhizha scrutinized Shinruo for a while, noticing that Shinruo had started studying the road signs, and couldn't find any sign of guilt in him. Lying? Really not. Shinruo glanced at the changing sky, realizing she needed to hurry if she wanted to go hunting outside the city. I need to complete the task assigned by Curator Jimu now. Do you want to come with me? Zhizha clearly had no interest in hunting. He shook his head. Shinruo hadn't planned to go out of the city with him anyway, and after receiving a negative answer, she quickened her pace. Zhizha is the son of a Grand Magister of Light, Zhizha muttered. He was a Zhizha from Qingze Kingdom. The distance between Qingze Kingdom and the Eternal Tower wasn't far, so many Zhizha would come to the Eternal Tower's medical clinic to improve their healing skills before becoming healers capable of opening their own clinics. Therefore, this Zhizha had heard many rumors about Zhizha. No matter how unconventional Zhizha seemed, there were always other Zhizha willing to be his friend. So this Zhizha was simply feeling sorry for Shinruo. Shinruo was oblivious to Zhizha's thoughts. He had already used his lightness technique to quickly reach the outskirts of the city. Before setting off, Shinruo had already researched the area surrounding the Demon Abyss. Animals were scarce outside the Demon Abyss, and those that could survive there long-term were often somewhat demonized. Many of them had purple pupils like demons, and their blood was also purple. Hunters would come here to hunt them for medicinal herbs or other items. Shinruo took out his slingshot from his storage necklace. If the intelligence was correct, the animals here followed a pattern. Smaller animals were active during the day, while larger ones roamed at night. The vegetation was mainly unsettlingly colored grass, and the scattered, unevenly sized rocks were a good hiding place. This was an area where grass, low vegetation, and rocks intertwined. During the day, a small, rock-climbing animal with sharp claws roamed here, somewhat resembling a rabbit from an animal encyclopedia Shinruo had read. Shinruo lowered his body, concealing himself in the grass, waiting for his prey. Just as he patiently lay in ambush, Shinruo heard 2 voices that sounded somewhat familiar, but he couldn't immediately recall where he had heard them before. These 2 voices were discussing something that seemed to be about himself. Phoenix, do you really have to go find that Eastern human? We don't necessarily need to go to the Demon Abyss Temple to cultivate. It was a woman's voice. What do you know? The man snapped in a low voice. All right, someone saw him heading this way. Stop talking. No, I heard you talking, Shinruo thought. The people who came were discussing this matter in hushed tones, but it was clear they looked down on him immensely, believing he had no chance of escaping their clutches, to be secretly plotting so close to their hiding place. Of course, This hushed tone was only what the two voices perceived. To Shinrua's ears, this was no different than openly announcing their intention to capture him and offer him to the demons in exchange for a spot to cultivate in the Demon Abyss Temple. Even if they hadn't explicitly stated their intention to capture him, was it really that difficult to infer their meaning from the context? Shinrua lowered his body even further. He had entered a state of near non-existence to ambush small animals, and now, hidden among the scattered rocks, his opponent, though searching for him, wouldn't find him easily. Shinrua adjusted his hearing. As his hearing sharpened, the sounds of footsteps around him reached his ears. Besides the couple who had been talking, about a dozen other beings were wandering around with searching steps. The changes in sky color on the dust sand continent lasted for 2 or 3 sand hours. Unless one possessed exceptionally keen observation skills, it was difficult to perceive these changes. However, lacking his familiar way of understanding nature and judging time and direction, Shinrua focused on researching and establishing a new system for recognizing changes on the dust sand continent. Therefore, before leaving the city, he realized that the change in sky color was just beginning. The length of a sand hour on the dust sand continent differed from that of his home planet, Earth. The 80 dust particles contained in each sand hour, and the 80 sand particles contained in each dust particle, also differed from the duration of minutes and seconds on his home planet, Earth. Shinrua believed that counting and discerning the flow of time was a crucial part of his understanding of the dust sand continent, so he devoted considerable effort to it. To the point that Shinrua could determine the approximate time of day and dusk by observing the transformation of light and dark elements. According to the activity rules near the Demon Abyss, the nights here become extremely dangerous. He originally came here to hunt, but now other beings are using him as prey. The fact that he couldn't immediately recall the voice meant he didn't consider them someone he'd meet again, Shinrua thought. But remembering the voice meant there must have been some interaction between them, not just a fleeting encounter. A man and a woman. Shinrua searched his memory for familiar faces, finally remembering where he heard the voice before. On the Issue Highway, at the inn where he and Longwei had stopped for a meal, the inn where they met Zizia, where the He-She candidate and he were also present. It was the voice of that strikingly beautiful man and woman, Zizia and this couple appeared one after the other, such perfect coordination. The encirclement was closing in. Finding Shinrua seemed only a matter of time. Shinrua had already put the slingshot back into his necklace and gripped the crossbow in his hand. The same crossbow he used in Tronisha to stop the mob of the dead, and he put a glove on one hand. He closed his eyes, calculating the footsteps of those approaching hunters, mentally estimating their strides and approximate size, preparing his first strike to wound as many as possible. Suddenly, the sound of animal footsteps reached Shinrua's ears. The animal was running very fast. It was the sound of a unicorn's hooves. Could it be that Zizia really had such perfect coordination with these hunters? The hunter's objective was searching, so they were slow. The newcomers clearly had a different purpose, hence their speed. Comparing the two, Shinrua deduced that if they maintained this speed, the hunters wouldn't be able to find the unicorn when it reached this rocky terrain. However, unicorns wouldn't traverse such rocky terrain with ease. Moreover, the unicorn Shinrua had seen several times always appeared as mounts for Zizia and the others. He couldn't possibly hope that Zizia and he had a bad relationship, and that Zizia would ride a unicorn along the nearby main road, casually engaging he in a fight, so he could slip away without lifting a finger. Could he? Just as Shinrua was thinking this, he realized things seemed to be heading in that direction. A violent sound of magic striking rocks rang out, followed by the sound of the male, he angrily cursing Zizia, who had attacked. It was a name Shinrua recognized very well. The male he shouted, "Junjia, are you sick? Then I ask you, have you been doing anything shady here?" The usually taciturn Junjia had actually said such a long sentence to a he who wasn't even a spirit rank cultivator. Shinrua felt sorry for him. Then, Junjia had obviously dismounted the unicorn, because the sounds of magic colliding outside continued. Judging from the footsteps, not all the hunters searching had joined the battle. They were still trying to locate Shinrua. However, with Zizia at the center of the fight, the two a type of assassin, were clearly not going to stay out of it. While fighting, the continued to hurl insults at Junjia. But Junjia, aside from his initial remark, hadn't said anything more. Junjia was now a spirit rank Zizia, and he was handling the hunter's encirclement with ease, even showing signs of gaining the upper hand. Shinrua silently put away his fire crossbow. The difficulty of firing wildly was quite different from avoiding Junjia's attacks. He was probably just unlucky with projectile weapons today. He had prepared to attack twice, but then put it away. But that was fine. Shinrua didn't like fighting. The drama outside wasn't over yet. because the next person to appear wasn't as taciturn as Junja. Haha, Junja, you don't need any help at all. Zija's voice preceded his arrival, and judging from the tone, there were at least 10 other beings with him. You're the one who wants to live. Junja withdrew his light magic, which appeared to be a rain of light flying towards him, then transformed into a luminous suit of armor. His light magic's conversion between offense and defense, its control and manipulation, was as effortless as breathing. You're all a bit too confident, aren't you? Nanhee's slightly panting voice rang out, his words implying that he wasn't the one at a disadvantage. Zija let out a soft huh, then spoke. What? If you don't surrender, do you think you can somersault to the heavens? Chapter 149. Phoenix, no! We're not here to fight to the death. Shenrua couldn't see what was happening on the other side of the rock, only hearing the girl's anxious voice. You go first, the male he said. You're showing a lot of disrespect to my guards, Zija said. Shenrua didn't see that as Zija spoke. His squad of guards had already raised their crossbows. These weren't ordinary crossbows, but crystal weapons. Combined with light magic, the crossbows' firing speed and power were so great that they could even penetrate the body of a spirit-level dragon. In Zija's view, this he actually thought she could stop his elite guards equipped with such expensive crystal weapons in a one-on-one fight. Wasn't that somewhat disrespectful to him? Wait. Junja only uttered one word before Zija's guards' crossbows fired. Zija needed to capture the Hehe who colluded with the demons, as well as the demons impersonating Hehe. That's right, the group hunting Shenrua was a mix of Hehe and demons. However, Zija didn't notice Junja's instruction to wait, clearly indicating he had noticed something amiss. Zija's guards unleashed energy arrows. Just then, a giant crimson hand emerged from beneath the male Hehe's feet, passing through and enveloping his body, before slamming forward. The energy arrows were blown away by this blow, changing their trajectory. Meanwhile, the demon still searching for Shenrua, seeing a powerful enemy, showed no mercy and scattered. The giant hand didn't stop after scattering the arrows, instead, it continued to swing forward. At this moment, the part of the giant hand connecting to the ground also lengthened, like an arm extending from underground. The man and woman stood staringly within that enormous arm. What an evil power! Zija exclaimed, what do we do now? Hey, you guys better stay out of the way. He spoke with the air of a leader for the first half, but in the second half, peacock-like tentacles sprouted from the giant hand's arm, relentlessly sweeping towards Zija's group. So Zija completely disregarded his image. After casting a few defensive spells, and finding them insufficient, he displayed his agile and adaptable physical skills. Junja. Help! Zija even began to cry for help. Mirrors of light magic, composed of multiple hexagonal light prisms, blocked the giant hand. Upon reaching the spirit rank, Junja's light magic also underwent some changes. The giant hand touched the light magic mirror, releasing a burst of crimson smoke. The giant hand and the light magic mirror eroded each other, a clash between spirit-level domains. But a spirit-level mage? Something strange. Junja said, let's retreat. I cover the rear, of course. Huh? You're just leaving him? Zija asked, puzzled. Junja clearly didn't want to pay attention to Zija. He simply said, aren't you going to leave? Although Zija had been momentarily relieved by Junja's intervention, and made a sarcastic remark, he didn't dare to be careless after hearing Junja's words, and directed the group to leave in an orderly fashion. After all, Junja was now a spirit-level mage. His statement clearly indicated a clearer assessment of the opponent's strength than Zija's. Trying to leave? The male Hehe blurted out arrogantly, but was interrupted by Junja. They can leave, I said, Junja said coldly. This giant arm you summoned shouldn't be able to extend indefinitely, and you can't leave where you're standing now, otherwise this summoning will immediately become invalid, am I right? Haha, that's because it wasn't dark yet. Who knows later? You're being very irrational. The male Hehe said. Junja disliked this Hehe. He analyzed that the previous Hehe's words were already a sign of respect for the other party's use of magic beyond his level. The other party was just stalling for time. Of course, in comparison, Zija seemed even more outwardly strong, but inwardly weak than this Hehe. Junja was here because he received news that Zija had boasted that his human friend had left the city alone. And this human friend Zija mentioned, Junja, recalling Zija's incessant chatter at the Eternal Tower, had already guessed it was Shenrua. That's why Junja decided to come and see, even though he wasn't sure if he and Shenrua could be considered friends. Junja's cultivation method has always been to increase his own intensity. He wasn't a member of any army voluntarily assisting the human race. Junja's plan had always been to personally come to the demon abyss to comprehend the residual power of laws in places that were originally inaccessible. Entering the demon abyss was a cultivation goal Junja had set for himself. However, this didn't mean he would recklessly enter, and Junja wasn't among the first Zhijas to arrive in this town. Zhija was here to do logistical work for the Holy See, and Junja came with him, but he wasn't under the control of Zhija or the Holy See. Before leaving the city, he had some suspicions that Zhija might be trying to use him as a fighting force, which was why he gave him that information. However, the fact that Shinrua was in the medical team had already been confirmed. That's why Zhija had questioned his "don't worry about him." What Zhija didn't know was that Junja wasn't worried about Shinrua's safety yet, and based on his promise, he didn't intend to explain to Zhija. Junja came here to observe the battle between Shinrua and these demons. He felt that now that he was a spirit rank cultivator, his observation and judgment abilities had improved, allowing him to better understand Shinrua's combat level during the battle. Of course, he could also exchange insights about the spirit rank with Shinrua after the battle. However, as he had said, if it dragged on until nightfall, Junja didn't know what might happen. At night, a magical beast called the Demon Rock Lord would appear here. Junja finally retreated. Just as he had predicted, the giant hand summoned by Hihi couldn't extend indefinitely. After chasing and melting a portion of Junja's light elemental armor, the giant hand finally reached its limit and stopped chasing. However, Junja had no choice but to leave, as night was fast approaching. "He's gone, don't persist," the girl Hihi's worried voice rang out as she hugged the male Hihi's body. So, it wasn't just the giant hand's length that had its limits. It seemed there was no need to worry about Hihi continuing to search for her with his giant hand, Shinrua thought. Otherwise, with Hihi manipulating the giant hand to lash out wildly across the rocky forest, Shinrua felt there was no guarantee it wouldn't hit her. Furthermore, Shinrua didn't want to stay there until dark, for reasons different from Junja's. Shinrua simply didn't want to increase the difficulty for himself. Besides, if he were to hunt down the Demon Rock Lord, he might face the kind of public spectacle depicted in classic novels after Wusong's tiger fighting feat. Shinrua didn't want to create such a high-profile spectacle. Junja's concession, however, had a different reason. Junja wasn't worried about the Demon Rock Lord either, because after reviewing the relevant information, Shinrua was still confident he could kill the beast. It's important to understand that Shinrua's assessment of his own strength was actually much lower than Junja's. Shinrua didn't believe he could defeat Junja in his current state. Even without Junja's advancement to the spirit rank, Shinrua's assessment was that victory was conditional. Junja's reason for conceding was that he believed the owner of the giant arm might be able to break free from the Earth's control after darkness fell, as it might be able to possess the Demon Rock Lord. Such a conjecture would certainly not appear in any information obtainable with money related to the area surrounding the abyss. This was entirely Junja's deduction based on the aura emanating from the giant hand and his knowledge of the magical beasts near the abyss. Although Junja felt that he couldn't maintain this level of summoning magic indefinitely, he couldn't be certain whether the night or Hihi's limits would be reached first. Therefore, Junja retreated. As the crimson giant hand returned to the ground, the male Hihi seemed unable to hold on any longer. He breathed heavily and leaned against the female Hihi. Although the girl, Hihi, appeared smaller than the boy, she was surprisingly strong. At least, she could easily hold him tight and stand upright. She embraced the boy, mechanical wings unfurled from her back, and then she and the boy disappeared from Shinrua's sight. Shinrua didn't intend to give the Demon Rock Lord a chance to pursue him. After emerging from his hiding place, he quickly left the rocky forest. Back in town, Yuki seemed to know what had happened in the hunting grounds outside the demon abyss. He didn't urge Shinrua to hand over the animal blood. The next day, Yuki encountered Shinrua at the inn as he was about to leave. He nodded to him. "Good morning. I heard something happened yesterday. It's become more difficult to collect blood from the surrounding animals, so I asked Shizha for help. We go together today." We referred to Junja, Yuki, and Shinrua. When Junja appeared at the inn's entrance, Yuki smiled and made what Shinrua interpreted as a polite gesture. "Thank you for your willingness to help us, Prince of Qingza Kingdom, newly promoted spirit rank. But I never expected you would also be willing to serve the Holy See." Shinrua couldn't immediately discern whether Yuki's words were polite flattery or laced with sarcasm. After all, the first half of Yuki's statement had provided a lengthy introduction to Junja's identity, while the second half felt somewhat off. However, Junja clearly didn't care about the irrelevant details in Yuki's words. He nodded. "I'm here to help Zhija. If possible, I'd like to work with the medical team afterwards." Yuki's medical team wasn't affiliated with the Holy See, but none of the Holy See's healers dared claim their skills were superior to Yuki's. Therefore, it was the Holy See that needed Yuki's help. However, although Yuki brought his medical team to the vicinity of the abyss, he also made a statement to the Holy See. His medical team intended to travel into the depths of the abyss on their own, treating the wounded and saving lives along the way, giving the healers in the team ample opportunities for practical training. Yuki meant that they wouldn't enter the abyss as just a support team. Junja didn't elaborate on the fact that he and the Holy See actually had no subordinate relationship. He wouldn't waste time on such matters. Junja coldly stated his plans and expressed his request to Yuki. "How did you, so boring, become friends with Zija?" Shimu chuckled. "As for yourself, we certainly welcome you. After all, the medical team's pharmacists are the future pillars of the continent's medical institutions." He spoke with unwavering confidence, as if he were implying that his entire race's medical institution for internal and external injuries represented the highest level of medical care on the Dust Sand continent. But Junja wouldn't deny it, instead simply saying, "Then let's go." And so, Shizha drove the unicorn carriage, carrying the strange combination of a plant spirit and a human, all the way to the rocky forest Shinrua had visited before. Junja stopped the carriage, tethered the unicorn to the side, and followed behind Shimu and Shinrua. "Go collect the animal blood," Shimu instructed Shinrua, then turned to Junja and said, "I want to see the place where you fought yesterday, especially the spot where the giant hand grew out." Chapter 150. Shinrua ventured deep into the rocky forest to collect animal blood. To improve efficiency, he sharpened his eyes and ears. Because of this, although the distance wasn't short, Junja and Shimu's conversation carried on the wind. "It's here," Junja said to Shimu, pointing to the ground. Shimu crouched down, scraped some soil from the ground, and then took out a row of bottles, each containing a different type of liquid. He separated the soil into different bottles, and finally took a small amount and divided it into empty bottles. A long, thin twig sprouted from Shimu's index finger. He used this twig to stir the soil and liquid in the bottles, ensuring they were fully mixed. After a while, one of the bottles glowed. "To think the soil here has become something of divine remnant quality," Yuki mused. "It seems I should take some more soil back to study, or perhaps I should explore it myself." With that, Yuki stood in the center of the soil. As a plant spirit, because he always tended to his canopy and dressed impeccably, appearing elegant, few noticed that Yuki was barefoot. Now, standing barefoot in the center of the soil, a magic circle instantly appeared beneath his feet. Unseen by Junja, numerous roots sprouted from Yuki's feet, penetrating deep into the ground. After a while, Yuki's expression changed. He retracted the roots, pointed to the sky, and a magic circle materialized above his head. Junja, as if facing a formidable enemy, retreated hastily, assuming a defensive stance. However, at that moment, a green light began to emanate from Shimu's chest, quickly spreading throughout his body. Finally, a ring of scarlet mist rose from his entire body, and the magic circle vanished without a trace. Shimu withdrew his fingers. "I was almost affected," Shimu said, sounding exhausted. "You're actually a spirit rank. One of the 10 absolutes of dust and sand?" Junja asked uncertainly. Shimu nodded, gathering up the bottles and soil. "What exactly happened? What was that gigantic hand that was summoned yesterday?" Junja couldn't contain himself, bombarding Shimu with questions. Shimu shook his head and pointed into the distance. Junja looked and saw Shinrua carrying 2 demonized small animals, holding the sampling box Shimu had given him in her other hand, walking towards them from a distance. Normally, at this distance, a human wouldn't be able to hear what they were saying. Junja understood that Shimu didn't want his spirit rank identity to be exposed, so he stopped speaking. When Shinrua approached, Shimu couldn't help but ask, "Why did you bring them back after taking their blood?" "Probably, to avoid waste." Shinrua replied, "I heard they're edible, and I already processed them according to the instructions." "You look a little unwell, you seem to need some rest." The encyclopedia had descriptions of these 2 small animals, as well as instructions on how to process them for consumption. Perhaps because it was indeed as Shinrua said, Shimu needed rest, he didn't inquire further about Shinrua bringing the prey back. Having collected the sample boxes, Yuki had finished his confirmations in the rocky forest for the day. Just like on the way there, Junja drove the unicorn vehicle back. They didn't encounter the group of hihi or demons from yesterday on either trip. Upon arriving at the medical team's lodgings, Junja followed Yuki and Shinrua into the house. Clearly, after informing Yuki that he wanted to travel with the medical team that morning, he had no intention of returning to his original temporary residence. Shinrua felt a bit of a headache. Although Junja seemed to have kept his promises so far, after the Eternal Tower incident, Shinrua already sensed that Junja was a troublesome character. This trouble wasn't that he would cause trouble for Shinruo, but rather that even if Juinja didn't say anything, his persona was that of a cultivation fanatic who only cared about the strong. For such a cultivation fanatic to repeatedly try to speak with a human who seemed weak was already too conspicuous. Fortunately, with the entire medical team present, Juinja's actions weren't too abrupt. However, Juinja's actions had already caught Zija's attention and interest within the Eternal Tower. Zija's act of stopping Shinruo on the way amplified Juinja's effect even further. Could you two perhaps pay attention to someone stronger instead? Shinruo thought. For example, Ji-mu just demonstrated his spirit rank strength. Juinja should be paying more attention to Ji-mu, right? She then recalled the conversation she overheard in the rocky forest. Judging from the conversation, Ji-mu didn't deny Juinja's words. This meant that the curator of the medicine shop was, as Shinruo had initially thought, also one of the 10 greats. Shinruo discovered that Shirju's thought process was somewhat different from other powerful figures on the continent. Sainz's behavior made it difficult for Shinruo to discern her thoughts and intentions, while Ji-mu was very enthusiastic about medical research. For example, despite being affected by the residual crimson energy in the soil and needing rest, he only silently closed his eyes for a short time in the car before immediately immersing himself in his research upon returning home. Ji-mu placed the blood Shinruo had retrieved aside, then took a marked storage crystal and pulled out an entire freezer. Opening the freezer, he found blood from various races, except for those without blood. Ji-mu first dripped the animal blood Shinruo had retrieved through a funnel into the container, where the severed arm had been dissolved. The bluish-purple glowing thing was still floating in the container. The ball of light seemed uninterested in the dripping animal blood, but it still slowly moved over and merged into it, turning the already slightly purplish blood a deep, vibrant purple. When the second type of animal blood was dripped in, the deep purple blood writhed even slower than before, eventually voluntarily entering the second animal's blood. After that, blood from different races was dripped in. This time, the purple blood seemed very excited, quickly merging into the newly dripped blood. However, the level of excitement varied. The most excited was the blood of humans, followed by the blood of the Celestial Fox clan. Next was Hashi, then Zhezhe, and finally the Horned One. Yuki turned to look at Shinruo. Director, my apprenticeship doesn't include providing blood. Shinruo instantly understood Yuki's intentions, and firmly refused. Well, alright. Actually, I just wanted to reiterate my point one last time. If you disagree, losing one sample won't be a big deal. Yuki expressed some regret, then added, then, let's have a meeting. As an important guard for our medical team, the younger brother of the king of Qingzhe Kingdom, and a newly promoted spirit rank, you can sit in. Juinja frowned. He didn't actually like Yuki giving him so many titles. It made him feel Yuki's unfriendly attitude. Soon, he realized his feeling was correct. Yuki first contacted Zija, telling him, although I agreed to let Juinja listen to our meeting, the content is extremely valuable intelligence. As a member of our future medical team, Juinja can obtain this intelligence for free, but you cannot. Yuki made no attempt to conceal this from the medical team members during his conversation with Zija. Given your friendship with Juinja, and the fact that you are not someone who can obtain information from me for free, I need to charge your Holy See 50,000 gold coins before I can present my research results to Juinja. Shinruo felt a blow from the sheer money-making ability of the Dust and Sand 10 Masters. Give the crystal to Juinja. Zija didn't hesitate. 50,000 gold coins was a considerable sum. But if it was valuable intelligence, then it was worth it. It's me. Juinja took the crystal and said only 2 words. What are the results of Yuki's research? Is it worth 50,000? Zija asked Juinja directly, making no attempt to hide Yuki's eavesdropping. I don't know, but I can give it to him. Juinja omitted the reason why he felt he could give it. It was because he believed that Yuki, a spirit rank being, had risked his life, and regardless of whether the information was worth 50,000, he could give that amount. Zija was speechless for a moment, but he knew Juinja's style of speaking, so after thinking for a moment, he said, pay for me first, I already recorded it. The crystal was returned to Yuki, who gave Zija a cold laugh and ended the communication. Juinja actually carried more than 50,000 gold coins. He compared his storage ring with Yuki's and completed the payment. Yuki's expression softened slightly, and he regained his elegant smile. Alright, everyone, let's first introduce this man you should all recognize, Zhezhe, the spirit rank Zhezhe who will be traveling with us for the next period of time, and also known as Prince Juinja. Yuki introduced Juinja to the medical team members. Many of them already knew him. Originally, I absolutely didn't want any lackeys of the Holy See in my team, but Prince Juinja has stated that he's not Zhezhe of the Holy See, and he's not working for the Holy See with us, so I decided to trust him for now. Our upcoming journey will be very dangerous, and spirit rank combat power is crucial for us. Now, I tell you about my discoveries over the past 2 days. Those who feel afraid can return to the Eternal Tower on their own. I believe our departure will leave a shortage of medical staff. Don't feel guilty. Whether you move forward or retreat, it's a good choice. After saying this, Yuki paused, then took out a crystal ball. This wasn't an ordinary crystal ball, but a sacred relic. Junja had already whispered the name of the sacred relic, Spiritual Imagination Crystal Sphere. At this moment, Shinro particularly wished he could consult the encyclopedia. Although he could consult it after the meeting, understanding it now would greatly help him comprehend what Yuki was about to do. As if knowing Shinro's thoughts, the voice of the remnant will of the god of wind elements, which had been silent all along, rang out from his earring, clearly reading an entry in the encyclopedia. Spiritual Imagination Crystal Sphere, a sacred relic. It is a crystal sphere capable of recording one's hallucinatory experiences and projecting them for other beings to perceive. This bird was reading, and even using a simplified reading style. Chapter 151. Yuki used the spirit crystal orb to project a vision onto the medical team, a vision he experienced when his roots touched the crimson-contaminated earth. A crimson, flame-like bird-shaped entity appeared in the vision, looking like a great deity come to life. A majestic voice echoed in Yuki's mind. If you are willing to conquer the peoples of other races for me, I will grant you the title of the greatest king on the continent. You will make history, a great king of the plant spirits. Heavenly poems and bard's hymns will praise your existence. The giant figure's voice seemed to possess the power of law, appearing sublime and awe-inspiring, inspiring a desire to prostrate oneself in worship. This is the remnant will of a god? A team member asked in surprise and uncertainty. Even a spirit rank cultivator would find it difficult to evoke such a feeling in their curator. No, it could also be an evil entity sealed by a god, capable of causing a great cataclysm, Junja said. Legends about gods sealing evil underground, and the existence of undead creatures have long circulated on the continent, and now, with candidates emerging. Yuki agreed with Junja's idea. The Great Palace of Hurt is also located underground, where evil creatures are constantly active. Each time it opens, new evil creatures appear, so the Great Palace of Hurt is also speculated to be a prison used by the gods to seal evil underground. As for Hihi, their Valley of Immortality has always been believed to be perpetually filled with dense, unyielding dark energy because of the undead evil beings at its bottom. 100 days ago, the dark elemental energy there suddenly vanished, leading to speculation that the being at the bottom of the valley had departed. Whether that being is the crimson, evil giant bird I saw is uncertain, but it seems highly likely, because he resides in the Valley of the Undying year-round. Hihi's ability to summon this evil giant bird suggests a pact between them, or perhaps Hihi possesses some kind of sacred relic that allows the bird to roost. This evil giant bird possesses power that even spirit-level beings must revere. The evidence is that the soil contaminated by its energy has transformed into a divine relic. However, if the soil were used to create magical artifacts, even those with weak wills would be easily corrupted. Furthermore, Hihi's association with the demons is a complex situation we cannot currently comprehend. What is certain is that as long as they remain active in the demon abyss, the danger of our journey there will be extremely high. Now, I have made some progress in my investigation into the secret of the blue-purple light within the abyss of the demon abyss. It's a bloodthirsty energy, and a very active one at that. Under normal circumstances, this energy won't have a significant impact on us. However, once blood is drawn, it will corrode the wound until the victim dies or is corrupted by demonic energy. Even without injury, surviving long enough in the demon abyss can lead to demonic corruption. The purple pupils of the demons are evidence of this. This bloodthirsty energy shows little interest in the blood of already corrupted animals. Therefore, its presence pollutes life, corrupting it rather than killing it. To avoid dying from infection after being injured, one needs to be demonized. Therefore, the creatures here, after a long evolution, have all undergone special changes. So now, I would consider it a wise decision for anyone to return to the Tower of Eternity early. Of course, if you are willing to continue this journey of healing, I will also praise your courage. After this explanation, a few healers with relatively weaker skills hesitated. Yuki arranged for a flying vehicle to take these healers away, and then spoke of another idea. For patients with infected wounds, I believe there is a way to heal them without cutting off the infected part. But of course, this is currently only in the deductive stage. I need to find a way to verify it. It's okay, before we enter the abyss, more injured people will be sent out. All the members, including Junja, lit up upon hearing Yuki's words. Yuki didn't intend to keep them in suspense. He habitually straightened his canopy, and then spoke of what he considered a feasible solution. The energies that can infect wounds have different sensitivities to different blood types. So, if we can use other uninfected blood to extract this energy along with their infected blood, we shouldn't need to completely remove the contaminated parts near the wound. Shinrua suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Yuki said, of course, there are certain risks involved. To properly treat the wound, we need to follow some precautions. First, during this process, we need an environment that isolates the wound from the air in the abyss of demons. Secondly, we need to consider the possibility that if this energy cannot be completely drained, it might lead to demonic transformation after the wounds heal. However, we cannot avoid trying simply because of the risk. This isn't a problem when treating patients in the town, but there are many more issues to consider if it's done in the abyss. For example, if conditions permit, we need to prepare blood that is more attractive to this energy. If conditions allow, we must prepare a very special treatment room that can be carried into the abyss. A spirit rank person needs to ensure that the blue-purple energy doesn't enter the room when the door is opened, and also ensure that it doesn't seep in through cracks during treatment. Carrying such a room requires a particularly large storage crystal. Regarding the blood, human blood is the most attractive to this energy. I have a bold guess that Eastern human blood might be even more attractive. Although we brought some spare human blood, it's not enough. We hope the Holy See can arrange for some humans to come and donate blood as soon as possible. Of course, we're lucky. We have someone in our team whose blood is probably the best. Curator, is it too late for me to leave the team now? Shinrua asked sincerely. It's not too late, don't worry. Once you leave our team, you won't be protected by the rules of the Tower of Eternity. I can then replenish my reserves by extracting just enough blood each day to keep you out of danger. Yuki replied with a smile. Shinrua sensed Yuki's elegance, a damn elegant elegance. Seeing Shinrua's tacit agreement, Yuki nodded in satisfaction. Don't worry, it won't take much. Just a little each day, and I have a backup high-level blood bank. You need to have confidence in the preciousness of your blood. The team will protect you. That's because if I'm injured, there won't be any blood left to draw out this energy, right? Shinrua thought to herself. Damn mobile blood bank. Yuki took a portion of Shinrua's blood and stored it in a freezer. Because once they entered the abyss of demons, obtaining blood would be extremely difficult. Blood extraction wasn't the problem. After all, injection sites heal quickly. The real trouble was treating the wounded. Air-isolated bandages were detrimental to wound healing, so if the wounded couldn't be immediately transported out of the abyss after bandaging, they might have to wait in the treatment room until their wounds disappeared before leaving. In this situation, carrying resources like the treatment room without traveling with the army would likely make them a target. Of course, this didn't mean Yuki wouldn't prepare a healing room. He not only prepared one, but also placed many things in it, some of which Shinrua had never seen before. It would be worthwhile to find a quiet night, when no one was around, to consult an encyclopedia to see what these items were. Some didn't even need to be consulted. Shinrua could roughly guess their purpose. Because similar items were very popular on their home planet Earth in the medieval period, where people called these ornaments crystal caves. What Yuki prepared were energy crystal caves, and each elemental crystal was present, containing a strange metal sphere inlaid with a magic circle. This is to maintain the concentration of the 6 elemental energies in the air of the treatment room, so that the continuous consumption of this energy within the room doesn't cause suffocation. Shinrua deduced this in her mind. The storage gem capable of housing such a treatment room is extraordinary. Shinrua saw that Jimu waited in the town for 2 more days before a flying cart brought over a large storage gem that required a large backpack to fit in. During these 2 days, Jimu wasn't idle either. More patients were brought to the town, and Jimu was busy testing his deduced treatment plans with different types of blood. Some patients healed successfully with no discomfort, while others felt something moving inside their wounds, causing some discomfort. However, this discomfort ultimately didn't affect their limb mobility, and their wounds appeared to heal. Compared to the noble Zhezhe who had half his collarbone and arm severed, this result was much better. However, the vast majority of those who made it back to town alive were only lightly wounded, demonstrating just how perilous it was to navigate the abyss. Even so, many still died from infected wounds sustained on the road. Compared to other races, the bluish-purple color of human wounds spread much faster. However, they had a solution. The army transported a batch of airtight bandages to quickly rotate the wounded, ensuring wounds were tightly bandaged immediately after injury. As a result, the number of patients seeking medical help in the town surged. After confirming the treatment was effective, Yuki instructed Zizia to arrange for physicians from the Holy See and blood supplies to be sent to treat the wounded in the town. He also instructed Juinja have Zizia record their information and observe their recovery. As a top-tier healer, Shimu's skill was undoubtedly exceptional, and he genuinely dedicated himself to saving lives. However, he differed significantly from the doctor Shinrua had encountered in books from their home planet Earth. He didn't harbor any prejudice against using his patients as experimental subjects. Shinrua had read extensively in books condemning such attitudes by doctors throughout Earth's history. The ethical considerations surrounding medical practice that existed on Earth during similar periods were completely absent in Shimu's practice. Unlike the social structures of ancient Earth, where people held doctors to certain standards, on the Dust Sand continent, Shimu's unconventional treatment methods faced no moral constraints. Of course, this was a natural consequence of cultural differences. The two civilizations advanced in different ways, and their merits cannot be simply judged. By Shinrua's time, Earth had largely eliminated the medical disputes of ancient legends. Treatment of the human body had reached the cellular and genetic levels. And treatment wasn't always performed by doctors. Programmers could also be involved. They collaborated with doctors to program nanorobots capable of performing surgeries that doctors couldn't, if they could even be called surgeries. Unless some irreversible physical injuries occur, most humans have achieved natural aging and death. Most diseases no longer plague humanity for long. All treatment processes are highly transparent, even visible. But of course, some diseases remain unconquered. Under these circumstances, some ancient treatments are used to stimulate greater vitality in the human body. Acupuncture, which Shinrua had learned, is one such example. Currently, the development of all culture on the Dust Sand continent seems to be influenced by magic. Because the effects of magic are dazzling, the technological systems of the races here revolve around its application. This is both an advantage and a constraint. After the treatment rooms and the storage space gems for them were in place, Yuki led his self-assembled medical team, along with Junja, onto the Demon Abyss, a place where other races had once never returned. The team uniformly changed into shoes inlaid with water elemental crystals. Even so, white mist still continuously rose from beneath their feet as they stepped into the abyss. This was a visual effect caused by the energy released from the water elemental crystals and the intense heat of the ground. The air currents above the abyss were complex. Even with the cataclysmic law activated, controlling the direction of flying machines was difficult. Therefore, they first needed to reach the edge of the abyss itself. Chapter 152. The point of entry into the abyss of demons was the sloping abyss Rolling Stone River, already explored by the advanced forces of the human race and Jizya. It was called a river, but there was actually no water. Giant, round, black rolling stones formed a steeply sloping area leading to the abyss, visually resembling a river that had once flowed through it. Given the slope and size of the stones, walking on foot would require climbing, and the climb was extremely difficult. Fortunately, the air currents became relatively stable above the abyss of demons, although these currents would corrode the crystals in the crystal-based equipment. After the advanced troops completed their initial exploration, subsequent reinforcements or explorers could use gliders that didn't require crystals and relied solely on the user's body to maintain balance. However, these gliders were not entirely the same as those Shinrua had seen before. While the air currents in the abyss of demons were stable and not violent, they were strong updrafts carrying a scorching heat. To descend continuously, the glider's wingspan needs to be constantly controlled. First, it needs to be raised to reduce buoyancy, then flattened to prevent excessive descent. The medical team members had received a brief explanation of the glider's principles. Juinja then stood on a large boulder, extended the triangular wingspan, and leaped downwards. The intense updraft immediately lifted the glider, even causing him to float higher than the boulder. Juinja pulled the control sticks on the glider, raising and lowering the wingspan left and right, then unfolding it again. He flew down the boulder-covered river like a white bird. The medical team members followed closely behind, one by one maneuvering their gliders downwards, resembling a flock of migrating birds. As they descended, signs of battle began to appear below. Initially, shattered stones formed makeshift graves for fallen soldiers, surrounded by scattered demons, seemingly dead for some time. Judging from the battle marks, the first wave of troops arriving here had likely been attacked by demons from a distance. Because this place was once protected by laws, the demons hadn't built any fortifications or defensive equipment within the abyss. Rumors circulated that they had their own royal city deep within the abyss, but that existed only in legend. After flying for a considerable time, curved stone paths appeared below. These paths had no steps and stretched forward in an S shape. These paths weren't flat, they extended laterally downwards, though the slope wasn't as steep as the rolling stone river. Folding down their hang gliders, the medical team members landed one after another, then fastened wheels to the bottom of their shoes. Using 2 canes to adjust their direction, they glided down the slope of the stone path, a much faster route than walking. The team glided forward for another day, finally reaching the end of the S-shaped stone path. At the end of the S-shaped path was a wide, straight stone path, leading to the left and right sides of the demon abyss. This wasn't the deepest part of the demon abyss, but it was already the entrance to the demon settlement. The army camp was stationed here. The demon's presence in the town clearly indicated other ways to enter and exit the demon abyss. This was just one of their entrances. The camp occupied a large portion of the stone path, but it was necessary. It served as a relay point, providing supplies and resupplying exhausted soldiers, and allowing troops to return if their march faltered. A spirit-rank celestial priest and a spirit-rank archmage from the Holy See were in charge of the camp. Because Yuki and Juinjo were both renowned figures on the continent, they received some extra care. The medical team was taken to the spirit-rank celestial priest, who explained the current situation below the abyss to them. Our army entered the abyss from the right, and we established defenses on the left, the celestial priest Guja explained, describing the camp's layout. Those small teams or powerful individuals planning to explore the abyss prefer to go the left, and we won't stop them. However, we certainly hope you can go ahead of our ranks first to treat the wounded there. Yuki nodded. Of course, that's why we came here for the wounded. This was quite different from his attitude at the previous settlement in the town. After receiving Yuki's assurance, the celestial priest seemed more relaxed. He continued, recounting what the marching troops had learned so far. The demons actually live quite scattered. The abyss is vast. This is their outer perimeter, much like the area around Roka village in your Qingzi kingdom. We heard their cities are deeper inside, and their royal city is in the center of the abyss. We haven't encountered any large-scale resistance here. What you saw on your way here was caused by small teams of winged demons, and they paid a heavy price. After discovering our overwhelming numbers, they retreated into the depths of the abyss. Our army is currently attacking the first demon city we encountered after our march. The latest news is that we breached their city gates, and the battle has entered the city. I heard some rumors that you came with a method to heal wounds that cannot be healed here after bleeding. I know this treatment is not simple, and I know your medical team is limited in number, so I hope you can prioritize the treatment order. At this moment, Yuki suddenly became like a revered healer. He smoothed his canopy and then spoke. Before a top-tier healer, all patients are equal. If I wanted to make money, I make far more in the Tower of Eternity. Coming here to treat the wounded first, and then what they give in return, is beyond my control. I certainly didn't come here for money, so I find it difficult to comply with your request. It's not about the money, Shinruo believed. As for whether Yuki would treat the wounded equally, Shinruo was less convinced. If Yuki were to prioritize treatment, it would probably be based on the research value of the wounded. Seeing Yuki's response, the celestial spirit priest didn't press the matter further. After all, he also needed to maintain the image of the Holy See. From the perspective of the gods, all races and individuals are equal on the scales of the gods. Although Yuki refused the celestial spirit priest's request, the priest still needed his help. He hoped Yuki could lead the medical team to the battlefield of the city battle more quickly. This is a route map that our army has been sending back to the depths of the abyss. How to get there, what to watch out for, it's all marked on this map. If you set off according to this map, you avoid detours and be less vulnerable to attacks. If all goes well, we should be able to reach the city where the battle is taking place in a few days. Yuki took the map and promised, we get there as quickly as possible. Thank you for your hard work. The celestial priest took out his astrolabe, placed a pair of communication crystals inside, and then handed one to Yuki. This is my communication crystal. I imprinted it with the power of the stars, a symbol of blessing. May you have a safe and successful journey. Yuki accepted the communication crystal. Within the abyss, communication crystals could be used to establish contact within a certain distance, but communication between the inside and outside of the abyss was impossible. Therefore, this camp also served as a relay station. It was said that they could now contact the army in the demon city via the communication crystals. After resting for 2 or 3 sand hours, the medical team set off for the first demon city in the abyss. This route was the optimal path determined by the advanced troops after 20 or 30 days of exploration. According to the simplified map in the scroll, there would be many forks in the road leading to different demon settlements. These demons have bizarre lifestyles. Some dwellings can be called nests, and their habits are similar to those of spiders. According to the logbooks accompanying the army, These demons have never left the demon abyss to enter the dust sand continent. They do not change their forms, but instead use their original forms to fight against the armies that come to subdue them. Scattered along the marching route are the remains of various demons. The strange and scorching climate of the demon abyss prevents the demons who die there from rotting and stinking, instead making them resemble dry corpses. Yuki would occasionally stop to examine the mummies, but he quickly shook his head. These corpses were rapidly drained, they're not very useful. Not necessarily, Shinruo disagreed, drawing sidelong glances from the other members of the medical team. What kind of existence was Director Yuki? A plant spirit noble from the dust sand continent, a genius top-tier healer. How could a human possibly disagree with his conclusions? Just an inexperienced apprentice. However, given that Shinruo was currently a valuable healing blood pack, these members only grumbled inwardly, not voicing their thoughts. Seeing their sudden skeptical looks, Shinruo realized he might have been too opinionated, which didn't fit his image as a student. So he quickly added, "It's because I only just begun learning medicine, so I might have strange ideas." This addition was worse than no addition at all. However, this gave the other members of the medical team the illusion that Shinruo was somewhat easy to bully. One of the healers, a fellow plant spirit like Ji Mu, couldn't help but voice his thoughts. "You know, this is a strange idea, but how could the curator be wrong? Bluegrass, in this world, the ones who are never wrong are the gods, not us." Ji Mu then lectured the other healers like a philosopher. To become a top-tier healer, sometimes you need a powerful imagination. "Shinruo, tell us your thoughts." Shinruo received Ji Mu's instruction, but he now remembered he should be mindful of his public image, so he decided to put on his practically non-existent acting skills. What did the literature he had read say? In this situation, one should speak in a hesitant, mumbling manner. But what exactly does hesitating look like? No one had shown him. Hesitation? Shinruo's thought process, observed by the other members of the medical team, did indeed fit the characteristic of hesitation. After considering for a moment, Shinruo spoke in a tone he felt somewhat uncertain. "Yes. It's like this. I think that after their bodies were rapidly drained, the drained parts might have become part of the blue-purple glowing substance here." "Oh!" Yuki responded with an "oh." This was indeed an angle he hadn't considered. Chapter 153. I once hunted a few small demonized animals in the rocky forest. Shinruo thought for a moment, then decided to give the credit to Yuki. "This was at your request, curator." Yuki nodded in agreement. "That's right, there was such a thing. Those animals, I believe, were the precursors of low-level demons." Shinruo emphasized the word low-level. "How so?" Yuki became interested. "It's like this, when demons faint or die, they reveal their true forms. And as you see in the journal, the demons we encountered on the road are ones we haven't seen before." Shinruo pointed to the journal's contents, analyzing. "The strength of the demons here is different from the batch we saw on the way down. I can make an assumption. The demons the army encountered before can be considered demons capable of leading the demon abyss, while also serving as border patrols. While using the glider, we saw some temporary burial mounds of human and Zhezh army soldiers on the Rolling Stone River, which indicates that the team suffered casualties on the Rolling Stone River. However, these burial mounds are rarely seen here. The burial mounds have decreased, but the exposed demon corpses are numerous, indicating that aside from warriors who were accidentally injured and died from the corrosive effects of the luminous substances here, the army's attrition rate is astonishingly low. Considering that the demons' appearances are not entirely uniform, aside from horns and tails, female demons share similar body shapes, skin colors, and eye colors. Their appearances are incredibly diverse. Of course, these characteristics belong to demons who died on the dust sand continent before entering the demon abyss. Outside of the demon abyss, why do they all look so different? Perhaps they weren't originally an intelligent race, but rather various different animals living near the demon abyss? Shinruo shared her speculation. It's possible the birth of the demon race is related to the blue-purple luminous matter here. After their birth, those with lower intelligence became lower-level demons who couldn't live without this place. One piece of evidence is that the demonized animals living near the demon abyss also have purple pupils. Second piece of evidence is what I analyzed earlier regarding the strength of the demons on the road, and the note that some demons don't change. Third piece of evidence is that the demons we see now, to varying degrees, all possess some animalistic characteristics. Also, the note mentions that after arriving at the demon abyss, the army discovered that many demons here lacked horns and tails. In other words, horns and tails are characteristics that only appear when demons evolve to a higher state. Only higher-level demons can leave the demon abyss for the mainland, or rather, only they have the desire to go to the mainland. Therefore, The previous understanding of demons on the mainland was that they possessed horns and tails. The blood of demonized animals also possesses a bluish-purple luminescent substance. Considering that this luminescent substance is attracted to clean blood, it's possible that it obtains some kind of energy from the blood to sustain its existence. After demons die, could their blood be drained by this bluish-purple luminescent substance, then recirculated in the demon abyss, just like how energy sinks to the surface of the continent and transforms into crystals, and when humans use these crystals, they transform back into energy and return to the air? As we breathe and absorb energy in the abyss, will we gradually be corrupted by this bluish-purple glowing substance? While the birth of demons may have taken hundreds or thousands of years, no one had ever entered the abyss before. Therefore, we don't know how long demonization takes. However, judging from the animals outside that have been demonized but haven't become demons, if they only live here their entire lives, they might only complete the demonization process. Will they become demons? Probably not, but what effect mild demonization will have on us, we don't know yet. After Shenhua finished speaking, both Junja and Jimou fell into deep thought. Junja believed the last part of Shenhua's statement might be intentional, while Jimou, due to limited understanding of Shenhua, didn't consider the possibility of intentionality. However, regardless of whether it was intentional or unintentional, this part touched upon the dimension of the spirit rank. The difference between the spirit rank and non-spirit rank lies in understanding the laws and the principles of energy transformation. Shenhua's discussion of the relationship between the birth of the demon race and the blue-purple light here was similar to the birth of the crystal culture and the energy cycle on the dust sand continent. This gave Jimou a conjecture, but it was somewhat shocking, so he was immersed in his own thoughts, even forgetting to consider why Shenhua could think of such a dimension. Junja's focus was on the time required for demonic transformation. Although it involved the spirit rank dimension and was worthy of in-depth consideration, a current problem arose. How much would the continuous stream of beings arriving here be affected? Leaving aside the immediate concerns, is there a chance the medical team might be corrupted? Theoretically, the stronger the being, the less likely they are to be corrupted, because they possess a large amount of other elemental energy within their bodies. When their internal energy is more saturated, they won't absorb as much of the blue-purple light in the air. If the absorption logic of this blue-purple light is the same as that of energy. But what happens after using a lot of magic in battle? Yuki had clearly considered this point as well. He and Junja exchanged a sudden glance, and both understood the problem they were facing. Don't use magic indiscriminately. Use crystal weapons as much as possible. Yuki instructed the medical team members. Maintaining a constant supply of the energy they originally absorbed from the outside world will make them less susceptible to the slow erosion caused by this blue-purple light. So, it seems humans actually have a greater advantage, since they can't use magic anyway. Junja pondered, but then added with a hint of doubt, something's not right. This bluish-purple light is clearly more easily attracted to human blood. Is it possible that because the bluish-purple energy is less likely to corrupt humans when they're unharmed, it's more easily attracted to their blood? Yuki offered his reasoning. That's possible. Junja agreed with Yuki's idea, but then shook his head. But these are just our guesses. We can only be as careful as possible. Seeing how cautious Yuki and Junja were, the medical team members also kept the use of crystal weapons in mind. Although the crystal weapon's endurance was limited by the number of crystals, fortunately, the army ahead had already cleared out the demons along the way. In the following days, Yuki didn't spend much time on the demon remains. Having confirmed that these were merely low-level demons, he lost interest, only occasionally pausing for a moment because of some particularly strangely shaped demons. As the Star Spirit Priest had predicted, they reached the demon city where the battle was taking place in just a few days. This demon city was embedded in the abyss wall, and the ground outside, where one could look up, was covered with vast expanses of scarlet stalagmites resembling sharp spikes. Between the stalagmites grew a type of bluish-purple plant with curled leaves. Bluish-purple was a color with aesthetic appeal, even though the medical team now understood that light and objects of this color represented demonic possession in the abyss. This aesthetically pleasing plant, growing amidst the scarlet stalagmites, appeared eerie and terrifying. They grew so densely that they could trigger trypophobia in those with this condition. A large area of stalagmites and blue-purple plants near the path had been smashed and crushed, the ground littered with traces of magical attack. The city gate had been breached by the allied army, and a few humans and Zhizhu were on guard outside. They had clearly received a message from the Star Spirit Priest, but they still conducted a routine check on the medical team, because demons could change their appearance. After Junja demonstrated his spirit rank strength, they quickly confirmed the medical team's authenticity and politely made way. Approaching the breached city gate, Junja found himself beside Shinruo. It was unclear whether he was talking to himself or introducing the gate to Shinruo, because he wasn't looking at Shinruo, but at the broken city gate. The material used for this city gate is quite extraordinary. The thickness of the metal is beyond what ordinary magic could break, and this metal looks like it's from here. Judging from the size of the damage and the impact marks, the Holy See used their siege weapon. Ondo. Ondo? Shinruo couldn't help but be curious. He couldn't easily pull out his encyclopedia right now. After the bird had suddenly mentioned the spirit crystal orb, it had fallen silent again. Frankly, Shinruo felt he didn't quite understand the bird's logic. However, so far, the bird's speech hadn't caused him any trouble. Its actions could be described as just right. Since the bird wasn't reading to Shinruo, he could only ask Junja. The Ondair is a very special siege engine. It's impossible to bring it here using just a tractor or ordinary spatial storage gems. Junja looked up at the city gate as he spoke. Shinruo followed his gaze to the gate beside her. This gate was exceptionally tall, level with the abyss's walls. Now, because it had been breached, it no longer had that unified visual effect. However, this didn't diminish its imposing presence. The gate was easily 100 meters high. It was hard to imagine what kind of siege engine could have broken through such a gate. So how did they bring the Ondair here? It's so big, how do they control it? Shinruo couldn't help but ask. A sacred relic, Junja explained. The Holy See possesses extremely powerful sacred relics for storage. The principle is actually similar to the internal space of the Eternal Tower. Very awe-inspiring, Shinruo commented. Didn't you know? This sacred relic is an item left behind by the god, who governs the laws of space, so its effects are extraordinary. In fact, all spatial storage gems are energy crystals left behind by the gods, who govern the laws of space. I really didn't know, because it seems no race uses spatial magic. Shinruo could understand that one of the creator gods of this world could govern the laws of space, but it seemed no race possessed the corresponding ability. The dragon race is a race protected by the god, who governs the laws of space, Junja said. Perhaps they both thought of the dragon's might. Shinruo and Junja fell silent, tacitly ending their casual conversation. Chapter 154. The fighting within the city continued. Although the medical teams chose routes cleared by the army, and occasionally saw patrols by Zhe or human warriors, they still cautiously maintained a formation suitable for small group operations. Caution proved to be prudent, even more so. The front lines were where soldiers were most needed, so logistical patrols were limited, and the army couldn't possibly conduct thorough searches of the captured streets. The main objective of attacking the demon city was to advance the battle line. Of course, capturing the city lord alive and extracting the desired information was also a priority. As for turning the demon city into a habitable city, that was not within the army's considerations. Therefore, many survivors had escaped from the parts of the demon city already under human and Zhe's control. A beautiful woman with fair skin suddenly stumbled out from a street corner. She was a demon, but her fair skin and beautiful features, along with tears in her eyes, evoked pity. Some members of the medical team didn't believe the purpose of this war was to exterminate the demons. In reality, the Holy See's stated aim was to punish demons who disregarded their promises and were capturing humans to bring back to the demon abyss. Of course, based on what they had seen along the way, lower-level demons had no chance of survival in the areas the army passed through. Shinruo recalled the encyclopedia's description of demons, and discovered that those described were all capable of leaving the abyss and venturing onto the mainland. If demons matching the encyclopedia's description were considered higher level, then wouldn't this fair-skinned, alluring woman necessarily be a higher-level demon? Just as Shinruo realized this in a flash, Junja had already made his move. He drew his water elemental crystal sword from his waist, and, before a member of the medical team could even reach out to support the demon, pierced the demon's chest with a single strike. Junja's swords weren't static. He possessed a sword for each elemental crystal. Junja also carried more weapons in his storage accessories. His extra sword at his waist was a result of meticulous planning. Besides being more convenient for practicing martial arts, this sword could also be drawn using light elemental magic, adding an additional attack method. Of course, such an attack method would have a negligible impact on Junja's combat power, both in the past and present, but Junja believed that details determined success or failure. The example was readily available. In the Hell Grand Palace, Shinruo had drawn Junja's sword. If it weren't for that sword then, Shinruo probably wouldn't have been able to immediately obtain a weapon capable of blocking the opponent's close combat. Junja's choice to wield this water elemental crystal sword was not without reason. Although the storage space gem borrows energy left behind by the god of space to retrieve items, Junji's ability to accurately retrieve the water elemental crystal sword from it still affects his sword drawing speed. The demon abyss is ravaged by wind and fire. While the demonic magic emits a blue-purple glow, seemingly not a color unique to fire or wind magic, Junji believes that demonic magic is not without origin. It must still reflect the geographical features of the demon abyss, and the demons believe their protectors are the god of fire and the god of wind. Therefore, Junji believed that water elemental magic was the most suitable magic to counter demons. After his sword pierced the female demon's chest, Junji used the water elemental crystal on his weapon to infuse water elemental energy into her wound. The female demon could only reach out and grasp Junji's sword, her eyes filled with unbearable pain. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, she broke Junji's sword in two. For the demon lord! The female demon cried out, her body exploding with her shout. The raging energy was equivalent to a top-tier near-spirit level's full-force attack. A tree sprouted from the ground at an astonishing speed. Halfway through its growth, the tree began to bend and sprout dense branches, forming a wooden shield that stood before the medical team. It seems that beneath the abyss of demons, the more beautiful the creature, the more dangerous it is. After the crisis averted, Yuki put away his wooden shield, elegantly straightened his canopy, and said to the team member who had tried to help the demon earlier. The team member, still shaken, nodded repeatedly. After this incident, the medical team encountered no further significant ambushes before reaching the army camp near the front lines. It seems these demons have their own unique means of communication, Yuki stated his deduction. Whether it's the possible route we took after entering, or the fact that they sent a high-ranking demon to attack, and then temporarily ceased their attacks after the failure, it all reflects this. And in such a short time, they accurately intercepted us while bypassing the patrol, Shinrua added inwardly. However, it was clear that Yuki had no intention of exchanging his experiences with the troops engaged in battle. Upon seeing the frontline troops, Yuki stopped his analysis and quickly determined the frontline commander by observing the soldiers' clothing and positioning. He led the medical team towards the commander, who had obviously already been informed of their arrival in the city. Director Yuki, it's truly a long and arduous journey for you to get here, the leader said. I heard you encountered a demon attack on your way, but thankfully you're safe. You're safe here. We have complete control of this area, with both visible and hidden sentries, and all the rooms are now occupied by our soldiers. That's good. Yuki politely inquired, is there a place for us to rest and work? Please follow me. The leader led the way. This building has been cleared out. You are free to use it. The city architecture of the demons differed from the conventional architecture of the various races on the Dust Sand continent. The crimson walls were the same color as the crimson stalagmites the medical team had seen underground in the abyss of the demon abyss before entering the city. Even its building materials come from these stalagmites. The stalagmites are cut from the ground, broken into pieces, and then mixed with a coagulant in a specific ratio to become the raw materials for building the houses. The circular, scarlet patterns on the smooth ground further attest to this. In the gaps between the walls and the roads, bluish-purple plants grow. The houses here connect the mountain walls of the demon abyss above to the land of the demon abyss below, appearing like pillars of heaven and earth in various shapes. Or perhaps some neighborhoods are entirely connected, creating a labyrinthine wall that's impossible to climb to observe from above. These streets, some detached, some interconnected, appear to support the mountain walls on either side of the demon abyss. The light here is a mixture of blue and purple luminescent substances, so although there's a distinction between day and night, even at night, the air still retains a blue-purple glow for illumination. The blue light is more intense during the day, and the purple hues deepen at night. Combined with these houses that resemble scarlet pillars or walls, the entire demon city has a deeply melancholic atmosphere. Could this scarlet material share the same energy source as the scarlet giant hand? Shinrua posed her question. After all, the celestial foxes use fire elemental magic, and their eyes are red. Similarly, wind elemental crystals are green, fire elemental crystals are red, water elemental crystals are blue, earth elemental crystals are the color of the earth, light elemental crystals are dazzling white, and dark elemental crystals are black. It can be said that the color of an entity imbued with energy and its energy attributes are directly related. That makes sense. Yuki agreed with Shinrua's idea, however, the levels are different. If the stalagmites here were all divine relics, the army's battle lines couldn't have advanced so quickly. But if that's the case, treating patients in this kind of house would be doubly harsh. Junja offered his perspective. Yuki pondered for a moment, then activated the Star Spirit Priest's communication crystal. He had some ideas that needed to be implemented immediately with the help of materials and craftsmen. Of course, until these ideas were completed, he couldn't completely ignore the injuries before him. The safe house was retrieved from a large storage crystal by Yuki, who then determined the order in which the wounded would be treated inside. Because the wounded couldn't leave the safe house until the blood in their wounds clotted and stopped attracting the bluish-purple light, and the size of the safe houses that could fit in the storage crystals was limited, the treatment progressed very slowly for the first few days. That is, until the Holy Sea's team of supplies and craftsmen arrived. Yuki's idea was audacious. He wanted to remove all the partitions in a house and transform it into a massive safe house. Not only audacious, but also extravagant. Due to the environment, even if he could create such a spacious safe house with the Holy Sea's help, it would gradually be eroded by the surrounding crimson energy and bluish-purple glow over time. However, for Yuki, this was something for after he left the abyss of demonic depths. Right now, he only needed to get to work. The raw crystal ore was broken into pieces and bound together with a gel unique to the dust sand continent to paint the interior of the house. A magic circle was inscribed in the room, followed by blocks of elemental crystal ore. Except for 2 doors, one in front and one behind, the rest of the house was sealed off with a gel mixed with the crystal ore. The final task required a spirit-level cultivator to complete. In fact, Junja's defense against the Crimson Giant Hand during the battle was an application of spirit-level magic. However, the crimson energy was extremely domineering and could not be converted into other energies by Junja. The energies of both sides simply eroded and neutralized each other, visually appearing as if the magic had turned into steam and dissipated into the air. Now, Yuki wanted Junja to perform a spiritual level transformation of the energy in this house. The energy here wasn't as pure as the giant hand. Theoretically, it could be burned and eroded by Junja's spiritual level magic. Then, through the combined action of the crystal ore and the magic array, continuously releasing the other 6 elemental energies, he could transform this place into a safe house with an environment different from the outside. After understanding Yuki's intentions, Junja drank an entire bottle of mana-restoring potion and began using his light elemental power to erode the energy in the air. As Junja acted, the light in the room changed somewhat, but it didn't achieve the effect Yuki hoped for. The blue-purple glowing objects in the room turned pure blue. It seems that what can be transformed by the spiritual level is that scarlet energy, Yuki mused. And the blue is another kind of energy, but given the limited resources, I can't experiment with them one by one. So Yuki adopted a more extreme method. He took out a blood jar, and the blue light in the air seemed to be attracted to it, constantly surging towards it. After wasting 3 vials of blood, Yuki finally exhausted the blue light in the room. As long as the elemental concentration in the air particles here remains higher than that outside, energy from the outside won't enter and exchange with the energy here. However, to avoid depletion, we still need to keep the door tightly closed, even sealing the gaps with special materials. After checking the situation in the house, Yuki was confident in accelerating the treatment. With enough space, he no longer needed to worry about consuming the crystal array in the safe house he brought in, and the previous slowdown in treatment was mainly due to the limited space. Now, there was enough space for the wounded to rest until their wounds healed after treatment. With this prerequisite, Yuki finally began preparing to separate from the medical team. He had an agreement with the Holy See, and the Holy See paid the medical team a substantial sum, so Yuki had no intention of leaving the team until he could guarantee the medical team could treat the wounded at a normal pace. However, his purpose in entering the abyss was never to travel with the army to earn money. Now that the issue of military treatment efficiency has been resolved, it's time to address it. Chapter 155. Although Yuki didn't want to stay long, he had to leave after the Holy Sea's army had conquered the demon city. Shuja's officers earnestly urged Yuki to stay, and Yuki also wanted to see if the high-ranking demons in the city could provide them with some assistance with their travel routes. He believed that once the demons were captured, they would become more helpful if they were tortured. Yuki thought with a smile. As payment, he informed Zhu, the spirit-ranking officer, of the theory that the blue-purple light might corrupt them, causing them to fall into demonic possession. This spirit-ranking officer immediately relayed the message back to the army's information relay camp, instructing the camp to send a messenger to the town. He requested the Holy See and the Human Merchant Guild to increase their supply of elemental power recovery medicine. This officer had astutely discovered the key to this energy that could demonize animals from Yuki's actions these past few days, and his deductions about the blue-purple light and scarlet energy. That is, this bluish-purple light is actually composed of 2 energies, scarlet and blue, that don't exist outside the demon abyss. This energy enters the bloodstream directly after an injury, but it takes a relatively long time to penetrate the body of a living being. When the energy within a living being, for example, the light elemental power stored in the patterns on Zhezhe's body, is greatly depleted, it needs to be replenished from particles in the air. At this time, the bluish-purple light, along with the air particles, becomes part of the energy within Zhezhe and others. When this bluish-purple energy accumulates to a certain level within the body, the living being will undergo demonic transformation. The bluish-purple light can infect the wounds of normal wounded individuals, because normal wounded individuals do not possess this energy. Once they become demonized, the blue-purple light's effect on their wounds diminishes. This is the demon's advantage within the demon abyss. Therefore, using crystal weapons, or quickly replenishing their depleted elemental power with energy not belonging to the demon abyss is a way to slow down the demonization process for Zhezhe and his ilk. Of course, according to Yuki, the demonization process is actually very slow, but Zhezhe's spirit rank officers don't want to gamble on what will happen after demonization. With sufficient healing space, battlefield healing within the demon city finally normalized. As a result, the morale of Zhezhe and the human army greatly improved. Previously, minor injuries were tantamount to death for these warriors. Even if they could leave the demon abyss, they had to endure considerable pain and only receive treatment upon reaching a town. Therefore, the rate of casualties in battle was extremely high. Now, minor injuries can be healed quickly, and Yuki also draws blood from uninjured human warriors to replenish the blood bank. Although the treatment conditions are still not as good as outside the demon abyss, the disadvantage of combat as casualty has been greatly alleviated. Because there were no spirit-ranked demons in the demon city, while Zhezhe's army included spirit-ranked demons. Besides spirit-ranked demons, Zhezhe also had many powerful elite warriors who had arrived. Furthermore, the humans possessed a large number of magical artifacts, and the situation in the city quickly became clear. A dozen days later, although many demons still lurked within the city, control was now in the hands of the combined human and Holy Sea forces. The demon city lord was brought before the commanders of the human and Zhezhe armies. Because there had been multiple incidents of demons self-destructing during the battle, even Yuki's medical team encountered one on the way, this city lord was given special attention by the spirit-ranked demons. The moment they met, the demon city lord was trapped by a sacred relic combined with magic. His limbs and spine were then pierced by light elemental energy. This light magic's penetration wasn't intended to kill, but rather a healing-like technique. One of Zhezhe's methods for healing wounds and repairing bones was to use threads of light magic, carefully winding and pulling them through the patient's body to ensure perfect alignment. When applied to a demon, this method of transforming the threads of light magic into chains of light magic reminded Shinrua of the way ancient novels crippled martial arts masters, by piercing their collarbones. Having gained an understanding of the energy of blue-purple light, Zhezhe's spirit-ranked officer, while interrogating the demon city lord, first infused him with a considerable amount of light energy, along the light chains that passed through the demon's body. For demons whose blood had long been filled with blue-purple energy, the sudden injection of a large amount of other energy was extremely painful. Overwhelmed by pain, the demon city lord collapsed to the ground, answering every question General Zhezhe posed. Ultimately, the combined human and Zhezhe army extracted considerable information about demons from this high-ranking demon. This information was previously impossible to obtain from the small number of demons active on the Da San continent. Firstly, regarding the demon's evolutionary process, other races on the Da San continent were unaware of the existence of higher and lower demon races. Even after entering the demon abyss, they assumed that lower and higher demons were distinguished at birth. Of course, there were indeed some demons whose parents were of very high rank, thus exhibiting distinct characteristics of higher demons at birth. However, the barrier between lower and higher demons is not absolute. Lower-level demons can evolve into higher-level demons through specific methods. Female demons can gain more magic power through interaction with male demons. This is the demon's name for a special power within the abyss of the demon abyss. This power is likely the energy contained within the blue-purple light. Shinrua still has some questions about this, because demons can still use magic after leaving the abyss of the demon abyss. If their magical energy sources this power, how do they replenish their magic power after leaving the abyss? Recalling her experience in the Steel Stone mission team, Shinrua remembers that Geralt would drink potions. This is probably how demons restore their magic power. There are many other perplexing aspects to the evolution of demons. For example, when female demons gain enough magic power, they will transform into higher-level demons. They remain female, but they can no longer increase their strength through interaction. Male demons enhance their magical power through various means, including interacting with high-ranking female demons, consuming magical potions, and performing rituals in temples by sacrificing humans. These are methods that sound utterly evil to races living outside the demon abyss. The Demon King is chosen during the Demon King's Festival, a demon blessed by the gods, and selected within the Demon King's castle. The selection process is known only to the Demon King. Because of all the demons who enter the Demon King's castle after the start of the festival, only one will ultimately become the Demon King. Once a Demon King, they will never leave the Demon King's castle for the rest of their lives. The so-called Demon King's castle is a palace within the largest abyssal city of the demon race. This palace is built atop a sacred relic, the Flame Coral. It seems the name Flame Coral also has translation issues, Shinruo thought. Coral on our home planet Earth grows on the seabed, a collection of coral polyp skeletons. Whether coral polyps even exist in this world is uncertain. More importantly, flame coral sounds like a symbiotic organism of the Demon King's castle, which couldn't possibly be on the seabed. What exactly caused this unified language law to name this quest item Flame Coral? The answer will likely only be known after seeing the Flame Coral. Under interrogation, the high-ranking demons in this demon city also provided a simplified map of important cities in the abyss with which they had frequent dealings, and a map leading to the Demon King's castle. After comparing the maps provided by different demons, Zhezhe and his companions interrogated these demons again, ultimately combining them into a map they considered relatively reliable. This map was also passed on to Yuki and Junja. However, after seeing the map, Yuki simply put it away casually. He was now more concerned with arranging things after his departure. Yuki intended to leave the medical team to the combined human and Zhezhe armies. With the experience of building healing spaces and the streamlined treatment model that had been established over this period, the medical team could continue to operate smoothly even without Yuki's presence. As for whether a spirit-level being was still needed when building the healing space, Yuki believed that directly using blood to gather that energy would suffice. Even if it was to conserve blood by having Zhezhe's spirit-level being deal with the crimson energy first, that would still be a viable option. Since Yuki was no longer indispensable, and serving in the military was the best way to gain experience, in Yuki's view, his departure from the medical team and leaving it to the army was incredibly elegant and considerate. Although Yuki's medical skills were highly valued by General Zhezhe, they couldn't stop him from leaving. "How are you?" Yuki asked Shinruo. Shinruo was a little surprised to be singled out. "Yeah, are you coming with me, or with the medical team?" Yuki had actually given Shinruo a choice. Shinruo didn't particularly like the Holy See, and the Zhezhe candidate was still in the army. Although this candidate hadn't suddenly led a charge like before, perhaps it wasn't a critical moment requiring him to lead a charge yet. But regardless of whether the Zhezhe candidate was high profile or low profile, Shinruo didn't want to have any interaction with him within his sphere of influence. So, after a brief consideration, Shinruo gave his answer, "I go with you." When entering the demon city, Shinruo had accompanied an entire medical team, but when leaving, only he, Jimu, and Junja remained. How did Junja manage to follow Jimu? And why didn't Jimu object? Junja not only chose to leave the demon city with Jimu and Shinruo, but a square basket from Jimu's medical team also became his luggage. Jimu himself carried the storage gem from the safe house. To save space, Jimu took many things from other storage gems and put them inside the safe house. For some reason, this act of carrying a house on his back reminded Shinruo of an animal called a snail on their home planet Earth. Of course, such an idea felt completely out of place on a spirit-level being like Jimu. Shinruo tidied her pack. Some of the storage gems inside had been replaced with those carried by Jimu. Clearly, Shinruo and Junja had become Jimu's laborers. Like all adventurer teams, they deviated from the route chosen by the army. They left through the gate that Zhezhe had broken through when they entered the demon city. They needed to traverse the stalagmites and vegetation beneath the demon abyss, reaching the base of the opposite mountain wall from the bottom of this side. The closer to the center of the demon abyss, the wider the distance between the two sides of the abyss walls became. This abyss had a main channel, which split and then rejoined at its very center. If viewed from the air, the demon abyss resembled a river flowing with a blue-purple glow, and the massive landmass separating the river in the middle of the abyss looked like a giant island in the river. The team was currently at the bottom of the abyss. Even without encountering any obstacles, it would likely take several days to reach the other side of the abyss wall. The scarlet stalagmites at the bottom of the abyss grew taller towards the center, as did the blue-purple plants. There were no signs of man-made paths. They were simply moving through the gaps between the stalagmites. Upon reaching the center, the stalagmites and plants were 2 or 3 people tall, completely obscuring their view. The biological compass had also malfunctioned. They needed to find a way to regain visibility every short distance to continue. This wouldn't have been difficult for Shinrua, Junja, or Jimu. Shinrua could have used his movement techniques from the Eastern Human ruins to step on the giant stalagmites and reach above them to gain visibility. However, he saw himself as the weakest member of the team and didn't need to make a move. Junja and Jimu should be able to solve this problem. In fact, it was Jimu who solved the problem. He used magic to grow a branch from the treetop above his head, extending above the vegetation and stalagmites, and used the branch to expand his field of vision. Shinrua suspected that the eyes on Jimu's face might just be decorative. Jimu's ability was very convenient, saving them a lot of time. The demons in this area might have retreated to the demon city due to the army's attack, or perhaps no demons expected anyone to travel here, so they only encountered harassment from low-level demons along the way, without encountering any demon attacks. They walked among the giant stalagmites and plants during the day, while Junja and Jimu took turns keeping watch at night. Jimu doubted how much combat power and vision Shinrua could have in this special environment, while Junja, bound by his promise, did not comment. Shinrua was therefore happy to enjoy the carefree nights. To have 2 spirit-level guards keeping watch, he was probably the first person on the Dust Sand continent to do so. Chapter 156. Below the other side of the abyss wall lay not the city of the demons. Without the cover of vegetation and stalagmites, a subtle indentation in the abyss wall was visible. Hanging in this indentation were rows of winged beings. Whether demonic creatures or demons themselves, it was unclear. Jimu, Junja, and Shinrua cautiously avoided stepping directly out of the final cover of vegetation any further, and the plants would no longer conceal Junja's head. Through years of living in the abyss, these winged beings had evolved camouflage. Hanging there, they appeared seamlessly integrated with the indentation in the abyss wall, like part of the irregular rock face. If the team hadn't needed to traverse the depths of the abyss wall, they would have been very difficult to spot. Above the indentation in the abyss wall was a narrow opening, outside which was a walkway carved into the wall, leading to another narrow opening. According to the demon's confessions, the nearest demon city was Aminamidi, a city that never sleeps, ruled by female demons. While they were still observing the situation, the winged beings suddenly descended in an orderly and slow manner. Just when Shinrua thought their location would be exposed, the demons suddenly turned and flew upwards. They revealed their horns and tails, their thick limbs, characteristics of demons who had left the demon abyss, and revealed their true forms. At least they weren't stupid, low-level demons. The winged demons were arranged in a circle, and a magic circle appeared before them, a completed offensive spell. The demons were positioned to the side, and below the boardwalk. Their circular formation was designed to attack from below and upwards. This tactic was designed to attack unsuspecting beings emerging from the narrow opening. The circular magic circle was strategically positioned to avoid being easily missed while walking on the boardwalk, in a blind spot. How did they know someone was about to emerge from that opening? A question arose in the minds of Jimu, Junja, and Shinrua. If this was the case, why hadn't the demons detected their team? However, a team was indeed emerging from that narrow opening. After the last member left, the corresponding patterns on the demon's circular array suddenly lit up. Purple magical light shot out simultaneously towards the front and rear of the team. The team reacted quickly, dodging the attack immediately. But then, the circular magic circle seemed to spin like a rotating mechanism, continuously firing dense magical rays that chased after the team members. The boardwalk, originally constructed of sturdy materials, was quickly destroyed under the magical attack. The targeted individuals were now using their magic as they fell. For example, one of them unleashed a series of fire pillars in midair, creating craters in the mountainside and increasing his levitation time. The team's identity was now clear, an all-Fairy Fox squad. Gisilpha wasn't in this team, but the Fairy Fox squad was no weakling. Both Yuki and Junja were spirit rank experts from the Dust Sand continent. After observing the battle for a few breaths, they had already assessed the Fairy Fox team's strength. It's strange, this is a group of near spirit rank celestial foxes. You must understand, due to the shattering of the celestial fox jade, the celestial fox clan's cultivation had already begun to decline between the 2 millennium festivals. Before the arrival of Gisilpha, this outsider celestial fox candidate, the Dust Sand continent hadn't seen a spirit rank celestial fox powerhouse for hundreds of years. The few near spirit rank individuals are either leaders of celestial fox clan branches or candidates for branch leadership. In short, they are all celestial foxes with names and identities on the Dust Sand continent's register. Even Tianxue, a celestial fox who rarely leaves the thousand desolate plains and has seldom appeared before, has a certain degree of fame on the Dust Sand continent because of her near-spirit rank strength. However, this group of celestial foxes are all near-spirit rank, yet Jimmu and Junja have no recollection of him. The celestial fox clan leaders, who didn't submit, were directly killed by Jasilfa, while Tianxue chose to become a member of the organization Dust Sand 10 Absolutes. How could the celestial fox clan have produced so many near-spirit rank cultivators in such a short time, and even formed a team to arrive at the abyss of the demon abyss? Should we help them? Shinru asked. Let's observe first, Jimmu replied. It seems these celestial foxes might be stronger than the demon clan. Can't you tell? Junja was unsure if Shinru was truly unaware. These celestial foxes should all be near spirit rank. Why would I be able to tell? Shinru asked, puzzled. Judging from the scene, they're fighting evenly. The celestial foxes should be slightly stronger, but the demon clan has gained the upper hand in their attack. Plus, the celestial foxes are depleting their elemental power. They'd be affected by the energy here, right? Shinru was telling the truth. Unlike Junja and Jimmu, he couldn't directly judge the corresponding levels of strength on the Dust Sand continent, because he had only witnessed a limited number of battles there. If he were truly asked to confirm, he could only ascertain an opponent's strength when a spirit-ranked individual used a unique ability like converting particle energy in the air, or converting the magical energy used by the opponent. Of course, if the strength difference was significant, Shinru could still discern it intuitively. Apart from that, he had no interest in categorizing or summarizing the opponent's strength level. Shinru's answer was perfectly normal in Jimmu's eyes. After all, whether it was a supreme rank or a near-spirit rank, there wasn't much difference for a human. Because it seemed Shinru couldn't defeat anyone. Jimmu, on the other hand, found Junja somewhat strange. Even though Shinru had shown excellent eyesight in the jigsaw puzzle competition, that only meant he could see what was happening, not judge the strength of the opponents. This tone, as if Shinru should know the Heavenly Fox clan was a near-spirit rank, was abnormal. These demons were a team composed of multiple supreme rank individuals led by a near-spirit rank individual, similar in form to the demon remain seen on the Rolling Stone River. They didn't aim to strike the celestial fox's vital points, they only sought to inflict even the slightest scratch. Enhanced by the unique blue-purple light of the demon abyss, any injury to the celestial foxes was excruciating, and their wounds would never heal. Therefore, although the celestial foxes were stronger, they didn't necessarily have an advantage. They could only counterattack during the gaps in their evasive maneuvers. Offense is the best defense, but the demon clan had already gained the initiative. Once they began to evade, turning the evasion into offense required numerous defensive counterattacks to complete the transition. Huh? Shinru exclaimed in surprise, as he noticed a new development in the battle after speaking with Junja. One of the celestial fox's eyes turned purple for a fleeting moment. Seeing this, Shinru retrieved his fire crossbow from his storage necklace. Unlike his previous use and plans with the fire crossbow, in the ancient city ruins of Tronicia, Shinru's aim wasn't accuracy, but rather to intercept the nearest circle of ancient horned beast corpses. Therefore, he used a fan-shaped, all-angle swinging motion. As for the rocky jungle near the demon abyss, Shinru's goal was to weaken some of the combat power of his targets. Although he could gain an initial advantage through his hearing, his opponents were aware of his presence. Now, however, it was a complete sneak attack. Shinru's actions, of course, didn't escape the notice of Jimmu and Junja, but neither of them intended to stop him. Junja acted out of recognition of Shinru's strength and judgment. As for Yuki, observing Shinru was one of his purposes. Now that the person being observed was willingly showing him, why should he stop him? Shinru made an extremely subtle change of direction the instant he fired the fire crossbow. Even to Yuki and Junja, it seemed as if he had only slightly trembled during the firing process due to the powerful recoil of the crossbow. He then took a step back, his heel leaving a mark on the ground. However, when the rapid-fire fire darts pierced the air and hurtled towards the demons, Junja realized that the trajectories of these fire darts were far from simple. Because each arrow struck a demon's back with perfect accuracy. So powerful. Junja inwardly praised. Although Jimmu also sensed the considerable skill in Shinru's attack, his perception differed from Junja's. Both were at the spirit rank, but their areas of expertise and focus differed. As a healer, Jimmu focused on medicine. More importantly, unlike Junja, a cultivation fanatic, he didn't repeatedly hone his martial arts as a mage. He excelled at combining magic and medicine, and didn't place excessive demands on his martial arts skills. Therefore, in his eyes, Shinru's attack was simply beautiful accuracy, something a powerful warrior should be able to do. unlike Junja, who mentally simulated the action, considering the timing and execution. This kind of cultivation fanatic's thought process was indeed rare on the Dust Sand continent. Hearing the whooshing sound behind him, the demon turned and dodged, giving Tianhu an opening to switch from defense to attack. Even more fatally, one of the demons couldn't dodge the incoming fire dart, which pierced his chest. The fire element crystal within the dart exploded upon impact. A burst of sparks erupted from the demon's chest, and he collapsed to the ground, spitting out bluish-purple blood. In this battle, whether the attack hit a vital spot or not, he was already dead. Under these circumstances, if the Celestial Foxes couldn't win the battle, there was no need for Shinrua to intervene. The tide had turned. Now that Shinrua had made his move, Junja and Ji-Mu didn't intend to delay any longer. 2 spirit rank warriors joined the battle, and soon this group of demons met their demise. "Thank you. Are you Director Ji-Mu and Prince Junja?" a Celestial Fox said, expressing their gratitude and accurately recognizing Ji-Mu and Junja, indicating that these two were well-known figures on the Dust Sand continent. However, Yuki began earnestly, "You should thank this apprentice at our medical clinic." "Him?" Tenko glanced at Shinrua. "Are you joking?" Chapter 157. "Yes." Junja affirmed Yuki's statement. "He suddenly decided to help you. We were just doing it on the side." Actually, he still didn't understand why Shinrua had suddenly intervened. Faced with the suspicious gazes of the Celestial Foxes, Shinrua simply explained to Yuki why she had made a different decision. "It's because I saw him." Shinrua pointed to one of the Celestial Foxes. His pupils turned purple during the battle. The atmosphere suddenly became subtle and slightly tense. Even Junja, who wasn't good with words, was slightly surprised by Shinrua's sudden and completely tactless statement. Even if this Celestial Fox was a high-ranking demon in disguise, Shinrua shouldn't have exposed it now. If this one really was a demon spy, or if all these Celestial Foxes were powerful demons capable of changing their eye color during transformations, wouldn't that alert them, or even force a battle? Unexpectedly, Shinrua wasn't thinking about anything as profound as demon spies. He spoke again amidst the changing atmosphere. "Didn't we discuss the possibility that the blue-purple energy here might make living beings more susceptible to demonization after their elemental power or energy is depleted? I was wondering if his eyes turning purple for a moment might be because the fire elemental power he converted from outside the demon abyss had been almost completely used up. I think you, Curator, might be interested." Curator, referring to Yuki. Now Junja was also confused about whether Shinrua had completely lost his emotional intelligence. After all, it sounded like Shinrua was very concerned about Yuki's preferences. Yuki nodded after listening to Shinrua's words. "Indeed, I am very interested. So, you Celestial Foxes, you are very lucky to have encountered us." Connecting the conversation between Shinrua and Yuki, Yuki was probably going to examine the Celestial Foxes' bodies to prevent them from developing a problem called demonic transformation. However, for some reason, coupled with Yuki's smile, the Celestial Foxes felt that Yuki was even more terrifying than the demons who ambushed them. Yuki was a top-tier healer on the Dust Sand continent, while Junja was the younger brother of the king of Qingzha Kingdom. Although Yuki's strength was unknown, it was no secret that Junja was a newly promoted spirit rank cultivator. No matter how you look at it, traveling with such a small team and exchanging information wouldn't be a disadvantageous option. Shinrua was once again ignored by the Celestial Foxes when considering his usefulness because of his physique and human identity. Even though he was the one who brought about this situation, his body also had beast-like characteristics. Like their appearance, the Celestial Fox race was relatively simple-minded, not a race that relied on intelligence to survive on the continent. When facing Shinrua, a seemingly weak human, their thoughts were even simpler than Junja's, who was usually only interested in cultivation. Junja simply disliked complicated matters. He always enjoyed pondering things related to cultivation, and wouldn't underestimate anyone whose strength was indicated by various signs. After reaching a consensus, the two teams briefly merged. The Celestial Foxes first shared why they had come here. Of course, whether they held back anything they shared was unknown. They had been dispatched to the abyss by Lord Jasilfa. It was said that something Jasilfa needed was here. As for what exactly was needed, the Celestial Foxes didn't say. They trusted that Yuki and Junja knew the rules, and Shinrua was not on their radar. However, Shinrua knew that Jasilfa needed flame coral. But Jasilfa hadn't asked the Celestial Foxes to remain silent about this matter, which meant that, in Jasilfa's view, it wasn't something that needed to be kept secret. Was it because Jasilfa believed that candidates from all races should know that flame coral was a quest item, or was there another reason? Shinrua couldn't fathom the tyrant's thoughts. The Celestial Fox clan had sent more than one small team to the abyss. Gisilpha had ordered the Celestial Foxes to leave in batches. They were among the first to depart. It was said that some teams had been assigned to assist the main force of the Holy See. Their mission was to depart from the camp with the star spirit priests that Shinruo and her group had visited, enter the depths of the demon abyss through another entrance, and gather intelligence. The demons they encountered along the way mostly exhibited animalistic behaviors, and were quite simple-minded, so the Celestial Foxes didn't suffer any major losses. Until they reached a place that appeared to be a demon village, where they encountered demons from the female-ruled city of Amanamite. This city was one that Jimu Juinja and Shinruo had heard about in the fallen demon city. It was indeed the closest demon city to them besides the one that had fallen. However, this demonic city wasn't within the Allied forces' operational objectives. According to the demons' confessions, the shortest route to the Demon King city was along the fallen city walls, directly on one side. The Demon King city wasn't actually a city, but a palace, a city within a city. Outside the Demon King city lay a vast city built around it, where the previously captured humans awaited their fate at the city's altars. Of course, some were unlucky. They were either devoured by demons during transport or sent to make potions. Because of this, the Holy See's members didn't question the demon city of Mina Amit extensively. In their view, attacking the demon city was time-consuming and laborious. Their objective, at least ostensibly, was to rescue humanity. Currently, these Celestial Foxes didn't know much about Mina Amit, as they hadn't been there. They had only had contact with the high-ranking demons of Mina Amit. At first, the Celestial Foxes passed by the lair of a demon clan, or perhaps this was a demon village, because although these demons lived in groups, they seemed to maintain a certain social distance and had constructed spaces, not quite buildings, using strange materials to separate their main activity areas. Since the demons they encountered along the way were all of low rank, after killing those who were ungrateful and provoked them, the Celestial Foxes had little interest in attacking their settlements. The Celestial Foxes were very vain, and these lowly demons had no sense of beauty whatsoever. Provoking them would only make them uncomfortable. But just when they thought they were only passing through, and wouldn't enter the demon village unless the demons attacked, 3 female demons arrived. 2 of the female demons would be considered ugly by the Celestial Fox clan, but the leader was not ugly at all. It's important to understand that what the Celestial Fox clan considers not ugly is not the same as what other races consider not ugly. After these 3 female demons arrived at the village, all the houses in the village shook. Finally, several low-ranking demons emerged from about 5 houses, following the 3 female demons unsteadily out of the village. Even the Celestial Foxes, who disliked thinking, knew at this moment to conceal their presence and form, a kind of beastly intuition. They carefully avoided being detected by the demons, following the 3 female demons at a distance. Then, the 3 female demons went to another demon village, and after the same process, several more demons followed them. This scene, even just hearing the Celestial Foxes recount it, was chilling. Yuki and Juinja couldn't help but sigh. If the abyss of the demon abyss hadn't become accessible, their understanding of this race would truly be just the tip of the iceberg. Now, they couldn't claim to fully understand the demons, but at least they had witnessed more than one set of habits, and heard rumors different from those they had encountered before. The Heavenly Fox's pursuit was eventually discovered. This wasn't because their movements weren't discreet enough, but rather due to an unexpected encounter. As the 3 demons traveled, the lower-ranking demons behind them had already formed a rather long line. Just as they turned left at a fork in the road, they encountered a female demon who even the Celestial Foxes found quite beautiful. This shipment has a different scent mixed in. The female demon said with a smile, "Let me see what kind of remarkable goods this is." These words sent chills down the spines of the Celestial Foxes, who were following them. Had they been discovered? Just as they were thinking about how to leave discreetly, a subtle vibration came from beneath their feet. The lower legs of the Celestial Foxes retained fox-like characteristics. Many of them went barefoot because their soles could keenly sense information from the ground. The vibration felt very different, like some mist rising and drifting from the ground. But then, they heard the female demon say, "Behind that rock ridge, grab them." The Celestial Fox's hiding place was exposed by the female demon. There was no longer any possibility of concealment. More importantly, the location they had chosen for concealment was not an open area where they could turn and run. The attractive female demon had barely finished speaking when she leaped into the air, spinning rapidly as she hurtled towards the path behind the stone ledge where they were hiding. The lower-level demons turned and charged towards the stone ledge the female demon had indicated. The lower-level demons were not a threat, but their sheer numbers would hinder the Celestial Fox's breakout. The other 3 female demons were clearly not to be underestimated. They were a demon squad consisting of 2 melee fighters and 1 mage. However, even if the 2 female demons were highly skilled in melee combat, they were no match for the attractive female demon who had followed them. Indeed, the female demon was also a melee fighter. After storming to the rear of the Celestial Fox clan, she extended a scarlet spike from each hand and unleashed a barrage of attacks on the Celestial Fox members. The melee combat on the Dust Sand continent wasn't the same as that of their home planet Earth in its ancient era. Their weapons were designed to extend magical energy, a method of melee combat that concentrated magical attacks in front of the weapon. So, if Shinrua were to summarize her barrage using knowledge from Earth, it would be equivalent to wielding 2 continuously firing laser weapons, combined with martial arts techniques, to attack the Celestial Foxes. The Celestial Foxes realized that this female demon was a being no less powerful than a near-spirit level cultivator. However, as Yuki and Juinja had observed, their entire Celestial Fox team possessed near-spirit level strength, so they weren't particularly afraid. But the demons had the advantage of the geographical environment and the fact that wounds of other races in the demon abyss couldn't heal. In terms of sheer willpower, the Celestial Foxes were already at a psychological disadvantage in this battle. Ultimately, they lost a Celestial Fox, but the 4 demons and the lower-level demons were also wiped out. However, for some reason, their whereabouts became increasingly difficult to conceal afterward. Along the way, they were constantly pursued and intercepted by demons, who seemed to have some way of knowing their location, leaving them constantly engaged in combat. This entrance in the Abyss Wall was something they stumbled upon by chance. Within the Demon Abyss Wall, they began to feel uneasy, so upon seeing the entrance, they didn't think much of it and headed out through it. Little did they know, demons were already waiting there to ambush them. Chapter 158. So, the demons must have some way of discovering your whereabouts. Do they search and eliminate incorrect routes, then ambush you on the correct path? Or? Shinrua asked the Heavenly Foxes. Upon hearing this seemingly casual question, Shimu began to ponder the situation. If the demons only discovered the Heavenly Foxes through searching, it only proves that this is demon territory after all, and that the demons understand the art of swarm tactics. But if they have some kind of tracking method, and that method can be used without the Heavenly Foxes being aware of it, that's truly impressive. You must understand, regardless of how these Heavenly Foxes reach the near-spirit rank, their displayed near-spirit rank strength is not fake. For many years, among the demons active on the Dust Sand continent, no spirit rank demon has ever been recorded in the pages of history or Bard's poems. Is it that the demon race possesses spirit rank, but has never left the demon abyss in historical records, or is it that the demon race is incapable of producing spirit rank beings? This question has been studied by the beings of the Dust and Sand continent, but no one has ever been able to enter the abyss of the demon abyss before, so it remains a mystery. Only Shinrua, who witnessed the conversation between the god of dark elements and the god of wind elements, directly speculated that the demon race lacks spirit rank beings. This is because he knows for certain that the god of wind elements does not have the ability to create a universe, hence his assumption. The truth can only be confirmed after entering the Demon King's city and meeting the Demon King. After all, based on the demon race's confessions, the Demon King should be the most powerful demon race, right? What exactly is the legendary Demon King like? Shinrua was precocious, but he read a lot of picture books in his 20 years of life, figuring he had plenty of free time anyway. Before Shinrua came to the Dust and Sand continent, the flow of time on the island he lived on seemed different from the outside world, yet also the same. Shinrua had no reference point. Because what he saw on the island wasn't real-time information, but rather content compiled by the island's organizational system. If there had to be a way to put it, it would be that Shinrua would see the news, but not live broadcasts. Thinking about his life on the island, Shinrua's thoughts drifted, appearing as if he were suddenly lost in thought. The voice of the Celestial Fox pulled his thoughts back from his past island life to the reality of the Demon Abyss. Theoretically speaking, tracking relies on a few things. One of the Celestial Foxes said, scent, magical items, and markings. This was the first time they had a respite during the pursuit since encountering the female demon who discovered them. The Celestial Foxes finally had time to examine which link in the chain had gone wrong. Let's eliminate them one by one, Shinrua suggested. His words drew sidelong glances from the Celestial Foxes. Did humans have any say in this situation? However, Shinrua clearly didn't take these looks too seriously. If the Celestial Foxes couldn't resolve their being tracked, then if the two groups merged, the 3 of them would likely be exposed. In Shinrua's view, The reason the celestial foxes were being relentlessly pursued was likely because they had killed those female demons. Especially the beautiful female demon, she seemed to be some important figure within the demon race. After you mentioned the female demon scent, before she discovered you, there was a slight tremor beneath your feet. Shenrua pondered for a moment, then she didn't hesitate to cut off your escape route. So could the problem be with the soles of your feet? Go wash the soles of your feet with water elemental magic items, Yuki suggested, hearing Shenrua's hypothesis. This wasn't difficult, and the celestial foxes naturally complied. Alright, now let's go back up. They had already walked a distance, and were now below another opening at the junction of the plank road. Numerous branches began to extend forward from Yuki's feet, then these branches coiled into a ladder, resting on the opening leading to the cave of Ammonite. The celestial foxes, Junja, and Shenrua orderly climbed up this ladder into the cave, and the ladder, hooked onto the branches at the other end of the opening, plunged into the ground. Yuki sprang back like a measuring tape, easily reaching the cave wall as the branches beneath his feet retracted. As he landed, the branches detached from his feet. We need to find a safe place, Shenrua said. Actually, the area between those stalagmites and plants below was quite nice, but the bluish-purple energy was too concentrated. Finding a safe place isn't difficult, Jimu sighed. It might just be unbearable for me. Jimu carefully observed the path, and after a while, they discovered a family nest of low-level demons. For safety, Jimu didn't let Junja and the heavenly foxes do anything. He directly used his magic to bind these low-level demons. Yuki pried open their mouths with a branch and poured the potion into them one by one. Shenrua suspected this was the same potion used to dissolve severed limbs, because after the potion was poured into the demons' mouths, they struggled for a while, then their bodies hissed continuously, like liquid evaporating. Soon, all the demons turned into blue-purple gas, dissipating into the air. This was the lair of an entire demon family. They seemed to have a good reproductive capacity, so the interior of the lair was quite spacious. After entering, Yuki began to make some simple modifications to the interior of the lair. The two spells he had used before, to create a ladder and bind the demons, the cost to him was practically negligible, but things were different now. To be on the safe side, Yuki poured in 3 bottles of mana-restoring potions before starting. First, he used magic to make numerous aerial roots, like tendrils, grow from his limbs. These roots wove themselves into a dense, layered net within the demon's lair, completely covering and isolating the floor, ceiling, and surrounding walls. Between the layers of this net, Yuki added several magical artifacts to prevent sound from escaping the lair and to eliminate any lingering smells. A small artifact was placed on a branch, which emerged from the top of the lair and stopped in a concealed spot. Then, the tendrils and the branch detached from Yuki's limbs. After the branch, along with the magical artifact, fell off, Yuki placed a crystal ball with a magic circle base upside down on the branch. The crystal ball then displayed the situation outside the lair. After doing all this, Yuki, as if mana potions were free, drank 3 more bottles. Finally, Yuki asked Junja to purify the crimson energy in the air, but he wasn't planning to build a safe house. He wouldn't waste a single drop of his precious blood. Yuki also didn't want the celestial foxes to know about the safe house project. After casually drawing a few magic circles on the ground, Yuki placed different elemental crystals on them, not the extravagant application of a safe house, but just 1 crystal on each magic circle, better than nothing. Yuki was already beginning to feel the influence of the abyss on him. As a plant spirit, he was particularly sensitive to changes in the environment, or perhaps there was also a psychological effect from reading the energy in the crimson soil caused by he. The celestial foxes were stunned by Yuki and Junja's methods, completely unable to understand why the blue-purple light in the air had changed. However, neither Yuki nor Junja intended to explain why they were doing this, or the principle behind this change. Next, let's talk about the change in eye color, but before that, I have a question. Can you explain why you are near spirit rank? Yuki said with a smile. The celestial foxes exchanged glances, seemingly hesitant. Then it seems to be related to that Lord Gisilfa again, Yuki deduced. It seems he has many abilities we don't know about. This isn't actually his ability. One of the celestial foxes finally spoke. The special effect of the celestial fox jade is that it can make other celestial foxes submit to the holder, but this submission effect weakens with distance and time. Gisilfa's rule over the celestial fox clan, once stripped of his powerful allure, and the subjugation effect of the celestial fox jade, was clearly no longer accepted by the foxes. This group of foxes had been away from the 1,000 desolate plains for some time. The demon abyss and the 1,000 desolate plains were not close, so while their awe of Gisilfa remained, the effectiveness of their subjugation had greatly diminished. However, Gisilfa certainly didn't control them solely through subjugation. Even though Gisilfa wasn't a strategist, he wouldn't completely ignore the fact that subjugation was weakened. He must have had other methods to keep these foxes away from the 1,000 desolate plains. Of course, this method differed from the one he used to control Tianshao, because controlling the group of foxes required using his own lifeblood. That group of foxes wasn't a one-time resource. He had to ensure that those foxes were obedient slaves. When necessary, Gisilfa could also turn them into his spies. Combat power? Those celestial foxes didn't need that. They only needed to please the powerful figures on the continent, so they could become his pawns whenever Gisilfa needed them. The celestial foxes who came to the abyss, however, had to possess combat power, and for Gisilfa, they were likely disposable commodities. Therefore, he wouldn't waste his efforts on these celestial foxes with absolute control. The power of submission could be maintained for a period of time. Although their willingness to obey Gisilfa's orders would gradually decrease during this time, it was enough for these celestial foxes to reach the depths of the abyss. Once they reached the depths of the abyss, whether they could leave at any time was not up to them. Gisilfa used another method to guarantee their return to the 1,000 desolate plains if they survived the abyss. He detained the celestial foxes' families. Gisilfa promised them that if they could retrieve the flame coral for him, he would grant them one wish within his power. On the other hand, he threatened them that if they didn't do their best to complete the task, their families would suffer the consequences. Gisilfa hadn't anticipated that in the harsh environment of the abyss, someone would seek out these celestial foxes to do something as trivial as getting rid of him. Therefore, while the celestial foxes would keep his request to keep the flame coral a secret, they hesitated on other matters. This hesitation wasn't even due to the lingering effects of their submission, but rather because it involved the inheritance of the celestial fox jade. The inheritance of the celestial fox jade was a closely guarded secret among the celestial fox clan. However, the current situation of the celestial fox clan left most of them only with a bitter smile. The celestial foxes harbored resentment towards the current situation, and had to admit that part of the reason for it was the effects of the celestial fox jade. The celestial foxes had once wholeheartedly admired the power of this sacred artifact, but now a subtle resistance had arisen within them. The divinely bestowed poem seemed to hint that their wise leader would be the one to refuse the celestial fox jade, but now, it seemed there was no doubt that Gisilfa would be the one to fuse the fragments of the celestial fox jade. Could they truly usher in the revival of the 1,000 desolate plains? An unprecedented wavering arose within the celestial foxes. One celestial fox spoke, and another, as if having made a firm decision, decided to reveal everything. Under Gisilfa's suffocatingly oppressive rule, the celestial foxes rarely had such an opportunity to confide in each other. Chapter 159. The celestial fox jade contains a legacy that can enhance the strength of the celestial fox clan. This is why both celestial foxes, who obtain fragments of the celestial fox jade, and those who obtain the full jade find it easier to cultivate than other celestial foxes. Of course, the celestial fox jade also helps the celestial fox clan absorb energy. However, the most important factor is the unique legacy contained within the celestial fox jade, which can only be obtained by a celestial fox after being absorbed into their body. From the legacy of the celestial fox jade, Gisilfa summarized and refined the racial mystical magic specific to the celestial fox clan, and created some cultivation methods based on the racial characteristics of the celestial fox clan. From the perspective of applying the celestial fox clan's exclusive magic, Gisilfa can be considered a genius. The celestial foxes, who came to the demon abyss, were forced by him to cultivate a method that rapidly and significantly increases their strength by burning their lifespan. The celestial fox clan is a long-lived race on the Dust Sand continent. Even without considering the effect of increased strength on lifespan extension, an ordinary celestial fox, if free from illness and disaster, can live for about 160 Dust Sand years. In contrast, most humans have a lifespan of less than 50 dust years, a pitifully short lifespan. Therefore, even if they sacrifice a portion of their lifespan to rapidly increase their strength, the celestial foxes will still live longer than humans. Moreover, Gisilfa doesn't care how long the celestial foxes on the continent live. He only wants to rapidly increase the strength of the entire celestial fox race. Spirit rank and non-spirit rank are two different concepts. This rapid increase in strength doesn't include breaking through to the spirit rank. Gisilfa doesn't need a second spirit rank celestial fox to rival him in strength. He needed a large number of near-spirit level and ultimate level celestial foxes to form an army or guerrilla squads, which he believed would constitute an unstoppable force. As for why he needed to form such an army and guerrilla squads, the Celestial Foxes didn't say, but Shinrua knew perfectly well. The 11 mission items in the book were all sacred relics, or items valued by nations and powers. Gisilfa was clearly planning to blatantly steal them. This was a normal method of collecting mission items, and Shinrua was well aware of this. Otherwise, could he possibly sneak into the room of the Lightstar Spirit Priest in the dead of night to steal the other party's Lightstar disc? After the Celestial Foxes finished explaining Gisilfa's methods, the two teams finally discussed the most important issue, the one that the Celestial Foxes were currently most concerned about. Shinrua mentioned that one of their Celestial Foxes' pupils turned purple for a moment. What exactly happened? These Celestial Foxes were quite interesting. On the one hand, they didn't take Shinrua seriously. But on the other hand, they were very concerned about this matter, without the slightest doubt that Shinrua might have been mistaken. The reason for this was probably because neither Junja nor Ji Mu believed Shinrua had misjudged the situation. They overlooked one crucial point, whether Junja and Ji Mu had actually witnessed that instantaneous change. If only Shinrua saw it, and these two spirit rank beings chose to trust what he saw, then this seemingly insignificant human must have incredibly sharp eyesight. The pupil turning purple in an instant can only mean two things, Ji Mu said casually. The first is that you might be demons in disguise, being hunted down, and this is just a ruse. Or perhaps, he was an informant who was replaced by the demons during your battle with them. This is impossible. The Celestial Fox, whose pupils had briefly turned purple, was furious. Calm down, Yuki said. That possibility has already been largely ruled out. To be precise, the possibility that your entire team is composed of demons in disguise has been ruled out. As long as they aren't all demons in disguise, then he couldn't have been switched. Shinrua suddenly spoke, calming the Celestial Fox, who was about to explode from Yuki's words. Because if that's the case, then their experiences are real. Since the experiences are real, it's quite difficult for a female demon to perfectly transform into a Celestial Fox, especially given that they know each other. That greatly increases the other possibility. Yuki spoke gently, but his words were painful for the Celestial Foxes. Your bodies have already begun to be affected by the energy here. The erosion is beginning, and demonization is starting. Demonization? The Celestial Foxes felt uneasy. Does that mean we become demons? In contrast to the Celestial Fox's fear, Yuki spoke casually. It's possible, but no one has ever known what would happen if other intelligent races outside the demon abyss became demons on the Dust Sand continent, or how this process would occur. Shinrua felt that Yuki's implication was that he really wanted to observe this process. Although Yuki and Sains usually acted very differently, in some ways, their interests were remarkably similar. It seems there's a reason why the 10 spirit rank members of the Dust Sand 10 Absolutes could gather, work together, and reach a consensus on management and organization. Which is more unacceptable to you, becoming a demon or being controlled by Gisilfa? Shinrua asked. This question stumped the Celestial Foxes. The effects of their submission hadn't completely worn off, and they were reluctant to answer that the two were about the same, or that they would be willing to become demons if they could break free from control. But upon reflection, it seemed their current lives weren't much worse than becoming demons. Your demonization shouldn't be irreversible now, Junja said earnestly to the Celestial Foxes. He didn't share Ji Mu's interests, nor did he care about the Celestial Fox's actual situation. For him, the difference in energy content between the air of the demon abyss and the air particles outside, and understanding the principles of their transformation, were what mattered. This involved improving his own strength in the spirit rank realm. The Celestial Foxes immediately realized that the rumors of Junja's silence, coldness, and ruthlessness were utterly unbelievable. Compared to Ji Mu and Shinrua, Junja's words were practically overflowing with warmth. Although the days under Gisilfa's control had been unbearable for the Celestial Foxes, the experience of demonization was completely unknown. The unknown always filled them with fear. I think so too. Just then, Shinrua agreed with Junja's idea, but he added, but that requires understanding whether this rapid demonization is a normal phenomenon, or if it's unique to you, especially you, who is special. The you Shinrua referred to was naturally the Celestial Fox, whose pupils had momentarily changed color. Yuki took out the communication crystal. They weren't far from the demon city the army had captured. After conquering the city, the army didn't immediately continue their march, but instead established a relay point within the city to rotate supplies and soldiers, while simultaneously ensuring efficient information transmission. Because within the demon abyss, communication crystals become unusable beyond a certain distance. They were still relatively close to the captured demon city, and communication through the crystal was still possible. Yuki contacted another plant spirit in the medical team, Bluegrass. His message was simple. First, he inquired whether any of the Zhezhe members in the army had experienced any changes in pupil color or personality. Then, he instructed Bluegrass to prepare medical records, closely documenting the changes and subsequent outcomes of these wounded soldiers. So far, no one in the army has shown symptoms of pupil color change, Yuki informed the Sky Foxes after ending the communication. According to the timeline, the Sky Foxes arrived here after the Zhezhe vanguard entered the Demon Abyss. Judging from the consumption of elemental energy, the Zhezhe and their companions had completed a direct confrontation with the demons and captured one of their cities, while the Celestial Foxes, relentlessly pursued by the demons, must have suffered similar elemental energy depletion. Why did this group of Celestial Foxes exhibit demonic transformation, or perhaps only one of them did? What made them different from the humans and the Zhezhe? For a moment, everyone present fell into deep thought. After reflecting on everything that had happened recently, including his important experiences on the Dust Sand continent, Shinruo spoke. Since he wasn't sure of his own thoughts, he began with the word perhaps. Perhaps, it's because of the difference in elemental power. Jimu and Juinja, being spirit-rank cultivators, quickly grasped the meaning behind Shinruo's words. After exchanging a glance, they both read the other's thoughts in their eyes. It really could be. Shinruo's next words confirmed their immediate understanding. The elemental power usable by the Heavenly Fox clan is fire. The magic they use is fire elemental magic. It's quite obvious, fire elemental crystals are red, and their pupils are also red. Shinruo's words jumped slightly, as he thought, of course, not all fire is red, but let's assume that fire elemental energy is red. The giant hand he summoned earlier was scarlet, and the blue-purple light here is actually a color change caused by the mixing of blue and scarlet energies. Is it possible that the scarlet energy is a mixture of fire elemental power? If so, then the Heavenly Fox clan would find it easier to absorb scarlet energy from the air when replenishing their elemental power. But then, what is the blue energy? If we consider the color of the crystals, then blue is the color of water elemental crystals, Juinja offered his opinion. But I don't think it's that simple, because scarlet and red are not the same color. Wind, Jimu added, do you remember why the demon clan started this war? Didn't Zhezhe spread the rumor that the evil will of the god of wind and the god of fire might exist in the demon abyss? Since the red fire elemental power could be corrupted into a disturbing crimson by the abyss, it's not surprising that the green wind elemental power could be corrupted into blue. The Holy See lacks concrete evidence that the lingering will within the abyss is an evil will sealed by the gods. After all, demons are a race protected by laws, otherwise, the abyss wouldn't have been inaccessible in the past. If they were creations of the evil wills of two gods, how could they have received such protection? It's said that each demon city beneath the abyss contains a temple dedicated to the god of wind and the god of fire, including the one previously conquered by the army. Among the cities built around the Demon King city, the most magnificent structures are said to be called temples. The root of this war lies in the divine pillar within the temple of the god of fire, responding to the demon's uneasy prayers upon discovering the changes in the abyss. However, what truly evoked a deeper connection between Jimu, Shinruo, and Juinja was the scene Jimu displayed within the spiritual sphere. That scene even made the medical team members feel the oppressive force of a divine will, and nearly affected Jimu's mental state. The reason for this sensation was that Jimu had deeply interacted with the soil where the Crimson Giant Hand appeared, and that soil, according to Jimu's analysis, was classified as Divine Remnant. Chapter 160. Shinruo had ideas on how to help the Celestial Foxes break free from their demonic transformation. However, there were reasons why he couldn't directly state his two ideas. The first method Shinruo considered was to have Juinja forcibly infuse the Celestial Foxes with fire elemental energy. Juinja could do this, but the problem was that the energy Juinja used to forcibly infuse the Celestial Foxes was the energy of the Water Flame Lotus. If he brought it up, the secret between him and Juinja regarding the Water Flame Lotus would inevitably be investigated by Jimu. Although the secret wasn't entirely secret, the palace officials of Juinja's Qingze kingdom knew a little about it. That was completely different from Jimu knowing it. After all, Jimu was one of the 10 spirit rank members of the 10 absolute dust and sand of the Eternal Tower. Based on Shinruo's understanding of Jimu's interests from his journey, it certainly wouldn't be a good thing for Shinruo if Jimu knew about this. The second method, however, required him to act himself. The environment here had already been purified. Although the blue energy remained, the crimson energy had been purified. The roots of the vegetation tightly enveloped the area, making it relatively sealed off from the outside world until the foxes actively left. If Shinruo's deduction was correct, then the crimson energy was primarily responsible for the rapid demonization of the celestial foxes. This energy corresponded precisely to the energy of the god, who governed the fire element. He could try using acupuncture and the infusion of true qi, similar to how he extracted Geshilfa's blood, to see if he could expel the demonizing energy from the celestial fox's bodies. However, this method would also arouse excessive interest from Jimmu, which was a major headache for Shinruo. Currently, due to distance and time, the celestial fox's submission to Geshilfa is weakening, but their families are still in Geshilfa's hands. Once they return to the Thousand Desolate Plains, the submission effect will reset. At that time, if Geshilfa inquires about their experiences in the demon abyss, the celestial foxes might readily confess Shinruo's actions to him in just a few words. Shinruo didn't want to attract Geshilfa's attention. This celestial fox candidate was eccentric and audacious, with a tyrannical and self-centered personality. Shinruo also had a drop of Geshilfa's blood on him that he hadn't fully understood. After much deliberation, Shinruo felt that the only way to help these celestial foxes was probably to hope that Junja would understand his unspoken message and remember that he could use fire elemental power. After thinking it through, Shinruo spoke. Since the energy of the demon abyss has never overflowed beyond it over the years, this means that the flow of this energy is affected by saturation. We already proven this during the construction of the safe house. This is also the important role of the mana potion. Since it's possible that the internal fire elemental power was exhausted during the chase with the demons, leading to the need to absorb energy from the air, wouldn't it be possible to reverse the demonization by exhausting the absorbed energy through magic, and then using potions or other means to infuse fire elemental power into the body to restore saturation? Infuse fire elemental power. Yuki pondered for a moment. That's a good method. This statement reveals that Yuki and Sanes are different from the more arrogant powerful beings on the continent. Although they are both spirit rank, they lack that arrogant air. As for Shinruo, a human, they will consider and adopt his words if they find them reasonable. If Yuki and Sanes share a similar interest, a trait that Shinruo would consider negatively, then their keen observation and contemplation are positively valued traits. However, Yuki then realized that Shinruo was, after all, a human who couldn't use magic, so he overlooked a crucial point. He then explained why it wasn't feasible, but neither Juinja nor I are races that can use fire elemental power. While we understand the principle of elemental power conversion within particles, and can convert fire element into our preferred energy through magic, we cannot convert our preferred energy into fire elemental energy. I can try, Juinja said. I have fire elemental power within me. Oh. Yuki seemed to remember something. I heard that you found the water flame lotus and absorbed its energy, which is why you became the youngest spirit rank cultivator. It sounds like you already successfully mastered the application of all three elemental powers? No, currently I can only use fire energy, I can't replenish it. However, since I absorbed and converted the water flame lotus's energy, I haven't used it again except for the initial attempt to use fire elemental magic to advance to the next spirit rank. So, I can give it a try now. Junja said. Then this matter is certainly worth discussing. Yuki suddenly smiled. During the conversation, the celestial fox's emotions were as complex as a roller coaster. First, they were told that demons might have infiltrated their ranks. After ruling that out, they were told they might have been corrupted by the demon abyss and might even undergo demonization. Then they learned that demonization might be reversible. Subsequently, a reversal plan was proposed, then deemed impossible, and then discovered to be feasible. Now, Yuki said it was worth discussing. This mental upheaval was truly distressing for the celestial foxes, so one of them couldn't help but cry out, "What else is worth discussing? Lord Junja, please help us." In their desperation, they even used a respectful title for Junja. Yuki disregarded the fact that the celestial foxes were seeking help from Junja, not him, and ruthlessly stated their predicament. The point of contention is, of course, your situation. Junja's fire elemental energy is non-renewable for him, meaning that by helping you, he himself suffers a loss. But how can you repay him for this? You can't even escape Geshilfa's control. If Geshilfa were here, ordering you to kill Junja, you probably have no choice but to act, wouldn't you? I don't believe your ruler, Geshilfa, holds any friendly stance towards me or Junja. We can certainly cooperate temporarily for the sake of convenience in our actions within the abyss. But I doubt we're the kind of people who would sacrifice their own significant interests to help each other, are we? Unless you have some way to repay us immediately. What good way do you have to repay us? In terms of strength, all of you celestial foxes are probably no match for me and Junja. We have one more person on our side, although his combat strength is negligible. If we really get to a completely even match, he can still finish us off, can't he? In terms of ability, I am a top-tier healer on the Dust Sand continent, and Junja is a newly promoted spirit rank cultivator. Which team wouldn't welcome us along the way? Oh right, she probably wouldn't welcome Junja, but what does it matter? Yuki analyzed the pros and cons logically. However, Shinrua offered a different opinion. Just as the Celestial Foxes were stumped by Yuki's question, unable to think of any value they could offer Junja, Shinrua spoke up. They still have the ability to repay. Yuki looked at Shinrua with surprise. Oh? Is that so? Is there anything I haven't considered? Shinrua said confidently, yes. First, Junja's hobby is cultivation, so wouldn't he want to understand how energy enters and exits the bodies of different races, through which parts of the body, and how it changes? Second, Curator, isn't your interest in researching medicine and refining your medical skills? Infusing them with fire energy and having them describe their feelings, wouldn't that help you understand the internal structure of the Celestial Fox clan? Enriching your knowledge related to cultivation or medicine, isn't that their way of giving back? Actually, it was also very useful to Shinrua. He wanted to understand, through the Celestial Fox's feedback, whether energy in their bodies also circulates through meridians, because the Celestial Fox's energy storage method was clearly different from Zhizha's and Hishi's. Zhizha and Hishi's light elemental energy is stored within their patterns, so the number of patterns represents their strength before reaching the spirit rank. The Heavenly Fox has no patterns, and Shinrua confirmed this by forcing blood beads from Tian Zhao's body, confirming a connection between the Heavenly Fox's brow and chest, and also a connection between the palms of its hands. However, the Dust Sand continent clearly doesn't have the concept of meridians. Before its effectiveness was proven by special instruments, this concept was once categorized as ancient Eastern metaphysics on their home planet Earth. Even when used for healing, it was considered part of witchcraft or incomprehensible empirical medicine. In ancient Eastern Earth, two different schools of metaphysics developed different theories of meridians. Knowledge related to acupoints is actually a link in the meridian system. Explaining this to the native inhabitants of the Dust Sand continent without leaving a trace, and pretending it was discovered and summarized on the Dust Sand continent itself, would be very difficult. Therefore, when Shinrua presented the Heavenly Fox's report, he subtly concealed what he wanted to know beneath the parts that Yuki and Junja were interested in. Although you're almost convinced, wouldn't it be easier and more effective for me to wait until they're about to become demons before intervening to free them, and then studying their bodies? Yuki's idea was clearly reasonable. Shinrua could only shake his head. No, a dead patient can never describe in detail the changes that have occurred in their body. If you do that, you're only studying the corpse of a demon-like being. Besides, whether or not to help them depends most importantly on Junja's thoughts, since he's the only one among us who knows how to apply fire elemental energy. That's right, Yuki agreed. So, Brother Junja, what do you plan to do? I decided to give it a try, Junja said. However, I never done anything like this before, because previous energy conversions were all done on air, on other beings, or on inanimate objects. I never tried infusing elemental power into a living being. Chapter 161. Junja's infusion of fire elemental energy into the Celestial Foxes was different from their consumption of mana-restoring potions. For the Celestial Foxes to reverse their demonic transformation, they first needed to deplete their stored, contaminated fire elemental energy. With their energy exhausted, the limited fire elemental energy provided by the rudimentary crystal array set up by Ji Mu was far from sufficient, both in terms of replenishment speed and quantity. The same principle applied to mana-restoring potions. Mana-restoring potions could not be consumed without restraint, and although they provided energy, this energy was similar to the concentration of energy in air particles. The energy produced was converted into elemental force, or special energy, within the bodies of the gifted races. In this process, the gifted races absorbed the elemental energy they needed and expelled the unnecessary one. In terms of recovery time, it was rather slow. In the cocoons of air within their temporary resting nests, the air was still mixed with blue light, a unique energy found only in the demon abyss. No one knew whether the Celestial Foxes would be corrupted by this blue energy again, just as they had exhausted their contaminated fire energy. Yuki could certainly cleanse the blue energy here with his blood, but he clearly didn't intend to go that far for these Celestial Foxes. Yuki's blood supply was limited. It needed to be stored in a freezer, with most of it reserved for the medical team. Junja had no experience in infusing elemental power into Celestial Foxes, but Yuki was a top-tier healer. Unlike Shinrua, who, due to his knowledge of meridians, didn't speculate whether the Celestial Foxes might possess a similar, interconnected system specifically for the flow of fire elemental energy. As a spirit rank healer, he had developed his own methods to guide Junja's operations. Mu first instructed the celestial foxes to use magic to deplete their internal fire elemental power. The first to do this was the celestial fox, whose pupils had briefly changed color. To perfectly manipulate flames and enhance the intensity of their fire elemental magic, all celestial foxes needed to learn a skill called Extreme Flame. Extreme Flame, a flame burned to its extreme. The unified language of the Dust Sand continent was always so intuitive and considerate, very friendly to the candidates. The celestial foxes used this extreme flame to continuously promote the flow of fire elemental power within their bodies, then compressed and released it. At its peak, this flame was nearly white, even though the fire elemental crystals were red. Normal extreme flame had a color somewhat like a water flame lotus. However, when the celestial fox with the changed pupil color ignited his extreme flame to cleanse his internal demonized elemental power, all beings in the cocoon saw that the extreme flame was now mixed with a blue-purple glow. Shinruo altered her perception, enabling her to observe extremely subtle details and perceive the unique chi possessed by the celestial fox. This observation differed from that used in combat. It consumed less energy, but required intense concentration. The celestial fox's chi flowed from her palms, then converged at the center where her palms met. At the point of intersection, it was as if the air currents had reached their extreme friction and finally ignited, forming an extreme flame. Simultaneously, particles in the air, carrying blue energy, flowed very slowly towards the celestial fox's brow. If it weren't for these relatively favorable conditions allowing Shinruo to focus intently on observing the changes in the airflow, even with his altered perception, he wouldn't have been able to properly observe the relationship between the celestial fox clan's magical application, particle inflow, chi outflow, and flame generation during combat, as he would have needed to focus on the opponent's magic, movement patterns, and gaps in the airflow. The celestial fox clan was demonstrating in its ultimate form how their fire elemental power flowed from their bodies into chi and ultimately formed a flame. Shinruo had the opportunity to observe with focused, undisturbed attention, an opportunity he had never had before. Through this observation, Shinruo solidified some of his ideas. The celestial fox's brow and hands were the key points for energy entering and leaving their bodies, respectively. The appearance of the blue-purple flame indicated that the blue-purple light in the air, after entering the body, was like ordinary energy, capable of being converted into magic and then returning to the air of the demon abyss. However, in this flow, the blue-purple energy, through the celestial fox's internal chi circulation network, gradually eroded their bodies, causing them to become demonized. Below the 5th level of the Helter Palace, there are also impurities in the air. These impurities can be resisted by elemental power within the body, a similarity to but also different from the demon abyss. This is because the impurities there do not transform into magic, but rather settle within the body. If Shinruo hadn't been able to use the water energy of the water flame lotus to complete its internal circulation at that time. However, the earth spirits deep within the palace indicate that it is the territory of the god who governs the earth element. Earth element is inactive. If it can't be used, it's like being buried in the ground. Dusty and covered in dust, feeling utterly gloomy. Shinruo mentally compared the differences between the Hell Grand Palace and the Demon Abyss when he heard Mu begin instructing Junja. Now, use the spirit rank conversion method to transform the energy around his body into fire elemental energy. Then, you need to feel the change in energy. Junja did, as Mu instructed, and keenly sensed a slight change in the flow of the altered particles. In this way, he also discovered that the heavenly fox absorbed elemental power through the area between its eyebrows. So, without needing further reminders from Mu, Junja directly extended a finger and pressed it against the heavenly fox's brow, using that point as the center to convert the energy he came into contact with into fire elemental energy. The fire elemental energy of the water flame lotus was extremely domineering. Even the heavenly fox, whose talent lay in fire elemental power, found it somewhat unbearable. After a while, the blue-purple color in the extreme flame in his hand began to fade. Junja didn't want to waste any more energy, so he stopped. The celestial foxes weren't entirely unprepared for the abyss. For example, this particular celestial fox immediately took out 2 mana-restoring potions from its storage ring and drank them. This frugal approach prevented them from exhausting the fire elemental power of the water flame lotus. After helping these celestial foxes resolve their demonic transformation, their emotions eased somewhat, but they remained uneasy about their upcoming exploration. We can't continue exploring the abyss without using magic. We still become demonic. What they truly wanted was a better way to navigate the abyss. Their innate charm, coupled with Geshilfa's improved techniques for multi-fox charm, seemed to evoke the deepest pity and compassion in the hearts of ordinary people. Unfortunately, the three people present were no normal people. They were what bad intentions could a piece of wood have. Yuki, the cultivation fanatic, who doesn't understand charm? Junja, and he might have kicked his fox petting addiction for some reason? Shinrua. The celestial foxes discovered that their infallible charm was ineffective, and they couldn't help but feel a little awe. What kind of beings were these? They could actually resist the collective charm of so many near-spirit level celestial foxes. Not only could they resist, but they were also ruthless, because Yuki was now ruthlessly answering their questions. This has nothing to do with us. If you don't want to absorb the energy here, you can use crystal weapons. You can only pray that you have enough crystals to last. Having been attacked continuously for some time, the celestial foxes were also exhausted. The failure of their collective charm made them realize their fox status, and they all consciously crowded to one side of the cocoon, curling up and sleeping on the ground one after another, quite in line with the habits of beasts. As a result, the other side of the cocoon became much emptier. Shinrua leaned against the cocoon, closing her eyes to rest. Jimu took out a jar of blood already saturated with blue energy and began studying it. Junja looked at the crystal ball that could generate vision, checking to see if any demons would find their way here. The rest time was always short. Soon, demons appeared in the crystal ball's field of vision. Normally, ordinary recording crystals don't record audio and video simultaneously. However, Jimu, as one of the 10 spirit rank members of the 10 absolutes of dust and sand, carried items and drew magic circles that were far from ordinary. Due to the limited field of vision, the crystal ball couldn't see a complete picture, but the sound entered the cocoon without any loss. Why can't we track those celestial foxes anymore? One demon asked. With those celestial foxes' brains, how could they possibly escape? They must have received help from some outsider. Lady Vianlia is furious, saying she drained them dry and then tear them to pieces. Another demon chimed in. Completely understandable. Lady Vianlia's child, which she finally gave birth to, I heard was the most beautiful female demon in Aminamidi. It's such a pity. Yet another demon joined the conversation. Hey, not necessarily. It's said that a festival is coming up in the city, and Lady Vianlia received a revelation at the temple, saying it was the will of a god who would personally mate with her and bestow upon her a perfect offspring. Although Vianlia is beautiful, she will soon no longer be Lady Vianlia's most beloved offspring. Her death at this time might not be a bad thing. Perhaps because the place was relatively remote, the demons felt comfortable discussing the recent events surrounding their lady. But I heard that the will of the gods promised Lady Vian's offspring would be male, and Lady Vian intends for him to unite with the demon Vian in the future. Enough said. Let's search again. If we find no trace, we have to report back to our superiors. The demons walked away, having come to this area while searching for the celestial foxes. They had chatted for a while, because they were puzzled by the disappearance of the celestial foxes. As they walked further away, their voices gradually became less clear. As their voices faded, the demons mentioned the lack of trace of the celestial foxes and became increasingly dejected. This seems likely to lead to some kind of punishment, or even death. Wayamo, judging from the dialogue, should be the daughter of the Lady Vianlia they mentioned, and this Lady Vianlia must be an important figure in the demon city of Mina Aimi. There's even a high probability she's the city lord of Mina Aimi. And her daughter, Wayamo, is undoubtedly the female demon killed by the celestial foxes. To be considered beautiful by the celestial foxes and revered by the demons as the most beautiful in Mina Aimi, it's not surprising that the demons would launch such a large-scale pursuit after her death. However, isn't the marriage arrangement of the Mina and Misha female demons a bit too bizarre? According to these demons, Lady Vianelia is about to have a new male offspring, and then she wants this male offspring to marry her beautiful, adult daughter? Whether considering age or bloodline, it sounds incredibly strange. The remaining will of a god can make demons have children? Shinrua asked, puzzled. I never heard of such a thing, Junji replied. The will of a god can respond to the prayers of the race he created, but I never heard of praying for offspring. No, there was only one instance, but it's a legend, Yuki corrected. Legend has it that the Celestial Fox clan once mated with Hihi, and then, for some reason, the will of a god responded to their wish. However, offspring weren't easily obtained, they required immense sacrifice to create the medicine the god spoke of. For this, the world lost a sacred relic. And neither the Celestial Foxes nor the Hihi considered it a blessing. The Hihi clan attributed their subsequent imprisonment in the Valley of the Undying through the Thorn Gate, while the Celestial Fox clan blamed their division on this event. Both sides believed it was a curse incurred by their vain attempt to persuade the god to change the laws of nature. Chapter 162. The celestial foxes heard everything, whether it was the conversation between the demon clan, Shinrua, Junja, and Yuki. Surrounded by powerful enemies, they weren't sleeping very soundly anyway. In the past, if someone had so casually discussed their clan's history, a history they were reluctant to speak of, in front of them, they would have at least expressed their discontent. But now, they wouldn't do that. Given their race's current state, expressing dissatisfaction with other beings' discussions of the celestial foxes would seem powerless and futile. Afterwards, what are your plans? The celestial foxes clearly didn't want Yuki, Junja, and Shinrua to continue this topic, so they changed the subject by mentioning something they were concerned with. Hearing the heavenly fox's question, Yuki turned around. Oh? Us? We're just wandering around here, but I found the demon's conversation, especially the part about personally mates with her, quite interesting. The world left behind by the gods won't have any substantial interaction with the races of the continent. Yuki's words struck Junja as a point that also intrigued him. It seems we really need to go to Amy's Mid to find out. Since joining the team, Junja's previously quiet personality, basking in the glow of the royal court, had changed somewhat, especially after leaving the medical team. Of course, it could also be because Yuki was a spirit rank, and Shinrua's strength, in his view, was unknown but certainly that of a powerful individual. It doesn't matter to us, Yuki said to the heavenly foxes. But you guys seem unprepared and lack strength. What are your plans? Yuki had hit the nail on the head. The celestial foxes were currently being hunted by the demon clan, but they absolutely had to reach the demon king's city. Before the humans and Zhezhi joined forces to enter the demon abyss, no race other than the demon clan had ever been here. Therefore, there was no way they could find maps or anything like that. To reach the demon king's city, they either needed to find a demon clan member to guide them, or they would have to find their own way. Why don't you go to the demon city on the other side of the abyss wall? Shinrua kindly suggested, seeing the celestial foxes fall silent. The army's destination is obviously also the demon king's city. With your fighting strength, they will welcome you. That's a good suggestion, thank you. One of the celestial foxes thanked her softly. After dawn, the temporarily united group would part ways. Although the influence of submission was weakening, the celestial foxes still couldn't help but want to collect the flame coral. Although their mission was to advance towards the demon king's city as a guerrilla squad, gathering intelligence along the way, rather than following the main force of the humans and Zhezhi, they were now facing difficulties of a greater intensity than they had anticipated, and they didn't overestimate their abilities. Before that, they decided to send the intelligence back to the town via the first camp after entering the demon abyss, the same camp where Shinrua and the others had met the star spirit priest, so that the sky foxes in the town could inform Gisilfa through the communication crystal. This way, they could at least clear themselves of some suspicion of not trying hard enough, and also purchase some supplies at the camp. Junja drew his sword, and with a few swings opened a door that hadn't been there before in the cocoon. The sky foxes emerged from the cocoon, and quickly left towards the entrance they had climbed up from. Shouldn't we disguise ourselves a little? Shinrua asked, if we're going to Amy's netherworld. That makes sense, Yuki said. But you heard that the female demon identified the heavenly fox by its scent. The scent of demons? Shouldn't the curator be able to concoct it? Shinrua was eager to know. Disguise was part of the reason, but another reason was that he felt Yuki had so many bottles and jars, so thorough in his preparations, carrying baskets full of things. Surely he couldn't possibly not be able to concoct a liquid with a demonic scent. This? I really hadn't thought of that. Yuki gave an answer that surprised Shinrua. It seems quite interesting, we can try, but it seems too late, because we don't know what the scent of demons is, and the seasoning would require repeated experiments to ensure absolute accuracy. Not everything that's suitable can be prepared in advance, and things prepared in advance might turn out to be useless at the last minute. This wasn't the first time Shinrua had encountered this situation since arriving on the Dust Sand continent. Anyway, let's head towards Amy's netherworld first, Junja suggested. Indeed, this is true. Studying what demons actually taste like isn't the primary task. Such research might not be immediately successful, and could very well require a considerable amount of time. According to the demons, the remnant will of a god will soon appear within Amenamite, mating with Lady Vianelia and causing her to bear a child. This doesn't sound like a legitimate god. Although there was a general direction given after interrogating the demons in the demon city, there is actually more than one path within the abyss wall. The Way demon who discovered the heavenly fox's trail was likely an elite among the demons, as the team encountered other demons, but these were either low-level or unable to detect the unusual scent in the air. Furthermore, while the heavenly foxes had achieved near-spirit rank strength by burning their lifespans, This rank primarily determined by the amount of magic power stored within their bodies, and the level of magic they could wield. In terms of pure martial arts or magical destructive power, they couldn't compare to Junja, who had genuinely honed his skills. Therefore, many demons were cut down by Junja's ranged magic before they even had a chance to detect the team containing Eastern humans. Shinrua stopped several times, using her sense of smell to repeatedly discern any differences in the scent of the demon's skin and blood. The blood of low-level demons here quickly evaporates into the air upon death, reverting to energy. Finally, several high-level demons appeared on the road ahead. "Wait!" Shinrua called out to Junja, who was about to make his move. "What?" Junja asked, puzzled. "Be careful with your technique," Shinrua reminded him. "I want a set of their clothes." Although it seemed that only a few beings could distinguish non-demons by their scent, since there had been such demons before, Shinrua felt that at least some disguise was necessary before entering Mina Aimi. Indeed, Yuki also saw through Shinrua's thoughts. "Then I do it." Roots sprouted from Yuki's feet, attacking the high-ranking demons. The demons had noticed them, but failed to see the fine roots winding through the ground. Yuki, true to his profession as a healer, possessed a fighting style completely different from Junja's. His attacks were incredibly precise. The fine roots even followed the natural texture of the ground. The demons' attack magic arrays had already appeared, and the melee demons quickly moved to close the distance. A giant shield of light magic appeared between the demons and the team. Junja had used a magic scroll. The advantage of a magic shield created by such a scroll was its immense strength, but its disadvantage was its short duration. However, Junja didn't need to hold off the demons for long. He only needed to disrupt their attack rhythm and draw their attention. The roots growing from Yuki's feet had already coiled around the demons' feet. Yuki then unleashed these roots upwards, piercing directly into the demons' bodies through the soles of their feet. The roots pierced through the demon's body, following its natural structure, yet somehow remained perfectly intact from the outside. The demon remained motionless in the position the roots had created inside it, until finally, it convulsed and collapsed. Finally, not only Shinrua, but Junja and Jimu also changed into demon clothes. After changing, Junja's face remained expressionless, but he exuded an aura of unapproachability, his icy demeanor reaching its peak. This was probably because Junja's race was inherently cleansed, and the demon clothes made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. As for Jimu, his face was filled with reluctance. "If this continues, I might have to leave the demon abyss prematurely," Jimu complained very seriously. From the first time Shinrua met Jimu, with his meticulously groomed canopy and impeccably dressed demeanor, it was clear he also disdained wearing demonic clothing. Junja, on the other hand, gave Jimu a deep look. He knew Jimu was likely not joking. As the younger brother of the king of Qingzha Kingdom, Junja understood the habits of all the races on this continent. The Zhezha race was simply extremely fastidious, while the plant spirit race constantly sensed their environment, requiring a suitable ecosystem to sustain their life force. Therefore, only Shinrua was accepting of demonic clothing. However, the clothes were simply too big for him, so he cut off sections of the sleeves and trouser legs, tore them into strips, and used them to tie the remaining sleeves and trouser legs together. Finally, he tore off his own clothes, grabbed a piece of cloth, and used it to wrap his hair tightly. This way, at least his black hair wouldn't be visible from afar. Although he still didn't look much like a demon. "Alright, let's go," Shinrua said after finishing getting ready. Next, they didn't waste any more time, focusing on finding the right path to reach Amanamisha as quickly as possible. This wasn't difficult, because the descent of the divine will into Amanamisha was a very significant and sacred event, and many demons planned to travel there to witness it. With their abilities, finding a more efficient route to Amanamisha by observing the movements of these demons wouldn't be a problem. The problem lay in how they would infiltrate a city like the demon city the army had previously conquered, and how they would conceal their presence once inside. Everything would only be known once they reached the outskirts of Amanamisha. 2 days later, Jimu, Junja, and Shinrua approached Amanamisha. Unlike the previous demon city, Amanamisha was a city entirely located within the abyss walls. The air here is incredibly murky, and none of the roads leading to the demon city directly reach Amanamidi. This is because Amanamidi is like an enormous hole carved out of the abyss wall to accommodate the city's construction. The demon city lies at the bottom of this hole, and the roads leading to Amanamidi, viewed from within, resemble irregular eyes on the cave wall outside the city. Low-ranking demons find it difficult to enter Amanamidi unless they possess some form of climbing or wall climbing ability. The demons who can enter and exit Amanamidi most easily are winged demons, like those who attacked the celestial foxes. In fact, Amamity's patrol guards are also composed of winged demons, who fly in squads around the demon city, inspecting visitors at each entrance. Chapter 163. After leaving the cocoon, Yuki put away the special crystal ball. After the magic circle appeared and enveloped the branches above the crystal ball, the branches attached to the crystal ball continuously shrank and shortened, eventually becoming the length of a finger. Only then did Yuki put the crystal ball into his storage ring. Now that they were close to Amamai, Yuki took out the crystal ball again. After casting a spell, the branches on the crystal ball continued to grow longer, eventually extending from an opening. Yuki, Juinja, and Shinruo were able to observe the patrol situation of Amamai through the crystal ball. It's really difficult to sneak in, Shinruo commented, adding in his mind, especially for someone like himself, a potion ingredient. Looks like we need to find a way to attract their attention, Yuki pondered. How about poisoning them? Yuki's idea was somewhat unexpected by Shinruo. Because in Shinruo's era, the distinction between medicine and poison was something only found in Eastern novels. However, upon closer examination, it seems that ancient doctors were always associated with witchcraft and poison. Novel writing is never without reason. The reason Shinruo never connected Ji-mu to this is because, although Ji-mu had conducted some witch doctor-like experiments along the way, he primarily presented himself as a magical healer. Even though his research had a strange, primitive witchcraft feel to it, Ji-mu's personal demeanor and the existence of acupuncture-like treatments on the dust sand continent prevented Shinruo from immediately associating their healer with ancient witch doctors. But upon reflection, Shinruo admitted that his understanding of Yuki was somewhat influenced by the era he lived in and the books he had read. Yuki was a man of action, and when he said he was going to poison someone, he wasn't going to use ordinary poison. He took out a jar, the contents of which shimmered with a blue-purple light. Shinruo recognized the jar. It was the same kind Yuki had used to absorb blue energy from the air. Clearly, Yuki had been using this jar to collect and absorb a jar full of blue-purple energy, though it was now empty of blood, replaced by wriggling, dust-like substances. Twigs sprouted from Yuki's body, coiling around the jar and extending it until, finally, he chose a moment when no patrol had noticed the opening. A small fork extended from the tip of a twig, as nimble as a finger, and pushed open the jar's lid. The dust-like substance, mixed with energy, surged out of the jar, looking as if a handful of dirt had been scattered into the air. What is this? Shinruo asked curiously. Yuki didn't intend to hide what he was scattering, although in reality, the rules among the powerful on the dust sand continent didn't involve inquiring about each other's methods. Yuki possessed hundreds of such methods, and Shinruo had come to the medical clinic specifically to learn about healing or potion preparation. Of course, Yuki didn't believe a human had much chance of becoming an excellent healer or potion maker. Many proven and effective drug formulas required magic to assist in their creation, and healing was no exception. In Ji-mu's eyes, Shinruo had no chance of becoming an excellent healer or pharmacist. Therefore, Ji-mu felt that telling him what his concoctions were wouldn't hurt. It could be considered a reward for Shinruo's hard work. This is a type of spore, a magical spore that only our plant spirit clan can create. I collected some demon blood on the way here. Their blood dries too quickly, making it very difficult to collect. Using their blood as a culture medium, once the spores fall onto a demon, they will begin to change. As he spoke, branches sprouted from Ji-mu's body, retracting the jar, and the scene after the spores were scattered appeared in the crystal ball. The spores floated in the unstable airflow, and upon contact with the demons, they quickly grew root-like filaments. The demons, noticing this, reached out to tear off the filaments, only to rip their own skin open, letting out cries of pain. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The patrolling demons roared, but they were helpless against the spores that kept sticking to their bodies. The patrol of demons turned to fly back into the city, but suddenly, blue-purple defensive magic arrays appeared above Amamisha, blocking their way. Behind these defensive arrays, offensive magic arrays lit up. Merciless blue-purple magical rays swept across the demons, killing the patrolling demons one by one. They crashed onto the magical shield above Amamisha, then slid down the shield to the outside of the city. The architectural style of the demon city of Amamisha was extremely cold and terrifying. The buildings within the city resembled sharp fangs, densely packed and spiraling, forming a circular city when viewed from above. Like the gaping maw of a colossal abyss beast, its jaws bristling with fangs. Looks like I messed up. Yuki's tone was calm, completely unconcerned about his failed infiltration of Imanamitai. His methods were terrifying, and Imanamitai response was equally ruthless. It seems all we can do is monitor and wait. Yuki showed no distress, he smiled. However, our surveillance points should be able to get closer now. Yuki's idea wasn't far-fetched. News of the recent fall of another demon city had reached Imanamatai, so the city had immediately entered a state of retreat. For the city lord, Vianelia, victory lay in holding out until the divine will descended. Therefore, she didn't hesitate to shoot down the winged demons still patrolling. For Imanamatai, aside from the soon-to-be-born divine child, all male demons were merely expendable resources. So, with the patrol team gone, Yuki used his magic to dig a hole near the entrance to Amanamite, providing a resting place for the team. He then used magic to roll the excavated mud into a ball, and magically pushed it back the way they came. After rolling to a fork in the road, Yuki used magic to fling the ball away in one direction. Yuki ignored its trajectory. He let Shinru and Junja go inside the hole, then stood outside, and did the same thing as before with his roots. The reason he stayed outside was obvious. He used his roots to weave a dense, impenetrable net. Using some of the roots as material, he scraped a thin layer from the surrounding walls, and used it to patch the net. When the space narrowed to just enough for one person to pass through, Yuki bent down and entered the cocoon, while the roots outside continued their work. Once the cocoon was complete, the paths on both sides looked as if they had been carved out from the original abyss walls. Only a branch, barely noticeable, extended from the ground to the outside of the cave, connecting to a crystal ball that offered a view of Amanamite. Unlike before, this time Yuki spared no expense, transforming the area into a small safe house. He even had Junja dig more holes inside the cave to meet his living needs. Without needing a team of celestial foxes, Yuki, as one of the 10 absolutes, wouldn't deprive himself of a poor living environment. Since he couldn't enter Amanamite, he would observe the descent of divine will from here. The life-based magic Yuki had displayed these past few days, if placed in the traditional Eastern metaphysics of the 5 elements, would certainly be classified as wood. However, in Shinru's view, the magic of Jimu is different from the wood-based spells in novels. Whether it's magic that controls plants or wood attribute spells, most of the wood-based magic in these novels and literary imaginations involves manipulating plants. The magic of Jimu, on the other hand, uses its own body as a medium, perhaps more like the transformation of trees into monsters in supernatural tales. But there are still many significant differences. For example, the spells of tree spirits in novels are often limited by the type of tree. For instance, a willow spirit grows willow branches. But Jimu's branches are incredibly diverse, and it can also grow roots, and now it can even create spores. However, Yuki cannot control other plants and animals on the continent. The branches and roots detaching from his body also consume him. But this is just consumption. This consumption feels to Shinru more like the consumption of elemental power. Only Yuki hasn't indicated what type of elemental power he can use. Therefore, observing Yuki's magic is a very interesting experience for Shinru. Now, the cocoon is complete. They only need to watch the crystal ball, and wait to see what kind of divine remnant will Amanamite is welcoming. Amanamite, the city that never sleeps, is a city ruled by female demons. The outermost perimeter of the demon city is inhabited by women, who have not yet evolved into higher demons. In the nests and lairs led by the various passages outside the demon city, physically strong lower demons from the villages are periodically selected to come to the outer perimeter of Amanamite for the female demons there to interact and evolve. If evolution doesn't occur before reproduction, these female demons will be forced to return to their lairs with lower-level demons of the same type, losing their right to remain in Amanamite. Female demons, who successfully complete their first round of evolution, will undergo their first physical transformation. After this transformation, their skin becomes fair, and their appearance no longer varies wildly. The 3 female demons encountered by the celestial foxes were strong, lower-level demons selected from various lower-level demon settlements for the evolution of the outer female demons. The Lord of Amanamite, Vianelia, is the most powerful of all the female demons. She recently visited the temple in the city, where the Demon King city is located. The power dynamics among demons are very different from other races on the Dust Sand continent. The Demon King possesses a special authority in the Abyss. Only demons permitted by the Demon King can leave the Abyss and travel to the Dust Sand continent. However, once a Demon King becomes the Demon King, he cannot leave the Demon King city. Therefore, the title of Demon King is both authority and confinement. In this context, Vian could actually be considered the Queen of the Abyss. Chapter 164. As night fell, a series of tremors suddenly emanated from several openings above Amanamite. Vianlia. A deep, resonant voice echoed in the air, resounding from one of the openings. However, there was no response from within Amanamite. Vianlia? The voice resounded once more above Amenemite, this time without waiting for her reply, but instead began to pronounce her crimes. You stole the holy demon fire, an unforgivable sin. The demoness Vianlia remained unmoved. A massive, blue-purple whip of light shot out from the source of the voice, swirling once above Amenemite before lashing downwards, like lightning. The speed and power of this magic were palpable even from a visual perspective. This sudden turn of events also alerted Yuki, Juinja, and Shinruo, who were now gathered around the crystal ball, watching everything unfold outside. Can you withstand this attack? Yuki asked Juinja. Juinja pondered for a moment and gave his answer. I can dodge. But the demon city can't dodge it, Shinruo said. The demon city's defensive magic. Before he could finish speaking, the demon city's defensive magic array had been completely blasted open by the attack, and even the spires of some buildings had been shattered by the aftershocks. If a few more hits come, the demon city will be gone. Shinruo looked at Amenemite after its defenses had been breached by the light whip and spoke regretfully. He hadn't yet witnessed the legendary divine will descend upon Amenemite, interact with the female demon, and bestow offspring. No. Yuki, being knowledgeable, although there were many things about the demon race unknown to races outside the demon abyss, had already judged that such an attack wouldn't have a second strike. Why? Shinruo didn't understand. If Vianlia was as unforgivable in the eyes of the conquerors as they had just said, why not continue using such a powerful attack? Because it's too powerful. Outside the demon abyss, the number of times such a powerful attack has been used is extremely limited in records, Yuki explained. This was Shinruo's blind spot. In the interstellar travel era of their home planet Earth, powerful weapons capable of destroying planets weren't limited to a single shot. Therefore, Shinruo hadn't grasped that magic of this strength on the Dust Sand continent couldn't be used easily. Junja's assessment of this attack was can be dodged, meaning that even a spirit rank Juja, skilled in both offensive and defensive magic, knew his abilities were insufficient to directly confront this thunderous attack. Above the spirit rank is only super spirit rank magic, occasionally recorded in history. The only time a living being on the Dust Sand continent has witnessed such an attack was at the Dark Fortress of the Rare Water Branch. The prerequisites for transcendent rank magic are extremely demanding. This doesn't mean that this single strike of the light whip is transcendent rank magic, but it possesses immense magical energy. Transcendent rank magic often requires the dual blessing of a sacred relic and the lingering will of a god to be completed. This strike lacked the manifestation of a god's lingering will, and was not chanted, yet the surging energy surpassed the power of any full-force strike of a transcendent rank being known to Yuki. Whether there are any transcendent rank experts among the demon race remains uncertain. Even if there are, Yuki believes it's impossible for them to unleash such a powerful attack. The defenses of the Amenemite Dome might even surpass those of the city gates that Juja and her companions only managed to breach after using Ondo. What kind of magic could possess such formidable offensive power? However, the attacking demons offered no answer. They roared and lined up to leap from the cave entrances. This was a war between demons. Not all high-ranking demons were winged. Those without wings enslaved lower-ranking demons with wings, like giant bats, using them as mounts to charge downwards. A dense barrage of magical arrows rained down from the attacking high-ranking demons. At this moment, the tooth-like rooftops of the central structure of Amenemite flipped up, resembling blooming, albeit unattractive, flowers. Attacking magic swirled from these flowers, colliding fiercely with the descending magical arrows. Demons were constantly struck in midair, while others landed unharmed within the city of Amenemite while still attacking. At a time when they were surrounded by external enemies, the demons had even started a civil war. It was undeniable that the demons were unpredictable. Phoenix, must we do this? Nui's voice rang out from outside the cocoon. Shimu's oversight was a classic case of meticulous planning gone wrong. He only considered that the presence of branches and recording crystals in this location would be too conspicuous, so he positioned the branches close to the ground to the cave entrance and concealed them with soil scraped from the abyss wall, but he left no visible path through the passageway. However, Shinruo was familiar with the name Phoenix and the girl's booming voice. If he wanted, he could use the subtle sounds outside to discern how many other beings were in the passage and what they were doing. However, given the intense fighting at the Amenemite's fortress, altering Shinruo's auditory perception would be a net loss. Therefore, he didn't choose such a self-destructive method to obtain information about the passage. During the battle in the rocky forest, the girl Hee's presence was very low. Shinruo heard her words to the male Hee. Phoenix, because Shinruo's hearing was exceptionally sharp at the time. Junja, who arrived slightly later, didn't hear their earlier conversation. Upon arriving, Junja immediately engaged in battle. Furthermore, neither of them were melee mages, so they maintained a considerable distance. Junja didn't pay much attention to the girl Hehe beside the male Hehe, and therefore didn't hear what she said to the male Hehe, let alone remember her voice or how she addressed him. Therefore, only Shinruo, upon hearing the voice, immediately recognized that it was Hehe who had come from the passage, and he quickly recalled hearing similar words from the female Hehe in the rocky forest. Judging from her questioning yet concerned tone, she didn't approve of Nan Hehe's actions, and had been trying to persuade him to change his mind. However, Nan Hehe showed no intention of changing, yet she remained by his side. Vianlia stole the sacred demon fire. How can we let such a good opportunity slip by? Nan Hehe's voice rang out. I will become the glory of our race, and those Zhezhe and Ishi will all kneel at my feet. How arrogant. Who is this? Yuki was mistaking the speaker for one of the demons attacking the city. He, who summoned that giant hand. Yuki had only made a casual remark, but Shinruo took it as a question, and even correctly identified the speaker. How did you know? Yuki pressed. Everyone's voice is different. Plus, last time in the rocky forest outside the demon abyss, they were looking for me, and the girl next to him called him Phoenix. Shinruo glossed over the question, his words completely devoid of any hint of danger. Junja gave Shinruo a deep look, wondering where Shinruo had been hiding. Looks like you're quite good, managing to escape their search. Yuki sincerely praised him. In Yuki's eyes, Shinruo was definitely an exceptionally talented human, even if he didn't appear powerful. Unlike warriors who revered strength, the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes organization placed great emphasis on members' abilities beyond mere power. Not to mention that they would try to recruit special members, such as the extremely rare Illusion Clan, or female celestial foxes like Tian Shui with near spirit level strength. What they valued wasn't necessarily Tian Shui's combat prowess. In their view, exploring the various uses of charm was far more useful. Yuki certainly didn't have high hopes for a human's combat strength, but Shinruo's analytical abilities, hearing, and exceptional eyesight were all things Yuki greatly admired. Unlike Sane's, he genuinely wanted to invite Shinruo to join the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes organization. Of course, some of Shinruo's characteristics were a bit of a problem in Yuki's eyes. His physique wasn't ordinary among humans, and his black hair and black eyes were particularly striking. While there were ways to temporarily change hair color, any drugs that could temporarily change eye color would likely be harmful to the human body. After Junja arrived, their attention was focused on the battle. I was just lucky. Shinruo's answer pulled Jimu back to reality. In fact, if Junja had arrived any later, Shinruo might have jumped up and preemptively struck. While they're fighting, I go find the sacred demon fire. You don't need to come with me, Phoenix spoke up again. Your strength will only be a hindrance. Just wait here. This is the abyss of demons. If you get injured, the girl's voice trembled slightly. Don't worry, I won't be affected at all, Phoenix said confidently. Not only me, but after I obtain the sacred demon fire, none of our people will be affected by the special environment of the abyss of demons. What place could be more suitable as our new home than this? This statement left both Shimu and Junja, who were passively listening, completely bewildered. Judging from what this man, the He clan intends to abandon their home in the Valley of the Undying and migrate to the abyss of the Demon Abyss. And the holy demon fire that the demons currently attacking Aminamide are searching for, can it protect the Hehe from the corrupting influence of the Demon Abyss environment? What exactly is this thing? Other races haven't been able to enter the Demon Abyss for very long. How did the Hehe obtain so much information and arrive at Aminamide so precisely during the Demon Civil War? Moreover, the Hehe clan currently has no spirit rank members. Phoenix, that name sounds familiar. Yuki recalled the various intelligence he had gathered. The information available from the Eternal Tower was vast, and for a weak clan like the Hehe, the only one Yuki could think of was the Hehe clan's priest shaman. Yuki pondered for a while, finally remembering that the Phoenix wasn't a Hehe clan priest shaman, but was said to be the most likely Hehe to become the next priest shaman. Shinruo listened intently to the sounds outside the cocoon. While relying on heightened hearing to gather information was impractical, using sound to confirm certain events without altering one's perception was still quite effective. Inside the crystal ball, the demons in the air had gradually descended to Aminamide, and the Phoenix had likely infiltrated their ranks as well. The crystal ball couldn't provide a complete and detailed view. Its size and recording capabilities were limited. Outside the cocoon, it seemed that this time, the male Hehe wasn't accompanied by demons, and several Hehes, as he had during the search for Shinruo. To confirm, Shinruo briefly altered his hearing, ultimately confirming only a single breath in the passage. Only the girl Hihi is left outside. Shall we go out? Shinru asked. Yuki answered with a slightly strange smile. Then, Yuki stretched out his arm, which grew rapidly like a tree, piercing through the cocoon's wall. The girl, Hihi, watched the phoenix depart. Suddenly, a wooden hand emerged from the wall of the passage. As the hand opened, roots sprouted rapidly from its wrist, so fast that Hihi couldn't react in time. The roots completely filled the passage, blocking both the exit ahead and the escape route behind. To Shinru and Junja, the wooden arm seemed to grow incredibly long in an instant, and when it retracted, the end of its wrist appeared to be connected to a large sack woven from roots. The sound of Hihi writhing could be heard from inside the sack. Chapter 165. Yuki's attack had created a crack in the previously flawless passage wall, but few would likely notice a fight like fissure now. Furthermore, the most powerful figures were probably all within Amy's netherworld. They didn't need to be on high alert. Therefore, Yuki simply used his roots to patch up the hole he had created as he withdrew his hand, without striving for a perfect appearance. For Yuki, the next priority was to see if this Hihi girl could provide him with any interesting information. He no longer intended to linger in the abyss. The environment there had already made him extremely uncomfortable. So, before leaving, he wanted as much interesting stuff as possible, preferably a good show. Yuki withdrew the roots from his wrist, and the pure, beautiful, yet slightly wild Hihi girl warily watched the three people in the cave. She was familiar with Junja, and she had seen Shinru before, although this Eastern human was now dressed in a mismatched, tattered demonic outfit. As for Yuki, she had already guessed his identity, because before searching for Shinru, she and Phoenix had learned that Shinru had come to a town near the demon abyss with a medical team. Phoenix's weak female companion from the Hihi clan? Yuki said with a smile, but her words were far from pleasant. Combined with his sudden capture of the girl Hihi, it had a villainous feel to it. The girl Hihi pursed her lips, determined not to speak. She was merely a high-ranking Hihi, although she had grown up with Phoenix. Their relationship wasn't that of childhood sweethearts. The future shamans of the Hihi tribe all have a female Hihi of their own age from a young age to take care of their daily lives. Before heading to the 1,000 Desolate Plains for the Millennium Festival, Phoenix assumed the position of festival shaman. However, due to the festival's failure, no one except the Hihi who went to the 1,000 Desolate Plains cared about it. Therefore, in Yuki's memory, the Hihi tribe's festival shaman was still the same one from before. But since the festival could no longer bring forth the remnant will of the gods, did the title of festival shaman still matter? Even if she informed other beings that she was now the current Hihi festival shaman, in Phoenix's view, it would only be self-humiliation. Should I draw a vial of her blood to study it? Seeing the girl Hihi refuse to answer his question, Yuki seemed to be asking, or perhaps talking to himself, after all, I heard you were once together in the Crimson Giant Hand, isn't that worth studying? Hearing this, the girl Hihi gripped her weapon, a dagger like a spike, and plunged it towards her heart. Then, her wrist tightened, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stab herself. You. The girl was probably too unaccustomed to insults, and for a moment, she was at a loss for words. But Shinru could hear the gritted teeth in her voice. The meaning was conveyed. Looking at her flushed face, Shinru asked emotionlessly, "What? The Eastern humans you were supposed to hunt?" The girl was suddenly stunned by Shinru's question. Her hand went limp, and the dagger fell to the floor of the cocoon. However, Shinru didn't intend to end his story. He continued, "The Eastern humans, who were originally meant to be hunted by you, were quite cunning. They used themselves as bait, then notified Jizha, a spirit rank cultivator, early on, so he and his companions could bring their forces to deal with you. Afterwards, they chased you all the way to the demon abyss, learned your whereabouts, and laid an ambush beforehand, waiting for you to be alone so they could capture you, a weak woman? Is that what you're trying to say?" The girl sensed that Shinru wasn't speaking for her. "We didn't want to hunt you." The girl protested, We just needed the Eastern humans as sacrifices." Shinru now understood the scheme. Why would the humans and Jizha unite to attack the demon abyss? Jizha was probably partly influenced by the Jizha candidates, all for the flame quarrel. The humans were because the demons frequently captured them as sacrifices. If they didn't unite and use offense as defense, the demons' actions wouldn't stop. It may not have stopped now, but the attack on the abyss has clearly shaken the demon race. Whether Vian, a high-ranking female demon from Ammonite, gained the opportunity to obtain the sacred demon fire because of this wavering remains unknown. Shinru was actually quite used to being a raw material for potions, a favorite food of the demons, and a preferred sacrifice. However, while he understood what he was in the eyes of other beings, this formidable young woman before him did not. Previously, Shinruo was hunting demonized animals for Yuki, while he himself was the prey of the Hihi. Now, the situation has reversed. The only difference is that Shinruo wasn't hunted, while the girl Hihi was hunted by Jimu. Despite their similar circumstances, the girl Hihi lacks awareness, and seems to even consider them despicable. The girl Hihi sheds tears. She is a Hihi of low status. From the time she could do things, she was brought before Phoenix, and told that her life's purpose was to care for Phoenix. Life in Undying Valley, though not wealthy and with meager produce, has never experienced any hardship or displacement. After the failed festival in Thousand Desolate Plains, the most widespread speculation about the cause of the failure, that Hihi didn't personally obtain the Phoenix's feathers, is just one of the most prevalent theories. Among the various suspicions, there are rumors that the festival shaman was too young and lacked strength, perhaps making a mistake during the festival. After the festival, Phoenix didn't return to Undying Valley, so she could only travel with Phoenix across the continent. Although her attempts to persuade Phoenix to return home were unsuccessful, Phoenix didn't drive her away. So in a sense, she had never truly left her comfort zone. Now, she was in the hands of an enemy, or perhaps not even an enemy. The only thing she could think of was suicide, to avoid causing trouble for the Phoenix, but she only had the courage to do so once. When Shinruo told her, rather bluntly, that this was merely a hunt based on individual skill, she felt utterly humiliated and finally broke down in tears. You better tell us what the sacred demonic fire is, and why you Hihi are helping the demon race. You should know that an agreement has been reached on the continent for a long time prohibiting the hunting of humans. Yuki threatened the girl, Hihi, otherwise, you can choose to become my test subject. Demons also experiment repeatedly to confirm formulas when concocting potions. Can you help the demons hunt humans, or can't you accept the same fate as humans? Hihi seemed to be struggling internally. She wondered if the existence before her knowing these things would be detrimental to Phoenix. What was the sacred demon fire? They could find out by questioning any demon. As for Phoenix, he wasn't working for the demons. So she bit her lower lip, intending to explain what the sacred demon fire was. The sacred demon fire is a ball of fire in the largest fire temple of the demons, the temple of the god of fire element in the Demon King city. That's too vague, Yuki said. You better be more specific, to prove your value is higher than becoming a test subject. Hihi composed herself. The sacred demon fire was a secret of the demons, not hers. The sacred demon fire usually burns on the demon fire pillar. All demons can pray there and place their hands on it, because the sacred demon fire doesn't. Any demon burned by the sacred demonic fire will, upon contact with it, receive a manifestation of the will left behind by the god of fire elements. Shortly after Vianlia went to the temple of the god of fire elements, the sacred demonic fire disappeared, something said to have never happened before. Some demons went to the Demon King's castle to complain about the disappearance of the sacred demonic fire, believing it to be a sign of impending doom for the demon race. However, the Demon King directly concluded that Vianlia had stolen the demonic fire, and ordered his demon generals to take the sacred relic to Amenamite to subdue her. That's all I know. Is that so? Yuki smiled slightly. Alright then, please tell me, what exactly is Hihi doing? We didn't do anything. The girl Hihi was clearly less cooperative on this issue than on the issue of the sacred demon fire. The Phoenix was merely seeking the remnant will of the god who protected us. Seeking the protection of a god's will, for any race, this cannot be considered a wrongdoing or a conspiracy. Yuki was clearly not satisfied with this answer, but Shinruo stopped him when he wanted to go further. Even if she said more, it can't be guaranteed to be the truth. Didn't her Phoenix jump down to find the sacred demon fire? Not my Phoenix. The girl Hihi actually protested. However, no one paid attention to her protests. Yuki, however, seemed quite interested in Shinruo's sudden remark. That's right, he jumped down. And then? I have a theory. If what we previously speculated was that the crimson energy was related to fire, and if I'm not mistaken, the sacred demonic fire should also be a crimson flame. In that case, this energy should originate from the same source as the giant hand that Phoenix Hihi summoned earlier. But crimson light is everywhere here, yet that crimson flame is called sacred. I think there must be a reason, right? Even more audacious. What if that giant hand and that sacred demonic fire are two parts of the same entity? Then this Phoenix Hihi, what he wants is to collect what? Shinruo seemed a little troubled. Anyway, we don't know its complete shape, so let's just name it Giant Hand Monster. The will left behind by the gods isn't the giant hand monster. The girl Hihi retorted angrily. For the various races living in the dust world, Such a title was blasphemous and absolutely intolerable. What evidence do you have to prove that the giant hand monster is the one left behind by the gods? Shinruo smiled. If you don't, then you better stay put. After speaking to the girl Hihi, Shinruo suggested to Yuki, I think her reaction to this conjecture has given us a good direction for deduction. That is, they recognize the giant hand monster as the one left behind by the gods, and want this giant hand monster to become their Hihi's protector. As for the truth, I don't think the current audience is a good place. Why don't we put shackles on her that are equal to her strength, and let her find a way to break free? Now is a good time for us to infiltrate Ammonite, isn't it? Chapter 166. Interesting. Yuki actually agreed with Shinruo's statement. Then let's do it your way. A string of branches grew from Yuki's wrist, binding the girl Hihi's hands and feet. With your strength, this branch would probably take you a while to cut with magic. Enjoy it. After saying this, Yuki didn't forget to draw a vial of blood from the girl Hihi. After packing his things, he smiled and said, let's split up from now on. After all, we're going to see the spectacle of the sacred demon fire. Staying together would make us too conspicuous, especially you. The you Yuki was referring to was Shinruo, but Yuki seemed slightly troubled. But if you don't come with us, you'll be doomed if you're discovered. If we go together, we become very obvious. Once discovered, the demons might not know whether to fight each other first or try to seize you, the Eastern human. After all, it seems he was searching for you with the demons before. The demons must be in dire need of human sacrifices lately, and you're the best of the best. I'm fast, Shinruo said. If I'm discovered, I run away and hide first, then send you a message. What do you think of that idea? Junja took out his communication crystal and handed it to Shinruo. Shinruo took Junja's communication crystal, then took out a set from her own, casually wrote her name on it, and handed it to Jimu. Director, what do you think of my idea? TSK, I should have had you draw blood regularly. Jimu took the crystal from Shinruo. Now I can only wish you caution, and that the demons don't discover you too quickly. After all, Yuki was also eager to know what this powerful force trying to erode his sanity was all about. At this moment, a chaotic battle was raging within the city of Ammonite, with all the demons who had come to subdue them having already landed within its walls. In the midst of the one-on-one combat, no demon had the energy to pay attention to the openings above them. The gliders that had carried them down to the abyss of the demon abyss were still there. Although it was unlikely that the demons would look up, Shinruo, Yuki, and Junja all agreed that it would be better to enter Ammonite at different times. Shinruo would undoubtedly stay until last. If Yuki or Junja attracted attention, he would still have some room to maneuver and time to react. Or, in case of unforeseen circumstances, Shinruo could find a way to escape on his own, something Yuki thought would be difficult. As for Yuki and Junja, Yuki glanced at Junja and decided to go first. Because Junja didn't seem very interested in the affairs of the demon abyss, and based on what the Eternal Tower knew about him, Yuki felt that his purpose in coming to the demon abyss was more likely to improve his strength. Yuki shook his head at Junja's existence. The spirit rank was already the pinnacle of strength on the Dusan continent, yet Junja continued to pursue power improvement beyond the spirit rank, completely disregarding seeking other pleasures. Wouldn't this Junja get bored to death? With this thought in mind, Yuki unfurled his glider and jumped from the cave entrance. Watching Yuki maneuver his glider, approaching Ammonite like a bird in the air, Junja suddenly asked Shinruo, in the future, if there are any cultivation-related matters, can I communicate with you using crystals? Shinruo was taken aback. Junja hadn't spoken much to him these past few days, and he almost forgotten the fundamental attribute of this cultivation fanatic. Aren't you already at the spirit rank? Shinruo asked, isn't the spirit rank the strongest level of strength on the continent? Junja shook his head, looking down at Ammonite. Above the spirit rank, there are indeed differences in strength, but because at this level, the distinction between strong and weak can no longer be simply measured by a specific standard, that's why there's the saying that above the spirit rank, there are no ranks. Of course, there are still differences in strength among spirit rank members, but these differences are very complex. After all, Junja couldn't compete with Jimu in medical skills, and Jimu probably didn't want to compete with Junja in martial arts. Even among strength-based individuals, the difference in strength isn't necessarily determined by victory or defeat. But I'm not at the spirit rank, Shinruo said. If the transformation technology demonstrated by the King of Soldiers, she, is a characteristic of the spirit rank, then Shinruo believes he isn't. That can't be said outright. Junja's stubbornness regarding cultivation was starting to kick in, though he didn't overemphasize it. There are some things I still don't understand. Then I understand even less, Shinruo said. Contact is fine, but not too frequently, if I can be of any help to you. However, my ancestor had a proverb. Don't offer free help. I pay. Junja remembered that Shinrua seemed to be short of money before, but after receiving the 30,000 gold coins, she didn't seem to care about money anymore. Sure enough, Shinrua shook her head. I'm not short of money now, but it'd probably be a long time before we can contact each other through the crystal. The tree has been on the ground for a while now. Aren't you going down? Hearing Shinrua's words, Junja deployed his hang glider. As Junja flew towards Ammonite like a bird, Shinrua stood up and stamped his foot. Before he left, there was one more thing to do. Shinrua approached the girl who was still struggling to cut the branches binding her hands and feet, and drew his dagger. What are you going to do? The girl looked at Shinrua in terror. She had completely forgotten that even with her hands and feet bound, she could still use magic to attack this human, whom they had previously despised for not knowing magic. Shinrua swiftly and precisely severed the bindings on Hi's hands and feet. Before the girl could even react, Shinrua had already sheathed his dagger. Standing at the cave entrance, Shinrua deployed his hang glider, leaped, and flew towards Ammonite. This eastern human just released her like that? The girl moved her wrists in disbelief. By the time she remembered to check the cave entrance, Shinrua had already landed in Ammonite. As Shinrua approached Ammonite, he observed suitable landing spots with relatively few demons. Occasionally, he spotted demons looking up to fight, and without hesitation, he used his crystal crossbow to indiscriminately kill both sides engaged in combat. Retracting his glider, Shinrua chose a relatively central location between the center and the outer perimeter of Ammonite to land. The architecture here presented both advantages and disadvantages for Shinrua. From the air, the buildings of Ammonite resembled a dense array of sharp teeth in the mouth of a giant beast. This impression intensified as he drew closer. All the buildings here have only one door, no windows. Therefore, Shinrua doesn't need to worry about any demon seeing him through the windows and slipping through the net. The buildings that use flower-shaped anti-aircraft magic have now returned to their original state, because the attacking demons have all landed. The downside is that the streets here are completely bare, devoid of any public facilities. Although the fawn-shaped buildings are arranged in a neat, rotating circular structure, their sizes are not uniform. At the city center is a conical building. This building is located in the center of the circular city. On the paths leading to the two edges of this building, symmetrically positioned are two particularly tall, fawn-shaped buildings. Those must be the temples of the god of wind and the god of fire, Shinrua thought. If the Crimson Giant Hand and the Holy Demonic Fire are both related to the fire element, then the answer to this mystery is more likely to be found in the temple of the god of fire. However, no race other than demons has ever been to Ammonite, so Shinrua can only randomly choose one direction to land. If the massive, fawn-like structure nearby wasn't the temple of the god of fire, Shinrua would have to continue his journey to the other side of the city to investigate. Shinrua's shoes were very uncomfortable. While changing into his demonic clothes, Shinrua was concerned about the mist that the Heavenly Fox clan had mentioned rising and swirling beneath their feet after they were discovered. So, despite the ill-fitting shoes, he put on demonic shoes anyway. The shoes hadn't slipped off, because Shinrua had repeatedly wrapped strips of torn demonic clothing from the soles to the insteps, tying them tightly. The shoes significantly hampered Shinrua's stealth. The sound of his footsteps was difficult for Shinrua to conceal. Of course, the demons here were currently focused on fighting amongst themselves. The air was filled with the sounds of magical explosions and clashing weapons, and no one noticed the footsteps Shinrua considered obvious. Hindsight was also greatly affected. Shinrua's usually agile and nimble movements became quite illogical under the shoes, making him appear furtive and sleazy. Since there were no places on the street to hide, Shinrua could only rely on the vibrations caused by the surrounding magic, the direction of the sounds, and the trajectories of the debris thrown up from the ground and walls after the explosions to determine how to approach and encounter as few demons as possible. Even so, encounters with demons were still unavoidable. Since most of the demons were already engaged in battle, Shinrua was able to eliminate those who might notice him by ambushing them along the way. Shinrua felt no guilt about this. After all, he was merely food, potion ingredients, and useful sacrifices in the eyes of the demons, like hunter and prey. Shinrua, when he did act, aimed for a swift and decisive strike. He gripped a crystal dagger in each hand. After piercing the throat of one demon, he simultaneously thrust the other dagger into the neck of another demon he was about to fight. The demon's blood would quickly become part of the blue-purple energy in the air, but not immediately. As Shinrua advanced, his body became increasingly stained with demonic blood. Alternating between combat and stealth, Shinru approached the massive, fanged building closest to his landing site. The battle raged fiercely before the building. Nearby was a small building with its door open. This door was likely opened by one of the demons residing there. No demons were inside. It was unclear whether they had left to continue fighting other demons, or were already dead. Now, the open door provided Shinru with a rare and suitable vantage point for observation. He pressed half of his body against the door, the other half concealed within the building, peering through the crack in the door into the distance. Chapter 167. The massive, fawn-like structure was guarded entirely by high-ranking female demons. This matched the intelligence that Ammonite was a city ruled by female demons. The leading female demon was tall and strong, before whom stood a scepter connected to the ground, its jewel atop which rolled continuously. The female demons surrounding her were all strikingly beautiful, dressed in uniform blue-purple attire. Their hair was also blue-purple, styled into long braids trailing behind their heads. Before them seemed to be an invisible circular arc, its outer edge piled high with the corpses of attacking demons. This arc appeared to be their defensive magical wall. The arc of defense encircled the entire structure. Shinru made this judgment because he observed that any magic attempting to attack the sides of the building was blocked outside the arc. The large number of demons who died in the frontal assault were attempting to break through the defensive wall from the sides and back, and thus decided to deal with the female demons from the front. The female demon in the center was a master of magical attacks. The scepter orb before her rolled, constantly emitting blue-purple light, a spell that indiscriminately killed anyone who approached. The scepter's stillness was clearly for a reason. The ground of the demon abyss also contained blue-purple energy, providing the female demon wielding the scepter with greater endurance. Shinru altered his perception, concentrating his true energy within the meridians around his eyes, observing the changes in the chi of both sides to near his limit. He saw energy particles surging in the air, and currents of energy emanating from these female demons, coalescing into a single flow. In other words, these female demons collectively maintained the building's defensive system. These air currents affected the defensive magic arrays attached to the building, keeping them constantly active. When the leading female demon attacked demons attempting a frontal assault on the building, the air currents affecting the defensive magic arrays weakened. What appeared to be a magical attack by the leading female demon using her staff was actually the result of the female demons working together. The demons responsible for the attack must have known this, which is why some demons directly confronted them, while the others attacked the defensive magic arrays simultaneously with the female demon's staff attacks. Just then, a demon supporting the attack passed by Shinru and noticed her. Shinru wasn't just focused on the battle between the two demon factions. Sensing the passing demon's gaze shift, Shinru raised her crossbow and fired several arrows in quick succession. He didn't expect the demons to freeze in place after seeing his attack. These arrows were fired at tricky angles, taking all of the demon's movement paths into range. Having landed a successful shot, Shinru followed up with another arrow to the demon's head before leaving his temporary observation post. Once is never enough. Shinru couldn't guarantee that other arriving demon reinforcements wouldn't notice the anomaly. However, his hair was now completely wrapped in strips of cloth torn from the demon's clothes, so the demons here couldn't detect the color of his pupils from a certain distance. With no cover on the street, Shinru could only walk along the walls, maintaining his observation of the battle situation as he moved. Based on what he had seen before landing, the demons attacking Amamisha were focusing their attacks on three main areas: the conical building in the center of the demon city, and the two symmetrical, massive, fawn-like structures on either side. If, as Shinru had deduced, the two side structures were temples to the gods of wind and fire, then the central conical building was likely Amamisha's command post, residence, or lord's palace. Judging from the battle unfolding before this building, the attackers, while heavily armed, lacked any coherent strategy. Shinru didn't know if the demons had ever engaged in internal warfare, but based on known information, while they enjoyed stirring up conflicts between different nations, they had never engaged in large-scale battles with other races in their history. If the demons had virtually no internal conflicts, then Shinru could understand their current tactics. Their methods were far too crude. If the demons had even a modicum of military tradition, they wouldn't resort to such piecemeal attacks. Based on his aerial observations of the attacking demons' distribution throughout the city, and the current defensive and offensive situation in front of the temple, Shinru quickly calculated in his mind, at this rate, the attackers would soon suffer heavy losses and be unable to sustain further attacks, leading to their defeat. Under these circumstances, it would be difficult to leverage their strength to breach the defenses and find an opportunity to probe the temple. It seemed he needed to find a way to help the attacking demons. While the massive Fang structure's defenses relied on magic arrays, these arrays required the female demons to work in unison to operate continuously. Since it's a continuously operating magic circle, and Shinrua has already observed the connection between the female demon's aura and the magic circle, this indicates that the essence of the magic circle is still a type of formation. In the ancient Eastern knowledge system, there are formations guided by principles such as Chimanduanjia, Yin-Yang, 5 elements, and 8 trigrams. When translated into martial arts, these formations undergo extremely complex changes. Some exist in history, others in legends and stories, such as the 18 Arhats formation and the 7-star sword formation. These are all names of formations. Although, from an appearance standpoint, martial arts formations and the magic circle here differ greatly in effect and maintenance. The difference is like that between a rural parade and a courtly waltz. However, if you strip away the glamorous facade of magic and disregard the magnitude of the formation's destructive power, they still share some core commonalities. Just as rural and courtly dances differ greatly, both parades and waltzes are still forms of dance. The formation's power relies on seamless coordination among different individuals. These female demons also need to work together to ensure a continuous circulation of chi. They cannot sustain the defensive magic formation's operation with an inexhaustible supply of chi on their own. In terms of individual strength, these female demons are considerably weaker than Junja, whom Shinruachu had just met. Even Junja at that time had unforeseen circumstances that created openings in his defenses, allowing Shinruachu to strike him. Without their complementary cooperation, these female demons would never have been able to hold out this long. Of course, this aligns with Shinruachu's understanding of formations. The purpose of formations is to achieve a synergistic effect where 1 + 1 equals more than 2, that's why they are designed. What he needed to do now was to treat these female demons as a unified whole, and find the fleeting flaws that might appear in this seemingly perfect formation. Time ticked by, and Shinrua, carrying a weapon half his weight, moved about while observing. This burden was relatively easy for Shinrua, but when combined with the need to maneuver and avoid the attacking demons, while maintaining a high level of concentration to observe the defending female demons, it became quite challenging. He even had to enhance his hearing, using sound to pinpoint the location and anticipate and avoid demons that might come to add fuel to the fire. After some time, Shinrua's forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat, and he had finally fully grasped the pattern of the female demon's chi flow. The female demon's chi flow activated magic circles on the ground through the scepters in their hands, and once activated, the magic circles would in turn trigger the defensive magic spread across the massive fawn-like structures. The leading female demon, while the core of both defense and attack, wielded a staff not in her hand, but rather an integral part of the building's design, embedded deep underground within the magic array. This made her performance the most consistent. Furthermore, there was no need to worry about mana. On the other hand, there was a female demon on the right whose aura was slightly weaker than the others, causing the other demon's power to be directed towards her. According to Shinrua's calculations, she would likely need to drink a mana potion soon. The female demons wouldn't be unaware of this, and would certainly fill the gap. However, no matter how much reinforcement is applied, there will always be gaps in the defense array, and these gaps will allow the defensive magic array to be breached for a fleeting moment. The attacking demons won't be able to detect this moment, but Shinrua will. Shinrua silently counted, while simultaneously moving towards a suitable location with fewer demons. Rolling out from behind a building, Shinrua exposed himself to the female demon's line of sight, but at this distance, it was uncertain whether these female demons would even notice him. After all, there were plenty of demons closing in. Even if they did notice him, he would only be a demon some distance away, about to attack. Shinrua raised his weapon to his shoulder. In the dust and sand world, the destructive power and attack range of crystal weapons are directly proportional to their weight. The weapon Shinrua was currently using, in his view, was somewhat similar to a handheld rocket launcher from the ancient era, a time when firearms had entered the age but interstellar travel hadn't yet been developed. Unlike rocket launchers, this weapon can fire continuously, provided you can withstand the recoil and embed a sufficiently large wind element crystal within it. This type of cannon is said to have enormous recoil, and although Shinrua had purchased it, this was his first time using it. Because in the Tower of Eternity, there was really no good place to test this weapon. He had inquired in detail about the weapon's principles and the techniques required. Shinrua wasn't absolutely certain he could succeed on his first try, but he was certain his timing was within 1 second. So what he needed to do was, within that 1 second, continuously fire the crystal weapon's magical attacks at the weak points of the female demons, ensuring that he could break through their defenses in one fell swoop. especially when the weakest female demon's mana bar was low. Shinrua's gloved hand pressed against the magical trigger point linked to the elemental crystal on the weapon. A huge recoil surged from his shoulder. Shinrua concentrated his true energy in his shoulder and continued his magical firing. 1, 2. Just as the fifth beam of magical light reached the female demon's defensive magic circle, the moment Shinrua had been waiting for finally arrived. The magical ray pierced the magic circle and struck one of the female demons. Shinrua immediately sheathed his weapon, used a lightness spell, and quickly left the position where he had just completed the attack. He now had better find a building without any demons inside to hide in and recover. Chapter 168. Although Shinrua only had a fleeting moment to seize, once that strike was completed, the defensive magic array requiring the cooperation of multiple female demons would no longer be impenetrable. The attacking demons, of course, wouldn't miss the opportunity. They were also puzzled as to why an attack with a different radiant color than their own magic had suddenly appeared, but they didn't investigate further. Demonic beings also use crystal weapons, but most demons don't leave the demon abyss, so they don't use them often. The attacking demons assumed that one of their comrades had used a crystal weapon as a means of attack. Because more than the attack method used, they didn't want to miss the victory before them. The defensive barrier of the temple of the god of wind elements, which they had been unable to breach for so long and had suffered so many casualties, was broken. If these female demons were given a chance to regroup and fill this gap, wouldn't all their efforts be in vain? For a moment, the roars of the attacking demons rose and fell. This was their morale-boosting roar, accompanied by a beam of blue-purple light that shot towards the defending female demons. The female demons were not to be outdone. They abandoned their defensive magic arrays, with the lead female demon focusing her full-force attack, while the others used defensive magic to block wave after wave of blue-purple magical rays. However, these female demons were not melee-oriented. The attacking demons surged forward relentlessly, and no matter how dense the female demons' magical attacks were, there were always gaps. Finally, some of the attacking demons skilled in melee combat managed to get close enough to engage the female demons in battle. Shinrua found a building, crawled inside, drank a healing potion and a mana-restoring potion, and felt much better. There seemed to be no demons in the buildings around. After all, these buildings only had one door. If the attacking demons broke in room by room, they would likely just be waiting to die. Aside from the demons fighting outside, the rest had probably already moved somewhere else. After confirming the vacancy of the houses, Shinrua found an inconspicuous corner to meditate, using his true chi to guide the water elemental power of the inactive water flame lotus in his dantian through a circulation. This time, Shinrua didn't fully immerse himself in the true chi circulation. After all, he was in the dangerous demon city of Aminamide. The battle in front of the temple not far away had attracted the full attention of both demons, so humans like Shinrua, who were easily noticed by demons, were able to rest briefly here. It was a thrilling situation, like being in the darkest place. Although Shinrua kept his eyes on the surroundings during the true chi circulation, he still noticed a very familiar feeling afterward. Somewhat like the time in the Help Palace. However, after expelling impurities from his body that time, Shinrua had a layer of gray sweat on his body. This time, he saw a faint, almost imperceptible layer of bluish-purple energy appearing on his skin. It seemed that some bluish-purple energy had still entered his body, Shinrua thought. Since the energy of the water flame lotus was extra energy for Shinrua, when this energy flowed through his meridians, it expelled the bluish-purple energy as impurities. Shinrua considered the location of the building he had entered, mentally comparing its position to the location of the giant fawn-like structure, and then drew the short sword he had brought from the underground palace. He wanted to see if he could cut a hole in the wall, so he could better observe the battle. Crystal weapons might be faster, but for Shinrua, the force and size of the hole were difficult to control with them. The short sword, on the other hand, was more convenient, and Shinrua didn't need to worry about the wall causing any damage. After all, the sacred relics of this world are unreasonable. They've been damaged before, like the fragments of the Heavenly Fox Jade, but it's called Heavenly Fox Jade. Not only does it sound fragile, but it doesn't break easily either. It was only when the strongest warriors of the Heavenly Fox clan used it as a desperate attack, and then the strongest warriors of the He clan combined their strength to counterattack, that it shattered. If that kind of power were used against this building, without defensive magic, the building would probably be blasted to smithereens, right? Thinking this, Shinrua channeled his true energy into the short sword and thrust it at the wall. Unlike what he had imagined a sword piercing a wall, Shinrua felt as if his sword had pierced a block of tofu. Is this wall for real? Shinrua couldn't believe it. He withdrew his true energy, But the feeling of drawing his sword was no different from a regular sword stuck in a wall. Even if true energy was condensed on the sword, becoming an extension of true energy, it shouldn't make the wall feel like tofu, right? Shinrua couldn't help but reach out and touch the wall. This wall, like the building in the demon city that had been captured by the army, was made from crushed scarlet stalagmites, with some kind of adhesive added. This material was incredibly hard. Shinrua pulled his short sword from the wall, switched to a crystal dagger, and channeled his true energy into it, hacking at the wall. Although the dagger chipped off a small piece of the wall, the feel and sound were completely different. So it's still a matter of the sword? It seems the short sword is truly extraordinary. In this world, how could a sacred relic be considered ordinary? It's simply because this world's understanding of strength is too limited to the application of magic. Shinrua sheathed the crystal dagger, gathered his true energy, and used the short sword to cut through the wall. Soon, he had carved a hole in the wall for observation. The battle outside was nearing its end. Without a sustainable defensive magic array, the female demons were stronger than the attacking demons, but the attacking demons outnumbered them. Many were low-level demons used as makeshift defenses, but the female demons wouldn't allow these low-level demons to breach their lines. Finally, the female demons fell one by one. When only the leader remained, a high-level demon, presumably a demon general, signaled a halt to the attack. The demons responsible for attacking the temple were few in number, but he already considered it his for the taking. He smiled and said, "I heard your cultivation methods require high-level demons to provide magical assistance. The Demon King didn't say he had to kill you all. All we need to do is search for the sacred demonic fire and eliminate Vian. Her life is irrelevant. Seriously, beautiful female demons are rare. How about handing over control of the temple and exchanging places with me?" The female demon responded with a series of attacks. Seeing the final fierce battle between the attackers and defenders, Shinrua took out a fire crossbow from her storage necklace and walked out of the building. The attacking demons, believing victory was assured, had committed all their forces, waiting for the last female demon to fall so they could occupy and take over the temple. Unbeknownst to him, death was already approaching from behind. The fire darts from the crossbow struck the demons charging towards the temple in the back, exploding extravagantly. Shinrua then switched the crossbow for his short sword. Passing over the demon corpses, the female demon didn't even see Shinrua's figure before a sword struck her in the side of her neck. Withdrawing the short sword, Shinrua turned and channeled his true energy into the blade, swinging it cleanly. The female demon's scepter, embedded deep in the ground, snapped off, and Shinrua retrieved it. Shinrua altered his hearing, listening intently to confirm there were no other demons nearby. He then gathered the scattered scepters and stored them in his storage necklace. Afterward, he entered the massive, fawn-shaped building. At the very center of the building stood a colossal totem pole, its top shaped like a bird's head, with a pair of bird claws connecting the pole to the ground. Shinrua, recalling the bird in her earring, realized this was likely the temple of the god of wind, not the god of fire. The temple walls were adorned with spiraling murals, their content continuous, stretching from the bottom to the top, requiring one to look up. This was actually the history of the abyss during the creation era. More precisely, the history of the abyss and the god of wind. Initially, the earth cracked open, and a crimson energy fell into the abyss. Then, green energy covered it, causing flowers to bloom and streams to flow wherever it touched. A gigantic bird emerged from the green energy and soared away, leaving its power to cover the abyss. The green and crimson energies intertwined, and within the crimson energy, a ball of orange-red flame condensed, and with the flame, the demon race was born. In the mural, demons held hands, circling and shifting around an orange-red flame. In the next mural, the two colors of energy in the demon abyss disappeared, replaced by a blue-purple light that spread throughout the abyss. A demon, clad in a long robe, stood atop a towering building, holding the orange-red flame. Below the building, many demons were busy constructing a temple. When the temple was completed, the orange-red flame drifted towards one of the pillars. The totem poles of the two temples were not yet carved with decorations symbolizing the gods. The flame that entered the uncarved totem pole clung to it, burning fiercely and perpetually. On the other pillar, the demons carved patterns associated with birds. This orange-red flame was likely the sacred demonic fire. Shinrua examined the items inside the building. There were some potion recipes, and some tools needed for the temple. After picking out what interested her, Shinrua had just stepped out of the building when she saw a demon whipping another lower-ranking, flying demon approaching. Upon seeing Shinrua, the opponent attacked without a word, purple magic shooting down from the sky. Just as Shinruo rolled to dodge, he heard the opponent speak through the communication crystal. Gord failed to conquer the temple that controls the wind element. There's one here. The demon spoke uncertainly, but he quickly stopped himself. Because Shinruo wasn't just good at dodging. There's an ancient Eastern proverb Shinruo knew well. To shoot a man, first shoot his horse. This demon wasn't riding a horse, but anything on a mount was a target. Lower-level demons are called lower-level because, although they retain some physical characteristics from their animal origins, they can fly, hang, or do things ordinary people can't. Their strength is roughly equivalent to low-level cultivators. The arrows Shinruo fired, imbued with his true energy and fired from his crystal weapon, were far more difficult for a low-level demon to dodge than Shinruo could dodge a high-level demon's magical attack. With a strange cry, the low-level demon plummeted from the sky, but a high-level demon wouldn't be so easily killed by a fall. As soon as the low-level demon was hit, he controlled his body's strength, even stepping onto the side of a building, preparing to use the momentum to jump down and close in on Shinruo. But he was too optimistic. Shinruo wouldn't give him such an opportunity. When Shinruo altered his perception, even Junjie would only experience a blur before his eyes. How could this high-level demon's strength compare to Junjie's? Shinruo had already taken several steps, creating rubble on the wall for leverage. The demon hadn't even seen his face clearly, only feeling a gust of wind pass by. Then, when he tried to turn around, he found his head was out of control. As blood splattered, he felt no pain, no consciousness. Such a swift sword strike. Shinruo landed with a light footwork technique without even a drop of blood on his sword, then circled away. He had already figured out why a demon would fly here at this time. Presumably, after the defensive magic array was broken, the demon commanding the battle at this temple had already boasted about their impending victory via the communication crystal. They hadn't considered any other possible variables. And the commander-in-chief attacking Amenemite hadn't received news of his victory, so they sent another demon to investigate. If that was the case, then either the enemy would completely abandon this place, or a large number of demons would come to investigate. Shinruo didn't want to gamble on the former possibility, and his purpose wasn't to find a safe place to hide his whereabouts in Amenemite. His suggestion that the team members enter Amenemite one by one wasn't to stop Yuki's pointless intimidation of the girl. Letting the girl go was just a side effect. Shinruo's true intention was to see exactly what the sacred demonic fire was. And that considering Hee's goal was to obtain the sacred demonic fire, Shinruo had no intention of letting Hee succeed if given the chance. Putting everything else aside, the fact that Hee had conspired with the demons to hunt him made Shinruo feel he shouldn't have any goodwill towards him. He wasn't interested in targeting Shinruo specifically, but since he had his eye on something Shinruo was interested in, Shinruo was happy to let him taste failure. Chapter 169. After the battle, Shinruo's shoes were increasingly worn out. He walked for a while, found a demon's corpse, threw away his tattered shoes, tore off pieces of the demon's clothing to wrap around his feet, and smeared some demon blood on the soles of his feet. Having done all this, Shinruo set off again, heading towards another enormous fanged structure. The previous enormous fanged structure had been confirmed to be a temple, specifically the temple of the god of wind elements. Therefore, the temple of the god of fire elements must be another one. Judging from the distance of the commotion in the city, the attacking demons were likely focusing their assault on the enormous conical building in the city center. If the holy demon fire wasn't at the temple of the god of fire elements, and if that building was in similar condition to the temple of the god of wind elements, then the important female demons in the city should have been concentrated near the conical building by Vianlia. Neither Vian's methods nor the structure of the demon city of Amenemite could meet Shinruo's expectations for war. Perhaps this was because the city's founders never envisioned this outcome. There were few living demons along the way, but numerous corpses lay on the ground. Judging from the gender and clothing of the corpses, the attacking demons held a significant advantage, without the aid of defensive magic arrays. Although it seemed safe as long as he avoided the city center, and instead took a detour to the temple of the fire elemental god, Shinruo remained cautious. It took him over a day to reach the temple of the fire elemental god on foot. When he reached the vicinity of the temple of the god of fire, the battle there had already ended. Shinruo found a building, entered, and cut a small hole in the wall to observe the temple of the god of fire through the hole. Unlike the temple of the god of wind, which required Shinruo's help to make a breakthrough, the battle in front of this temple ended in victory for the attackers. He knew this because, through the hole, Shinruo could see that the guardians were no longer female demons. The battlefield had been cleaned up, and several high-ranking male demons were standing guard in front of the temple. Just then, Shinruo's communication crystal lit up. Taking out the communication crystal, Shinruo heard Yuki's voice coming from the other end. "Shinruo, You haven't been caught by the demons yet, have you? Yeah, not yet. Yuki asked lazily. The show at the Central Demon Palace is about to begin. How much longer until you get there? Shinruo glanced at the guards in front of the temple. I'm near the temple of the god of fire. Yuki was puzzled. What are you doing there? There are fewer demons there, otherwise why haven't I been discovered yet? Shinruo's words made perfect sense, and Yuki's intended response was cut short. If you have nothing else to do, find a chance to sneak over. Yuki concluded, the sacred demonic fire has been confirmed to be in the Central Demon Palace. Don't waste time elsewhere. Shinruo replied with an okay and ended the communication, but he didn't plan to leave immediately. Since he was already here, how could he leave without visiting the temple of the god of fire, Eminamighty? Shinruo felt he could try again. The number of demons guarding the temple of the fire elemental god was too many. Luring them away one by one would be far too time-consuming and exhausting. Shinruo thought for a moment, and took out Junja's communication crystal. Unlike Shinruo, Junja didn't bother to conceal his presence after landing. Regardless of the type of demon he encountered, Junja treated them all as equals among evil creatures. Then he quickly discovered a problem. His communication crystals were being consumed rapidly. If he were to use his own magic, he had to consider the unknown effects of the blue-purple light here. Although demons often seem no different from other intelligent races, the idea of someone like Junja becoming a demon? Junja was deeply resistant to such a thing. Junja wasn't entirely uninterested in the matter of the sacred demonic fire. He was somewhat concerned about why he could summon a giant hand of spirit rank, or even beyond. However, while he was concerned, he wasn't obsessed. Yuki and Shinruo were also in the city. Junja believed that even if he didn't find He and figure out what he was doing, Yuki and Shinruo would likely be able to figure out what was happening here. Therefore, for Junja, cultivation was more important. Having figured this out, Junja decided not to use the magic of his crystal weapon, but instead to rely on martial arts to deal with the demons along the way. As for where he needed to get to, it was probably that cone-shaped building in the city center. Relying on martial arts to dodge, attack, and advance significantly slowed Junja down. Moreover, although he was highly skilled in martial arts, he was essentially still a mage. He simply refused to admit defeat. If Shinruo, a human, could do it, there was no reason he couldn't. When the communication crystal lit up, Junja was leaning against the wall of a fawn-shaped building, recovering his strength. Junja, Shinruo's voice sounded through the communication crystal. There's something very exciting I'd like your help with. Interested? What is it? Junja asked. From where we jumped, looking down at Eminamighty from the air, can you see the large fawn-shaped building on the left side? Hearing Shinruo's question, Junja circled the edge of the building, mentally simulating his landing position and current trajectory, before finally answering, I can see its spire. Estimate how long it would take you to get here? Shinruo asked. Junja was different from Shinruo. He wouldn't choose to circle around like Shinruo, and his current distance was also closer than Shinruo's from the temple of the wind elemental god to the temple of the fire elemental god. So he roughly estimated and told Shinruo his conclusion, about half a day. Shinruo originally wanted Junja to describe his location, but quickly realized that due to the high degree of repetition in the visual appearance of the buildings in Eminamighty, this would be difficult. The only reliable coordinates were the Central Demon Palace, and the temples on either side. So Shinruo thought for a moment, and said to Junja, could you first walk to the point where the central conical building is aligned with the building I just described, and then walk towards that building? This wasn't difficult, and Junja answered Shinruo without much thought, of course. Prepare magic capable of dealing with a large number of demons at once, Shinruo instructed, then ended the call with Junja. Junja rested for a while before setting off. He had been using martial arts techniques continuously, and the intensity and duration of this were a breakthrough for him, so he was already feeling muscle soreness and fatigue. The number of demons on the road had gradually decreased in the 2 days, and one night, since Junja landed, seemingly converging on the central cone-shaped building. At this time, Shinruo didn't think of going to the central cone-shaped building, but instead asked him to help at another building nearby. What was the reason for this? Could it be that there were some important martial arts training documents in that building? Thinking this, Junja began his journey in the manner agreed upon with Shinruo. In the Central Demon Palace, Bianlia awaited the imminent arrival of the remaining will of the god, who governs fire elements. She had lost her daughter, Vimo, which filled her with anger, but not too much grief. Among demons, kinship is weak, and infighting is commonplace. However, female demons differ from male demons in some ways. Because their methods of increasing power differ, the origins of how female demons initially formed settlements are no longer recorded. As time passed, women with the potential to become powerful demons would gather together. This is a tradition among female demons. Vianlia is a female demon with the potential to become the next city lord, which is why she is highly valued by Viagra. Only with the continued strength of Ammonite could the female demons maintain their dominance and rival the male demons. This was because the demon king, supposedly chosen by the gods, was unable to leave the demon king city, resulting in the demons effectively establishing their own independent power bases. The demon king exerted a suppressive influence over ordinary demons. If a demon left the demon abyss without the demon king's permission, their energy would be completely drained upon departure, causing them to fall into the abyss. Although the demon king couldn't directly govern the demons within the demon abyss, one of the earliest ways for demons to enhance their power was by consuming potions. The potion recipes were initially passed down by successive demon kings. Skeptical demons concocted the potions, and after consuming them, their bodies underwent a transformation. Thus, the demon king's power and status were affirmed by the demons. Sometimes, the demon king would use the potion recipes as bait to lure certain demons away from the demon abyss to gather items and information from outside. No demon knew the demon king's motives, but demons were inherently drawn to war and slaughter. This very love made them fiercely competitive and willing to stop at nothing to become stronger. Later, the demon king provided a formula for a potion to enhance strength and lifespan, requiring humans as raw materials. The best potion, in particular, required a very special type of human from the eastern part of the continent. Therefore, demons began hunting humans in large numbers, especially those from the east. This situation only improved after other races on the continent demanded that the demons sign a pact with humans. However, this improvement came at the cost of the demon king's control over the demons. Because the demon's greatest motivation for leaving the demon abyss was hunting humans. Of course, some demons, after living outside for a long time, wanted to do other things, like Geralt, whom Shinrua met, who chose to become a mission demon. Once female demons reach a certain level of power, they can no longer use their usual methods to further enhance their strength. Therefore, they need to unite to prevent male demons from using them as spoils of war. Additionally, they can enslave some high-ranking male demons to work for them. If they're in a good mood, they can also allow some powerful high-ranking male demons to become their intimate companions, while also having them lead guards to patrol their territory. The male demons who previously hunted down the celestial foxes were Vianlia's guards. These demons could become Vianlia and Vianlia's intimate companions. Vianlia's death was a great loss to them, so they were exceptionally dedicated to hunting down the celestial foxes. Chapter 170. When Junja saw Shinrua, he noticed a large group of demons following far behind. Was this the exciting thing Shinrua had mentioned? No wonder he was preparing to deal with multiple demons at once. Junja quickly drank a mana potion beforehand. He didn't dare to be careless with this number of demons. Using the magic on his crystal weapon to deal with them was far less effective than his own magic. What was Shinrua thinking? Wasn't he afraid of the blue-purple energy invading his body? Or was it because he was human that he had never considered this? Many thoughts flashed through Junja's mind as Shinrua approached, but he immediately dismissed the idea that Shinrua hadn't considered this. Because Shinrua, as a human, could understand how the Zhizha race obtained light elemental power through thought, there was no reason why he, being human, wouldn't have thought of energy conversion. Don't stand there. Shinrua had already arrived not far from Junja and called out to him, then took out a fire crossbow. He always carried 2 of each weapon. Before coming to the abyss, Shinrua had assessed its danger level very highly, so he brought 6 times more fire crossbows and fire darts than before. Shinrua's eastern human bloodline comes from an ancient kingdom in the east of his home planet Earth, said to be the only continental civilization that has continued for thousands of years. This civilization once suffered from a period of firepower insufficiency phobia, and Shinrua's genes likely retain this memory deeply. Therefore, after using it once, he developed a strong preference for the fire crossbow, an extremely expensive crystal weapon. In the brief moment Junja was distracted, Shinrua spun around and unleashed a barrage of fire darts, all the fire darts a single crossbow could knock, at the demons. However, the destructive power of these darts paled in comparison to the sweeping area of effect magic Junja favored before becoming a spirit rank cultivator. The sheer density was negligible. For sheer firepower, Junja was the king. Shinrua sighed inwardly. As he did so, Junja's light blades, like an impenetrable net, crisscrossed and sliced through the demons, who couldn't stop in time. After all, how could they have imagined that a human who had started running at the mere sight of them, appearing panicked and desperate, making it seem like they could easily block him, had actually found such a powerful ally, ready to turn the tables on them. It's Junja. A demon who had left the demon abyss recognized Junja, but before he could finish speaking, he was already killed by the light blades. As a few demons managed to escape, Shinruo switched to a different type of repeating crossbow and fired in different directions. These demons were then pierced through the heart by the bolts and pinned to the ground. Demonic demons are different from humans. Their vital points aren't necessarily in any specific location. Junja, expressionless, took out his crystal weapon and repeatedly finished them off. After confirming that all the demons attracted by Shinruo were having their blue-purple energy drained by the air, Junja put away his crystal weapon. Shinruo tossed him a handful of crystals. Junja accepted the supply, somewhat puzzled. I worked so hard to earn those tens of thousands of yuan before. How come now it seems like I'm spending crystals like they're free? Crystals are actually much cheaper per unit than storage space gems, but Junja configured his own storage accessories: a necklace, bracelets on both hands, a ring, and a belt. This configuration, along with the food and water he carried, would allow him to stay in the Hell Grand Palace for a long time. However, he hadn't anticipated that in the abyss of the demon abyss, what he needed most was actually crystals. These should be most of the guardian demons in the temple of the god of fire elements, Shinruo said to Junja. If we go over now and deal with the remaining demons, we can see what the fire elemental temple of Ammonite is like. Shinruo had made such a grand show of force just to see the temple of the god of fire elements. Junja was surprised, but quickly came to terms with it. Shinruo's strength at such a young age was undoubtedly due to his extraordinary abilities, including his thoughts and actions, which differed from ordinary humans. Junja had already found an explanation for Shinruo's actions, and didn't question his thoughts. Instead, he followed Shinruo towards the temple of the god of fire elements. Having dealt with the vast majority of the demons, the remaining few were not a threat. Shinruo somewhat overestimated the military intelligence of these demons, even though he had witnessed their crude tactics at the temple of the wind elemental god. Since the attacking demons here had gained control of the temple, Shinruo assumed they would be slightly better than the demons who attacked the temple of the wind elemental god. He briefly showed himself, accidentally being spotted by a demon patrolling the area around the temple. He then used the terrain to circle around the demons, but during this process, he deliberately seemed to accidentally bump into the line of sight of another demon. This made the demons think he appeared extremely panicked and reckless, and that if they pursued and intercepted him, they would surely capture this human. Especially after one of the demons saw his distinctive black eyes, he exclaimed with delight, "It's an Eastern human." These 4 words were incredibly alluring to the demons. The battle here had already ended. They had discovered that most of the high-ranking female demons of Ammonite had gathered at Vianlia's central demon palace. The reason they were still patrolling was because something had reportedly happened at the temple of the god of wind. The demon general, who led the attack on Ammonite, told his subordinate in charge of attacking the temple of the god of fire that the temple of the god of wind had been completely destroyed, but the female demons had also been wiped out. The first demon sent to scout the situation also lost his life, so the demon general cautiously dispatched another small team. Unexpectedly, this team successfully took over the temple of the god of wind. Therefore, something must have intervened in the battle at the temple of the god of wind elements and then left. However, after a tense patrol, nothing happened. While demons are warlike, most of them previously engaged in constant, internal squabbles. Organized warfare was rare in demon history. Of course, this history is unknown to races outside the demon abyss. Once a demon builds a city, its inhabitants only need to vie for the throne of the city lord. As for organizing an army to attack the city, that's completely incomprehensible to them. Demons are essentially a race driven by self-interest. Their armies require management and discipline, and their tradition of infighting, internal strife, and mutual distrust makes effective governance extremely difficult. Don't be fooled by the massive city gates that Yuki's medical team passed through. Their construction relied on the overwhelming power of higher-ranking demons to drive out lower-ranking demons. The same applies to the orderly construction of Ammonite's defense system and city building. It was a massive city built by female demons over generations, through the recruitment of retainers and the leadership of lower-ranking demons. Because demon cities are so difficult to build, their lords are often the most powerful figures within the demon race. And Ammonite is the only demon city built by a female demon community, therefore, its lord is the strongest female demon and the de facto ruler of the female demon race. Against this historical backdrop, the fact that the demons could form an army and wage war against Ammonite at the demon king's behest is baffling to many demon city lords. Given this tradition, It's not surprising that the demons responsible for patrolling and managing the temple of the fire elemental god, upon discovering the eastern demons, completely forgot about discipline. Shinrua was also surprised. He had thought he would have to put on an act, perhaps having the bandage on his head torn by the demon's magic, revealing his signature short black hair, and then staggering along as if he were about to be captured at any moment, to pique the demon's interest enough. Unexpectedly, these demons pursued him with frenzied abandon, seemingly unconcerned about using magic against him, because of the fact that other races' wounds couldn't heal properly after being injured in the demon abyss. In their view, the raw material for superior potions, an Eastern human they hadn't seen in centuries, would be inferior if contaminated by the energy of the demon abyss. They needed to capture this human alive, clean him thoroughly, and throw him directly into the bubbling potion-making jar to do justice to such precious ingredients. Alternatively, they might devoutly take him to the temple as a sacrifice, letting the sacred demonic fire completely engulf this Eastern human, surely securing a divine reward. Although the sacred demonic fire currently seemed to be stolen and controlled by Vian, these demons believed they would reclaim it. Shinrua controlled the distance and senses perfectly, giving the demons the illusion that if they continued the pursuit, the human stamina would be completely exhausted. Unbeknownst to many, numerous demons within the temple of the fire god were lured into this hunt. The remaining demons, a minority still carrying out the tasks assigned by their superiors, included the high-ranking demons responsible for attacking the temple of the fire god. As a result, the pursuing demons failed to return. Just as one demon was wondering if his foolish subordinates were taking too long, or if they were too engrossed in the cat-and-mouse game, he suddenly heard the sound of magic piercing the air. Enemy attack. These two words flashed through his mind, as the demon general saw what appeared to be a shadow emerging from behind a nearby building, then swaying in a curve. Following this, he and the demons beside him felt a chill creep down their throats. Shinrua approached the demons patrolling the temple of the fire god at a speed not exceeding his own limits, using the short sword he rarely showed to others. Besides being incredibly easy to handle, this sword sliced through the walls of the demon city like tofu, prompting Shinrua to test its lethality against demons. He wasn't sure where the demon's vital points were, but he used an ancient martial art called meteor thrust, rapidly and repeatedly stabbing at his opponent's throats, a true killing technique. The short sword did not disappoint Shinrua. 2 strikes were enough to kill 2 demons, and the other demons, barely able to react, couldn't even pinpoint his location with their magic. Shinrua didn't let Junja make a move. He really did consider the consumption and exchange of elemental energy, Junja thought. Even seeing it again, with his spirit rank strength, Junja still felt that Shinrua's martial arts were enough to impress him. Chapter 171. After clearing out the remaining demons, Shinrua and Junja entered the temple of the god of fire. The interior of this temple corresponded to that of the temple of the god of wind. After storing the texts and other valuable items in his storage gem, Shinrua began studying the totem poles and murals within the temple. At this moment, his communication crystal lit up again. This time it was a message from Yuki again. Shinrua opened the call and heard Yuki's voice, which sounded slightly excited. "Are you still in charge of the temple of the god of fire? Haha, how did you have such foresight?" Vian and her female demons broke through the encirclement, and now their cavalry is heading towards the temple. "How is it over there?" Shinrua thought for a moment, trying to explain the situation. "Junja and I are together. There are no demons here anymore." Yuki understood immediately upon hearing Junja's name. Given Junja's signature attack style, if there weren't many demons left in the temple of the god of fire, it would have been easy to wipe them out. Shinrua put down the crystal and said to Junja, "I don't really want the curator to develop any unnecessary interest in me." Shinrua hesitated before speaking, because he had misled Ji-Mu during the call, and hoped Junja would continue to keep his actions a secret. However, he truly had no reward that would interest Junja. Shinrua had unintentionally mentioned Junja's cultivation issues earlier, which had been helpful to Junja, but Shinrua's own interest lay elsewhere. He couldn't endlessly discuss topics that Junja cared about. He also didn't want to spar with Junja. "It's alright, I took care of them all." Junja actually knew what Shinrua was thinking, and didn't even mention his own demands, which surprised Shinrua. Seeing Shinrua's confused expression, Junja looked away. "I don't necessarily need cultivation to make friends." He probably couldn't think of a better word, and left the sentence unfinished, not intending to continue. If it were an ordinary citizen of Qingze, hearing Junja say something like that, they wouldn't object to his incomplete sentence. They would probably first wonder if they had misheard. Shinrua wasn't a citizen of Qingze, but Junja was a contradictory figure, both difficult and easy to understand. His current statement seemed relatively easy to understand to Shinruo. Junja was difficult to understand when he remained silent, yet did things that were incomprehensible. Thank you. Shinruo sincerely expressed her gratitude, then began recording the murals of the temple. After all, if the news about Jimu was true, their time was running out. After taking notes, Shinruo led Junja around to the back of the building's main entrance. Then, Shinruo took out a short sword and made a small hole in the wall where there were no murals. Junja was even more shocked by this. Is this something a human can do? Shinruo made another small hole with a sword. It's something a sword can do. This is the only thing I obtained in the Helter Underground Palace. I won't mention anything to the other Zhuzhes. When there's time. Junja wanted to say that he would tell him about what happened in the Helter Underground Palace when there was time, but Shinruo interrupted him. No time, listen. Sure enough, the vibrations were already coming from the ground. Shinruo took out the communication crystal and told Shimu their location. A short while later, Shimu's roots appeared above the ground, and then, as if teleporting, Shimu quickly appeared beside Shinruo and Junja. Aren't you going to find a good viewing spot inside? Shimu's canopy didn't look as neat anymore. She wondered what he had been through. Shinruo pointed to 3 small holes in the wall. Shimu naturally assumed Junja had made them, and looked inside, his view directly facing the totem poles inside the building. Vianlia, surrounded by her female demon knights, arrived at the main gate of the temple of the god of fire. The female demon knights rode purplish-black animals. They resembled large, tailless rats. Unlike the rodents Shinruo knew, they had very long fur. During their breakout, the animals' fur stood on end while running, effectively mitigating some magical damage, although the fur could also be sheared off by magic. At this moment, Vian leaped off her purplish-black mount, its fur now tattered, and the female demons before her, weapons in hand, charged into the temple of the god of fire, a place they had lost contact with earlier. The female demons behind Vian immediately surrounded her, forming a magical wall with their bodies and magical shields before the gate. Compared to the so-called army of male demons, Vian's female demon soldiers were remarkably well trained. As for why the attacking side held the advantage in the battle, this was likely due to the severe imbalance in the number of high-ranking demons on both sides. The top of the colossal fawn-shaped temple opened. Vianlia prayed within the temple of the fire elemental god, her entire body engulfed in orange-red flames. The totem pole of the fire elemental god's temple was a massive, unadorned pillar. Shinruo, having seen the temple murals, already understood the reason for this peculiar custom. Junja felt a sense of déjà vu at the scene before him. Although the flames weren't scarlet, the sight of Vianlia enveloped in orange-red energy reminded him of the scene where Hihi summoned the giant hand and stood alongside the girl Hihi at the center of scarlet energy. The blue-purple light in the air gradually changed color. The top of the colossal fong had now opened into a flower shape, but the blue light inside the temple continued to converge towards Vianlia. Meanwhile, scarlet energy shot upwards from within the structure, filling in the opening and colliding with other energies in the air. Because the demon city was located within the abyss, the gathering and transformation of energy occurred much faster than the flow through the openings in the high stone walls. Soon, all the blue energy of the demon city converged into the temple, a change that shocked the pursuing demons. While all beings were astonished by this transformation, a gigantic hand burst forth from the ground near the massive structure, continuously absorbing the crimson energy, growing thicker and longer, before reaching towards the top of the spire. The orange-red flames had now transferred from Vian to the uncarved totem pole, and a face was faintly visible in the firelight. Then, a low, hoarse voice echoed throughout the demon city. The son of the god who protects the demons, he will be born from Ammonite. The son of the god who protects the demons, he will be born from Ammonite. This cycle repeated itself, actually bringing with it the sacred feeling of a divine miracle, suppressing the attacking demons and halting their battle. Could a god truly father a child with a female demon? Yuki shook his head. That's impossible, this voice is just bewitching. And it wasn't just Yuki who disagreed with this voice. Another one who disagreed, Hihi, was a man of action. The crimson energy on his body solidified, and this time, it actually condensed into wings behind him. Hihi flew towards the top of the massive structure. The energy was drawn so quickly that blue and crimson mists began to emanate from the demons below, a truly magical sight. But this miraculous scene was bad news for the demons. They felt their power draining from their bodies, even their lives slipping away with the mist. They want to sacrifice us. One of the demons shouted. Are you still going to serve Vianelia? The female demons also felt this terrifying loss of life force. They exchanged bewildered glances, but the totem poles behind them were burning, a sign that the will of a great god was about to descend. Would they turn against them at this moment? The female demon's will to resist did begin to waver, but what could either the male demons or Vianelia's female demon knights do before the will of a god? A mayfly cannot shake a great tree. For some reason, this thought arose in the minds of the demons present. Orange-red flames roared on the totem pole, continuously drawing fire into Vian's stomach. Finally, Vian let out a scream as her body was cleaved in two by a flaming axe. Her body then completely withered, without shedding a single drop of blood during the cleavage. All blood was absorbed by the flames. The orange-red flames, Vian's blood, and her reproductive abilities coalesced into a winged, bird-headed, humanoid being. It landed and took shape, its size enormous, 3 times the height of an ordinary demon. Flames continued to emanate from its body, only to be quickly absorbed back in, as if constantly solidifying its flesh. The surrounding blue mist continued to surge towards this body from all directions. Meanwhile, the crimson mist above its head continuously gathered and concentrated within its body, enveloping it entirely in crimson energy. He wielded his sword, poised to plummet from midair towards the top of the sprawling, fanged structure, aiming to strike the colossal bird-headed being below. The colossal bird-headed being, already in bird form, could easily fly. With a whoosh, enormous wings sprouted from its back. It stomped the ground and soared upwards, engaging Hihi in midair with its orange-red flaming axe. What was happening? The demons weren't the only ones perplexed. In fact, they were now powerless to stop it, and even had to consider their own survival. Blue-purple energy had always been the source of magic for the demons, much like the elemental energies in the air were essential for races that could wield different elemental forces. However, the orange-red flames now appearing, those claiming to be the offspring of a god born through Vianelia, are drawing upon a portion of the blue-purple energy, while Hihi is drawing upon another portion. Unlike Shenrua, Junjia, and Ji-mu, who have been providing medical care and building safe houses along the way, these demons have always perceived the blue-purple light of the abyss as a unified whole. Why is it that the blue-purple light of the abyss has now split into 2 energies, absorbed by different individuals, and engaged in a seemingly endless battle? However, it seems that the warring parties no longer need to draw energy from these demons. Night has fallen. The abyss originally had a blue-purple light source at night, but now the blue-purple light of Ammonite has been almost completely drained by these 2 beings, plunging the entire Ammonite into near darkness. The light sources in the darkness come from the 2 warring parties in the sky, and from the ring of openings in the surrounding stone walls leading to different paths. However, the light in those paths was very faint, like scattered starlight, completely incomparable to the radiance emanating from the 2 figures locked in fierce combat. If the demons' attempt to counterattack these 2 was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree, then the light from these cave entrances was like stars compared to the sun and moon. How could it possibly compete in brilliance? Yuki, in shock, took out his recording crystal to record the battle unfolding before him. The crystal quickly developed fine cracks, and Yuki, seeing this, could only return it to his storage ring. The energy contained in this battle was simply unparalleled. Chapter 172. The change in his perception made Shenrua realize that this battle was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. The aura surrounding Hihi and the holy demonic flame was constantly changing, flowing in and out. The air currents entered and exited each other's bodies, intertwining with one another. If one ignored the ominous feeling lurking within this aura, this interaction of energy could even be described as pleasing to the eye. There was a faint sense of yin and yang complementing each other, reminding Shenrua of an interactive black and white pattern in ancient Eastern metaphysics. However, based on his position, he shouldn't be standing here to watch this performance. So Shenrua took out 6 large elemental crystals from his storage space gem, one of each elemental force. Huh, what are you doing? Both Ji-mu and Junjia noticed Shenrua's actions, but Ji-mu was more articulate than Junjia, so while Junjia was still wondering what Shenrua was thinking, Ji-mu had already asked directly. I have an idea, something I think I could try. Shenrua took off his gloves as he spoke, handing a crystal the size of his palm to Ji-mu. Could you use a branch to place them where I can easily reach them with my right hand? This request was a piece of cake for Ji-mu. He didn't have any of the airs of a spirit-rank cultivator or a healer at this moment. This seemed to be one of his and Sainz's shared strengths. Shenrua took out a larger slingshot from his storage necklace. He had it custom-made by a craftsman at the Tower of Eternity. Even a normal human would find it difficult to pull the slingshot. Shenrua gathered his true energy, picked up a crystal, and, using the same method he had used to shoot light crystals at the Hersis when leaving the Valley of the Undying, pulled the slingshot's elastic band towards the 2 sides fighting in the air. 6 crystals were launched into the air by Shenrua at an incredibly fast speed, almost imperceptible to ordinary people. This speed was so fast it seemed there was no gap. The 6 crystals exploded at the very center of the battle between the two combatants with extremely small time intervals. After repeated tempering, and with the particles in the air of the dust sand continent transformed into true energy, the quality of Shenruo's true energy had been further enhanced without his realizing it. In this 6-shot burst, through the control of his true energy over his awareness, Shenruo had reached a new height he had never achieved before. The elemental fluctuations emitted by the exploding crystals enveloped both sides in the battle. The energy of these 6 crystals was insignificant compared to the He and the sacred demonic fire, which had absorbed all the blue-purple energy from the enormous cavern in the abyss where Amidamite was located. The problem was that the interaction of their energy flows was originally in a state of balance. They seemed to be fighting, yet also dancing in coordination. Now, the air currents that Shenruo perceived as a battle yet also like a tango duel were completely disrupted by the brief but intense particle flow interference created by the sudden shattering of the 6 crystals and their subsequent dispersal into the air. Shenruo simply wanted to test it out, because the physical body formed from the He and the sacred demonic fire was less a life-or-death struggle and more like a bizarre dual cultivation under the watchful eyes of many, conducted in a combat style. Yes, dual cultivation. Shenruo admitted that this term might not be entirely accurate, but he couldn't find a better word to describe what he saw after altering his perception. Therefore, for some reason, Shenruo recalled the bizarre phenomenon of chi deviation that could occur when the internal energy cultivation of ancient martial arts reached a critical point and the circulation of true chi went awry. Of course, for Shenruo, chi deviation was merely a theoretical state, as he had never had the opportunity to witness or experience it firsthand. If He and the divine demonic fire were truly engaged in something akin to dual cultivation, then they were essentially still cultivating. Shenruo had heard a theory that anything can be considered cultivation: martial arts training, cooking, brewing tea, drinking water, even breathing, all are forms of cultivation. Being interrupted at a crucial moment in cultivation, or having the flow of chi disrupted by external force, doesn't necessarily cause serious consequences. However, it depends on the level of cultivation and the content. Ordinary people practicing moves and routines, not completing a full set of punches, won't cause any problems. But the more powerful the technique, the smoother, more perfect, and more aesthetically pleasing the cultivation, the greater the impact on the cultivator when interrupted. That's the theory. Only powerful beings, or those who are not powerful enough, forcibly cultivate power they cannot control, are worthy of chi deviation. Shenruo studied the symptoms of chi deviation, and felt it resembled an ancient ailment. This ailment sounded rather unseemly, and seemed unrelated to ancient martial arts, yet Shenruo felt a strange connection between them. This ailment was a stroke. Compared to the profound and unfathomable world of martial arts, a stroke seemed incredibly simple and unrefined. In Shenruo's time, strokes and cerebral hemorrhages were already rare. Humans engaged in interstellar travel naturally benefit from this. Their bodies have undergone changes due to adaptation to variable gravity. Those remaining on their home planet, Earth, regularly have blood clots cleared by nanoscale robots, thus completely eliminating cardiovascular diseases. True chi going astray, meaning the flow of true chi becomes obstructed, sounds like a stroke after replacing blood vessels with meridians. What Shenruo wanted, of course, was to see if the two fighting above would experience the chi deviation described in ancient texts. After all, Shenruo had no psychological barriers to using these two as research subjects. Moreover, they were highly advanced. If such advanced beings could also go astray, then Shenruo hadn't had time to delve into the consequences. However, having already conceived the idea, how could he proceed without trying and proving it first? Therefore, Shenruo made an action that, in the eyes of the demons, was like provoking an evil god, since they were currently drained of their strength and felt fear towards the two fighting in the air. Demons wouldn't possibly develop a noble sentiment of sacrificing themselves for a god while draining their life force. To become that kind of fanatical devotee, one would need at least a long period of brainwashing. And in the legends of gods on the Dust Sand continent, there has never been anything so wicked. Even in the demon abyss, when demons do something extremely anti-human, it's to sacrifice humans, not themselves. And these two, before us, are not any of the 8 divine statues on the Dust Sand continent that possess the power of suppressing laws. Although they weren't, and although the demons also perceived these two as evil, to them, the power of these beings was akin to the influence of the will left behind by a god. Therefore, even if they were evil, they were beings close to gods. How could such beings be provoked by ants like themselves? Yet, at this very moment, ants, hiding where they couldn't see, launched an attack on the two powerful beings in the sky. Yuki and Junja were both watching the changes in the sky, not wanting to miss a single moment. However, their focused thoughts differed. Yuki thought Shinruo's move was quite bold and ingenious, because the blue-purple light of the demon abyss only existed within the demon abyss and couldn't affect anything outside. Although the culture of the Dust Sand continent hadn't developed principles like summarizing air density, Yuki could judge from experience that this was due to a difference in the texture of energy. In Earth's parlance, the energy density in the air within the abyss is lower than outside, resulting in higher air pressure. Now, because the blue-purple energy at Ammonite's location has been absorbed, the energy density here is even lower than within the abyss. However, Yuki doesn't believe Shinruo's actions will change anything, because even without absorbing large amounts of blue-purple energy, these two have already compressed an enormous amount of energy into their bodies. Even if the quality of this blue-purple energy is inferior to that outside, after extreme concentration, its density won't be lower than the temporary surge in surrounding air energy concentration caused by the explosion of a few crystals. Junja, however, held a different view. His understanding of Shinruo's strength differed from Jimu's. Because of this, he believed Shinruo wouldn't act without reason. There must be some influence they hadn't noticed. This judgment stemmed from the discrepancy between Shinruo's appearance and his perceived strength. Based on experience, he possessed at least 10 more years of experience than Shinruo. Therefore, in his mind, Shinruo must act with purpose to reach his current level of strength. With this flawed understanding, Junja mentally added certain assumptions and ideas to Shinruo. For example, he now believed Shinruo must have some way to challenge these two, or perhaps even invite their three-person team to join the battle, using extreme challenges to improve their strength. According to the historical records of the Dust Sand continent, some humans had achieved combat power exceeding the human limit under extreme conditions. Could Shinruo also be using this method for self-training? Junja pondered this, preparing for a battle against these two evil beings. After all, 3 spirit rank warriors, as a combat unit, might not be without fighting power. And those two didn't seem to be allies. Turning a two-way battle into a three-way melee was certainly worth a try. Of course, Junja admitted he had doubts about whether Shinruo was truly a spirit rank warrior. However, what happened next was beyond the expectations of Jimu and Junja, because the one formed from the sacred demonic fire seemed to be poisoned and began to fall. During his fall, his body was engulfed in blue-purple flames, which seemed to provide him with some levitation power, and he tumbled through the air. After a few breaths, he seemed to have regained his footing slightly. Using the propulsion generated by the blue-purple flames, he darted into a path on the cave wall, and disappeared into the cave wall above Amy's mithril. He seemed slightly better off than the other, but not by much. The flames on He's scarlet wings had weakened, and after the other disappeared, they couldn't continue. However, he was already close to the ground. A few somersaults in the air to dissipate the force would land him safely. At this moment, Yuki made his move. Although he didn't understand why Shinruo's continuous bursts of crystals had caused such exaggerated consequences, He's situation was very strange. He had captured the girl Hehe because Yuki had previously thought Hehe was difficult to capture, but now, at least Hehe looked unwell. Although Yuki was a spirit rank being, one of the 10 spirit rank members of the famous organization Dust Sand 10 Absolutes, he used such sneak attacks, ambushes, and opportunistic tactics with remarkable fluidity, showing no awareness whatsoever that was inconsistent with his status. Shinruo was quite accepting of this. The only one who was truly astonished was Junja. However, fortunately, he had encountered powerful individuals, like Shinruo, who were not quite normal, so he wasn't as surprised by Jimu's actions. Seeing Junja looking at him, Jimu coughed to cover his displeasure and said, "Well, achieving one's goal by minimizing losses is also part of strength." As he spoke, he was already bound into a tight bundle by his branches and roots. If it weren't for the fact that spatial storage gems couldn't hold living beings, Shinruo suspected he would have simply thrown Hehe into the spatial storage crystal and taken him away. However, for a spirit rank plant spirit, carrying Hehe as a burden to complete the relocation was still a piece of cake. With Hehe bound and held high above Jimu's head by his branches, Jimu still had the energy to ask, "So, shall we find a place to rest?" Chapter 173. The sacred demonic fire, enveloped in crimson power, enveloped Hehe. After the attackers left Ammonite, the surviving demons felt a strange sense of relief, as if they had survived a catastrophe. For demons, their experience of death was very different from other races. Demons lacked reverence and fear of death. They often exhibited behaviors that seemed quite peculiar to other races. These behaviors included, but were not limited to, aimless instigation, sudden life-or-death duels over trivial matters, and a penchant for provoking other races by crossing their boundaries. They were sometimes quite violent, as if only killing and being killed could alleviate their sudden bursts of rage. Therefore, experiencing a feeling of fear of death followed by relief at surviving was a rare experience for demons. However, this was no longer the team's concern. Yuki carried Hihi forward on a branch, one of which was used to gag Hihi to prevent him from cursing. Yuki had initially thought Hihi, who seemed quite capable, had suddenly lost his strength, though he didn't know why. He figured that once Hihi recovered, he and Junja would have a fierce battle before truly subduing him. Therefore, the branches Yuki used to bind Hihi were very strong. However, the expected event, Hihi burning the branches with scarlet energy, didn't occur. Everything went so smoothly and easily that Yuki was puzzled. When leaving Amanamite, Yuki even asked a few demons, who were collapsed on the ground, for directions. For some reason, these demons were quite cooperative, requiring no further communication. Yuki was quite satisfied with this. Following the path pointed out by the demons near the Demon King's castle, the team searched for a suitable place to rest. It was said that the Demon King's castle was actually underground, located precisely between the two walls of the Demon Abyss, but the surface Demon Abyss was divided here. From the air, the Demon Abyss in that location appeared to be split in two and then rejoined, like an island in a flowing river. The Demon King's castle lay deep underground, corresponding to this island-like location. It was said that the city was constructed in the shape of an inverted pyramid. There was no civilization on the Dust Sand continent that built pyramid-shaped structures. This shape was deduced by Shinruo based on the demon's accounts. There was a path to the Demon King's castle on each side of the Demon Abyss's walls, and 4 more entrances at the bottom of the Demon Abyss. Because no other race had been able to enter the Demon Abyss in the past, these entrances were not guarded by demons. It was said that no demon could defeat the Demon King within the Demon King's castle, until each Demon King died. The candidates for the next Demon King will enter the Demon King's city to fight or undergo trials and tribulations after the Demon King's death, until only one demon remains, and that demon will become the next Demon King. Since all the demons who knew about the Demon King's birth process, except for the Demon King himself, are dead, and each Demon King has always remained silent about how he was born, the very origin of the Demon King remains a mystery even to the demons themselves. Finally, Shinruo, Jimu, and Junja once again emerged from the Abyss wall and arrived at the bottom of the Demon Abyss. They all believed that the areas within the Demon Abyss where tall, blue-purple vegetation intertwined with scarlet stalagmites were actually the least disturbed by the demons. Walking among the tall vegetation and stalagmites, Yuki retrieved the custom-made safe house from his enormous spatial storage gem. Upon entering the small house, Yuki cast a spell on a branch, which detached from his body and was casually tossed to the ground. "I wonder how he summons and releases that crimson energy," Yuki said. "Could we use the methods for treating the wounded to extract the crimson energy from his body, and then cripple him? Even if we could, that would be such a waste of blood." Shinruo shook her head. "Think about it, the energy he contains is on a completely different level compared to that of ordinary demons. How much blood would it take to completely extract that energy? How about we take him outside and bleed him out to see how he is?" Yuki said with a smile. Shinruo felt something was off about Yuki. Although Yuki had previously been very diligent, he seemed a little impatient now, even though he still appeared to be handling things with ease. Junja, however, seemed to have thought of something and asked Yuki, "Is the Demon Abyss making you very uncomfortable?" Yuki didn't speak, but his smile also stopped. It seemed Junja had grasped the reason for Yuki's change. Shinruo, unaware of this, didn't notice. He admired Junja greatly at this moment. It wasn't that Junja lacked observational skills, but rather that he only focused on what he wanted to observe. A true master. Shinruo felt he should let Yuki calm down, so after considering his words, he spoke, "Curator, perhaps we have methods other than bloodletting. I've recently been researching how energy flows within the bodies of different races. This is actually why I became an apprentice at the medical clinic. If possible, I hope the curator can let me try him out." "Oh!" Yuki was clearly interested. "Of course, you can if you have a plan, but I must be involved throughout." Shinruo gestured for him to proceed, and they quickly decided what to do with Hihi. Although Hihi had given Shinruo a villainous aura ever since Hihi searched for her in the rocky jungle outside the Demon Abyss, based on the content of Shinruo and Yuki's discussion, even Junja couldn't immediately tell which side, Hihi or these two, seemed more like the villain. Shinruo and Yuki, however, didn't share Junja's feeling. Shinruo thought for a moment, and then made another request to Yuki. "Curator, I haven't tried this method before. I just thought it might work after some thought, so I hope you can keep it a secret. Then let's make a confidentiality agreement according to the binding oath. Yuki readily agreed. A binding oath. This was another term Shinrua hadn't heard of, but he couldn't consult an encyclopedia right now. To appear as a true native of the Dust Sand continent, Shinrua could only nod in agreement without revealing his feelings. I am willing to bind myself in the name of the god who protects the Plant Spirit clan, and to keep what I've seen and heard today a secret. Yuki promised Shinrua in a chanting voice. Shinrua had heard this chanting voice when he first arrived at the Eternal Tower, when Wanlia explained the legend related to the Pumpkin Messenger statue. It was precisely because the various races living on the Dust Sand continent maintained a solemn attitude and chanting tone in front of even the somewhat comical statue in Shinrua's eyes, that Shinrua deeply realized this was a continent where gods truly existed, and the power left behind by the gods still profoundly influenced the various races on this continent. Therefore, when Yuki swore an oath in the name of the gods, using a chanting tone, Shinrua knew that Yuki was unlikely to break the oath. Furthermore, Junja didn't express any inappropriate opinions about Yuki's actions. Blood contracts are the highest level contracts in the Dust and Sand world, but they are not the only form of guarantee. For example, to keep things secret, using a blood contract for Yuki is like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Previously, Shinrua only knew of blood contracts as a type of guarantee, so this was the only contract he could use. Now that he knew there was another thing called a binding oath, Shinrua silently noted this down and decided to learn more about the types of oaths and contracts in this world. Otherwise, constantly demanding that other beings enter into the highest level contracts with him would make him seem overly serious and inevitably arouse suspicion. Of course, Yuki had already finished chanting his oath of commitment, and then said, "Has my sincerity in keeping this a secret been sufficient? Now, please let me see what you got. If you disappoint me, hee." That lingering hee at the end carried a clear warning. For Yuki, if something was interesting, he would comply even with unreasonable demands. But if the result was uninteresting, he would feel like he'd been played, which was intolerable for a member of the 10 Greats. Shinrua didn't say much, because the man before her, presumably named Phoenix, was indeed a rare and valuable subject for testing. The Hii are a race branching off from the Hashi. Due to the infusion of other types of elemental power into their bodies, the color of their markings has changed. However, this doesn't prevent them from having meridians. If any, that meridian would share characteristics with the Hashi. The Hashi and Jizha have vastly different personalities, and are often at odds with each other. But if we ignore the visual differences in their skin color and facial features, such as their serious, cold, and wild appearances, the two races are very similar in terms of their physical structure and physique, based solely on the logic of energy circulation. Even their use of the markings on their bodies to store elemental power is remarkably similar. It is said that the gods who created them were a pair of twin gods. Therefore, Shinrua believes that if other races with flesh and blood also possess similar meridians, then the meridians of the Hashi and Jizha should be similar, or even shared. Hihi, and the being born through Vian's womb, and then drained her flesh and blood to shape themselves, probably never imagined that anyone would be observing the changes in their chi during their fight, making no attempt to conceal what they were actually doing. Their actions were confident, bold, and arrogant, and while they certainly had the ability to back it up, they unfortunately met their downfall, providing Shinrua, who was observing, with invaluable observational memories. After observing the flow and changes in their chi, and combining this with her experience of using acupuncture to extract Gisilfa's drop of blood from Tian Shao, Shinrua had already formed a preliminary understanding of the meridians within He's body, if they could be called meridians. His first task was to attempt to take He's pulse. Pulse diagnosis, another ancient aspect of Eastern medicine, was largely replaced by other diagnostic methods by Shinrua's time. The art of pulse diagnosis, from its inception to its application, its rise and fall, and its eventual cultivation as a skill, spanned tens of thousands of years on Earth. For a long period in ancient times, lacking instruments to observe the body's internal workings, it was considered an advanced diagnostic technique, but one heavily reliant on the doctor's personal experience. Therefore, it belonged to the realm of empirical medicine. Its subtle variations were extremely difficult for learners to comprehend, leading to its decline after the invention of numerous instruments. Some incomprehensible terms, such as rough pulse or slippery pulse, sounded highly mystical. Unlike quantifiable sensations, like the number of beats per minute, terms like rapid and powerful pulse were relatively easier to understand. Adjectives like deep and shallow pulse required a high level of aptitude from the learner. However, with the development of the times and technology, empirical science can be repeatedly verified in virtual simulation devices, and learners can accurately understand the meaning of each word through these devices. But at this point, pulse diagnosis is no longer an important or necessary diagnostic method. However, as a preservation of ancient culture, and as a method for humans remaining on their home planet Earth to further understand and develop their bodies, the learning method of pulse diagnosis has been preserved in relevant simulation databases, which anyone wishing to learn can access. Shinruo learned pulse diagnosis techniques in such a device, originally intending to better understand how the flow of true qi changes one's body. However, on the dusty continent, where no diagnostic instruments are available, it seems to have a purpose. Shinruo doesn't doubt that the wrists of any flesh and blood beings on the dusty continent have blood vessels. Cutting off their hands would cause them to bleed. But whether their qi, flowing through the meridians, affects their pulses in the same way as in humans, Shinruo isn't sure. However, he could now use pulse diagnosis to gain a preliminary understanding of whether he, He, Zhizha possessed a pulse, and whether their pulse differed from that of humans. Shinruo placed his hand on He's wrist, at the pulse point, which was the location commonly known as the Siyuinko pulse in ancient Eastern times on their home planet Earth. He's pulse location was slightly different from that of humans. When the wrist was turned up, the human Siyuinko pulse was on the outer side of the wrist. Shinruo felt around on He's wrist for a while, before finding a similar sensation, but the location was on the inner side, when He's wrist was turned up. Chapter 174. Shinruo began by sensing a pulse similar to the Siyuinko pulse, then moved on to He's Renying and Fuyang pulse points. These two pulse points were rarely used in ancient Eastern medicine for a period, but in the exploratory stage, without other aids, having two additional pulse points allowed for a more accurate assessment of the subject's internal condition. The male He's mouth was gagged with branches, so he could only glare angrily at Shinruo's exploration of his neck, calves, and hands. The condition of He's calves and feet was very different from that of humans, but a similar pulse point could be found on his neck. After sensing He's left and right hands and Renying pulse, Shinruo discovered that the male He's pulse was very strange. It compared to human pulse patterns, his pulse, while extremely strong but irregular, also contained another very weak pulse. The former is like someone who has taken some kind of highly potent tonic, and has nowhere to release it. This is easy to understand. The tonic is like the crimson energy that fills the city of Amy's mind, and the lack of release is because its circulation and digestion have been interrupted. Isn't this just like the ancient descriptions of qi deviation during cultivation, such as the chaotic flow of true qi, as for the very weak pulse? Shinruo was also puzzled by this. It felt like the pulses of two different people were simultaneously concentrated in one person. The weak pulse was very much like that of a person on the verge of death. But this pulse was transmitted through an extremely strong pulse, like a cry for help. As for getting the crimson energy out of He's body, and allowing Yuki to conduct research, Shinruo wasn't really confident. But having already spoken, Shinruo decided to do his best. He first took He outside. As Shinruo himself had said, how much blood would be needed to extract all that crimson energy? Similarly, if the crimson energy were forced out of He's body inside the hut, the air in the safe house would be completely polluted. Shinruo took out a set of fine acupuncture needles from his storage necklace, and, according to his memory, selected acupoints on the male He before him. Since He wasn't human, Shinruo's method of selecting acupoints was a different kind of Ashi acupoint, the approximate location corresponding to the direction of the airflow that appeared on He's body when he observed He and the holy demon fires dance like combat. In dynamic combat, the changes in this energy are different from what one can see when watching an opponent demonstrate a technique. Therefore, Shinruo could only confirm this by inserting the fine needles and then taking He's pulse. The pulse patterns, similar to the Siyuinko pulse, on He's left and right hands were inconsistent, reflecting that the energy within He's body was in a disordered state. After repeated examination, Shinruo confirmed that she had found an effective Ashi acupoint. After adjusting the needle positions, Shinruo used the same method she used to draw blood from Tian Shao, applying the needles to two acupoints on the same meridian as He, to extend the circulation of qi through the body outside the body. This method carried considerable risk for Shinruo. Because blood is neither energy nor qi, it wouldn't enter Shinruo's body, but would be completely forced out of Tian Zhao's. However, the scarlet energy within He's body, after Shinruo's previous meditation and meridian cleansing, had proven capable of entering the body. Jimu had already experienced the effects of this crimson energy entering the body. Back then, the crimson energy was still residual in the soil. Now, it was condensed within He's body. Shinruo not only used his true qi to extend its circulation externally, but also employed the method of inner observation. The so-called seeing of various changes within one's body through inner observation is actually a very mystical concept. In reality, Inner observation is a form of visualization. It involves perceiving changes within the body, and then visualizing these changes in one's mind, rather than actually seeing them. Shinrua used the method of inner observation because he wanted to more directly experience the changes caused by the crimson energy entering his body. During inner observation, as the crimson energy flowed into the circulation, Shinrua did not let it flow continuously, but carefully maintained a state where his true chi entwined around the energy. Then, he witnessed an incredible scene. In the crimson flames, he, apart from a blurred face, seemed to have transformed into the shape of a bird. However, the bird that he had conjured appeared insignificant compared to the crimson flames. The crimson flames enveloping He were enormous, identical in shape to He. However, this enormous crimson bird wore a smile on its face. Ha ha! Someone actually managed to meet me through consciousness. Let me see, so bold, and an Eastern human at that. The crimson bird spoke, its voice echoing deep within Shinrua's mind. Shinrua suddenly opened her eyes, her hand gripping a needle abruptly releasing it. The needle she had been holding corresponded to the acupoints that guided the flow of chi out of He's body. A small amount of scarlet energy had already infiltrated her body. Shinrua first used the water elemental power of the water flame lotus to cleanse it out, then, based on her previous sensations, continuously inserted needles into He's entire meridian. Soon, fine needles were inserted into various points along the meridian between the two ashy acupoints on He's body that would cause relatively large changes in his pulse. Shinrua abruptly channeled her true chi into He's body through the acupoints where chi was being drawn in, then used her true chi to flick the needles, causing them to vibrate and transmitting this vibration along the path of the fine needles. Scarlet gas began to emerge from the acupoints where the needles were inserted, but this gas did not dissipate, it remained connected to the needles on He's body. The crimson light emanating from the fine needle coalesced into a gigantic bird-like form, its face bearing a striking resemblance to He. In the classical Eastern culture of Shinrua's home planet Earth, there existed a non-existent creature from ancient Southeast Asia known as the human-faced bird. Unexpectedly, Shinrua encountered such a peculiar he-faced bird form deep within the demon abyss of the Dust Sand continent. Yuki, who had been observing all this with great interest, suddenly said to Shinrua, "Watch your step. Something seems wrong with him." The crimson light from the surrounding ground began to seem to be drawn to the part of He connected to the ground, as the crimson of the stalagmites appeared to be shifting and surging. Without forgetting to speak, Yuki immediately used his life magic, using a branch to separate He from the ground. Damn it! The he-faced bird uttered these unfinished words, but its position from which it emerged from He seemed to be fixed by the thin needles Shinrua had inserted, its attacks limited to the axis of those needles. It swung itself around, attempting to flatten a circle centered on its base. Junja had to use light magic, a skill only available to spirit rank members, to burn a contour around the team, preventing them from being attacked by the crimson, evil power. Ha ha ha! The he-faced bird suddenly laughed, its voice malevolent. That's right, this is the abyss of demons. How long can you hold out? Soon, you be a better vessel than him. Shimu and Junja exchanged a glance, both harboring a suspicion about why he had become like this. However, as the Hermitor said, the abyss is the enemy's home turf, and crimson energy is everywhere. Could they have overplayed their hand and become trapped beasts in a fierce battle? Of course, they could simply take the safe house and leave. But what happened next was unexpected. Shinrua suddenly spoke, "Aren't you fixed in place? And then what? While we might not be able to do anything to you, you can't stretch indefinitely. How about we take the house and find another place to enjoy your performance?" A hermit bound and supported by wood and roots, stuck at the bottom of the abyss, with a hermitor on its leash, and then a passing demon discovers you. Is this ball of crimson energy going to become the new representative of the demon race's gods? Or just become a spectacle in the abyss? How come you look evil, but are actually quite comical? Shinrua's words completely changed the terrifying and serious atmosphere created by the crimson Kamiri. Yuki even couldn't help but laugh out loud. How could Shinrua, alone and bound in this abyss-like setting, possibly think of or say such things in a scene resembling an impending cataclysm? Damn human! I eat you! The Kamiri declared furiously. Shinrua was actually assessing the situation. Based on his experience slaying giant snakes and cutting through walls, the short sword in his earring would definitely be very useful to this Kamiri. However, this meant he couldn't hide the fact that he carried a sword that could counteract the crimson energy. Of course, Shinrua wasn't worried about Junja. But Yuki, his oath of bondage stipulated today. Does what I seen include what's happening now? It probably does, of course. Shinrua believed that when Yuki chanted the binding oath, He certainly didn't anticipate these events. After figuring it out, Shinruo gripped the short sword tightly and thrust it forward repeatedly, disregarding any particular technique, focusing solely on thrusting from outside Junja's light magic encirclement into the crimson energy's embrace. The crimson energy the Hehe bird was using to erode them abruptly retreated above the Hehe bird. Huh, why is he scared? Yuki didn't know the origin of the sword in Shinruo's hand. To him, it was just a very finely crafted ordinary short sword. He was probably already at his limit, just bluffing to scare us away, then become a spectacle here so the demons could provide him with nourishment. Now he can't hold on any longer, so he's cowering. Shinruo offered an explanation, so absurd, it was unbelievable even to himself. Without giving Jimu and Junja a chance to ponder, he charged forward with his short sword, relentlessly wielding it at the point where the Hekuni was connected to the Hekuni. The crimson energy, originally a ball of fire, theoretically immune to sword damage, was inexplicably shrinking with each swing of Shinruo's sword. Most importantly, while Junja didn't understand how Shinruo had done it, he used a spirit-level spell to envelop Shinruo's form when he saw the Hekuni attempt a desperate counterattack to trade blows. Although the Hekuni seemed more difficult to destroy than the giant serpent, with Junja's spirit-level magic, he could focus solely on relentlessly attacking the bird. Otherwise, dealing with the bird's energy form would have been several times more difficult. But Junja's willingness to defend him made things much simpler. Chapter 175. Looking at the miraculous battle before him, Yuki smiled with great interest. Once he left the demon abyss, he would definitely share this with the other 10 absolutes. As Yuki thought this, he suddenly remembered his oath of restraint, which stipulated that he must keep what he had seen and heard today a secret. His expression instantly became quite complex. The oath of restraint was a sacred constraint, sworn upon by the god who protected his race. Therefore, breaking the oath would result in retribution from the power of the laws. It wasn't an unbreakable contract like a blood pact, but as long as Yuki sincerely followed the fundamental laws left behind by the gods of the Dust Sand continent, he wouldn't intentionally break it. Well, let's see what happens next. That Hihinian bird was incredibly tenacious. Shinruo had to chop through several sands to reduce it to the size of a palm, and even then, only its face remained. During those few sandstorms, the Hemi bird continued to curse and howl. It seemed to have suddenly grasped the various insults of the Dust Sand continent in a short time, but Shinruo ignored them, focusing solely on slaying the bird. Just as it shrank to a tiny size, Shinruo repeatedly stabbed its still cursing mouth. It finally let out a miserable cry and vanished into the demon abyss. Shinruo sheathed his sword and swung it for several more sandstorms, but it seemed Junja was expending even more energy than him. After all, what Shinruo was doing was roughly the same intensity as when he usually practiced his martial arts on the island. With Junja's help, he didn't need to worry about the consumption of true energy or the absorption of that bluish-purple energy. Junja was different. Although he had drunk a mana-restoring potion, it took time for the elemental power contained in the potion to be converted into usable elemental power. He had been using spirit rank magic, and to avoid being eroded by the surrounding energy, Junja had been constantly converting the energy around himself and Shinruo. His elemental power was now quite depleted. Maintaining the spirit rank magic, as he entered the safe house, the light elemental energy within the safe house rapidly converged towards Junja. Outside the demon abyss, even if light elemental energy was absorbed, it would be continuously replenished by light elemental energy from other particles. To the vastness of the universe, the individual was always insignificant. However, for a small house, the situation was completely different. The magic array for converting light elemental energy was still operating, but the safe house had become utterly dark. Shinruo took out one light crystal after another from her storage space, channeling her true energy to turn them into dust, restoring light to the safe house. This method of using crystals was extremely wasteful, as the energy release was not sufficient. Shinruo's use of a slingshot to fire light crystals, creating a brief, dazzling effect, could be considered a temporary measure. This current consumption was simply outrageous. Actually, you could wait until the light element crystals in the magic circle are used up before replacing them with new ones, Yuki suggested. But how did you do that? Huh? Shinruo was taken aback. Did everyone he encountered on the Dust Sand continent ask him this question? Whether it was using a needle, or cutting down that bird, it was. Yuki considered his words, interesting and unbelievable. Using a needle. I didn't expect it to trigger such a reaction. Shinruo was about to say that this incident was also completely accidental in his opinion, but when talking about the person he had treated with acupuncture, he couldn't help but think of something else. Oh no, did we forget something? Yuki also remembered. Junja's condition was very bad. A mage whose elemental power had been depleted, and being the strongest fighter in the team, they were all rushing into the safe house, so they had forgotten about Hihi outside. I go check on him. Yuki, being in the best condition, volunteered to go out and check on him. Although Shinruo was also fine, he had been continuously attacking at an extremely fast pace for several hours, and his physique didn't seem to indicate he was in good physical condition. A short while later, Yuki carried Hihi into the safe house. The branches binding him had already been untied. Hihi looked extremely weak. Logically, his energy should be as depleted as Junja's, but inside the safe house, he hadn't absorbed any elemental energy. As a top-tier healer, Yuki retrieved some of his prepared medicine from the safe house and injected it into Hihi. Shinruo also came over and removed the metal needles still stuck in Hihi's body. Following this, numerous extremely fine roots sprouted from Yuki's body, even finer than the finest metal needles Shinruo had crafted, densely piercing into Hihi's body. After a while, Yuki retracted his roots and shook his head at Shinruo. He's not dead yet, but he's beyond saving. You can try asking him some questions to see if he's willing to talk. For some reason, Shinruo thought of the girl Hihi. They should meet, Shinruo thought. As if sensing Shinruo's thoughts, a knock sounded at the door of the small house. Yuki extended a tentacle and opened the door a crack, seeing the girl Hihi through it. The tentacle extended extremely long, and Yuki, finding no trace of any other demons, opened the door and let the girl in. The girl didn't speak immediately, only looking at Yuki with awe. She had already seen Hihi lying on the ground, but didn't dare rush over to him and weep. "How did you find this place?" Yuki asked. I followed the path you left along, and saw a bird at the exit. It seemed that the giant bird had shown Hihi the way. Whether the other demons in Ammonite had the strength to chase after them was a question. Even if they did, seeing the holy demon fire or this bird, they would probably only think of the energy draining from their bodies. In fact, they didn't give chase. The high-level demons, who should have been active on both sides of the abyss walls nearby, seemed to be following some tacit agreement, remaining silent. The girl Hihi had overcome her fear of facing a spirit-level being with sheer willpower, fueled by her never having left the Phoenix, and the fear of separation. That's why she chased after them relentlessly. "As you can see, he's dying," Yuki said. "Even I can't save him. If you have anything to say goodbye to him, go tell him." The girl, Hihi, was no longer as boisterous and angry as before. Not only was her grief stronger than her anger, but more importantly, in just a few days, she had realized that her emotions meant nothing. No, he can still be saved. The girl, Hihi, knelt before the boy, looking at him tenderly. Although the boy was very weak, his mind was clear. He didn't know the formula of the potion Yuki had given him. Yuki had previously said he would question him, so he probably had a lot of confidence in his medicine. Hearing the girl's words, hope suddenly rekindled in the boy's eyes, but quickly, his eyes dimmed again. "I'm already captured by them. Even if you, what use is it? Live, and as long as you live, there is hope." The girl, Hihi, drew a very exquisite dagger, mustered her courage, and, with the blade facing herself, slowly pierced her own chest, while simultaneously chanting a magical incantation. This was actually a spell that required a precast animation. No one stopped her. Shinruo couldn't understand, while Yuki and Junja felt it was unnecessary. The girl's actions exceeded Shinruo's comprehension, leaving him stunned. Having had no social interactions in the past 20 years, although he had read many stories of lovers committing suicide together, of various forms of life and death companionship, he couldn't understand it at all. The scene before him was shocking, but judging from the girl Hihi's words, could this save Hihi's life? A light shone from the blade on the girl Hihi's chest, and her blood slowly flowed from the blade, not dripping, but floating up, drawing a magic circle. After the blood continuously gathered into a magic circle, it flowed into the 7 orifices of the male Hihi. Then, the girl Hihi fell peacefully and contentedly onto the male Hihi's lap, her eyes closed, a smile on her face. However, the male Hihi, who had reached out to stroke her hair, thanking her for giving her life to save him, froze in midair. What happened? He spat out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. Why? It seems the legendary exclusive magic failed. Yuki, who had been observing coldly, now commented on the situation. His tone was calm. Yuki was a top-tier healer. Although the magic used by the girl Hihi wasn't the type he could use, Yuki had a thorough understanding of all healing-related magic, making him a learned scholar in the field of medicine. Junja didn't stop it because he didn't care about other people's grudges and feuds. In his view, those things were none of his concern. Moreover, Junja and Ishii didn't get along. Although He was a branch that had separated from He, the mutual opinions between He and Zhezhi were already ingrained in their very bones. As for Jimu, he only felt that it was the young girl He's choice. He's face turned ashen, and finally, his hand fell limply to his side. Unlike the girl's satisfied and serene expression, his final expression was filled with ferocity and resentment. Jimu found a simple place nearby to bury the two He's. Shenrua placed some blue-purple flowers from the bottom of the demon abyss at their graves. It wasn't out of sentimentality, it was a custom he had read about in a book. However, when he placed the flowers, he didn't feel any sense of heaviness from it. Perhaps it was because He's attitude toward Shenrua was always negative in his eyes. Shenrua thought aimlessly. The battles with the demons were swift and decisive. To them, he was food and medicine. So, although he witnessed countless deaths in the fighting, they all came too quickly for Shenrua to truly grasp. These two powerful figures were, in a true sense, the first time Shenrua had experienced the death of other sentient beings. The flowers of the demon abyss are fitting for his death. Yuki's words seemed like a footnote to this newly laid grave. After speaking, Yuki turned and left. Shenrua stood there for a while, then finally turned and walked towards the nearby safe house. Junja's light elemental power had almost recovered, but he hadn't yet meditated to refine the true energy he had expended. Chapter 176. If one ignores the demonic effects of the blue-purple light in the air and the unpleasant crimson of the giant stalagmites on the ground, the scenery beneath the demon abyss could actually be described as magnificent. However, the presence of the demonic influence diminished Shenrua's enjoyment of the scenery. The mystique brought by the misty blue-purple light also became somewhat ominous. Unlike Junja, who consumed a large amount of light element after using spirit rank magic, Shenrua's breathing and true chi did not cause a rapid loss of any elemental energy. Shenrua also needed to replenish his energy, but he did not choose to meditate. Instead, he adopted a defensive posture, leaning against a corner of the wall. This posture was more in line with his persona. Meditation, as Shenrua and Junja had said, was a way to better enter a state of breathing through habit, but it was not necessary. Therefore, he did not use this method to increase Jimu's curiosity. After all, the meditation posture had already piqued the curiosity of figures like Long Wei, Junja, and the elite soldier He. If it were to attract Yuki's attention as well. Shenrua didn't want this attention, because Yuki was undoubtedly the most research-savvy among them. Especially Yuki's research methods, which resembled the practices of dark sorcerers in some of the ancient literary works Shenrua had read. However, even without meditation, Shenrua's accidental release of the scarlet bird from He's body like a balloon or a kite, with the string still attached to He, had already sufficiently intrigued Yuki. At this moment, Yuki showed no consideration for Shenrua's expended energy, relentlessly pressing him on how he knew the principle behind allowing the evil will to leave He's body while remaining manifestly attached. Unfortunately, Shenrua himself hadn't figured out what was going on, making it even more difficult for him to explain. Moreover, Jimu and Shenrua had different understandings of the principles behind the existence of the He-face bird within the He. For the first time, Shenrua understood why, in the history of his home planet Earth, empirical medicine had both supporters and those who relied on empirical evidence, leading to heated and inexplicable disputes. It was effective, so it was used, but the reasons for its effectiveness remained unclear. Treating a pulse like this using this method was effective, but once recorded, those who read the record had their own interpretations of the pulse, with varying degrees of slippery and rough. Despite having witnessed much of the culture on the Dust Sand continent, and living there for over 400 days, it was still very difficult for Shenrua to completely synchronize his understanding of this world with that of the various races of the Dust Sand world in such a short time. Yuki believed that Shenrua might have used some medical techniques left behind by the Eastern race, or that the Eastern race had recorded some experience in dealing with demons during their long struggle against them. Besides, how Shenrua was able to kill the Haramore was also a mystery to Yuki. Because the Haramore was clearly an aggregate of energy, and within that energy existed an evil consciousness, and theoretically, consciousness cannot be destroyed by physical attacks. In the face of this type of mental intrusion and corruption, the correct approach should be for a spirit-level being to use energy conversion magic to erode and cleanse this evil energy. However, this evil power also contained a strong evil will, and to counter this evil will, mental magic was needed. Neither Junja nor Jimu were skilled in mental magic. On the Dust Sand continent, the most skilled in mental magic were the Star Spirit Priests. Even disregarding the evil will, the power that had absorbed the entire crimson energy of Amenemite was still formidable. Both Jimu and Junja, considering their own abilities, dared to believe they could single-handedly resolve this massive energy within the abyss, unless, of course, outside the abyss. Within the abyss, the enormous energy conversion magic consumption had to be considered. Here, consuming one's own magical energy meant being contaminated by that blue-purple energy, and possibly even having one's mind corrupted. But the seemingly insurmountable Heron was actually consumed by physical attacks. Truly, the human race has brought enough surprises. Ji-mu sighed inwardly, feeling a pang of regret. His research on Higi had come to an end. In the time to come, unless he encountered the holy demonic fire again, or the demon king showed some self-sacrifice and allowed Yuki to dissect him, Shinru might be the only research subject that interested him on this journey. As a healer with a modicum of moral principles, Yuki had no intention of dissecting Shinru unless he died. This left Yuki somewhat unsatisfied, but he was already preparing to leave the demon abyss. In fact, despite Yuki's seemingly good acceptance of various situations along the way, as a healer, he possessed a common trait among many healers: obsessive-compulsive disorder. Having journeyed through the abyss for so many days, he had been able to endure it only because of the various interesting things that happened and the unprecedented research data he had obtained. Furthermore, Yuki had managed to maintain a relatively clean environment through various means. In addition, he carried numerous water elemental magic items to ensure the cleanliness of his body. Therefore, despite the many things that occurred that made Yuki outwardly appear calm, but inwardly extremely uncomfortable, he endured them. Until they needed to change into demon clothing. Because he didn't want to be exposed, he hadn't changed out of the demon clothing after putting it on. Of course, since entering Ammonite, the events that unfolded one after another had suppressed Yuki's mysophobia. Now that everything had settled down, Yuki began to find it unbearable. He felt his bark itching and about to peel off. He didn't want to be the first plant spirit to shed his bark because of uncleanliness. In reality, in Shinru and Junja's eyes, he was still the same neatly arranged, elegant figure, but he himself felt weary from travel, his body covered in the aura of demons, and his body was almost withered from the pollution of the demon abyss's air. "I need to leave," Ji-mu said. "I might not be able to meet you again in the demon abyss." Shinru and Junja were somewhat surprised when he mentioned this. But Ji-mu seemed to be in a hurry. He took some spatial storage crystals, left the safe house with Shinru and Junja, and after explaining his intentions, he unhesitatingly changed his body shape, making it perfectly suited for travel. A moment later, Ji-mu disappeared among the stalagmites and tall, blue-purple plants. The plant spirits, their corresponding deity is life, Junja suddenly spoke from inside the small house. Shinru didn't immediately understand Junja's meaning. But Junja didn't speak again, so Shinru didn't ask. If Shinru were familiar with the history and traditions of the dust and sand world, and the legends left behind by the gods, she would know what Junja was referring to. Junja was slightly surprised when Ji-mu was in such a hurry to leave, but he quickly understood. The deity who governs life established the law of the interdependence between environment and life. How different environments give birth to and influence life is one of the fundamental principles established by this deity at the beginning of creation. Blessed by this deity, the plant spirits, created by this deity, will be more profoundly affected by this law than other races. Ji-mu's cleanliness obsession is an instinctive reaction to the laws governing his environment, and as a spirit-level being, he has clearly gained a profound understanding of the crux of the demon abyss after this period. Exploring the demon abyss, and using his medical skills, to acquire more information and knowledge is what Ji-mu wants to do, but only if he doesn't want to be affected or lead an ascetic life here. He is inherently noble, a member of the Plant Spirit Clan, and one of the 10 spirit-level leaders of the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes organization. Ji-mu finds the environment unbearable: no water, no clean air, insufficient space. The Plant Spirit Clan's keen sensitivity to their environment has pushed his endurance to its limit. Before even reaching Ammonite, the anxiety caused by this premonition had already manifested, which Junja had noticed. Judging from Yuki's parting words, he might re-enter the abyss, but afterwards, he would likely only follow the army's route, providing medical guidance from the renovated buildings in the rear. In truth, Junja also found the environment in the abyss unbearable, including having to wear demonic clothing, but he believed he could endure it. Because Shinru, as a human, hadn't given up, and there was the human army marching through the abyss, and Junja organized by the Holy See. If other powerful individuals could do it, Junja didn't believe he would lose. However, Yuki's departure brought another problem. The previous route had been planned and decided by Yuki. Yuki left in a hurry, and only after he left did Junja realize that he had never known Yuki's original plans. He only saw Shinru in Yuki's group, and Yuki was still a spirit-ranked plant spirit, so he followed them without hesitation. Junja didn't even know why Shinruo had followed Yuki into the demon abyss. And now, in Junja's eyes, Shinruo seemed to have no plan for exploring the demon abyss, because for several days now, Shinruo had simply been sitting cross-legged in the house in an odd posture. "Where are we going next?" Junja asked, watching Shinruo rummage through her storage gem for food and hand him a portion, making sure he wouldn't disturb her cultivation. "Probably the Demon King City," Shinruo said, taking a bite of her dry rations. Speaking of which, Director Yuki originally said there would definitely be a lot of medical research materials in the demon abyss, but it's very different from what I imagined, and he actually went back first. However, Shinruo did gain some understanding of Tianhu and Hishi. Rounded up, she understood one of Hishi and Zhe's meridians. Thinking of this, Shinruo reached out and probed Junja's neck with her fingers. This action looked quite aggressive, and Junja's first reaction was that Shinruo had been corrupted by the Scarlet Evil Will. He abruptly reached out to intercept Shinruo's hand. Shinruo said helplessly, "I was just looking to see if there was a pattern on your neck like Hihi's. Sorry, I just did it on a whim and forgot to tell you. Shouldn't you have looked at the wrist first?" Junja recalled the order in which Shinruo had explored Hihi's body. Actually, there's no specific order. After confirming the location, it doesn't matter where you look first. Hearing Shinruo say this, Junja released her hand. Shinruo suddenly realized that for a cultivation fanatic like Junja, having her examine vital areas, like the neck and throat without the use of magical armor seemed like a sign of great trust. Continuing to take his pulse now would be impolite, but not doing so would betray Junja's trust. Shinruo, unusually, felt a slight distress over a social situation she didn't understand, but ultimately placed her fingers on the pulse points on Junja's neck. After confirming that there was indeed a pulse there, the same as Hihi's, Shinruo then placed her fingers on Junja's left and right hands. "How is it?" Junja asked. "Quite healthy," Shinruo said. "I found some points on Hihi's body that roughly correspond to points on your Zhe and Hishi's bodies. As a thank you for letting me test your pulse, once I fully confirmed it, I tell you the specific location and why it's important." Shimu's departure wasn't part of Shinruo's plan to come to the demon abyss, but things didn't go as planned. Since arriving on the Dust Sand continent, Shinruo had become accustomed to this. Junja was quite satisfied with Shinruo's conclusion that the destination is the Demon King's city. After all, the Demon King was the strongest among the demons. Even without a specific goal, one would still go to the location of the strongest demon. Indeed, cultivators' thoughts are interconnected. Junja thought contentedly, and then posed a seemingly unrelated question: "What are we waiting for?" This question left Shinruo completely bewildered. After thinking for a while, she realized that this was probably because Junja still harbored a habit of not liking to express himself fully through speech. Junja was probably asking why, since they had a destination. Why aren't you moving yet? Is there some special opportunity? Having deciphered Junja's thoughts, Shinruo was somewhat amused and exasperated. Junja had really overcomplicated things. While he was continuously slashing at the Hihimian bird, his true energy consumption was greater than Junja's light elemental power. The reason he hadn't left the safe house to continue his journey to the Demon King's castle was simply to recover his strength. He could travel by sealing his pores as much as possible when he didn't need to use his true energy, avoiding interaction between his energy and the environment, and minimizing the blue-purple light mixing into his true energy. However, when possible, practicing breathing exercises inside the safe house was the proper way. Without replenishing his true energy, his ability to survive would be greatly affected. "Although I lack elemental power and cannot use magic, I need to recover my strength," Shinruo explained simply, but his explanation only deepened Junja's confusion. What kind of strength required several days to recover? Fortunately, Shinruo had almost fully recovered. He didn't let Junja continue to ponder this, but instead began to inventory their remaining belongings and prepare for their departure. Junja carried the storage gem containing the safe house on his back, while Shinruo carried the other storage gems in his backpack, and they headed towards the center of the demon abyss. Both Junja and Shinruo only knew a general direction to the Demon King city. Under these circumstances, avoiding the abyss wall made it easier to confirm their location. Taking the passages within the abyss wall increased the probability of encountering other outsiders, but it would be difficult to find a place to rest. Neither Junja nor Shinruo could create a cocoon anytime, anywhere like Jimu. The existence of a safe house was easily coveted. Although Junja was already a spirit rank cultivator, he wasn't the only spirit rank cultivator on the Dust Sand continent. The passages within the abyss walls connect to various demonic cities, information provided by the demons. Walking at the bottom of the abyss, Shinruo found it unlikely to encounter any danger, and there seemed to be no demons around. Of course, this was located between Amenamite and the demonic city previously conquered by the army, so the lack of high-level demons was normal. Previously, with the vegetation, they could navigate among the giant stalagmites and blue-purple plants without getting lost, but not now. Shinruo and Junji needed to walk until the stalagmites and plants were below their eye level to determine their next destination. But at such a level, their movements would no longer be concealed. Therefore, it was better to go to the lower part of the abyss walls, where at least they would have a wider field of vision. After some deliberation, Shinruo and Junji walked diagonally towards one side of the abyss wall. Chapter 177. Zija received Yuki, who had just emerged from the abyss. It took Yuki 2 full days to recover and feel better before he finally opened his mouth and shared his experiences in the abyss and his thoughts over the past period with Zija. This was information Zija desperately needed, because it was said that although the army had undergone rotation, many of Zija's soldiers had experienced irritability and restlessness during the march. Sending them to participate in the arena competition at the Eternal Tower to expend their excess energy will probably be beneficial. Yuki elegantly picked up a drink and offered his opinion to Zija. Is it really that simple? Zija was surprised. But as you know, the number of Zija willing to participate in this operation is limited. The Holy See hopes they can stay in the town and rotate when they rested enough. Shimu smiled and said, then you have to arrange for them to find a place nearby to use magic to deplete their energy. However, I recently saw something quite interesting that might allow your warriors to quickly escape the influence of the abyss. If you're willing to give me a warrior to study, I wouldn't mind. But his safety wasn't guaranteed, Shimu added inwardly. Zija was quite clear about what this top-tier healer meant by research. While the Holy See didn't know Shimu as one of the 10 great masters, they did know him as a top-tier healer. However, Zija didn't immediately reject Shimu's suggestion. Instead, he began to consider whether there were suitable Zija for Shimu to use as research subjects. After all, if they could obtain an effective solution, it would definitely be a win-win situation. Yuki wanted to find a Zija warrior to test Shinruo's needle technique. This was the name Yuki had given to Shinruo's method of inserting needles into Hihi. He had carefully observed the entire process that day and noticed that Shinruo had repeatedly adjusted the needles before finally confirming the positions. This was also why Yuki believed Shinruo's explanation, and why he hadn't expected such a result. However, Yuki hadn't figured out that Shinruo could adjust the needle positions by touching the other person's hands, neck, and feet. Therefore, after leaving the demon abyss, he couldn't wait to find a few Zija or Hishi to test it on. First, he needed to confirm what was different in the tactile sensation of the Zija or Hishi's hands, neck, and feet. The key point was that when the needles were used to stimulate the selected locations, the touched areas would definitely change, and this change could be perceived by the fingers. Second, he had memorized Shinruo's final needle placement positions. He wanted to try it on the Zija who had been contaminated by the demon abyss's blue-purple light, to see what kind of reaction the Zija would have if needles were inserted into these locations. During this time, several unusual visitors arrived in the town. They were dragons. Meanwhile, Shinruo and Junji, resuming their journey to the Demon King's castle, progressed smoothly. After all, judging from the map, the length of the demon abyss was roughly the straight-line distance from the easternmost to the westernmost point of the White Tree Kingdom, with several branching sections along the way. The bottom also had uneven areas, some flat and others piled with rocks. The section with the scarlet stalagmites was actually relatively flat, but the stalagmites significantly hampered their progress. Shinruo and Junji chose to proceed along the side of the abyss wall on the side of Amenamite, where the stalagmites were still well preserved. The construction of the demon city of Amenamite utilized stone excavated from caves within the abyss walls. On the other side of the abyss walls, a few stalagmites had been excavated or blasted away by magic in battle, but these were limited. Since not all demons are winged, this path wasn't necessarily easy for them either. Therefore, Shinruo and Junji encountered no demonic obstacles within 10 days. Some demonized creatures living at the bottom of the demon abyss would recklessly appear, and Junji usually used wind elemental magic items to repel them. After several days of hiking, a very peculiar landscape appeared ahead. The demon abyss split in two here, splitting open to both sides. At the entrance to each split was a tall bridge spanning the abyss walls. Whether you followed one of the splits or the other, at the middle, there would be an entrance leading down to the Demon King city. Continuing on, the two splits would eventually merge back into one. The square-shaped demon city built along the Demon King's castle is located in the lower middle part of this long, leaf-shaped band separating the demon abyss. Although it's said to be ahead of Shinruo and Junja, the bridge is actually quite tall, so it takes some time to reach its base. Before seeing the bridge, Shinruo and Junja had already noticed traces of other races' activities nearby. Upon reaching the point where they could see the bridge, these traces increased, even showing a series of camps. "Hey, let me see, Zhizhi is here too." And a famous Zhizhi at that. The speaker was a Hirsch, who was playing with a weapon that resembled a butterfly knife. He was probably on lookout outside the camp, and had spotted Junja and Shinruo in the distance. Junja didn't intend to talk to him much, and Shinruo remained noncommittal about the other's unfriendly attitude. However, with so many travelers camped here, the bridge ahead was clearly a tough nut to crack. They needed to stop and rest first, and try to exchange information with these travelers. Junja and Shinruo's combination was very conspicuous to the nearby travelers. Junja, as a spirit rank Zhizhi, was a well-known figure on the continent, and his friend Zhizhi was the logistics manager for those entering and leaving the Demon Abyss in the town. Although many teams disdained seeking Zhizhi's assistance before entering the Demon Abyss, or even if they were injured and left the Demon Abyss, they might not be willing to ask Zhizhi for help. It didn't prevent them from knowing of Zhizhi's existence. The relationship between Zhizhi and Junja wasn't common knowledge on the continent, but for those who frequently traveled the continent, they could obtain relevant information simply by buying a booklet. Aside from a small number of residents, who live in towns, and don't care much about the powerful figures on the continent, most beings on the Dust Sand continent try to find out who the registered strongmen are. Otherwise, they might do something foolish upon meeting them, and die without even knowing how. The various races camped here, though they haven't met Junja in person, have generally seen his portrait or his image in the recording crystals. It's already strange that Junja didn't join Zhizhi's army to fight against the demons, who had abducted large numbers of humans as sacrifices, especially since he first met Zhizhi when he arrived at the town. While it's theoretically possible for a spirit rank being to traverse the Demon Abyss alone, the fact that he wasn't traveling alone, but with a human teammate was highly unusual. This human didn't look like a warrior at all, and his clothing was incredibly strange. Although Shinruo had washed and dried the ill-fitting demonic clothing more than once, it didn't change the fact that it was too small and needed to be tied up with strips of cloth to keep it from hindering movement. This made Shinruo's clothes look both tattered and comical. From the moment he entered the camp, Shinruo could feel many eyes on him, and some mocking voices. He was already used to this, but what truly surprised him was that before he could figure out how to find other beings to inquire about the gate bridge ahead, someone had already found them. A human woman was sent by her team to chat with Shinruo, although Shinruo felt her gaze lingering on Junja. After all, Junja's aversion to communication was tied to his intelligence. This human woman wasn't the delicate type. After all, to become a human warrior, one needs considerable strength. She possessed a muscular, masculine physique and stood easily over 1.8 meters tall. The human female warrior greeted Shinruo casually, then smiled and said, "Hello, my name is Mar, what's yours?" Shinruo, also interested in learning about the other travelers, nodded to her. "Shinruo. Just the two of you? Or did your teammates encounter an accident?" The female warrior's words seemed concerned, but they also subtly inquired about the situation of Shinruo's group. "There were originally 3 of us, but one of our teammates went back because they didn't like the environment here." Shinruo didn't mention Jimu's name. These travelers had likely entered the Demon Abyss earlier than them, so they might not know that Junja had entered with the medical team. Shinruo didn't intend to elaborate. Jimu had left them only a few medical supplies and medicines, mostly those that humans could use for treatment. Many of the medicines required magical means, which Shinruo couldn't use, so Jimu had taken them. Jimu had thoughtfully left a medicine instruction manual. Safe houses, dedicated to healing and recovery, were incredibly rare and valuable items in the Demon Abyss, needless to say. If they were to reveal that they possessed these items, which were equivalent to hard currency, these campers might covet them. Shinruo didn't want to gamble. He didn't want to be the center of attention, even though being in a team with Junja already meant he couldn't stay low-key. "I see. Where did you come from?" The female warrior didn't press them about the whereabouts of their other companion, but instead inquired about their origin. "We came from the bottom of the Demon Abyss because there seemed to be fewer demons here," Shinruo said, omitting their previous journey to Aminamite and only mentioning the path they chose. "You guys are lucky," the female warrior praised. "We only started this way after exploring the Abyss walls for a while, and finding it difficult to approach the Demon King city from there." "Then why didn't you continue?" Shinruo asked. "Was it because you couldn't break through the gate bridge ahead? You know that once you're injured in the Demon Abyss, there's no way to recover, right?" The female warrior said, We want to wait until there are more travelers before discussing a suitable time to break through without taking any damage. Since your destination is the Demon King's city, why don't you just go with the army? Other races are understandable, but this military operation is organized by humans, isn't it? Shinruo was a little confused. That's because the army's pay is too low, and the human army is supported by the Human Merchant Guild. They don't need to do anything to receive their pay from the guild's central office. We're just scattered soldiers, we earn what we do. The female warrior explained why she didn't go with the army, then asked the question that concerned her. Are you planning to continue? We come this far. Continuing is of course the answer, right? Shinruo didn't understand the point of her question. Well, it's mainly because everyone is concerned about this. The female warrior was a little embarrassed. Although we brought crystal machinery, we still hope you can keep pace with us. As she spoke, the female warrior's gaze intentionally or unintentionally drifted towards Junja. Although Shinruo's emotional intelligence was limited, based on her analysis of the stakes, she understood her meaning. A spirit rank Junja, even with many Hishi present, was still a valuable asset. After all, their goal was to cross the Demon Clan's gate bridge unscathed, and this gate bridge was likely a structure defended by the Demon Clan. Thinking of this, Shinruo said, I discuss it with my teammate and see what he thinks, then I give you an answer. Chapter 178. After seeing the female warrior off, Shinruo had just sat down when she heard Junja speak. Actually, my thoughts aren't that important. Then just consider it an excuse, Shinruo said. If she had just acted cooperative, why would she have answered so many of my questions? Shinruo wasn't lying, because she had basically figured out which traveler teams were currently here. For example, among the travelers camped here, the strongest was the candidate Hishi. Although he was a candidate, his fame wasn't as high as Junja's. It seemed he wasn't using his candidate status to gain influence. When the female warrior was explaining the situation, she pulled out a recording crystal and told Shinruo that this was their designated temporary leader for attacking the Demon Clan's gate bridge. The reason was simple. Among the travelers, there were currently only 2 spirit rank individuals, plus Junja, making a total of 3. Before Junja arrived, the other 2 spirit rank individuals had already competed, determining the winner. The female warrior also told Shinruo that the candidate for Herxi here was named Lanhe. Junja can compete with him to decide who gets command, the female warrior said before leaving. However, I think Junja has only recently become a spirit rank cultivator, so it's best if he doesn't try. Most of the Zhizha who entered the Demon Abyss chose to follow the army. There wasn't a single Zhizha in this temporary camp, but there were quite a few Herxi. Even if Junja won, whether the Herxi here would accept his command, and whether Junja's personality was suitable for leading a powerful leader who could unite multiple races, were all significant variables. However, the female warrior didn't directly state the reason, but rather subtly conveyed her warning. Junja wasn't unaware of this. He had overheard the conversation between the female warrior and Shinruo. He didn't care who held command, he cared about the record of the battle between the 2 spirit rank cultivators. A contest between spirit rank cultivators was something he, Zhizha, who prioritized cultivation and strength, didn't want to miss. They should have used a recording crystal to record the contest. I want to see it, Junja said hesitantly to Shinruo. He himself couldn't possibly borrow a recording crystal from the stragglers in the camp, not because he was embarrassed, but because the atmosphere in the camp wasn't exactly friendly to him. Junja didn't want to waste time on interpersonal relationships. It wasn't that he was completely oblivious to other people's feelings. Tomorrow, she just left. Shinruo didn't explain why he could only help Junja borrow the recording crystal the next day, and Junja didn't question it. They sat quietly on the edge of the camp, eating their dry rations. The next day, Shinruo finally stood up. Before that, he had slightly adjusted his hearing, listening to a considerable amount of conversation within the camp. This was quite a burden for him. Although adjusting his hearing didn't consume much true energy, it wasn't very friendly to Shinruo's ears and brain. Even after sleeping only half the night sitting up, Shinruo felt a buzzing in his head when he woke up. Moreover, he gained little useful information, but a lot of useless information. He already understood the composition of the camp's wanderer members. In addition, Shinruo also learned about the Herxi candidate. The one currently calling himself Lon Herxi was not only the temporary commander of these wanderers' attack on the bridge gate, but also had about 20 or 30 followers. Thinking of Zhizha, and that all the other candidates for Hishi had already appeared, Shinruo was somewhat surprised that she hadn't encountered Gangshur. In fact, Gangshur had already arrived at the Demon King's castle much faster than them. Because Gangshur didn't need to follow the usual routes of travelers. With the characteristics of the Stone Spirit race, Gangshur could easily disguise himself as part of the Abyss Wall, infiltrating the Demon King's castle by gliding. With Gangshur's abilities, if he focused solely on moving forward at full speed, his speed would be much faster than other races, and he would be difficult for the demons to detect. And indeed, Gangshur moved at incredible speed by gliding along the stone wall, flattening himself as if he were a piece of shimmering glass on the wall. This was the first time Gangshur had obtained the quest item entirely through his own strength. While other travelers and armies were still considering how to breach the Demon King's castle's outer defenses, he had already obtained the flame coral. However, the Demon King somehow sensed his actions. A sharp spell descended from the Demon King's castle. Steelstone dodged quickly, but was still terrified by the terrifying aura contained within the spell. Steelstone also sensed the pollution brought by the aura of the Demon Abyss. In the meantime, his originally transparent, glassy, moon-like body had turned bluish-purple. Without mimicry, he now looked like a bluish-violet gemstone. Although still highly transparent, his color had changed. This was unprecedented for a stone spirit. The unknown always easily evokes fear, even for a spirit-level stone spirit like him. Therefore, Steelstone did not continue collecting more flame corals. Instead, he swiftly slipped away from the demon's pursuit, leaving the demon abyss at top speed. However, other beings lacked the ability of steel, making it difficult even for spirit-rank beings to pass through checkpoints undetected. The Illusion Clan could transform into demons to remain undetected, but due to their transformation abilities, even if they infiltrated the demon abyss, no one would know they were Illusion Clan. What Shinruo heard most at night was the conflict and gossip between different groups of travelers. Shinruo felt his auditory nerves were severely damaged. Some travelers were merely maintaining a facade of peace, secretly cursing those they had clashed with during the day. Under such circumstances, Shinruo was highly skeptical of their goal of passing through the bridge harmlessly. However, Junju was not a suitable person to discuss his nighttime observations. Junju only cared about the records of the spirit rank competition. The cultivation fanatic setting was never to fail. Shinruo went into the camps of other travelers, and began asking if anyone had the record crystals of the previous 2 spirit rank competitions. As Shinruo found someone to lend him the crystal, a hermit patted him on the shoulder from behind. Shinruo frowned. "Ha, I heard you're looking for the record crystal from the spirit rank competition? You don't need it, do you? Is it Junja who wants to see it?" Hermit asked. Shinruo put away the record crystal, turned around, and nodded. "Yes, it's a very precious record. Lord Junja wants to see it." In his memory, Zhuzha and the humans around Junja addressed him that way. Shinruo knew they were drawing attention now, and he didn't want to make them even more so. The idea of a human warrior whom Junja would even consider worthy of his attention was terrifying to contemplate. She revealed a slightly wild smile. "Then we should let him see. But even if he sees it, he still can't compare to our chief Lan He." "He knows he can't compare even without seeing it," Shinruo replied. "It's just that Lord Junja is more studious and willing to catch up in the future." "Ha ha, overestimating yourself, maybe in your next life?" She finished expressing his opinion and turned to leave. Although Shinruo understood the animosity between He and Zhuzha, wasn't this kind of provocation, disrupting the harmony among high-level combatants before their impending cooperative attack on the gate bridge, completely unnecessary, and these beings, their strength is not low. In Shinruo's view, the stronger a person is, the less likely they are to focus on trivial frictions, nor would they sullenly curse each other in the night after a short period of friction over trivial matters. Is it the influence of the blue-purple energy here? After all, the demon race was originally a race formed from the demonized animals of this place, which underwent repeated evolution. Through conversations with Yuki and the previous medical team, as well as encounters with the demons, it became clear that this race enjoyed conflict and instigating it, which seemed somewhat similar to the current situation of these travelers. After waiting for 2 more days, a brief meeting was held at the temporary camp. Since she was in charge, Junja, despite being a rare spirit rank combatant, sat on the outermost edge of the meeting with Shinruo. The reason for holding the meeting at this time was that these freely organized Demon Abyss travelers had been camped here for some time, and they had finally reached a consensus that no new powerful combatants would join the battle. After a brief opening statement, and with no objections to proceeding to the bridge assault phase, Hishi, the candidate now calling herself Blue Hishi, summarized the group's discussion. The team's objective was to enter the demonic territory defended by the bridge without taking damage, so they decided to divide the attack into 2 phases. The first phase was a reconnaissance. To ensure a safe passage, spirit rank mages would be responsible for defensive magic, while humans would use ranged attacks with siege weapons to test the strength of the demonic defenses. They had conducted reconnaissance before, But at that time, the camp didn't have as many travelers. So, after the demons used the terrain advantage and their pre-prepared defensive magic arrays to defend themselves, the travelers at that time believed that with their numbers and strength, it would be difficult to pass without taking damage, and chose to wait for other travelers to arrive. Currently, these demons were merely holding their ground inside the bridge and hadn't come out to attack them. It's speculated that the bridge provides some kind of magical boost to the defending demons, and they are actually outnumbered. After all, defending against the advance of the humans and Jeju's army is the top priority. Judging from the timeline, the travelers should still be unaware of what happened at Amenamite, otherwise, Shinruo felt the issue of insufficient manpower could have been resolved. After all, the demons possessed more than one city, and the Demon King's army had even attacked Amenamite, so the losses were undeniable. However, Shinruo couldn't understand why the demons guarding the bridge didn't launch a night attack. It's important to understand that within the demon abyss, once injured, no being other than demons could heal them unless there were specially designated healing facilities arranged by Yuki. Theoretically, the demons always gain an advantage when they launch a sneak attack. Is it because their art of war is too crude? After all, in Amenamite, their military battles were truly devoid of any strategy. But upon closer inspection, it's not that simple. They're not adept at commanding large-scale battles, but the demons love to use cunning and intrigue in small matters. Using cunning and intrigue isn't necessarily related to tactical skill. For example, in ancient times on their home planet Earth, more than one skilled general was killed by treacherous officials in the court through trickery. However, a night raid that kills a few enemy soldiers isn't exactly military artistry. At least that's what Shinruo believes. So why don't the demons do this? It really goes against their nature. Shinruo listened to the travelers' accounts of the previous events at the meeting, lost in thought. While he pondered this question, the plan for testing the bridge's defensive capabilities was finalized. Led by 3 spirit-ranked warriors and 10 mages skilled in defensive magic, the spirit-ranked warriors were positioned at the forefront, with the defensive mages in the second row, to probe the gate bridge. The humans behind them used mechs to launch ranged attacks on the gate bridge from between the defensive shields. Junji remained silent throughout, only shaking his head when asked if he had any questions, amidst the sidelong glances of many travelers. Many travelers were surprised that Junji was so open to accepting Hishi's command, and their opinion of him changed somewhat. The probing attack was scheduled for the early morning of the following day. Chapter 179. Everything was ready before the towering portal bridge. The demons on the portal bridge had been observing the movements in the distance, but none of them dared to step out. A flowing energy wall covered the portal bridge. This energy wall wasn't a shield created by defensive magic. One piece of evidence was that when the travelers attacked earlier, the energy wall didn't develop the faintly visible magical array patterns that often appear when magic was used. Shinruo found a suitable spot to observe the impending battle. The 3 spirit-ranked beings at the forefront of the formation each deployed a massive magical shield. The defensive mages behind them used rhomboid defensive magic to fill the gaps between the shields, ensuring there were no gaps. This magic didn't obstruct vision. By creating small, transparent protective spells, it connected the 3 shields into a single unit, preventing them from being attacked by enemy magic. Furthermore, the mages responsible for defense also reinforced their position above, preventing the enemy from using indirect magic to counterattack from above. Then, spells generated by the magical machines, consuming large amounts of crystals and requiring precise manipulation, were unleashed towards the portal bridge. After the magic struck the flowing energy wall in front of the portal bridge, ripples spread across it. From Shinruo's perspective, these ripples could be seen spreading out like raindrops on a pond. As the first wave of attacks continued, the human warriors operating the machines, with their extensive combat experience, understood from the ripples on the energy wall that it could indeed be penetrated. To break through this energy barrier, they needed to quickly prevent the ripples and folds from using force conduction or interaction to form a defense during the force dissipation process. Seeing a chance, they planned to directly break through the energy barrier in this test attack, so that they could rush across the bridge in one fell swoop during the subsequent formal attack. However, at that moment, a starlight-like light flashed on the other side of the bridge. Several demons stood there, each holding a point of cold light like starlight in their hands. The one in the middle unfurled a scroll. What kind of magic was this? Before they could react, an extremely powerful blue-purple glow, one that Shinruo remembered, emerged from the scroll. This light rose and grew stronger, becoming the same width as the distance between the 2 abyssal walls on either side of the bridge, but narrower than the distance between the still unsplit abyssal walls on Shinruo's side. However, the size of this magical radiance was more than enough to engulf the attacking travelers. The magical radiance, like a giant serpent rising and then swooping down to seize its prey, bypassed the three strongest magical shields. The radiance appeared, rose, and fell with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, only the three spirit-level beings had time to react. But their reactions differed. The Hershey candidate and the other spirit-level being both raised their magical shields into the air, simultaneously enveloping themselves in elemental armor. Junja, however, was different. He used the same method he and Shinrua had employed to slay the Hershey bird, preventing the blue-purple energy from invading him, igniting light elemental magic, a technique only spirit-level beings could use, around himself. All of this, in an instant, enhanced by Shinrua's heightened perception and altered sense of time, appeared as if it were happening in slow motion. But even in slow motion, it wasn't too slow. This thunderous attack was remarkably similar to the one used to breach the defenses of Eminamite. Junja's experience with Eminamite allowed him to make the most advantageous choice for himself in that instant. However, this choice would likely displease the other travelers in the camp regarding their team. The bluish-purple radiance engulfed the team that had gone to test the attack on the bridge. The magic shields of the Hershey candidate and the other spirit rank being shattered almost instantly. As spirit rank beings, their final choice could only be the same as Junja's: release a spell that burns their own elemental power, transforming the surrounding elements into elemental power that merges with their own, causing the falling attack to be eroded by the elemental power and lose its lethality. While the area of effect power of this spell is high across the entire attack range, its power at a specific point is less than that of a spirit rank being using their full spirit rank magic to burn their elemental power to protect themselves. Shinrua sighed. He now understood why the demons hadn't ambushed the travelers. While the energy fluctuations from this blue-purple glow weren't as great as the attack during the Battle of Amy's Mithy, it was the same type of magic. They had analyzed this magic. It couldn't be used easily. The demons here probably wouldn't be able to use the same magic a second time. Shinrua had already seen that after the magic ended, all the demons on the bridge, except for a few in the center, were lying motionless on the ground. However, compared to the demons, the travelers suffered even greater losses. Except for 3 spirit-level beings, in an instant, all the travelers who participated in the test siege were reduced to ashes, completely consumed by the blue-purple glow. Actually, now is the best time to attack, Shinrua said, appearing beside Junja at some point and handing him a mana potion. Because the demons had been preparing for so long, their only goal was clearly to use this blue-purple glow attack to intimidate the travelers, preventing them from advancing again. And when enough travelers were wiped out in one attack, the remaining travelers would be psychologically disadvantaged. Combined with the geographical disadvantage of injuries that couldn't heal in the demon abyss, this round could very well be enough to prevent the travelers from ever returning. Now it seems the demon's plan worked well. Those travelers still observing from afar in the camp were deeply shocked and remained stunned for a long time. Not to mention launching an attack at this moment, breaking through the enemy's defensive energy barrier in one fell swoop. Junja downed a mana potion, tossed the bottle behind him, and asked Shinrua, "You're right, but the other travelers are probably terrified by now. Are we supposed to charge forward ourselves?" Unexpectedly, Shinrua agreed with him. "We can give it a try." Those demons using attacks were probably the strongest among the demon guarding the bridge. Currently, there are no spirit rank demons active on the Dust Sand continent. They hadn't seen any spirit rank demons in the demon city either. Furthermore, Shinrua had definitively learned from the conversation between the god of dark elements and the god of wind elements that the birth of the demon race was related to the god of wind elements. Based on previous observations of the murals, if the orange-red flames are sacred demonic fire, then the divine will corresponding to them is certainly not the legacy of a legitimate deity. Its relationship with the heron doesn't seem to be truly hostile. Since gods can generate their own legacy wills, and the Holy Sea's philosophers spread rumors of an evil will from the god of fire elements within the demon abyss, Shinrua easily considered a possibility that the god of wind elements couldn't create the universe. He hadn't actually reached the level of other creator gods in understanding the laws necessary for any particular world. A spirit-level being requires understanding the laws, so the race born from this god might also be affected by the god's limitations. However, the Demon King cannot leave the Demon King's castle. Whether the Demon King in the Demon King's castle is a spirit-level being cannot be confirmed, since no other race has seen him so far. However, the magical items granted by the Demon King allow his demons to unleash large-scale attacks that even spirit-level beings cannot use. However, this attack couldn't harm the spirit-level magic that could burn and transform other elements. If the above is correct, then Junja, as a spirit-level being, could break through the gate bridge barrier without taking damage before his light elemental power was exhausted. While Shinruo wasn't sure if his strength rivaled that of a spirit-level being, he knew his sword could definitely break through the energy barrier. This sword seemed to have a considerable restraining effect on the blue-purple energy here. This energy was actually formed by a mixture of scarlet and blue energy, a fact that Yuki had already confirmed. Shinruo's sword seemed particularly effective against the crimson energy. Although Junja hadn't expected Shinruo to even consider a trial, he didn't hesitate to accept her suggestion. He came to the demon abyss to improve his strength. Above the spirit rank, the most important aspect of increasing strength lies in understanding the laws. Understanding the origins and flow of energy within the demon abyss, and comprehending why it formed, was a way to enhance his power. After the powerful blue-purple attack appeared twice, Junja also concluded that the appearance of this attack item must be related to the Demon King. To understand why the Demon King could create such an attack item, he needed to confront the Demon King. Junja was very interested in meeting the Demon King. Of course, he wasn't reckless. If he felt the gap in strength was insurmountable when facing the Demon King, Junja would prioritize his life. However, without breaking through the current gate, reaching the Demon King's city was a pipe dream, let alone choosing whether or not to meet the Demon King. Junja didn't want to join the human race and the Holy Sea's armies. That was war, not cultivation. What do we do? Junja asked Shinruo. Unconsciously, although he couldn't confirm whether Shinruo was a spirit-rank cultivator, Junja had unintentionally concluded that Shinruo was stronger than him in combat strategy. Use light magic to bypass my body, but at the end, converge in front of me to break through the energy barrier. Go. Shinruo didn't elaborate much, because they only had each other, they had no other teammates. So all Shinruo had to do was draw her sword and charge forward, the rest depended on improvisation. All he needed was for Junja's magic to provide cover for his sword. After breaking through the bridge, they would advance against the demons if they could defeat them. If the travelers behind them could react quickly enough, great, if not, they would retreat. Shinruo had already made up his mind. After speaking to Junja, he strode forward, and Junja followed without hesitation. The demons initially thought this would surely intimidate all the travelers, forcing them to either linger outside the bridge or leave the demon abyss. But unexpectedly, one or two figures, one after the other, rushed towards the bridge at an extremely fast speed. Several blue-purple magical rays converged towards Shinruo and Junja, but Shinruo and Junja's speed and precision in dodging attacks allowed them to easily evade the magical rays. Following Shinruo's instructions, Junja unleashed a large amount of light elemental magic in curve patterns, bypassing Shinruo and converging in front of her to form a sharp cone that pierced the energy wall ahead. Shinruo, short sword in hand, attacked later, but not first. His sword tip and Junja's light magic pierced the energy wall almost simultaneously. Before the travelers behind them could react, they saw ripples appear on the energy wall. But then, the color representing the energy wall's existence, centered on the ripples, vanished, revealing an opening large enough for several people to pass through. Chapter 180. The travelers were still in shock, but the Hershey candidate had. The bridge's defenses were actually extremely weak. The demon's only reliance was the energy barrier and that blue-purple attack. However, the travelers, except for him and another spirit rank being, were still stunned. For them, the intensity of the blue-purple radiant magic and the sudden advance of Shinruo and Junja were completely beyond their comprehension. After enduring the blue-purple magical radiance, Junja actually charged forward without stopping, even breaking through the energy barrier with his light magic. Was it really possible for someone as strong as Junja to break through the demon's defenses on his own? The travelers were so absorbed in their shock at Junja's strength that they completely failed to notice that what truly had an effect was the short sword infused with true energy by Shinruo, an extraordinary sacred relic. Of course, if the Hersey candidate were to bring up the fact that Junja hadn't used a magic shield to try and protect the other travelers from the impact of the blue-purple glow, these travelers would probably accuse Junja of hypocrisy and using him as a pawn for days. But would that benefit him? No. For the Hersey candidate, the immediate priority was to quickly break through the gate bridge, because his most important objective was the flame coral. Some of his team members had perished in the blue magical glow, but that wasn't his concern now. The energy barrier would self-repair. What he needed to do now was to further tear open the breach. Other travelers might be too shocked to notice the energy barrier slowly closing, but he couldn't. How strong Junja was, whether his power was truly terrifying, none of that was something the Hersey candidate should be concerned with right now. Besides, with a cultivation fanatic like Junja, it was difficult to create conflict even if you didn't provoke him. Let's charge. The Hushi candidate roared, then burst into action, rushing towards the energy barrier. The other spirit rank being, having reached the spirit rank, was naturally 1 in a million on the Dust Sand continent, and he had already grasped the situation. His speed was only slightly slower than the Hushi candidates. The travelers exchanged bewildered glances. This development was completely unexpected, but they finally belatedly came to their senses. The other travelers were already some distance from the team testing the bridge's defenses, and it was this distance that prevented them from dying from the blue-purple glow. But it was also this distance that made them even slower than the Hushi candidate and the other spirit rank individual. So by the time they charged forward, the damaged section of the energy barrier was almost closing. However, by then, the 3 spirit rank cultivators were already wreaking havoc inside the portal. Without the demon's superior position to hinder them, the remaining travelers could focus solely on bombarding the closing energy barrier, relentlessly tearing a larger gap in the barrier. Shinrua had already sheathed his short sword, using only a sword inlaid with water elemental crystals to engage the demons in ordinary slashing combat. Of course, he maintained a respectable speed in his attacks. As the champion of a jigsaw puzzle competition, Shinrua had no need to conceal his advantage in this area. If Junja were utterly useless, then there would be something wrong with him if he still teamed up with Shinrua. After entering the gate bridge, Junja stopped using his dazzling array of light blades. Like Shinrua, he used a crystal weapon. Without restraining his martial arts skills, even without the magical power imbued in his crystal weapon, Junja could keep the demons at bay for a while. As more and more travelers rushed through the checkpoint, Shinrua charged towards the depths of the abyss. Junja immediately switched from fighting in place to tearing through the demons' defenses, and continuing his charge into the abyss. Seeing that they had created an opening in the demons' defenses, Shinrua took out a specially made crossbow and pulled the trigger towards the abyss wall. A grappling hook inserted itself into the abyss wall, connected to a very strong elastic rope. The crossbow's ability to travel such a distance was due to a sophisticated mechanism, inlaid with wind element crystals for propulsion. The other end of the rope was fastened to the arched top of the bow, gripping the crossbow. Its powerful elasticity could propel a person, like a pebble in a slingshot, launching them forward using the hooked part as the axis. Shinrua was thus flung towards the abyss wall by the tension generated by the tightening rope. He slightly spun in midair, gathering his inner energy in his feet. With a forceful stomp, as his feet landed on the abyss wall, he carved a dent in it. Using the wall to absorb the force, Shinrua detached the hook from the wall, performed a pigeon somersault, and slashed diagonally towards the abyss bottom. This up-and-down maneuver completed a rapid, triangular advance, creating distance between him and the demons behind him. The ground where Shinrua landed was vastly different from the area previously covered in scarlet stalagmites and bluish-purple vegetation. While Shinrua and Junja were walking along the bottom of the abyss, the stalagmite landscape gave way to a lush field of purple flowers. Below the flower field lay purple pebbles and weathered scarlet soil. Near the camp, the scenery transformed into a scarlet ground and a woodland landscape composed of scarlet tree trunks of varying heights and purple leaves. At the towering gate bridge, the demons had cleared long stretches of open space on either side of the gate to improve visibility. The trees had been felled, and the ground was paved with the same stones as the bridge itself. Shinrua's landing point had moved away from the paved area inside the gate bridge and into a scarlet woodland. The trees here were much taller than those outside the gate bridge, and further in, the trees grew even taller and denser. Junja, having roughly determined Shinrua's landing point, quickly dealt with the demons around him and hurried deeper into the rift. After walking for a while, a small pebble hit Junja's shoulder. He looked up and saw Shinrua silently crouching on a large tree. They were different from the travelers. The travelers were numerous, and before Shinrua and Junja arrived at the camp, they had already reached a partial consensus on cooperation. They wouldn't end the battle until they completely eliminated the demons on the other side of the bridge, examined the nearby demon passages to and from the bridge, confirmed the route to the Demon King City, and determined what kind of magical artifacts the scrolls used by the demons that had caused them so much damage were. However, Shinrua only wanted to complete her exploration of the bottom of the demon abyss and travel to the Demon King City to learn about the Demon King and the sacred demon fire. If she could also obtain the flame coral, that would be even better. Junja, on the other hand, hoped to expand his understanding of the laws left behind by the creator gods of the Dust Sand continent during this journey. For them, cleaning up the battlefield near the gate bridge was simply a waste of time. Shinrua jumped down from the tree and said to Junja, "When I landed on the abyss wall just now, I glanced at the structure around here. The gate bridge connects to an entrance in the abyss wall that separates the demon abyss into the rift abyss. That should lead to the Demon King's city, and they should be starting from there. Then how do we get there? Junja asked. To Junja, who was completely uncompromising and focused solely on reaching the finish line as quickly as possible, Shinrua could only explain his plan. What I really meant was that the demons obviously don't use this woodland as their passageway or living area. We can find a place here to put the houses that Jimu left for us. Shinrua hadn't expended much energy in this battle at the gate bridge, but Junja was a different story. Although he made a concise and rational choice for self-preservation in an instant, which seemed brilliant to Shinrua, the powerful blue-purple magical glow meant that even using spirit-level magic for self-defense required a considerable amount of light elemental power. After finding a secluded spot in the Crimson Woodland, Shinrua used his hearing to confirm the movement of nearby creatures before putting down his basket. Junja then noticed that Shinrua had not only been carrying the basket he had originally been carrying, but had also tied his own backpack to it. Shinrua actually advanced towards the portal bridge with him in this state. Was he confident that even if no other travelers followed, he could shake off the demons at the bridge? Or did he simply believe that if he succeeded, he wouldn't turn back, choosing the difficult mode for the sake of possibility? However, Junja wasn't used to asking other beings about these details. He could only observe and think for himself. After entering the safe house, Shinrua proposed his plan. After we rest, we can turn back and go to the Demon King's castle through the portal bridge entrance. In Shinrua's view, many of the travelers were currently quite agitated, perhaps influenced by the environment. Junja didn't use a magic shield to protect the travelers around him, because he knew that even with a magic shield, the result would be the same. This choice was realistic, cold, and the optimal solution. Therefore, it would become a reason for the other surviving travelers to verbally attack Junja. Shinrua, of course, believed that someone as powerful as Junja would be completely unaffected by such verbal attacks. However, they are currently in the abyss of demons, and their opponents outnumber them, so it's best to avoid direct confrontation. As for reputation, Junja probably doesn't care about that at all. In the abyss of demons, mages need safe houses to truly rest. Houses are an extremely scarce resource in the abyss. If they continue to stay with those travelers, the consequences of Junja not using his shield, and the fact that safe houses aren't shared are unpredictable. The safe houses they brought aren't large enough to accommodate so many travelers. You came up with a solution so quickly today, Junja said to Shinrua. In truth, when he witnessed so many travelers perish in an instant, Junja was momentarily stunned. But by then, Shinrua had already packed her bags and walked to his side. What kind of battle-hardened experience could allow someone to remain unmoved by such a scene? Recalling how he met Shinrua, Junja found that Shinrua could be frighteningly calm in certain situations. That's because I thought about my own death, Shinrua said, surprisingly understanding the underlying meaning in Junja's words. In places I know, many people die because of what they're good at. The best swimmers drown, the most warlike die in battle. These are age-old tales. Shinrua hadn't witnessed it firsthand, but in learning about the history of ancient humans, he saw how people faced life, disease, and death before medicine advanced to the point where people didn't have to lie in bed waiting to die. Even in his time, when people could achieve a peaceful death without illness through many medical aids, the decline of bodily functions remained an unavoidable topic in the universe. Shinrua felt that dying on the path of exploration, doing something he loved, wasn't necessarily a tragedy. Most travelers who came to the demon abyss weren't forced, except for the heavenly fox. Therefore, in Shinrua's view, their deaths were simply the result of their own choices. Besides, it was a matter of a moment. It might leave pain for the living, but for the dead, their end was unaware. Furthermore, along the way, they witnessed the war between demons and humans, the war between Jisha, and the war between demons themselves. War weakens one's perception of death, which is actually not a good thing for Shinrua. Shinrua hasn't yet formed strong bonds, so he can't understand the feelings of those left behind in this world. Witnessing death from even a small-scale war under these circumstances will affect his normal threshold for life and death. The pain of loss is for those who have experienced it. Those who haven't can't understand or empathize with the intense shock to their souls in an instant. But the human race is spirit, and will require intense shocks to awaken their will and strength. That's what makes this race so powerful. Since we're talking about life and death, Shinrua felt he could express his friendliness towards Junja. So don't just think about cultivation. Following that logic, if you accidentally die from a stitch while cultivating, I'd be a little sad if I heard the news. No, what exactly is dying from a stitch? That's only because of Junja. Other beings, like Fenghe or Long Wei, would think the same way. At this moment, Shinruo once again demonstrated his limited and utterly inept thought process when it came to expressing emotions. What he really wanted to say was simply that he considered Junja a friend, nothing more. Due to his hesitant statement, Junja completely failed to grasp Shinruo's meaning, instead pondering whether there was a problem with his cultivation process. Junja felt that Shinruo must have noticed some subtle error in his cultivation that he hadn't recognized. Shinruo couldn't understand why his single sentence could make Junja fall into deep thought. Fortunately, Junja always asked when he couldn't understand something about cultivation. So, I get a chi deviation during cultivation. What is a chi deviation? Chapter 181. Shinruo never expected that mentioning stuttering would become a serious question from Junja. But these two, one dared to ask, and the other dared to mentally prepare an explanation on the spot. When Shinruo used the term stuttering, he was actually thinking of the effect he had when he ignited the sacred demonic fire, and he experienced a similar chi deviation during their fight. So Shinruo entered the state Junja loved most when explaining cultivation. To talk about stuttering, we must first clarify what chi is. Shinruo thought for a moment and realized that if he started by explaining standing, walking, sitting, and lying down, and was facing Junja, who liked to get to the bottom of cultivation, it might take 3 days and 3 nights to finish. Therefore, he decided to try to explain it in a different way. Chi actually has two meanings, broad and narrow. Broadly speaking, the activities of all things bring about changes in chi. However, narrowly speaking, you can understand it as the flow of elemental force between the entry of light elemental force into your body and the application of light elemental force. Shinruo wasn't sure if this was accurate, as it was his perception after altering his visual senses, not a definitive theory. He and Junja were even separated by race. Then why would you get a chi imbalance? Junja persisted on his initial question. Because normal chi flow in your body follows a specific pattern. When this pattern is suddenly broken, or the chi in your body suddenly becomes chaotic, that should be what a chi imbalance is, right? Shinruo hoped Junja wouldn't get stuck on this question. But Junja, after only a moment's thought, actually understood something else. So, back at Amy's netherworld, you were trying to break the pattern of chi flow within their bodies. Junja, as expected of a spirit rank cultivator, was right in a sense. Them referred to the demonic fire, and the magnificent phoenix after they transformed into flesh and blood. That's right. But it's strange. If this can cause problems for them, why doesn't it have the same effect when the opponent's magic explodes around us during magical battles? Junja understood one problem, but a new one immediately arose. To explain this clearly, it would still circle back to the original point about the chi generated by life activities. Shinruo felt a headache coming on, but he also knew that if he directly told Junja not to ask, it might cause more misunderstandings later. So he gave a vague, ambiguous answer. There are many reasons, aren't there? Perhaps he was already partially possessed by the spirit contained in that bird-shaped energy, and his original body is incompatible with this spirit. Or perhaps the energy they used was primarily from the demon abyss, so when other energies suddenly mixed in, problems arose? Who knows? I was just trying it out casually, and I didn't expect it to succeed. Junja, of course, didn't believe it. He thought it was probably related to Shinruo's cultivation method. In this world, the methods by which high-level experts improve their strength are often very secretive. Only favored disciples or close relatives can obtain the relevant inheritance. Thinking of this, Junja also felt he had been a bit presumptuous, so he couldn't help but secretly glance at Shinruo to see if she was unhappy. As a result, Shinruo didn't seem angry. She had simply closed her eyes and sat cross-legged in that strange way, no longer speaking. Junja finally put aside his own problems and focused on restoring his light elemental power. For a moment, only Junja's breathing was clearly audible in the safe house. Shinruo's breathing was very weak, almost non-existent. Although he was meditating, his mind remained tense. After all, they were very close to the Demon King's city. After restoring his true energy, Shinruo told Junja something and went outside alone. He chose a tree branch to rest. After sealing the pores on his skin, he concentrated his true energy on the meridians near his ears to alter his auditory perception. One thing bothered him. He had once hunted him with the demons outside the demon abyss. Shinruo had seen this kind of unorthodox priesthood more than once on the Dusan continent. He considered any priesthood that didn't correspond to the will of a true god to be unorthodox. The one he had seen before was in the temple of ancient Tronisha. The traces left behind indicate that in ancient times, Tronisha also used humans as sacrifices. The sacrifice was a giant serpent, an evil will arising from the heart of the water elemental. The reason the demons are now facing a joint attack from humans, and Zhe's army is because the demons have been plundering humans for sacrifices. Before that, the demons also used humans as food to make potions. Logically, humans lack talent, and should be far less useful as sacrifices than other races. What could possibly make these unorthodox wills prefer human sacrifices? Although he hasn't encountered many demons along the way, and Shenrua has tried his best to avoid drawing attention, he's certain that there are still demons he hasn't been able to completely eliminate who have noticed his appearance. If the vastness of the demon abyss previously prevented the demons from pinpointing his location, now that he had broken through the gate bridge, any surviving demons returning to the Demon King City could report Shenrua's location. This area had narrowed down to the forest at the bottom of one side of the split abyss. Although this forest wasn't small, it was significantly smaller than the entire demon abyss. If the demons truly needed a sacrifice like him, then a more focused search was warranted. The travelers, who had broken through the gate bridge, after heading to the Demon King City from the entrance, could be ambushed from both sides if the demons living in the Demon King City area were intelligent enough. Of course, this would require sufficient manpower and strength. The environment inside the house isolated the flow of energy and sound. Enhancing hearing wasn't impossible to detect sounds outside, but it would be somewhat less effective. Therefore, Shenrua unusually took on the responsibility of keeping watch. With Junja present, even if the demons discovered their presence, they probably wouldn't act immediately. This meant Shenrua needed to hear sounds over a wider area. As darkness fell, and it became late at night, Shenrua heard voices and footsteps in the distance. It was two demons on the search team talking. Strange, Shenrua said, the Demon King told us to be careful. He said he didn't sense anyone entering the forest initially, but then something mixed in, and its size is off. That's too vague, Shenrua replied. But it's certain that the Eastern humans entered the forest. We just don't know if the Demon King sensed a trap or something else. He said the size didn't feel human. Speaking of which, that Eastern human is supposedly traveling with Zhe, who's at the spirit rank. We're basically just throwing our lives away here, aren't we? That's why I told you to make good use of the Pathfinder Rat and the Fusion Scroll. Didn't the Demon King give each of us one? As long as we use them, even if he's a spirit rank cultivator, he won't sense our presence in this forest. We're here to capture someone. You're not thinking of just casually fighting a spirit rank cultivator and dying, are you? If you really want to fight that Zhe, you probably be in for a world of hurt. Not necessarily. Just scratching him a little, won't the environment of the demon abyss wear him down? He have enough to deal with you before he dies, right? Alright, let's stop talking. Let's go check out that place that might be a trap. The two demons indeed stopped talking, unaware that someone had silently appeared in a nearby tree. Shenrua held several small knives in her hand, knives without even any crystals. With a thud, one of the demons suddenly collapsed to the ground. What are you doing? You can't even walk properly. Before he could finish speaking, the demon also collapsed. Different demons have different vital points. However, after being in the demon abyss for so long, Shenrua had carefully observed battles between various demons and between demons and other races. Furthermore, Shenrua had observed a considerable number of demon corpses, with explanations from the medical team, especially Yuki. Although Yuki rarely did this. After all this, Shenrua now knew how to accurately hit the vital points of most high-level demons with a single blow. As for those whose attacks were still uncertain, he could strike several potential vital points simultaneously before finishing them off. Almost silently leaping from the tree, Shenrua pulled the daggers he had thrown from the demons' bodies. While these demons possessed high physical strength, their vital points weren't particularly tough. He didn't even need to channel his true energy. Simply relying on muscle memory to throw the daggers was enough to kill the two demons. Of course, this was assuming the demons weren't using magical defenses. If they were covered in magical armor, Shenrua wouldn't have been able to kill them so easily. Although to onlookers it appeared equally fast, the energy expenditure from channeling true energy, altering his sense of time, and adjusting his hearing was completely different from simply throwing two daggers. Ambush and assassination were indeed much easier than direct combat, Shenrua thought. These demons feared Junja's light elemental magic, believing nighttime was more advantageous for their actions, unaware that someone was even more adept at nighttime operations than they were. At night, the forest was the most comfortable place for Shenrua, without exception. At the center of the island, where he lived alone, lay a vast forest. Shenrua often went into the forest at night, listening to the various sounds of insects chirping. At this moment, faint footsteps echoed in the distance. After sheathing his dagger, Shenrua didn't rush to find the next demon, but instead searched the bodies of the two demons. The fusion scroll and the Pathfinder Rat mentioned in their conversation piqued his interest. The Pathfinder rat, judging from its name, must be a kind of demon with special abilities. He wondered if they possessed anything that could control such demons. After collecting his spoils, Shinruo returned to the tree. He even had a moment to spare, taking the encyclopedia from his earring. He first searched for Pathfinder rat. Entry: Pathfinder rat. Category: Creature. A demonized animal with excellent night vision and sense of smell. They can communicate with some demons, likely due to blood ties from ancient times. Over time, these demons develop special intelligence gathering magic using scout rats, hence the name Scout Rats. Chapter 182. Now that he had taken out the encyclopedia, Shinruo didn't intend to put it away immediately. He then looked up a few more entries that interested him. As an initial item that could be stored in an earring, this encyclopedia was of a very high level. Therefore, when Shinruo searched for the entry Holy Demonic Fire, which even Jimu hadn't heard of before coming to the Demon Abyss, the encyclopedia displayed a very detailed explanation. Entry: Holy Demonic Fire. Category: Unknown. Quality: Divine Relic. It cannot be classified because it is part of the Demon Abyss itself. At the beginning of creation, the gods separated out thoughts from their hearts that shouldn't belong to the creator gods. They hid them in different parts of the continent and suppressed them with divine energy to prevent these thoughts from affecting the reproduction and survival of the various races on the continent. The thoughts separated out by the god who governed the fire element fell on the then lifeless land, forming a chasm stretching for thousands of miles. The energy of the god of wind swept across the rift, suppressing this thought within it. The thought, along with the energy, seeped into the earth. The wind elemental energy brought life to the rift. Life born on the polluted land at the bottom of the rift gained the power of the wind element, but the suppressed thought corrupted their intelligence. Through these corrupted lives, the suppressed thought received energy from the god of wind, gaining godlike power within the rift. The divine demonic fire is the manifestation of this power. It excels at deception, making the life within the rift believe they originated from the entanglement of the gods of wind and fire, but this is merely a clever lie concocted by the divine demonic fire. The encyclopedia explained the origins and development of the sacred demonic fire in great detail, with creation history corroborated by the murals. Although the murals portrayed the sacred demonic fire as a manifestation of the will left behind by the gods. With the help of the encyclopedia, Shinruo confirmed that the crimson energy was indeed related to the evil will of the god, who controlled the fire element. However, Shinruo didn't know how much the Holy See knew about this will, or how much information their archives contained related to it. Based on Shinruo's previous experience visiting the Holy See with the Steel Stone team, aside from the Holy See's treatment of the Heshi and their inexplicable sense of superiority over their Zhezhi race identity, the documents there were truly abundant. The Holy See's proclamation against the demon race also mentioned the evil will of the gods, so it seemed they weren't entirely unfounded. Once they left the Demon Abyss, they should find time to visit the Holy See again. Thinking this, Shinruo took out the scroll he had found on the two demons. This must be the fusion scroll they had mentioned in their conversation, right? Shinruo activated the encyclopedia on the scroll. The scroll's official name wasn't the fusion scroll the demons had mentioned. Entry: Demonic Fire Scroll. Category: Magic Scroll. Quality: Undetermined. This scroll is part of the divine demonic fire, allowing the holder to completely merge with the environment it has contaminated in the perception of other beings. The quality can even be described as undetermined? Is this because the divine demonic fire itself is a part of a god, so its energy level is essentially the same as the gods? The divine demonic fire's quality is described as divine remnant. Its category is unknown, and a part of the divine demonic fire is a magic scroll, yet its quality is undetermined. How exactly does this encyclopedia classify items in this world? But it was also surprisingly reasonable, because the divine self, stripped away, couldn't be categorized as an object. This stripped self manifested as magical artifacts using energy, so it could be classified, but its quality was difficult to assess. Shinruo found it intriguing, but the footsteps that had been in the distance were now moving towards him. The other party wasn't approaching in a straight line. It seemed more like an unintentional approach during a search. Clearly, the other party didn't know what was happening here, nor did they know his current location. But Shinruo still put away his encyclopedia. He hadn't forgotten his current situation, and the circumstances didn't allow him to leisurely read for too long. Shinruo moved through the woods, his footsteps very light. In ancient Eastern martial arts, there's a movement technique where a master can be praised as walking on snow without leaving a trace. In fact, in those ancient paintings, when two people competed in walking on snow without leaving a trace, one moving swiftly and lightly across the snow, the other walking slowly, with the slower one leaving no trace. The principle was correct, but the problem was that Earth, their home planet, had gravity. Therefore, Shinrua knew that the content in the illustrated story was merely explaining the principle of the lightness technique. Fast is easy, slow is difficult. It was impossible for a person to be as light as a feather on their home planet, Earth. The same was true on the dust and sand continent. However, Shinrua could use many methods to make his movements and leaps in the forest as if they were silent. This was because the forest naturally contained various sounds, and as long as he harmonized with these sounds, the sounds Shinrua made would be as if they didn't exist. The 8 demons that Shinrua could locate by sound all acted alone, but the distance between them was not too far. The problem was, when Shinrua dealt with the third one, he encountered a scout rat. Although the encyclopedia didn't provide a picture of a scout rat, Shinrua's innate intuition told him that the rat-like creature that turned back upon seeing him was a scout rat. A throwing knife pierced the scout rat's body. Shinrua picked up the thrown knife and then heard the demon's voice. The demon was reporting Shinrua's location and informing his demon accomplices that he was alone. With Shinrua's abilities, escaping before the demons surrounded him was easy. However, he didn't want to waste his true energy, so after a moment's thought, he quickly stealthily moved towards the direction of the voice. This demon had probably seen Shinrua's movements through the scout rat. He was now on guard. So Shinrua could only concentrate his true energy in his hand and, again, end the demon's life with a small knife. After dawn, Shinrua returned to his hut. Stretching, Shinrua tossed a few of his prized possessions on the ground. Junja had fully recovered by now, but after these 2 major energy expenditures, they had used up a significant amount of the light crystals in their inventory, far exceeding the amount of other crystals. Were there demons last night? Junja asked, seeing the demon-themed items. He considered his senses quite sharp. After all, among mages, his martial arts skills were second to none in Qing's kingdom. I went out for a walk, Shinrua said, not elaborating further. After all, he had killed quite a few hunters last night, and later he had even used a communication crystal and ventriloquism to simulate the voices of the demons he had killed, pointing out their approximate location. The demons seemed determined to capture him. Shinrua only gave them the approximate location of the Eastern humans and mentioned their fast escape speed, prompting them to notify each other to surround and encircle him. These demons arrived at different times, and Shinrua turned their encirclement into a tactic of attacking reinforcements from a pincer movement. Although there wasn't a single target in need of reinforcements, the principle was the same. He could counterattack the hunters without much movement, and Shinrua also used the communication crystals of the destroyed demons to provide false information to the demons communicating with each other. These demons were overconfident. After confirming that Junja was not nearby, they were completely unprepared and made no attempt to conceal themselves. As Shinrua knew, many beings die because of what they are good at. For example, those who frequently drown are often skilled swimmers. The demons enjoy eating and hunting humans, and now, it was precisely because of the humans' anger that they joined forces with Zhe to attack the demon abyss. They considered themselves particularly skilled at hunting Eastern humans, yet they were all killed one by Shinrua in the night. Junja didn't ask further. Instead, he was quite interested in the scroll on the ground, so he asked Shinrua, "What's this?" Shinrua told Junja, "This is a scroll used by the demons to conceal their aura." They probably didn't expect someone could hold their breath near them, so their conversation was a bit too casual. "This scroll was used to conceal their aura, to bind me as a sacrifice without alerting you." Junja held it in his hand, feeling a familiar energy emanating from the scroll, an energy he often sensed in the demon abyss. "Can we use this scroll to conceal our presence?" Junja hadn't actually planned to use the scroll, but he felt Shinrua might have intended to, which was why she placed it on the ground. "I guess. Using it will reveal our location." Unexpectedly, Shinrua hesitated for a moment, then gave an answer completely different from Junja's expectations. "So what's your intention in taking it out?" Junja asked. "I don't know magic. Although I bought some magical items, the shopkeeper always told me how to use them. I'm not sure about this scroll. Does it activate automatically when opened, or does it require a specific method to activate? So I wanted to ask you." Shinrua was curious. Of course, she could consult other mages after leaving the demon abyss, but since she had a spirit rank mage like Junja, and he wasn't as silent as before, Shinrua didn't mind asking. Junja picked it up and examined it. Then, he took out an item from his storage ring that seemed to be specifically for detecting magical items. After examining it, he shook his head. "I can't be sure. Since you think using it will reveal our location, I suggest you don't open it casually." Juinja gave his assessment, then thought for a moment and asked Shinruo, "Why do you think it will reveal our location? If that's the case, isn't this scroll useless? Why did you bring it back?" Shinruo held the scroll in her hand and weighed it in her hand. "I just remembered something. I was thinking of showing it to you, if it could be opened without triggering any effects." She then put the scroll away. "What is it?" Juinja was a little concerned about Shinruo's discovery. His intuition told him it was probably related to something he cared about. Shinruo didn't hold back. "This scroll is called the Scroll of Demonic Fire, and it's intricately connected to the sacred demonic fire. However, this creates a contradiction, because this scroll was given to these demons by the Demon King. The Demon King attacked Ammonite, citing Vianlia as the reason for stealing the sacred demonic fire. And we already know that the sacred demonic fire has its own will. It wants to use Vianlia's body to become a real entity." Chapter 183. The contradiction raised by Shinruo does indeed exist. The fact that the Demon King could provide a scroll equivalent to an avatar of the divine, demonic fire is itself highly suspicious. Although this avatar is probably only about as strong as a handful of hairs plucked by the Monkey King in the story of Journey to the West, or perhaps even weaker. However, such a scroll is unlikely to have been prepared in advance. Because in the past, no other race could enter the demon abyss. No matter how prescient the Demon King is, he couldn't have been there long ago, shearing off a single orange-red flame like sheep, extracting its energy to create a large number of magical items for various emergencies. This scroll should be a one-time consumable. Now that the divine demonic fire is no longer within the Demon King's reach, how can he continue to obtain it? Shouldn't something that can no longer be obtained be used sparingly? According to the murals in the temple of the god of wind elements in Ammonite, although the Demon King's city is very close to the two temples, they are not the same building. The Demon King cannot leave the Demon King's castle. The sacred demon fire burns within the totem pole at the center of the Demon Abyss Temple, which governs the god of fire elements. How did the Demon King manage to retrieve it from thin air? Furthermore, the sacred demon fire seems to possess self-awareness. Can the Demon King truly summon and dismiss it at will? Judging from what happened in Ammonite, Vianlia didn't directly steal the sacred demon fire. Instead, she had to perform a summoning-like ritual at a specific time in the temple of the god of fire elements in Ammonite to bring the sacred demon fire to Ammonite. However, before this, the Demon King's putative force had already arrived and, under the pretext of Vianlia stealing the sacred demon fire, launched a siege. So, how exactly does the Demon King control the sacred demonic fire? Shinruo couldn't get a definite answer to these questions, nor could Juinja. After Shinruo meditated and circulated his true energy through the water element of the water flame lotus, a layer of bluish-purple mucus formed on his skin again. Shinruo found a corner, outside, and thoroughly doused himself with water elemental magic tools, before returning inside and drying himself with Kundalini fire. Is this the residual fire element energy of the water flame lotus? Can you use it? Juinja only felt the surrounding temperature become somewhat hotter, especially near Shinruo. Upon hearing Juinja's words, Shinruo couldn't help but recall that the water flame lotus did indeed retain a small amount of fire element within his body. However, because the amount was so small, its effect was only to slightly increase the temperature when the water elemental force cleansed his meridians. He had almost forgotten about it. This isn't magic, but a kind of. Shinruo was at a loss for words, because there was no internal energy cultivation method like Kundalini on the Dust Sand continent. He thought for a moment and decided to communicate in a way that Juinja could understand. Martial arts. Martial arts? Juinja was intrigued. Martial arts could indeed make a person warm during the tempering process, but that was done through constant movement. For Shinruo to simply stand there and warm himself and his surroundings was unheard of. It's a kind of martial arts that allows you to stand there without feeling cold. In ancient times, some people lived in very harsh conditions, and to protect themselves from the cold, they developed this martial arts. Shinruo tried to explain the origin of Kundalini in a language that Juinja could understand, a language that seemed feasible on the Dust Sand continent as well. However, the origins of Kundalini meditation are ancient, and how this cultivation technique arose on their home planet Earth is impossible to verify. In ancient times, people attributed the origins of many things to gods. However, with the development of technology and the advent of written records, truly verifiable miracles or effective magic and immortal arts were rarely recorded. Of course, there are occasional records of extraordinary people and events, but these are often not official history, and even official history is influenced by the subjective judgment of the recorder. Therefore, Shinruo cannot explain the origins of the Kundalini meditation technique. In ancient times, those who mastered this technique were mostly yogis or high-ranking monks who cultivated in extreme cold. Therefore, linking the origin of Kundalini meditation to resisting the cold shouldn't be too far off. Can you teach me this martial art? Jun's cultivation fanaticism erupted without regard for the timing. This might not be easy to teach, and besides, we're in the demon abyss now, Shenhua reminded him. But after leaving the demon abyss, do you plan to go to Qing's kingdom? Junja asked. It's not that it's impossible, but at least not immediately. After all, there are still many places to visit. If I have the time and opportunity, Shenhua answered honestly. That's it. Time to learn martial arts is so limited. Junja said, perhaps, you can tell me how to practice, and I can slowly practice after I return to Qing's kingdom. This martial art looks very profound. It shouldn't be something that can be mastered in 3 or 5 days. As long as it's a martial art, once you become a spirit rank being, you can understand the principles and, given time, master it. This is also where the difference between spirit rank and non-spirit rank individuals lies. Our bodies are structured differently, so this martial art requires us to have the same structure first. Shenhua pointed to his dantian. All my martial arts techniques rely on this area to generate power and guide my movements. This explanation wasn't entirely accurate, but if he used phrases like qi sinking to the dantian, Junja would likely be even more confused. In short, after my experience with Hehe, I believe that the methods and locations within our bodies used to guide power are different. Shenhua explained in 2 parts, pausing in between to help Junja understand. Speaking of which, what exactly happened back then? Even if it was accidental, there should be some clues, right? Junja remembered another thing that interested him. That initial stitch. Shenhua began. He had discussed stitches with Junja before, so he simply used that term to refer to the phenomenon that occurred in the divine demon fire's body and on Hehe, although it might have been more than just a stitch. Shenhua thought for a moment and continued, that was indeed an accident. Look at the sacred demon fire's physical body, it wasn't affected as much as that phoenix Hehe. Later, when Yuki examined Hehe's body, he said he was at his limit, indicating that his body was inherently incompatible with that bird-shaped energy. As for what happened later, my needles were actually located based on the pathways of the power within his body, combined with what I saw when he fought the sacred demon fire in the air. My original intention was to let that energy leak out of his body, but who knew it would turn out the way it did? What did you see? Junja asked, puzzled. He had also observed the battle very carefully, so why hadn't he noticed the clues Shenhua mentioned that were related to the opponent's body? My eyesight is better. In the puzzle game, you win by having good eyesight and speed, Shenhua explained, not elaborating on the issue, but rather stating the principle. Generally speaking, we humans, or even Yuzhizhi, have some kind of circulatory mechanism within our bodies that guides us to break through the limits of our muscle strength. Therefore, the martial arts techniques I can use are based on the logic of my internal circulatory mechanism, while the martial arts techniques you can use are based on the logic of your internal circulatory mechanism. They are not the same, so of course I can't teach you my martial arts techniques. Just like humans can't learn magic. I see. Actually, Shenhua didn't say much, but Junja's understanding of cultivation had improved since Shenhua met him in Qing's kingdom. He had already connected many things that had happened since entering the demon abyss. For example, to prevent the celestial foxes from becoming demonic, they first use extreme flame to burn the energy within their bodies, and then infuse it with normal fire elemental power. This energy leaves the celestial fox's body, and new energy enters. This follows the cyclical mechanism Shenhua described. However, of course, the cyclical mechanism within the celestial fox clan is definitely different from that of the Zhizhi. While the patterns on the Zhizhi's bodies are not entirely identical, they gradually increase in number from the initial encounter, and the initial locations and general directions of spread are basically the same. Although Shenhua's needles were not applied in their exact order, the locations on the main torso seemed to be related to the positions where the patterns appeared from the beginning of their cultivation up to the higher levels. However, their patterns wouldn't just appear as a single point, rather, like vines growing and flowers blooming on branches, new patterns would unfold as their strength increased. Since you said it was to allow power to leak out of his body, then isn't there another location where power can enter the body? Junja's mind had already processed everything related to Shenhua's words about the circulation mechanism. His question, however, seemed a bit distant from Shenhua's previous statement, jumping back to the earlier issue of Shenhua using acupuncture on Hehe. If it were someone below the spirit rank on the Dust Sand continent, it's uncertain whether they could even have a normal conversation with him. However, Shenhua understood, because that was exactly what he had done later. Obviously, there was, But as you saw, I wasn't actually confident, nor did I completely pinpoint the acupuncture points. So the acupuncture I performed on He was essentially a failure, wasn't it? Although, in effect, it depleted the power of the demon abyss, our purpose here isn't to exterminate the demons, is it? Shenhua strongly suspected that the term demon was simply a figment of this world's language unification law. Because the characteristics of these demons are actually different from those in literary works. Although they often play villainous roles, it's mainly in relation to humans. Judging from the discoveries at the ancient Tronisha ruins, it's likely that demons weren't the only ones who used humans for sacrifice. This language unification law could be seen in some ways as a way of accommodating candidates like Shenhua from other worlds in understanding the world before them. In the magical world literature of their home planet Earth, demons always play villainous roles, but the demons on the Dust Sand continent primarily target humanity with their evil. Although they may incite other races to do bad things, they may not pose much of a threat to those races. Chapter 184. In terms of strength, demons living on the Dust Sand continent need blue-purple energy within their bodies to use magic. However, to store this energy, they must spend most of their time in the demon abyss, thus restricting their movement. As for the demon Shenhua encountered when she first arrived on the Dust Sand continent, it was casually executed by Long Wei's father. Now they know that those who can leave the demon abyss are high-ranking demons granted permission by the Demon King, the elite among demons. But in Shenhua's opinion, their strength isn't particularly high. Not even a single one is at the spirit rank. Compared to stories where the final boss of a world is the Demon King, the demons here are really weak. They can only slaughter ancient humans before they had crystal machinery and weapons, and ordinary humans now. This large-scale raid on humans resulted in many victims, but the demons carried it out in secret, utilizing their ability to change their appearance. Speaking of changing their appearance, their ability is inferior to that of the Illusion clan. The purpose of the name Demon Race was primarily to make Shenhua realize that this race posed a threat to humanity. Just like how names are translated into a language familiar to Shenhua, most important characters native to this world have a character from their race's name in their names. But there are exceptions, such as Saintson. Of course, whether Saintson was his original name is questionable. Even the Hershey candidate was given the name Monha. This shows that the law of linguistic uniformity allows candidates to grasp the essence of certain languages and scripts, and then manipulate them. If that's the case, then Shenhua believes that Lan He, after understanding the convenience brought by the unified language rules, found the pattern of names within his original language system, and chose the name Lan He for himself. As for whether Gangshur did the same, Shenhua doesn't know. Because Gangshur looks much simpler than the Hershey candidates, whether it's a coincidence or the language unification law made Gangshur's name easier to remember, Shenhua can't directly ask. As for Jasilfa, this guy clearly pronounces it entirely in his original language. If the demons in this world aren't a threat to races other than humans, there's no plot like in ancient fantasy stories of various races uniting to fight the Demon King on a long journey. Even Zhezhe, wanting to obtain the flame coral, needs the Holy See to find a high-sounding excuse, and then set off with the human army. The real purpose of coming to the demon abyss is to fight the demons, settling both old and new grudges. It's actually the human army that's doing so. The other travelers all came here with their own purposes, although many of them were also headed for the Demon King's castle. Going to the Demon King's castle and conquering the Demon King are completely different things. They might do it along the way, but it lacked the sense of antagonism towards the Demon King found in typical literary worlds of swords and magic. In fact, the Demon King cannot leave the Demon King's castle. The greater his power, the less likely he is to leave. Therefore, the legendary cataclysm has little to do with demons. Shenhua pointed out that their purpose in coming to the demon abyss was not to conquer demons, a point Junji clearly agreed with. However, they had already slain many demons along their journey here. The reasons, besides the human army's campaigns in the demon abyss instilling hostility towards all foreign races in the demons, also included Shenhua's bloodline, which consistently attracted demonic malice. Added to this, the demons themselves possessed a strong thirst for battle. So much so that after Shenhua returned from a night of fighting in the forest, Junji initially misunderstood his intentions. To be honest, he still didn't understand what Shenhua was doing in the demon abyss. Speaking of grudges, the Eastern humans' resentment towards the demons was probably the strongest among all humans. Wasn't Shenhua here simply to kill more demons? Right now, Shenhua had already fallen asleep and told Junji that after waking up, he planned to continue towards the Demon King's city. However, Junji's perplexing questions weren't fully answered, and new doubts arose in his mind. But Junji felt that there might be another way to understand the circulation within his body. While Shinruo slept, Junja went outside, conscientiously taking on the task of keeping watch. However, whether the demons who came to take Shinruo away had been mostly dealt with by Shinruo, or other battlefronts had diverted the demons' attention, no more demons approached their area during Junja's vigilance. During this time, Junja reviewed everything he had seen and heard since entering the demon abyss. Because Ji Mu was a plant spirit who had reached the spirit rank earlier than him, he considered him worthy of study. Shinruo's martial arts skills were at a level he couldn't currently reach, and were equally worthy of attention. As for the divine demon fire's physical body, and He's battle, those were areas Junja knew very little about. Whether it was the visual impact of the battle, or the crystal Shinruo shot with her slingshot, the entire process was a scene Junja needed to repeatedly recall, as he refined his cultivation. While repeatedly recalling the details, Junja remembered the time Shinruo meditated before going to sleep after her return. Shinruo was covered in a bluish-purple sweat. In other words, Shinruo, through some means, expelled the bluish-purple energy she had inhaled, or rather, the way it had been absorbed, with her sweat. How did Shinruo do that? Even the celestial foxes needed to burn their own energy using magic to infuse their bodies with fire elemental power, and even then, it wasn't certain whether that energy was completely expelled. Could it be Shinruo's posture that had previously intrigued him? Or the internal circulation mechanism he had mentioned earlier? Junja wanted to go back inside and wake her up, to have Shinruo try to figure out how the elemental power within Junja's body circulated, but he ultimately refrained. After waking up, Shinruo immediately carried out what she had told Junja before going to sleep. As for Junja's wish, that requires repeated attempts. It's better for you to experience it yourself. If you try to use needles, you might cause an accident like when I pricked Hihi. Hihi was already beyond saving, but you're fine. If I accidentally leave you paralyzed, that wouldn't be a joke. Shinruo rejected Junja's idea with a half-threat. Shouldering a basket containing large storage gems, and a backpack filled with storage space gems, Shinruo and Junja set off for the Demon King's castle. The travelers left no members to guard the entrances and exits. Now, a small number of demons patrolled both above and below the bridge. These demons appeared to have been transferred from other entrances or exits, or from the other bridge across the split abyss. However, if it was just about rushing through the entrance, Junja didn't consider this a significant threat. The key was that the entrance wasn't large, and the dangers ahead were unknown. If they rashly entered, being surrounded by demons would be a minor issue. If there were traps or preset magic arrays, it would be very troublesome. Large traps are unlikely. Shinruo seemed to understand Junja's concerns. As a spirit rank being, Junja could think of many things regarding cultivation, but he lacked in other areas. For example, he considered the defensive arrangements here using the Qingzi Kingdom's defensive strategies, failing to consider that the demons hadn't needed to deploy any defenses before. Even after the demon abyss became accessible, and the Demon King ordered the demons to reinforce its defenses, the demons still hesitated before the battle at the gate bridge, and ultimately, after using a large-scale spell, they easily breached the defensive magic array. This speaks volumes. Leaving aside whether the demons possessed a tactical mindset of luring the enemy into a trap, even if they did, the previous large-scale spell would have been redundant. If Shinruo were to devise the tactics, he would likely have the demons feign a full-scale defense that had been breached, waiting until all the travelers had entered the narrow passage leading to the Demon King's city before unleashing the devastating spell. Although they eliminated many travelers at once by waiting, the damage wasn't maximized, and their intentions were somewhat crude. Most importantly, such powerful magic could only be used once per group of demons within a short time frame. They must have relied on some kind of magical artifact, because it wasn't a power any demon could wield. Such a powerful attack sealed within a magical artifact was clearly not something that could be produced in large quantities. Furthermore, Shinruo had an idea about the thought that gods shouldn't possess. This thought itself didn't contain information known to the god who created this world. It was merely a piece of energy capable of developing self-awareness and possessing a portion of divine attributes. This energy carried the power to affect divine perception, which is why it was stripped away by the incomplete gods who created the Dust Sand continent. Judging from the demons' actions and the strange curses Shinruo heard from the travelers at the camp, the power stripped away by the god of fire elements was likely related to words like tyranny. Fire is inherently a violent force, so it's perfectly normal for the god of fire elements to possess elements of tyranny. But to become a higher dimensional being, well, at least in Shinruo's understanding, this kind of tyranny was possessed by many gods in the ancient legends of their home planet, Earth. But for some reason, on the Dust and Sand continent, This power was rejected and stripped away by the god who governs the fire element. His original intention was to sink deep into the earth and suppress it with the energy of the god who governs the wind element, but instead, he created the abyss of demons. Perhaps because they weren't truly gods of a higher dimension, some uncontrollable elements arose during creation? Or perhaps this was part of their plan when they created the dust and sand continent, designed to create trouble for the candidates? But regardless of the reason, Shinruo sensed a difference between this separated thought and the true remnant will of the god of fire. While Shinruo hadn't met the god of fire, he had seen the remnant wills of the god of darkness and the god of wind. If it were the remnant will of these two gods, given the information they possessed, the things they could control the demons to do would far exceed what Shinruo had witnessed in the demon abyss. Therefore, the separated thought should completely lack knowledge about how the world's laws had changed. The fact that previously inaccessible areas were now accessible could only mean that the world's laws had changed. While Shinruo's understanding of this point wasn't as certain as that of Zhezhi, a high-ranking official of the Holy See, or the 10 absolutes of dust and sand, Ji-mu had mentioned it to some extent during their interactions. Shinruo already had his own vague guesses about this matter. It was unlikely that the Demon King could know in advance about the changes to the Demon Abyss that would allow entry and exit. If he were fortunate enough to meet the Demon King upon reaching the Demon King's city, Shinruo felt his nascent idea would be confirmed. However, since it was a hypothetical situation, even if there were clues, Shinruo didn't intend to take the risk. His real reason for believing they could enter through the gate bridge entrance was, even if there are traps, the other travelers' formation was far larger than ours. Would the demons let them go and wait until we entered before activating them? Shinruo chose the simplest angle to tell Junja this. Of course, Junja was actually worried that the area was riddled with magic arrays and traps. Even if all the travelers perished, the demons still had backup plans. He was seriously overestimating the demons. Chapter 185. The passage led to one of the four corners of the massive demonic city built along the outer perimeter of the Demon King's castle. The massive demonic city was an inverted pyramid structure. At its very base, the apex of the inverted pyramid, stood a gigantic square pillar, the Demon King's castle itself. The Demon King's castle was dotted with square, perforated blocks resembling entrances and exits, much like the smooth-surface skyscrapers of Earth during its ancient, densely populated period. Even its exterior color was a bluish-purple. However, these perforated blocks weren't made of glass, like those skyscrapers, giving the entire Demon King's castle a strange cyberpunk feel. Emerging from the four passages, each had a downward staircase leading directly to one of the four entrances at the base of the Demon King's castle, and through the massive demonic city. Centered on the base of the Demon King's castle, between it and the massive demonic city, except for the sections connecting to the four passages, lay an underground region ablaze with crimson flames. The Demon King's castle was suspended above those flames. Beneath the Demon King's castle, coral-like red crystals grew in disarray. Those were flame corals. Entering this place was like stepping into a sauna, unbearably hot. When Shinruo and Junja arrived, the banners of human armies, or the Holy See, were already flying in many places within the massive demon city. The battle lines seemed to be advancing smoothly. In war, everything can be a mix of truth and deception, but the advance of the battle lines never lies. I have a feeling something's not quite right, Shinruo said, following Junja into the demon city, looking around as she spoke. What's wrong? Junja asked. I can't really say. Shinruo frowned and closed her eyes. Noticing the person behind her had stopped, Junja turned around. He saw Shinruo holding a scepter, one that didn't seem to belong to a human. However, Shinruo wasn't using it for magic. She was using it like a walking stick, her hands resting on the top, her eyes closed. After a while, fine beads of sweat appeared on Shinruo's forehead. She opened her eyes. The number of demons in this demon city is pitifully small. Even fewer than the demons who attacked Ammonite. How do you know? Junja was somewhat astonished. Shinruo didn't know magic. How did she do it? I hear. Shinruo wiped the sweat from her forehead, her face looking pale. You mean, you can tell how many demons are here just by listening? Junja found it even more hard to believe. This method isn't very effective, Shinruo said, so I didn't hear very clearly, only a general understanding. If I had heard clearly enough, I might have collapsed here. He made no attempt to hide the side effects of this method, and openly told Junja that he was very weak. Perhaps we should go and rendezvous with the army. The medical team is still with them, right? Junja suggested, though he rarely offered suggestions on this journey. Shinruo simply said, I want to go to the Demon King's castle to take a look, and then we should leave here as soon as possible. After revealing that he had heard what was happening inside the Demon King's castle, Shinruo became very different from before, seemingly having no intention of seeing the Demon King anymore. Junja was surprised and felt a little regretful, but since he hadn't come to fight the Demon King, he didn't explicitly object to Shinruo's insistence. Outside the Demon King's castle were layers upon layers of defensive arrays. Both the travelers and the army were attacking these arrays from different directions. The crystals they carried for siege machinery were constantly being consumed, and the elemental crystals on magical items and crystal weapons were being depleted one after another. Shinruo watched the siege from afar, lost in thought. As they approached the Demon King's castle, Shinruo's previously vague guesses seemed to become clearer, and he had an intuition to leave. Intuition, also known as the sixth sense, was considered a kind of mysticism in the historical period of their home planet Earth, when understanding of the human brain and human potential was very limited. In reality, it's the brain unconsciously making automatic deductions based on known conditions, much like a computer automatically calculating after initial data is input. When a possibility is recognized by the brain as a high probability event, there's a certain chance of triggering what's called intuition. For example, some people suddenly feel excited before winning a game, or suddenly become alert when danger approaches. And intuition can be cultivated. Shinruo had also cultivated intuition and studied its principles, so he understood that this intuition was not unfounded. So, this is the Demon King's purpose. Shinruo muttered to himself. Junja hadn't noticed Shinruo's distraction. Seeing him muttering to himself, he frowned and asked, "What purpose?" Shinruo's thoughts were pulled back somewhat by Junja. He composed himself, preventing his brain from uncontrollably piecing together every detail and making deductions. "I'm not sure yet. Let's go!" They already destroyed the last barrier to the Demon King's castle. Shinruo walked forward along the torn defensive magic arrays. These arrays would slowly close after being torn apart, and the one they were at had already closed again. However, the short sword in Shinruo's hand seemed to have a natural advantage against the defensive magic arrays here. By simply channeling true energy into the short sword, he could easily slice through these arrays. No one saw their movements, because both the travelers and the army were focused on the Demon King's castle. When Shinruo and Junja reached the suspended road leading to the Demon King's castle, someone finally noticed them. "Are you going in?" The one who asked was a nobleman. The defensive magic arrays here had just been broken, and they wouldn't allow travelers to bask in their spoils. The travelers were still attacking the defensive magic array along another path. However, Shinruo figured the travelers might not welcome him and Junja, so he simply circled around to the army's side. The army was clearly making faster progress, and besides, they had come with the medical team. As he expected, the army didn't mind letting Shinruo and Junja pass. The medical team wasn't at the forefront, they had already reached the demon city, but they had no interest in charging forward. "You better not enter all at once," Shinruo suggested sincerely. The Zhuzha glanced at Shinruo and sneered, "We didn't come here out of fear of death." Shinruo could only remain silent. Approaching the flame coral, and with so many of them, the branding effect from the quest items was completely unaffected by painkillers. Just then, another Zhuzha passed by them, slicing towards the suspended area at the bottom of the Demon King's castle. Shinruo understood, this was a Zhuzha candidate making his move. This wasn't the first time he'd seen a Zhuzha candidate, but when they went to the rare water, the candidate had been mixed in with the Zhuzha. Later, when he led the separation of the rare water, Shinruo had overheard the Creator God's conversation. Therefore, Shinruo didn't have any particular impression of him before. This encounter was the first time Shinruo had seen this person use light magic. His light magic was also very powerful. Many crystals were sliced off in large pieces, about to fall into the crimson flames below. The candidate was prepared. He wrapped an item in light elemental magic and threw it at the falling fire corals. Shinruo made a very bold attempt. True energy can be released in an instant. Techniques like striking a bull from a distance in ancient martial arts are applications of this technology. The location reached by the true energy can be directly used to collect the quest item using the earring. The difficulty lies in the fact that Shinruo must collect the fire coral into the earring the instant the true energy makes contact with it, and for the true energy to be released, he must make a movement. How to make this movement specific yet not abrupt is extremely difficult. The solution to this difficulty occurred in a flash, because the moment the candidate Zhuzha made his move, Shinruo chose to change his perception of time. Everything seemed to play in slow motion to him. Of the several plans Shinruo had calculated, he ultimately chose to gather his breath in his dantian and then exhale sharply. Shinruo exhaled sharply towards the fire coral. But simply exhaling wasn't enough, his breath carried a sound, a simple whoosh. To onlookers, it sounded like Shinruo letting out a long, slightly strange breath. This breath, carrying Shinruo's true energy, struck a piece of fire coral as it fell with a force akin to a lion's roar. Sound is also a weapon. True energy can extend and be channeled into a weapon. The pain disappeared from the branded area. However, Shinruo had also consumed a considerable amount of true energy from this act of stealing a piece of fire coral right under the nose of the Zhizhi candidate. In this state, Shinruo intuitively felt that their return to the Demon King City would likely not bring good fortune. "Let's go, or you can stay and help them," Shinruo said to Junja. "However, I hope you come with me." Candidate Zhizhi was still chipping away at the flame coral growing backwards from the bottom of the Demon King's castle, while Candidate Hishi was organizing the travelers to break through the barrier. Their competition was obvious. Candidate Zhizhi intended to take all the flame coral for himself, gaining more leverage and giving him an edge over Candidate Hishi. As for Candidate Hishi, the one who called himself Lan He, if he successfully broke through the final defensive barrier before the other side destroyed all the flame coral, he could not only collect the flame coral, but also boost the morale of Hishi, who was with him. Shinruo had previously expressed a desire to meet the Demon King, but now she suddenly turned back, hoping Junja would accompany her. It would be a lie to say Junja wasn't surprised. Or rather, Shinruo had seemed very strange to Junja ever since she arrived in this demon city. Shinruo gave him a deep look, then turned and walked away. Junja hesitated for a moment, then quickly followed. Shinruo seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, quickening her pace. Their strides weren't the same. Theoretically, it would be difficult for Shinruo to walk faster than Junja, but Junja felt that keeping up with her pace was surprisingly challenging. "Oh, right." Shinruo suddenly stopped, as if remembering something. "We worked together, the medical team. In the Demon Abyss, communication crystals couldn't be used when the distance was too great, but now they were in the same demon city, albeit a large one, they should be able to contact each other." Junja also stopped. Because Shinruo wasn't valued, no one in the medical team exchanged communication crystals with him. However, there was Zhizhi from Qingzi Kingdom in the team, who handed his communication crystal to Junja, even stuttering a little from nervousness. Junja found the communication crystal in his storage ring, and handed it to Shinruo. Shinruo shook his head. "They won't believe what I say." "You tell them. Just say, the battle at Demon King City is probably a trap, and that those who want to evacuate should leave now. Whether they leave or not is their own choice." Since Junja had already chosen to turn back with Shinruo, he naturally didn't doubt his words, but he was a little puzzled. But if that's the case, wouldn't the medical team be even more needed if there are heavy casualties? The trap is likely. Any army entering the Demon King City will become the Demon King's army. That might not be entirely accurate. Let's explain after we get out. Junja relayed Shinruo's request. Following behind Shinruo, Junja asked, "Where are we going now?" Shinruo glanced up at the abyss wall. "We keep going until we leave the Demon Abyss." Outside the Demon King City, the candidate Hishi finally obtained the flame coral. However, he wasn't fast enough. The vast majority of the flame coral had already been taken by candidate Zhizhi. Facing candidate Zhizhi across the distance, behind candidate Hishi, travelers were advancing towards the Demon King City, crossing the defensive magic array they had torn open. Inside the Demon King City, all the high-ranking demons remaining in the city had gathered. The Demon King City stood tall, level with the edge of the inverted pyramid-shaped demon city. Therefore, whether soldiers or travelers, all had to ascend the spiraling steps. Ignoring the cyberpunk aesthetic of the Demon King's castle, it resembled a monster tower from ancient literature, modeled after a magical world. In the castle's corridors, blue, purple, and red bloodstains mingled. The attackers hadn't suffered many casualties, but their strength was waning. Some warriors collapsed, unable to go any further, while some mages were nearly depleted of their elemental power. Finally, only the most powerful warriors reached the top of the Demon King's castle. Chapter 186. The Demon King's appearance was completely different from what either the army or the travelers had imagined. He was a young boy with long, orange-red hair, his eyebrows the same color as his hair. The Demon King looked like a 15 or 16-year-old human, but his pupils were surprisingly black. Shinruo didn't enter the Demon King City, thus avoiding a fierce battle but also missing the Demon King's very insightful speech. "Are you here to kill me?" The Demon King tilted his head, asking seemingly innocently. His voice was very pleasant, making one feel that attacking such a demon, somewhere between a child and a young man, was a heinous crime. All demons have flaws when they transform, But the Demon King was only draped in a piece of cloth. Apart from his strange hair color and the incongruity between his pupils, he looked completely like a human. Someone gripped their sword tightly, roaring, "Yes! You have slaughtered countless humans throughout history, and even now you still use us as food, sacrifices, and medicine. We must avenge our loved ones and ancestors." The Demon King merely smiled innocently. "Is that so? Then why did I hear from the demon generals, who returned from their adventures, that you get along well with the dragons?" Someone was enraged by the Demon King's statement. The dragons value their reputation and have provided us humans with towns to live in and numerous jobs. They have never looked down on us, and they even transform into forms similar to us to live among us. Don't compare yourself to them. Is that so? The Demon King smiled again. Isn't it strange that the dragons have become a human dragon race? Think about it carefully. They say it's because they developed a method of transformation. Are they really a race that can cooperate with humans and then develop transformation techniques? The person who could reach the Demon King was clearly no ordinary person, and a possibility suddenly occurred to him. This conjecture made him tremble uncontrollably. He gripped his sword, as if only that sword could give him power. Ha 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 ha, of course it's because they ate too many people. The Demon King laughed wildly, his voice tinged with madness. At first, they were terrified when they first realized they had become humanoid. Later, we provided them with magical potions to stabilize their transformation, the price being that they had to provide us with a sufficient number of humans, preferably Eastern humans. Now, they no longer need to eat humans, and have fully understood the benefits of becoming dragon humans, so the wilderness dragons are almost extinct. If you can find them, you can ask them if they eat people. The Demon King's laughter echoed throughout the Demon King city. If Shinruo were to consult the encyclopedia again now, he would find that the entry for dragon humans had changed. Yes, this encyclopedia records the secrets of the continent according to consensus. Only when a secret is accessed or becomes known to someone who shouldn't know it will it be displayed according to truth. This is a book of records created by the creator god at the same time as the dust and sand continent, capable of evolving along with the continent. The gods established unique laws for this book of records. The reason Shinruo was told it was an encyclopedia when she obtained it was to prevent the candidates from directly knowing its true effects. This is also one of the gods' tests for the candidates, requiring them to discover the truth behind the events on the continent themselves. After all, no one would idly and repeatedly consult the same entry. In the Demon King city, aside from a few spirit rank beings and humans, the other beings suddenly launched an attack, slaughtering their comrades and colleagues. The Demon King city transformed into a massive, mutually destructive inferno. Zhuzh and Hishi, who had previously stood apart, wishing to draw a clear line between themselves, suddenly understood one thing. But now, they had to unite, defending against attacks from their former comrades and colleagues, while simultaneously seeking to take the Demon King's life. The Demon King had controlled their comrades and colleagues. They weren't controlled, simply because they were spirit rank beings. The tacit understanding among spirit rank beings transcended the laws of racial hostility. They reacted instantly. Shinruo was considering how to leave the demon abyss as quickly as possible when a method for rapid escape appeared. He and Junja had already reached the outside of the gate bridge, and enormous winged creatures were flying towards them from the sky. Above the abyss, mechanical wings are susceptible to various unstable air currents, easily causing problems during flight. However, these creatures possess wings sprouting from their backs. They are none other than the true overlords of the Dust Sand continent in terms of individual power, the Dragon Clan. They are a race capable of flying regardless of air currents and unstable factors. Even with the ingenious flying vehicles and mechanical wings created by humans, their effectiveness cannot compare to that of the dragons. Among them was a dragon Shinruo recognized. Longwei stopped, hovering in midair, flapping his wings. "What are you doing here? And what are you doing here too?" His words were somewhat disjointed, but Shinruo and Junja, as the parties involved, both understood Longwei's meaning. The first "why are you here?" was directed at Shinruo, while the second, spoken angrily and loudly, was clearly directed at Junja. He used you twice, but to different people. In Longwei's messages, Shinruo had already left Qing's kingdom, and he had proudly declared, as expected of my friend, "What is Junja anyway?" But now Junja and Shinruo were still together. Had his father lied to him? More than 100 days had passed since Shinruo left Tronisha and returned to the Eternal Tower. Longwei was now at the ultimate rank. Although a dragon's ultimate rank could at least put up a fight against Zhuzh's near-spirit rank, it depended on the strength of the near-spirit rank members. Longwei had only recently become an ultimate rank member. His strength was still very immature. When Shinrua met Junja, Junja was already at the peak of the near spirit rank. Moreover, Junja had recently advanced to the spirit rank, which wasn't a secret across the continent. It was just one piece of news among a ton of information that could be bought with a few silver coins in the Eternal Tower. Long Wei suddenly thought of another possibility. Could it be that the damned Junja, after becoming a spirit rank cultivator, felt embarrassed that Shinrua had escaped, and therefore wanted to capture her and make her his servant? His gaze swept back and forth between Junja and Shinrua, looking like he wanted to breathe fire. Shinrua waved her hand. You come at the right time. Can you fly out of the demon abyss? That's difficult, but of course I can now. Long Wei turned and breathed fire at the vegetation on the ground. Then please take us out. By the way, are these your friends? Shinrua was asking about the dragon behind Long Wei. They are my father's dragon warriors. You mean we're going to take him away too? Long Wei, now in human form with only his wings flapping behind him, hovered not far from Shinrua and Junja, pointing at Junja incredulously. What the hell? If he could even beat someone as expressionless as Junja, he'd give him a good beating the moment they met. Did Shinrua really want Junja to ride on his noble back? Thinking this, Long Wei's non-existent fur stood on end. But Shinrua seemed to genuinely intend to. He's quite important right now. I need to talk to him after we get out. You really weren't coerced by him? Long Wei tried to find evidence on Shinrua's face that he had been threatened by Junja. Junja scoffed. Why would I need to coerce someone? You have coerced someone before, Shinrua reminded Junja. Of course not now. But I just arrived at the demon abyss, Long Wei said unhappily. I haven't even seen the Demon King city yet. Shinrua straightened her expression. That's exactly what I wanted to tell you. Don't go any further, including these dragon warriors you brought, or the consequences will be severe. Help me take this damn Zhizhou away. Just grab him in your claws. Long Wei said to the dragon warrior beside him, then picked up Shinrua and flew upwards in a flash. Although reluctant, Long Wei still chose to trust Shinrua. After all, based on his previous experiences with Shinrua, he himself had either been treated as a dragon hostage or ignored because of his insufficient strength. His father had warned him beforehand that if he encountered any human friends during his trip to the demon abyss, he should listen to them. However, he hadn't expected to linger so long with his father, and by the time he arrived at the town, he heard that the human army had already entered the massive demon city where the Demon King's capital was located. He had traveled day and night, eager to see what the legendary Demon King looked like and witness the unprecedented Demon King extermination battle. Finally, upon reaching the vicinity, he encountered Shinrua and was persuaded to turn back. It was impossible not to be disappointed, but he was still happy to see Shinrua. Junja was a real eyesore. In his opinion, the dragon warriors should only use their claws to hook onto Junja's collar, and then a sensible gust of wind would blow him off. However, Dragon Might could only dream of such a thing. Even for dragons, escaping the demon abyss wasn't so easy. If they were in a half-human, half-dragon form, although they would have wings, their size wouldn't be large enough to withstand the various air currents that affect them once they were airborne. If they flew in this form, they could only do so by flying very low, close to the ground. If they reverted to their original forms, they would have difficulty navigating some of the narrow sections of the demon abyss. The walls of the demon abyss are irregularly spaced, sometimes wide, sometimes narrow. In some places, the bottom is wide, but the upper walls slope and converge, narrowing as one ascends. There are also places where the bottom is narrow, but the upper airspace is relatively wide. Long Wei's father sent him to the Demon King city to witness the war between different races, telling him that after the Demon King was defeated, he could engage in practical combat with the remaining demons there to improve his strength. However, he also gave the dragon warriors a task, to check within the Demon King city whether the demons had any recorded traditions, and whether any historical records of interactions between humans/dragons and demons, such as crystals, remained in the demon abyss. If so, they were to destroy them. The dragon warriors, having traveled to the demon abyss, already knew that the demons likely didn't keep such records, but not confirming this in the Demon King city was difficult to explain. However, there was more than one dragon warrior, only one was needed to take Junja away. Seeing only one dragon warrior flying towards them, Shinrua became wary and asked Long Wei, "Why is only one of your father's dragon warriors following us?" Long Wei seemed unconcerned. "Maybe father wants them to get some magic potions or something? We haven't done much since we entered the abyss." No good. Shinrua sensed something was wrong. They become demonized. Demonized? Long Wei only had a vague understanding of what was happening in the abyss. Zija had only briefly explained that wounds in the abyss couldn't heal, and that they were advised to avoid using magic as much as possible. This wasn't a big problem for dragons. Their bodies were very strong, and even without magic, they had many ways to protect themselves. It's a long story. Stop. Use the communication crystal to call them back. Tell them you can explain to your father. Longwei stopped as Shenrua instructed and took out the communication crystal, but he didn't communicate with the dragon warrior as Shenrua had suggested. Escort me out first, then come back. It won't take long, Longwei said to the communication crystal. I might have run into a little trouble. Longwei's words made Shenrua feel that he seemed to have changed. However, the communication ended well. The dragon warriors turned back, and they left the bottom of the abyss together. With the dragon's help, they first ascended, then flew over the top of the abyss wall. However, the ground at the top of the abyss wall was extremely hot. Without specially crafted water elemental shoes, it was impossible to get a foothold. So the dragons flew to the wasteland connected to the scorching ground. This place was still a long way from the town. Some demonic beasts roamed there, but none posed a threat. So, the two dragon warriors, having finished escorting them, decided to turn back towards the abyss. At this moment, Shenrua said to Junja, if they intend to leave, and you kill them all immediately, what are your chances of success? Junja glanced at Longwei, and finally uttered two words casually, 10%. Never before had they seen such a treacherous person. The two dragon warriors' anger surged instantly. Being in dragon form, they couldn't help but let out a roar. Chapter 187. Alright, please don't be angry, Shenrua said. The reason I didn't let you turn back is because it would be life-threatening. You might become the Demon King's puppets. The healer Yuki from the Eternal Tower has witnessed this firsthand, so I'm not exaggerating. I send a message to my father later, Longwei said. Now that you've flown out from below, go a little further away, and find a safe place to talk. After contacting my father, you can decide what to do next. The town was still far from where they came from because they entered through the Rolling Stone River at the entrance to the Demon Abyss Rift. When leaving, to reach the outside of the Demon Abyss as quickly as possible, the dragon first flew upwards from the bottom, constantly changing its form, until it finally flew out of the extremely deep rift. The fissured, scorching ground outside the rift was unsuitable for landing, so they flew horizontally, while the town was at the vertical end. Although they had a place to stand, waves of heat still rolled in, making it hardly a good place to talk. There were no towns nearby, only barren wasteland covered with low-lying vegetation. Leaving the area scorching in the wind, several dragons surrounded Shenrua, Longwei, and Junja, watching as Longwei connected to his father's communication crystal. Father, I met my friend on the way to the Demon King's castle. He said the Demon King's castle is very dangerous right now, and that I and the dragon warriors should leave immediately. He also said he would talk to you himself. Oh! What's the situation? Longwei's father's voice sounded from the other end of the crystal. Then Longwei looked at Shenrua. If she could, Shenrua really didn't want to deal directly with Longwei's father. Greetings, Lord. Shenrua began. When I met Longwei, he had just left the Demon King's castle. Before leaving, his army had breached the defensive magic array in front of the castle, and the Wanderers were working hard. I believe they won't need much time to break through that array either. That sounds smooth, doesn't it? Longwei's father awaited Shenrua's reply. The danger lies there. I believe the Demon King deliberately controlled the strength of the defensive magic array, causing the remaining demons to gather in the Demon King's castle. They will all be killed soon. Because the Demon King is choosing a new vessel to leave the Demon King's castle. This vessel may be more than one, but no one knows when the strongest survivors will change their minds. How did you come to this conclusion? Longwei's father continued. This is a long process. I'm planning to return to the town where we started and talk to the curator, Yuki, who originally entered the Demon Abyss with us but left midway. My current thoughts are just speculation, but I believe dragons are very powerful. If my speculation is correct, then the Demon King won't let go of an opportunity to obtain a dragon's body. If your dragon warrior has been corrupted by the Demon King. Alright. Longwei's father relented, then asked Longwei, how long do you plan to be back this time? I go back once I understood the situation. Longwei replied, then turned to Shenrua with expectant eyes. Do you want to come to my house for a visit? We decide later. Shenrua said, now we need to go back to the town. With the dragon's help, the return to town was much faster. Yuki didn't leave the town. Although there was a medical team, many travelers were still brought back to the town for his help. Yuki was quite content with his life in the town. The best house in town had been converted into his residence. He was quite surprised to see Shenrua and Junja return at this time. Due to the time difference in information transmission, the town's understanding of the war's progress was still behind the army's entry into the Demon King's castle. The Holy See's news was even more advanced. They learned that Zhizhe, the candidate, had obtained the flame coral, an item crucial for dealing with the cataclysm. However, less pleasant news was that she, the candidate, had also obtained the same item. But they were unaware of what would happen next. The Demon King casually revealed the secret of why the Wilderness Dragon clan had branched into the Human Dragon clan. Then, the powerful warriors who had stormed the Demon King's castle engaged in a brutal and bloody battle. Some of them charged out of the Demon King's city, turning their attention to their comrades and colleagues responsible for logistics. Strangely, their eyes had all turned blue-purple. Many warriors, who hadn't yet undergone this mutation, were caught off guard, but fortunately, most of these powerful individuals whose eyes had changed had exhausted their elemental power for generating magic. However, their ability to extract blue-purple energy from the air had also increased. The fierce battle ended in the Demon King's defeat. The Wandering Spirit Hershey and the Holy See's Zhizhe, their swords crossed, pierced the Demon King's chest. The Demon King and the bodies of the mutated warriors who had died turned into blue-purple ashes and scattered. The surviving warriors, no longer under the Demon King's influence, had their pupils return to their original color. To prevent them from going berserk again, the remaining strong warriors, still lucid, directed the rest to bind them and take them to the medical team's safe house to await their recovery. While most of the human warriors were unaffected by the mutation, their strength was limited by the depletion of most of their crystals. Those who had undergone the transformation, aside from not having had time to replenish their magical energy, were no different in strength from when they were still warriors. Therefore, many human warriors died at the hands of mutated wanderers and Zhizhe warriors. The battle appeared to be won, but it was a Pyrrhic victory. After the Demon King's death, none of the surviving warriors or wanderers exhibited any further unusual behavior. In the town, Yuki brewed medicinal tea for the guests. Zhizhe, having heard that Yuanjia had returned, also came to Yuki's residence. Long, Jiling, Zhizhe, and the only human sat around the dining table, discussing what had happened after Jimu left the demon abyss. Shenruo's speculations, amidst the fragrant aroma of medicinal tea, seemed somewhat unreal. What is the Demon King? Why can't he leave the Demon King's city? Judging from the demons encountered by Anonymity in the Demon City, not all demons fully accept the Demon King's control and obey his commands. While the Demon Abyss remained an inaccessible place for other races, the Demon King could only do two things. First, permit higher-ranking demons to leave the Demon Abyss and travel to the mainland. Otherwise, demons could not leave the Demon Abyss, this natural barrier. Secondly, he provided the potion recipe. When other races entered the Abyss, the Demon King sent demons to attack Anonymity, but did not reinforce the demon city that had been destroyed by the army. Some demon cities were bypassed by the army, but the Demon King did not order the demons in these cities to mobilize to surround the invaders who had entered the demon cities surrounding the Demon King's capital. Did he simply choose not to, or was he unable to control these demons? A Demon King who cannot leave the Demon King's capital is like a title without substance, yet the demons all acknowledge him as king. Considering that in the final battle, the demons outside the Demon King's capital were few and far between, and concentrated within the capital, the Demon King is truly contradictory. He must be able to control the demons living within a certain area. Shenruo guessed that this area was bounded by the gate bridge they had seen. The aerial view above the Demon King's capital, which separates the abyss like an island in a river, is the center of the demons that arise on either side of it. These are the Demon King's loyal followers. Outside the bridge, the Demon King seems to have no control over the demons, nor does he seem to care much about their lives. Inside the bridge, however, the Demon King has absolute control over the demons. But does he care about their lives? Whether it's fighting a civil war while facing a formidable enemy, or gathering the remaining demons in the Demon King's city, it's as if he can no longer withstand the invading army, nor can he give the demons in his own city, the demons of Anonymity, a way out. Even in the first demon city, the demons knew to break into smaller groups, putting up a stubborn resistance on the front while launching sneak attacks on those who came later. The Demon King's actions, seemingly still resisting the invaders, actually seem more like paving the way for the enemy to annihilate the demons more quickly and effectively. Among the demons, they worship two gods, the god of fire and the god of wind. According to the murals of Anonymity, these two jointly created the abyss, and the will of the god of fire remained on the totem pole. Although this is a narrative from the demons' perspective, it's clear that they believe the orange-red flame burning on the totem pole of the god of fire in the demon city outside the Demon King's capital is the embodiment of the God of Fire's remaining will. The demons call this flame the sacred demonic fire. However, the will of the God of Wind never appears in the murals, neither in the Temple of the God of Wind nor the Temple of the God of Fire, which is highly illogical. The temples of the God of Wind and the God of Fire both tell the story of the creation of the abyss, just with different emphases. Given the profound reverence that the various races inhabiting the Dust Sand continent hold for the power and laws of the gods, since the sacred demonic fire is the perennial manifestation of the will left behind by the God of Fire elements, its selection should be paramount. According to Ammonimaity's observations, regardless of what kind of impostor the sacred demonic fire may be, the truth is that it chose Vianlia's body, and Vianlia offered herself without resistance. However, the Demon King called it theft. He even launched a war against Ammonimighty, in a crucial external war for the demon race. There is another point of contention regarding the Demon King, the method of his birth. This method of driving countless demons to one place, leaving only one survivor, led Shinrua to search her memories for a long time. She recalled a practice called goo poisoning among an extinct eastern minority group on her home planet, Earth. The demons who entered the Demon King's castle knew full well what the death of the previous Demon King and the birth of a new one meant, that only one demon could survive, and even if they became the Demon King, they would be bound by a lifelong curse, unable to leave the castle. Yet, they still rushed in, one after another, without hesitation. Isn't that strange? It's the same scene when the army attacked the Demon King's castle, and the demons within the Demon King's control flocked into the castle. Precisely because of this, when the strong among the army and travelers rushed into the Demon King's castle, Shinrua inevitably recalled the scene after entering the Demon Abyss, when they were verifying information about the Demon King, and a new Demon King was born. The condition was the death of the old Demon King. The Demon King's castle contained a large number of demons. They would fight to the last one. If we ignore the fact that many of those entering the Demon King's castle are not demons, isn't the scene of armies and travelers entering the castle similar to the impending birth of a new Demon King? Watching the humans and Zhezhi continuously enter the Demon King's castle, Shinrua recalled the sacred demon fire born within Vianlia of the demon city's Ammonimighty, possessing a physical form, and no longer merely flames and consciousness. Why did the sacred demon fire choose Vianlia? For a body, Shinrua said. And what is special about he who has been corrupted? He possesses a body capable of temporarily bearing the will of evil. Therefore, what the Demon King desires is already obvious, a body. A body that allows him to leave the abyss of demons. But what exactly is the relationship between the Demon King and the sacred demonic fire? After all, the Demon King cannot leave the Demon King's city, while the sacred demonic fire can. The sacred demonic fire, though able to leave the Demon King's city, has a limited range of activity. It burns its totem pole in the temple of the fire elemental god, not far from the Demon King's city. Judging from the fact that neither Yuki nor Juinja had ever heard of the sacred demonic fire before entering the Demon Abyss, it has never left the Demon Abyss. The sacred demonic fire needs a body, and so does the Demon King. The Demon King cannot leave the Demon King's city, and the sacred demonic fire has never left the Demon Abyss. Shinrua has already made a conjecture about their relationship, but lacks evidence. However, Shinrua decides to voice his conjecture, not to force the people present to accept his ideas, but simply to present a possibility. He doesn't particularly care what the Demon King or the sacred demonic fire will do after leaving the Demon Abyss, but Yuki, Juinja, Zija, and Lungwei's father might care a great deal. There are some points I disagree with, Yuki said after hearing Shinrua's reasons for leaving the Demon King's castle. The Demon King originally had a physical body. His will is different from that of the holy demon fire, and the evil will within he. The Demon King's birth might also be a process of choosing a body capable of bearing a certain will, Shinrua said. While it may not be the same will as the holy demon fires, or the will attached to he, the reason they need to fight until only one remains is to choose the strongest to bear that will. And this body has a flaw. This flaw is that, because it is bound by the laws, it cannot leave the Demon King's castle. Therefore, it needs to be replaced with a body capable of leaving the Demon King's castle. It's even possible that the Demon King was originally chosen as a vessel by that will to leave the Demon Abyss, and the replacement of the Demon King is to allow it to continuously evolve until it can leave. But that will hadn't anticipated the sudden shift in the laws. While the Demon King's body still couldn't leave the Demon King's castle, beings outside could now enter the Demon Abyss. If that's the case, then a body that could already leave the Demon Abyss, and even be at the spirit rank, isn't that a huge temptation? The reason he was exhausted was because his physical strength wasn't enough to withstand the energy brought by the he-face bird. He might simply be an attempt to possess, and gradually seized control of an evil will. The result of this attempt was that the possessed Hihi could leave the demon abyss, but it wasn't enough to withstand its energy. The scarlet energy corroded Hihi's body, so even Jimu couldn't save him. There's something that doesn't make sense, Junja shook his head. Because if that's the case, the will within Hihi should be the Demon King, but as we know, the Demon King is still there. There's a possibility that the Demon King, the evil will within Hihi, and the holy demon fire are actually the same thing. If the Demon King was originally a trick by the sacred demon fire to create a body that could leave the demon abyss, then does that make sense? Actually, there was another reason why Shinrua had this conjecture. The battle between Hihi and the sacred demon fire that he saw was different from the battle that Jimu and Junja had witnessed. Shinrua saw the changes in their auras, a visual sensation like chi circulating throughout the body. This visual sensation led Shinrua to almost instantly conclude that they were twin beings of the same body. If not, this must be a couple who have cultivated a dual cultivation technique for many years. Shinrua cannot share this with other beings. Shinrua doesn't mind showing his strength to Junja because, after spending time together, he has confirmed that Junja is a man of his word and won't discuss matters related to his martial arts with other beings. Furthermore, given Junja's personality and communication skills, Junja probably won't actively discuss Shinrua. However, the observation and understanding of Qi, and the martial arts system built upon it, is not a cultivation system that has ever existed on the Dusan continent. Long Wei's father, the king of soldiers Hishi, could guess his identity from this, which means Junja isn't sensitive to these matters, which is why he hasn't yet connected Shinrua's identity to the candidate. He is more concerned with how Shinrua became stronger, whether he could learn from him, and whether Shinrua could spar with him, preferably several times. Although Shinrua would share his thoughts because he believed they would continue to pay attention to the Demon King's departure from the Demon Abyss, he wouldn't dissect his cultivation system to prove its credibility. Leaving aside the fact that this is just your speculation, even if it explains many things, there are still doubts. Yuki didn't fully agree. That is, if they were originally the same, or even one, why were they divided into 3 parts? Not only were they divided into 3 parts, but they also competed with each other. While such a scenario had appeared in literature on Shinrua's home planet, Earth, it was fiction. And those kinds of literary works didn't seem very serious. Yuki's reserved attitude was normal, but the one most closely related to this conjecture was Zija. Because he was also responsible for the logistics of the warriors entering and leaving the Demon Abyss, and he needed to register them upon their return. Most importantly, if Shinrua's deduction was correct, then the evil will related to the Demon King was already mixed in with the triumphant Zija or the travelers. Zija is the one who should be most troubled by the likelihood of this happening. Perhaps his troubles extend beyond the possibility. He also worries about whether he should inform higher-ranking clergy about this matter, and to what extent. Chapter 188. Zija fell into deep thought. Junja was not good with words, and Longwei had only flown around the Demon Abyss, a cursory glance, with no real involvement. Shinrua hadn't intended to persuade them anyway, so she said to Zija, "Actually, I'm not saying this to argue about whether a guess is right or wrong, but because I enjoy exploring history. However, the truth of history, or the Demon Abyss, is difficult to reconstruct. There is no absolute truth in history. I'm just someone exploring a more plausible historical story, nothing more." Shinrua took out a recording crystal, which displayed murals from the temple of the god of wind element in Amenamite. In ancient times, the god of wind element and the god of fire element jointly created the Demon Abyss. When the Demon Abyss was completed, the god of fire element was delighted and chose it as the resting place for his remaining will. This is the creation story in the eyes of the demons. They engraved this story on murals as their history. History has passed it down. But I want to tell a different story. Shinrua tried to use a tone similar to the historical records of the Dusan continent to narrate this story. Initially, the Abyss was a desolate wasteland. The god of fire chose this place as his place of exile, banishing the power he deemed unnecessary here. The power of the god of wind, whether to purify it or to prevent it from leaving the abyss, also fell upon the same land. The power of the god of fire sank, tearing the earth apart, and thus the abyss appeared. Shinrua actually had evidence for this, evidence also coming from an encyclopedia he couldn't show to his audience. The encyclopedia called this power thought, or perhaps, it was what the various races living on the Dusan continent considered evil thought. Therefore, Shinrua narrated the event in the style of an archaeologist interpreting ancient texts on their home planet Earth. After the abyss appeared, the power abandoned by the god of fire gradually developed consciousness. This consciousness was suppressed by the power of the god of wind, lingering at the bottom of the abyss. I call it the evil will for now. At this time, the demonized creatures, due to the power of the two gods, also developed intelligence surpassing that of ordinary beings, becoming a completely new race, the demon race. The evil will discovered that this newborn race could simultaneously draw upon its own power from the bottom of the abyss and the power of the god of wind. These two powers circulate within the living beings, and when they die, these powers return indiscriminately to the abyss. This is what we see. The abyss possesses a unique blue-purple light. This explains why the murals depicting the abyss's birth differ from the abyss as it exists today. The blue-purple light appears to be one form of energy, but when purified using spirit-level elemental power, it transforms into two. Crimson energy can be directly burned and converted by the elemental power of a spirit-level being, while the blue energy cannot. This is because the blue light is the corrupted power of the god who governs the wind element. If categorized by energy intensity, pure energy from the god himself is the most powerful, followed by divine power corrupted by evil will, and then power obtained by a spirit level being used through spirit level magic. The crimson power, originating from evil will, is the weakest of these powers. Therefore, when the evil will discovered that these creatures could alter the power of the wind elemental god within the abyss, it conceived a plan that would take millions of years to develop. The location of the Demon King City is likely the core of this evil will's power. As its power spreads, it can extend its influence around itself. Initially, to gather the demons, it condensed its power. Highly pure fire elemental power was concentrated in its hands, leading the demons to believe that the abyss was the dwelling place of the fire elemental god. Next, it needed to force the demons to engage in periodic battles. The mortal demons could alter the wind elemental energy that suppressed it, and it also needed a body to maintain control over the demons. This body was the vessel it planned to use to leave the abyss. When one generation's strength was insufficient, it continuously iterated. During these battles, the demons' internal energy was depleted, requiring them to draw power from the air to replenish themselves. This fighting also accelerated the transformation of the high-purity wind elemental power. The purity of this wind elemental power is similar to that of the dark elemental power at the bottom of the Valley of the Undying. This energy is far more powerful than the elemental power in the air. Without conversion, the extremely strong dark elemental power below the Valley of the Undying is a concentration that even Hermione cannot completely resist. The demons who survive this battle must possess the strongest bodies among demons, making them the best vessel for evil wills when other races cannot enter the abyss. However, perhaps this vessel cannot fully contain its power, or perhaps it needs to control the demons through faith. After all, the abyss is not the true abode of the god of fire. Therefore, a portion of its consciousness differentiated, using a highly refined and pure fire elemental power, and totem pole as a vessel, disguised as the remnant will of the fire elemental god. This small amount of pure fire elemental energy, purified from a vast amount of crimson energy, disguised as the remnant will, is the sacred demonic fire worshipped by the demons. The evil will within the sacred demonic fire may have initially been indistinguishable from it, but as time passed, things changed. Perhaps a demon possessed extraordinary willpower and assimilated with the evil will. Perhaps the sacred demonic fire received prayers from numerous demons. In short, the two developed different ideas. However, as no other race could enter the demon abyss, they likely maintained a certain consensus, believing they would merge again and one day leave the demon abyss as the demon king. As for their ultimate goal, it was probably to become a godlike being, but since they lacked all the knowledge and wisdom of the true remnant will of a god, this goal was unlikely to succeed. But this did not prevent them from doing so within their capabilities. Unaware that the rules for entering and leaving the abyss would change, the Demon King and the Holy Demon Fire each developed their own plans and ideas for leaving after other races entered. And what about Hihi? Yuki hadn't forgotten Hihi, who was controlled by an evil will. Judging from their experiences, there was clearly an evil will within Hihi. The evil will comes from a power abandoned by the god of fire elements, a power unnecessary to the gods. This power probably resonates with certain emotions or thoughts. Hihi must have resonated with this evil will. He had clearly visited the temple of the god of fire, outside the Demon King city. And if I'm not mistaken, the reason he was chosen is that the 1,000 desolate plains is the dwelling place of the remnant will of the god of fire, and the remnant will of the god of wind also appeared there. Another possibility is that what he initially saw in the 1,000 desolate plains was the incarnation of the remnant will of the god of wind. Therefore, Hihi's body is a vessel capable of containing evil will. Perhaps during his travels in the demon abyss, he was bewitched by the holy demon fire, but the holy demon fire wasn't entirely satisfied with this body. As you saw, Curator, After he forcibly used the power of the holy demon fire several times, his body was already overwhelmed. Therefore, I think that to contain immense power, and the evil will itself, a spirit-level body might be necessary. Or perhaps, it's because he coveted power, he made a deal with the evil will. The power his body couldn't withstand was their deal, and what he needed. The holy demon fire didn't solely rely on he, it also lured Violia, who had come to take charge of the fire elemental temple. Furthermore, it forced the demons to sacrifice more humans for it. Of course, this happened before the human army entered the abyss. Before that, the Demon King and the Holy Demon Fire should have maintained a consensus. Therefore, whether the Demon King or the Holy Demon Fire was behind He's evil remains unknown. It's also possible that the Demon King and the Holy Demon Fire haven't broken their consensus to this day, they simply left the abyss separately. If this is the case, they might unleash even greater chaos in the future. Before that, sacrificing humans was something they all considered necessary. As for the purpose of sacrificing humans, I still don't understand, but it's not closely related to the events at the Demon King's castle. Both the Demon King and the Holy Demon Fire probably only used He's body as a transition. After all, I don't believe he was completely unaware of the state of his vessel. As for their plan, whether the Holy Demon Fire, through Violia, gains a body and then battles He to achieve a more perfect form, or whether He will also participate in the battle at the Demon King's castle, and after his death, his power will once again become part of the Demon Abyss's power, that remains unknown. Another possibility is that both the evil will within He, the Holy Demon Fire, and the Demon King actually planned to eventually unite and attack Ammonite. It was a charade. They originally intended to sacrifice more demons, so that the power within them could be released again to nourish the Demon Abyss. This power is stronger than pure evil will, because it is the power generated after being corrupted by the pure power of the god, who governs the wind elements. The wars waged by other races provided the Demon King with an excellent opportunity to choose a body. He was already adept at orchestrating battles within the Demon King's castle to select the strongest. When everyone's power was exhausted, forcing them to allow the power of the evil will of the Demon Abyss, and the corrupted wind elemental force to enter their bodies as their source of power, could the evil will seize the opportunity to invade? Perhaps the demon race truly cannot produce spirit-rank beings, because the energy they use is corrupted, a power abandoned and banished by the gods. I think the evil will might not directly possess a spirit-rank being, but it might plant a seed of will within them, if it can maintain a unified goal among these diverging wills. If possession were necessary, I think it would choose a near spirit-rank being, as this would increase the chances of success. Remember? The way Curator Yuki successfully purified the thought of the evil while entering his body. However, if a spirit-rank being completely exhausted their power, would things be different? I don't know. However, in short, it's uncertain whether the warriors who emerged from the Demon King's castle were mentally corrupted, or even if they were still themselves. Furthermore, the Holy Demon Flame's whereabouts are unknown after acquiring a body. These are all lingering problems left over from the war. The curator once tried to record the battle between the Holy Demon Flame and he using a recording crystal, but the crystal shattered. Therefore, very few beings can recognize the Holy Demon Flame's appearance. Could it still possess another body? All of this is unknown, so I felt it was too dangerous to remain in the Demon Abyss, and I returned first. Chapter 189. Shinrua's conjecture could indeed explain the illogical behavior of the Demon King in the Demon Abyss. However, there was also the possibility that the Demon King himself was illogical. If we follow his reasoning, then all those who entered the Demon King's city, whether they were spirit rank, near spirit rank, or even the two candidates with the mark, could potentially be controlled by the Demon King. Such a conjecture was too shocking to be shared with the Holy See rashly. Yuki didn't immediately dismiss Shinrua's idea, but instead asked about Shinrua's next move. Actually, both magical healing and potion making require magic. You haven't learned much more at our medical clinic. Are you going back to the medical clinic? If you don't plan to go back, I can give you a book on potion making that humans can use as payment. My advice is that you shouldn't go back. In Yuki's view, Shinrua staying at the medical clinic was a waste of time, because magical healing wasn't something one could learn simply by reading. For example, treatment methods like those used by Saintsen, which control the penetration of healing potions into the body through the skin, are far superior to what Shinrua, despite her extensive training, can achieve, even without being a healer, can do well with water elemental magic. Long Wei had by now figured out that Shinrua and Junja had only met by chance and teamed up, and that Shinrua was actually an apprentice at Jimu's medical clinic. He grabbed Shinrua's shoulders, urging her desperately, "How about going to Shilai for a few days? Have you forgotten? We met in Shilai. Shinrua slapped Long Wei's hand away. Since the curator doesn't welcome me staying at the medical clinic, I like to stay here and wait. Waiting for what? Long Wei asked. Waiting for the triumphant army, of course, Ji Mu answered for Shinrua. In that case, you can try out the potion preparations in this book during this time. Ask me if you encounter any problems. Ji Mu then took a book from his storage ring for Shinrua, seemingly having prepared in advance. Thank you. Shinrua took the book and stored it in her storage necklace. Shall we go eat first? Junja suggested. After all, we eat dry rations in the demon abyss. Long Wei glanced at Junja and strongly objected. Who wants to eat with you? You lowly spirit rank looking down on us. Well, I want to eat with him. Are you coming? Shinrua asked. Hey, didn't you feel my protest? Long Wei was furious. Shinrua nodded. I felt it, but shouldn't he have offered to pay? As a dragon who eats so much, isn't it a perfectly reasonable way to retaliate by spending the other party's money at a time like this? It seemed reasonable, yet something felt off. In the end, Zija paid the bill. After finishing his meal, the dragon huffed and puffed as he left the town. Shinrua, meanwhile, was flipping through the potion book that Ji Mu had given him. As a spirit rank being and one of the 10 spirit rank members of the organization Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes, the book Ji Mu gave, as a gift, was a very precious handwritten copy, even considering the limitation that humans could produce potions. For reasons unknown, Zija, upon hearing that Shinrua planned to stay in the town temporarily, warmly invited him to stay at his current residence. While it was called Zija's residence, it was actually a converted large house, somewhat inferior to Shimu's, but Shimu preferred to have an entire house to himself when circumstances allowed. Zija's place had many rooms. Juinja had also stayed there after arriving in the town. Since staying overnight would allow her to obtain news from the Demon King's castle immediately, saving her the trouble of asking around, Shinrua decided to stay. Of course, with convenience comes trouble. In Shinrua's opinion, Zija's personality was a major problem. Fortunately, Zija was more interested in chatting with Juinja at the moment. Juinja, who had absolutely no interest in small talk, would probably only reply with one sentence for every 10 sentences Zija spoke. Despite this strange rhythm of conversation, Zija managed to keep going. It's quite amazing, really. You actually teamed up with a human and traveled through the demon abyss for so long. Oh. And you even encountered a dragon. Juinja, already used to Zija's exaggerated tone, coldly replied, the demon clan has always wanted to find Eastern humans for sacrifices. I just thought this would divert their attention. Zija was practically beating his chest in frustration. Seriously? You actually learned to lie. Juinja. As if to add some credibility, Juinja added, of course, I admire him greatly. As a human, his strength is undeniable. Then, Zija continued his one-sided barrage. I admit, he's excellent, judging from a scholar's perspective. But I still feel there must be something I don't know, like why he can befriend a dragon, why he can have Ling He on one side and Tian Shui on the other. Ling He isn't an outstanding beauty, but she's a top-tier He. Tian Shui is even more impressive, a near-spirit-tier beautiful heavenly fox. I'm not even this popular. Back in the Tower of Eternity, I felt Ling He was really nervous about him. TSK. Actually, I'm a little different from you guys. I have absolutely no prejudice or dislike towards He, but even a handsome, dashing nobleman like me, who values racial equality, doesn't receive the same treatment as a human. That's truly unfair. Zija could easily put on a stand-up comedy routine, but he insisted on having his taciturn friend as his straight man. It's hard to say whether it's touching or just wishful thinking. Unlike the relaxed atmosphere in the market town, in the Demon King's castle, the battle was nearing its end, but no one dared to let their guard down. The Zhuzha candidate and the He-She candidate suddenly exchanged a glance. This wasn't due to telepathy, but because they sensed the power emanating from their own imprints. The mark that served as proof of their divine selection as candidates now gave them a strange feeling, unlike their reaction to quest items. This feeling was so bizarre that they instinctively needed to confirm it with each other. From each other's eyes, they sensed that their marks should have the same reaction, but what unsettled them was that they didn't know why the mark was suddenly giving them this strange feeling. The Demon King seemed unconcerned about his death, even as he was pierced. An enigmatic smile remained on his face. Leaving the Demon King's castle, the blue-purple light in the air seemed to fade with the Demon King's passing. When they returned to the bottom of the demon abyss with the remaining army, they finally confirmed that this was not an illusion. The dense blue-purple light had changed. It no longer seemed like a natural part of the air, but rather permeated the entire demon abyss like a thin mist. Although reason told Zhizhe and the candidate He that they should communicate to confirm the nature of the sudden, unusual sensations emanating from the imprint and the current situation, they ultimately did not. Humans had arrived in the largest numbers, and after the disturbances in the Demon King's city, most of them hadn't undergone the maddening transformation, so they were also the race with the most survivors upon their return. Although the losses were heavy, the humans considered it worthwhile. Among the many intelligent races inhabiting the Dust Sand continent, humans had a higher reproductive capacity than other races. After the various races on the continent reached an agreement no longer allowing demons to hunt and consume humans, and humans were able to establish their own towns in some countries, it was common for a human family to have several siblings. In contrast, dragons, with lifespans of hundreds of years, might only have one or two offspring in their lifetime. Throughout the history of the Dust and Sand continent, humanity has endured countless sacrifices. This time, perhaps they can finally shake off the long-standing shadow cast by the demons. However, were the Demon King's words merely sowing discord, or were they true? In any case, even if the dragons were once like the demons, the dragons of today have lived peacefully with humanity for a long time, completely different from the demons. Moreover, the dragons are few in number, mostly living in the kingdom of Shilai and the sparsely populated wilderness. A few wilderness dragons are in a deep slumber year-round. When awake, they feed on creatures within their own territory. While those places are fertile and teeming with animals, each awakening of the wilderness dragons causes a sharp decline in population. After consuming their fill, they fall back into slumber, a cycle that repeats endlessly. This very lifestyle means the wilderness dragons may miss opportunities for suitable mating, preventing them from finding suitable dragons to breed with. Currently, the wilderness dragons are on the verge of extinction. Even though the human dragon race once acquired their humanoid form through consuming humans, they are now a highly respected group among other races. Lungwei's father understood this well. That's why, after Shenruo raised the risk of their intelligence being threatened during their journey to the Demon King city, he abandoned the plan to have his dragon warriors destroy the evidence. Whether the Demon King reveals the past or the demons possess documents, these are ultimately demonic possessions, their authenticity questionable. No race genuinely wants to stand against the dragons. However, if these things were to leak out, it would inevitably affect the morale of the people living in Shilai Kingdom, and would also cause some of the Shilai human race to migrate outwards. The current dragon race still greatly enjoys the various services provided to them by the humans. Even their court chefs are human. Having become accustomed to the rich and layered flavors of food, the nobles of Shilai Kingdom would find it unbearable to go back to eating food directly. Everything settled down. The book that Jimu gave Shenruo clearly listed all the ingredients used to prepare the potions, including not only the names of the potions, but also their effects and the origins of the raw materials. Shenruo studied the raw materials and their origins of these potions on the map, and time passed quickly. During this time, the survivors of the campaign against the demons had returned to the town. The total number of army members was about 1/7 to 1/8, and their return brought information about the series of changes that had occurred within the Demon King's castle after its fall. Those who returned alive became heroes of the human race, which confirmed Shenruo's suspicions. Chapter 190. What happened in the Demon King's city was exactly the same as the ritual for choosing the Demon King. Although they didn't kill down to just one, that will had probably already chosen its vessel. Or perhaps, the evil will had simply sown a seed among them. Shenruo didn't believe the demons would enjoy eating humans. Using humans to make potions and sacred demonic fire to lure demons into sacrificing humans was simply because humans were easier to hunt. The evil will's plan to leave the demon abyss had been brewing for a long time. Shenruo wouldn't overestimate himself, thinking that the other party had gone to such lengths just to eat him. He was a Tang Sanzing, a character from Journey to the West known for his naivety. But if given the chance, the other party wouldn't let it go. The number of people he needed to be wary of had increased again. This continent was hardly friendly to him, a participant in this conflict. However, in broad daylight, he should still be safe. Shenruo pondered that whether it was the Demon King who could conjure up so many tricks, or the holy demon fire, exposing himself just to take a bite would mean losing all the gains from the massive battle. A net loss. Junja watched Shenruo standing in the corner, clutching a sword made of water elemental crystals, his cloak's hood pulled low, his hair completely covered. Knowing Shenruo had already awaited the army's return and would likely leave the town soon, he spoke to him. "What are you doing here?" Shenruo slightly raised his chin, gesturing for him to look at Zija not far away. "I'm watching the returning warriors register their names." Junja was puzzled. "From this far away, you can't even see their names?" Shenruo explained to him. I'm not looking at the roster, I'm trying to remember what they look like. Even if the army suffered heavy casualties, the remaining soldiers were still numerous. Junja would never undertake such a difficult task. Moreover, if a powerful figure like Shinruo spent time on such matters, how could his martial arts skills continue to improve? Thinking of this, Junja couldn't help but ask, isn't this too many people? Actually, I'm not good at remembering human warriors. I mainly remember which other races have survived. Because Shinruo hadn't forgotten that the humans on the Dust Sand continent, lacking a martial arts system for cultivating true chi, didn't need to inhale and exhale again to re-establish their true chi in their dantian, unlike him, thus avoiding the influence of airborne energy. Although they also inhaled energy from the demon abyss through breathing, this energy wasn't replenished in large quantities from airborne particles like other races after using magic. Combined with the human race's lack of natural talent, Shinruo didn't believe the evil will would prioritize humans as its host. He needed to remember, and be wary of, the other races returning from the Demon King city. Speaking of which, going to Qing's kingdom isn't entirely out of the question, Shinruo suddenly said thoughtfully. Have you thought it through? You really should spend your time cultivating. Junja couldn't help but feel happy for Shinruo. Human lifespans were so short, Shinruo was already quite exceptional. If Shinruo were willing to dedicate all his time to cultivation, perhaps humans could also reach the spirit rank. Of course, Junja wasn't entirely sure of Shinruo's current strength. If Shinruo wasn't yet at the spirit rank, he could indeed move freely below the 6th level of the Hell Grand Palace. If he was at the spirit rank, he couldn't change the characteristics of his other energy sources. Before that, let's go to the Holy See, Shinruo said, revealing her next destination. The last time she went to the Holy See, she had to leave in a rush due to a time-limited mission. Putting aside the fact that the Holy See's members, known as Zhezhe, were not so easy to deal with in Shinruo's opinion, the Holy See itself was a place of beautiful scenery, a blend of ancient ruins and magnificent architecture, a place that could soothe the mind. Not to mention, it also contained a wealth of historical documents and various books of knowledge. Junja's confirmation of Shinruo's next itinerary meant that it was only a matter of time before Zhezhe, who loved to chatter incessantly to Junja, found out. At dinner time, Zhezhe enthusiastically told Junja, wait a few days, the war here is over, and I'm going back to the Holy See too. Let's go together. Unexpectedly, before Shinruo could even respond, Junja showed a somewhat reluctant expression. Zhezhe instantly became unhappy. Hey! Junja, what's with that look? Look at me, who am I? Aren't we still childhood friends? Junja glanced at Zhezhe. If your childhood friends means that while I was practicing magic and martial arts, you had my father find noble girls to play with you, ostensibly, so I wouldn't only be able to cultivate then. Zhezhe was speechless at Junja's words. But if he stopped there, he wouldn't be Zhezhe. Junja, look, you actually said such a long sentence you changed. Zhezhe stated with deep sorrow. I known you for so long, and I haven't been able to change you even a little bit. How could you change after just one trip to the demon abyss? As Zhezhe spoke, he hooked his arm around Junja's shoulder. Junja, seeing the warriors passing by, could only remain silent. You really aren't afraid of death, Shinruo commented, observing the interaction between Zhezhe and Junja. He turned to Shinruo with interest and said, you mean Junja? He won't really hit me, ha ha ha, don't be fooled by his face. Shinruo admitted that her words, combined with Junja's expression, were ambiguous, so she explained, of course I didn't mean Junja was going to kill you. I wasn't originally planning to go to Qing's kingdom, but I suddenly changed my mind. Isn't that strange? Are you captivated by Junja? Zhezhe looked at Junja, spouting nonsense. You're amazing, transcending race and gender, and his personality is so awful. Shinruo wanted to have a serious discussion, but Zhezhe veered the subject completely off course. Why? Junja had also wanted to ask, but he completely ignored what Zhezhe was saying. Because if my conjecture about the Demon King and the evil will that day was correct, then it has already come among us, which means it will obtain information it didn't have before. I still need to go to the Holy See to understand some things, and it will understand some things too. Once it understands, it might try to eliminate some hidden dangers such as... Shinruo made a throat-slitting gesture with her hand. The medical team that figured out how to treat the wounded, especially you, me, and Yuki, will probably be targets it wants to eliminate. Then, shouldn't we be trying to protect the medical team first? This was what Junja was concerned about. Don't forget, we were also members of the medical team at first. The other medical team members were all brought over by Director Yuki, Shinruo said. You might be strong in a direct magical duel, but Director Yuki probably has hundreds of ways to make you die silently. What kind of riddles are you playing? Zizha was bothered by being ignored. He had already used something that any normal person would definitely refute to deliberately get Shinruo's attention. How could he completely ignore him? I'm saying, your younger brother Junja, although very strong, assassinating him would be incredibly easy. If you stay with him, the probability of dying together increases dramatically. After Shinruo finished speaking, he turned and left, intending to say goodbye to Yuki before leaving. Just now, I was looked down upon by a human, wasn't I? Zizha said to Junja, watching Shinruo's retreating figure. I was looked down upon too, so don't worry about it too much. Junja patted Zizha's hand off his shoulder. See you at the Holy See. After Junja walked away, Zizha realized that Junja had been teasing him. Junja actually teased him, but quickly, Zizha dismissed the thought. Junja was probably just telling the truth. He wouldn't have the capacity for teasing. Both he and Junja had been looked down upon by a human, and he was at the very bottom of the hierarchy. Enough. Zizha had to deal with the Holy See's affairs left behind in the town. By the time he returned to the Holy See with the other survivors of the war, Shinruo and Junja had already left. At the outset of the war, the Zhezhe, a type of warrior, entered the fray believing they wouldn't suffer heavy casualties, but the losses clearly exceeded their expectations. Most of the Zhezhe within the Holy See were nobles, and their guards from various Zhezhe nations. As news of the battle reached these nations, the Holy See's prestige wavered somewhat. However, this war wasn't without its beneficiaries. For example, Zizha. Although not a frontline fighter, Zizha was responsible for a significant amount of logistical and information work. Many traveler groups were quite fond of this approachable and down-to-earth Zhezhe. Furthermore, given the Holy See's considerable losses among its Zhezhe, some positions were vacated. As the son of a grand archmage of light from the Qingzi kingdom, Zizha had a strong background, and would likely soon enter the inner circle of the Holy See. When Shinruo bid farewell to Jimmu, he only casually mentioned the potential dangers, leaving it at that. Jimmu was powerful, and the organization he backed, the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand, was renowned throughout the Dust and Sand continent, so Shinruo didn't need to elaborate. Shinruo even felt that what she could think of, Jimmu could only imagine more of. When they arrived at the town, they traveled by flying vehicle, but on their way to the Holy See, Junja brought 2 unicorns. It wasn't that unicorns were bad, but their size was more suitable for Zhezhe or He-Shi. Shinruo thought for a while, and urgently commissioned a unicorn saddle. After the modification, the unicorn carried Shinruo, who sat cross-legged on its back, and Junja embarked on their journey to the Holy See. The scenery along the way was different from what she had seen when she went with the mission team. Junja led Shinruo along an ancient path. This path had no steps, it wound its way up the side of the mountain, crossing the outer circle of a natural concentric circle. High on the inner circle, ancient buildings stood. The Holy See undertakes a major renovation here every 100 years, so although the buildings are ancient, they don't appear dilapidated. Junja had cultivated here in his youth. The Holy See had a training ground for young cultivators from different countries. Because this place is a relic left by the gods, it is said that many near spirit level cultivators come here seeking to trigger a breakthrough that would allow them to transcend the spirit level.